In a world where one traverses through time and is reborn, the protagonist awakens the sun and moon martial spirits, achieving the esteemed title of Title Douluo at a tender age. Due to a solemn promise, he joins the Heavenly Water Academy as the Honorary Vice Dean, embarking on a noble journey of nurturing and educating the next generation. During the grand ceremony in the Spirit City, he demonstrates his prowess by eliminating 5 Title Douluo with a single move, thereby earning renown throughout the continent, overshadowing even the name Haotian with the illustrious title of Haoyang. In the frigid expanse of a northern ice field, he encounters the emperors of ice and snow, forming an indelible contract that binds their souls together in life and death. He disseminates the methods of soul contracts, addressing the challenges faced by spirit masters, thus bestowing blessings upon the continent. Challenging the so-called 10 core competencies of martial spirits, he exposes the charlatans among the masters. Under his leadership, the Heavenly Water Girls team secures the championship in the Spirit Master competition, decisively defeating Shrek Academy. Entranced by his charisma, the martial spirit Pope finds herself smitten. The angel goddess transforms into his devoted admirer. The blue-silver emperor becomes his cherished. Plant, the silver dragon king, serves as his steed, and the sea god high priestess offers him her eternal faith. Shenge proclaims, "You may refer to me as Teacher Gu, or if you prefer, you may call me Title Douluo, the Lord of the Bright Realm, the Holy Emperor of the Sun, the God of Chaos, the Twilight of the Gods, or the Creator and Destroyer of the Divine Realm. All these titles I can bear with grace." Chapter 1. I am Shenge, the one whose name resonates like a symphony of the night. In the Tiando Empire lies Lanjiang City, one of the imperial capitals, renowned for its beauty as the southern water capital. Nestled in the midst of the Tianlan River, it rivals the prosperity of Tiando City, surrounded by emerald waters and thriving commerce. The Tianlan River traverses the Tiando Empire from north to south, stretching over 7,000 kilometers, branching into countless tributaries rich in resources, teeming with various fish species and aquatic spirit beasts, including ancient creatures that even Title Douluo dare not delve too deeply into. A short distance from Lanjiang City lies a small tributary of the Tianlan River, which is less than 100 miles long. Adjacent to it stands a Grand Spirit Master Academy, known as the Heavenly Water Advanced Spirit Master Academy. Built alongside the water, the academy boasts a massive artificial lake, spanning the size of 4 football fields, fed by the waters of the Tianlan tributary, named Qinglan Lake. The lake's crystal-clear, azure waters resemble a flawless sapphire embedded in the earth. When sunlight breaks through the clouds, casting its rays upon the lake, the water reflects a spectrum of colors, creating a dazzling spectacle that captivates countless maidens, prompting them to pause and admire the breathtaking view. As one of the esteemed Advanced Spirit Master Academies of the Empire, Heavenly Water Academy possesses a unique pedagogical approach and learning environment. Among the 5 elemental academies, Heavenly Water Academy has the most stringent admission requirements, accepting only female water attribute spirit masters, and they must be exceptionally beautiful. However, it also exhibits a humane aspect, being the only academy among the 5 elemental institutions that is open to commoners. Not only the students, but the faculty is also comprised entirely of women, with a heavy yin presence that necessitates a balance of yang energy to achieve harmony, embodying the essence of the Great Tao. Regrettably, despite its establishment for centuries, the academy has never had male students or teachers. But today, all that is about to change. At this moment, outside Heavenly Water Academy, a brilliant golden light suddenly appears as a golden-haired figure materializes at the entrance. Bathed in radiant sunlight, he emanates an overwhelming aura, akin to a solar deity walking among mortals, with flames of sunlight enveloping him, distorting the very fabric of space around him. As he steps forward, the golden light dissipates, revealing a young man who appears to be in his early 20s, with cascading golden hair that falls to his shoulders, the tips entwined with flickering golden flames that refuse to extinguish. His strikingly handsome features, adorned with a vivid golden sun pattern on his brow, exude vitality, and his brilliant golden eyes radiate warmth, perpetually graced by a gentle smile that invites affection. With a physique sculpted to perfection, even the simplest of garments cannot conceal his extraordinary charisma. He gazes up at the towering 9-meter gate, crafted from jade, its azure hue reminiscent of tranquil waters. It is not ostentatious, yet offers a sense of serenity. The plaque above the gate is inscribed with 8 characters that resonate with the essence of water. Heavenly Water Advanced Spirit Master Academy. Ah, Heavenly Water Academy, I have come to fulfill my promise, he murmurs to himself. His name is Shenge, a time traveler and reincarnate, much like others of his kind, possessing a unique system that, after bestowing upon him a novice gift package at the age of 6, abruptly went offline. From a novice gift, he obtained a dual martial spirit selection card, allowing him to choose any 2 martial spirits he desired. Shenge chose the sun and moon martial spirits, for he always remembered a phrase from Chitin. Which is weaker, which is stronger, the sun or the moon? In harmony of yin and yang, one reigns supreme. Harnessing the attributes of both the sun and moon martial spirits, he absorbs sunlight to convert into soul power by day and moonlight by night, ultimately breaking through to level 90 a year ago. After nearly a year spent in the far western lands, he vanquished a 100,000-year-old 3-legged golden crow, securing it as the 9th soul ring for his sun martial spirit. With his ascension to Title Douluo, the system that had lain dormant for over a decade finally reactivated. Now, Shenge arrives at Heavenly Water Academy not only to honor a pact made 3 years prior, but also to complete a system task. With a flicker of his golden form, he moves with ethereal grace, covering dozens of meters in an instant, entering the academy undetected, even by the gatekeepers. The overall architecture of Heavenly Water Academy leans towards shades of blue, centered around Qinglan Lake, built alongside the tributary of the Tianlan River, offering an optimal environment for cultivation, where water attribute spirit masters thrive in their training. Stepping into the academy, the air temperature and humidity starkly contrast with the outside world. Before him lies the expansive Qinglan Lake, shimmering like a colossal sapphire. By the lakeside, several young maidens adorned in blue uniforms sit cross-legged in designated spots, meditating and cultivating, enveloped in a veil of mist, appearing as ethereal nymphs, evoking an enchanting sense of beauty. A few students, with their martial spirits manifested, leap and dive like mermaids in the lake, creating rippling waves and splashes of water that glisten in the sunlight. Their graceful forms captivating onlookers, reminiscent of a beauty emerging from a bath. Shenge pauses, surveying his surroundings, a hint of helplessness crossing his handsome features. She seems, rather unfortunately, to be lost. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the dean's office?" he inquires, halting a strikingly beautiful girl with a well-proportioned figure. Initially taken aback by the sudden interruption, the girl's annoyance dissipates upon beholding the young man's striking visage, replaced by eagerness. She readily admits to being captivated by appearances. Though Heavenly Water Academy does not admit male students or teachers, it does not prohibit men from entering, provided they possess a pass. The dean's office? Just head that way. She gestures towards the tallest building, which houses the dean's office, as well as those of the vice dean and the director of education. "Thank you." The young man notes the directions, expressing his gratitude in a warm tone. Surprised by his appreciation, the girl experiences a flutter of delight, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Summoning her courage, she introduces herself and asks for his name. Tianshui Academy. May I ask your name?" Shenge, the one who is unrestrained, the one whose name echoes like a symphony of the night. Shenge was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name of the young maiden. Yet she did not conceal her identity, gently introducing herself. Shenge, Shui silently echoed in her heart. Just as she was about to delve deeper into their conversation, a dazzling light flickered before her eyes, and the young man had vanished from her sight, leaving the maiden with a tinge of regret. Why did he leave so swiftly? Would it not have been pleasant to converse a while longer? Without restraint, the nights are filled with melodies. Chapter 2. Offending the Director of Education. Before even joining the institution, the office building of the dean stands a magnificent 12 meters high, predominantly adorned in a tranquil azure hue, divided into 3 levels. The uppermost floor houses the dean's office, while the second floor is designated for the vice dean and the director of education. At this moment, a cacophony of voices resonates within the dean's office, where 2 women are engaged in a heated dispute. "No, I absolutely disagree. Since its inception, the academy has not admitted a single male student, let alone a male teacher. Director Lon, I understand your concerns, but I assure you that the character of that individual is beyond reproach. Were it not for my fortunate assistance years ago, with his prowess, he would not have deigned to consider even the Royal Academy of Tiendo, let alone our Tianshui Academy. You are well aware that Tianshui Academy has been on a downward trajectory for years. Among the 5 elemental academies, others boast soul Douluo strength, while we remain at the soul sage level, languishing in both resources and faculty. If we do not enact change, Tianshui Academy will only face further decline. But we cannot undermine the traditions that have persisted for centuries. What would the old dean think if she were to learn of this? Enough. My decision is final. Even if the old dean were here, my stance would not waver. Do not forget, I am the dean. With the final declaration, the argument within the office ceased, and the door swung open to reveal a mature, stern-looking woman with flowing blue hair, her countenance still tinged with annoyance. She caught sight of Shenge, who was poised to knock on the door. Feeling the disapproving gaze of the blue-haired beauty, Shenge maintained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of approachability akin to that of an amiable older brother. He lowered his hand and inquired softly, "Is Dean Lung Qishuang available?" Upon hearing his question, his golden eyes scanned the blue-haired woman before him, admiring her as one would a work of art, taking in every detail of her beauty. The woman possessed elegantly curled blue hair, her features exquisitely symmetrical, with a gaze that conveyed seriousness and sharpness. Her porcelain complexion, shaped like an egg, bore only faint traces of age, with the corners of her almond-shaped eyes revealing a few fine lines that did not detract from her allure, but instead added depth and character. Clad in a light blue, thigh-slit gown that embraced her curvaceous form, she exuded an aura of voluptuousness. Her waist, though not as slender as that of a youthful maiden, was perfectly proportioned, neither excessive nor lacking, offering a sense of fullness. Her ample hips surpassed her shoulders, while her snow-white legs were adorned in sheer, translucent stockings, elevated by a pair of blue high heels. After a thorough appraisal, Shenge deduced that this blue-haired beauty was a woman of gravity. Given her presence in the dean's office, it was evident that she held a significant position within Tianshui Academy. Unamused by his unabashed scrutiny, Lan Qingyan, still simmering from her earlier argument with Lung Qishuang, coldly demanded, "Who are you?" "Shenge, here is arranged," he replied, retracting his gaze, acknowledging his prior rudeness. He introduced himself warmly, explaining his purpose. Taken aback, Lan Qingyan momentarily paused, her almond-shaped eyes now appraising him in turn. A flicker of surprise crossed her fair, oval face. He was indeed Shenge, and surprisingly youthful. However, this was soon replaced by a cold smirk, her tone now even more curt and laced with hostility. "So, you are Shenge. Truly, meeting you in person is more impactful than hearing of your reputation." Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Shenge felt perplexed. He had not intended to offend her, had he? Was it merely for observing her a moment longer? "And you are?" "Lan Qingyan, Director of Education at Tianshui Academy." "Shenge, I warn you, as long as I hold my position at Tianshui Academy, you shall not act recklessly." With that warning, Lan Qingyan shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and striding away. This left Shenge momentarily stunned, pondering how he had managed to offend the director even before his enrollment. At that moment, another strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the office. Her exquisitely diamond-shaped face radiated beauty, with long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her porcelain skin glowed with vitality. She wore an exquisite ice blue gown that conformed perfectly to her figure, complemented by delicate blue gloves, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. This woman, emanating an air of cold elegance and regal composure, was none other than Lung Qishuang, the dean of Tianshui Academy, a formidable soul sage ranked at 79. Having heard the commotion outside, she stepped out to investigate. Upon seeing Shenge, her mature and stunning face lit up with joy, her lips adorned with icy blue gloss. Parting in a smile, "Shenge, you have finally arrived." Shenge shifted his gaze from Lan Qingyan's retreating figure to Lung Qishuang, returning her smile with warmth and nodding slightly. "Dean Lung, it has been a long time. You have grown even more beautiful. You flatter her." She shot him a playful glance, though her heart swelled with happiness at his compliment. Shenge chuckled softly. After more than 3 years, he felt a genuine sense of joy in reuniting with an old acquaintance. The dean promptly ushered him into her office, pouring him a cup of floral tea, her gaze never straying from him, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with affection and nostalgia. "How have you been these past 3 years?" she inquired suddenly. Shenge took a sip of the tea, gently placing the cup down as memories flickered in his eyes. 3 years prior, he had been ambushed by 4 Douluo-level evil soul masters. Although he ultimately vanquished them, he sustained grave injuries from their desperate final attack. While he could have relied on the formidable healing abilities of his son, Martial Soul, to recover, without Lung Qishuang's timely intervention, he would have remained incapacitated in a pit for a protracted period, subjected to the elements. Upon discovering that Lung Qishuang was the dean of Tianshui Academy, Shenge had promised her that once he attained the rank of Title Douluo, he would return to the academy to teach and protect it. The dean, overjoyed, had heartily agreed, not anticipating that within a mere 3 years, Shenge would achieve Title Douluo status. Recently, when she received his letter, she was utterly astonished, having believed it would take him over a decade to reach such heights. Yet, in just 3 years, he had accomplished what many could only dream of. To put this in perspective, the youngest Title Douluo on the continent, Tang Hao, had attained his rank at the age of 44. Shenge was a mere 23. 21 years younger. Oh no, I have offended the Director of Education. I am bound to face repercussions. Chapter 3. I was born before you. By the time you were born, I had grown old. At the tender age of 23, Shenge's attainment of Title Douluo was unprecedented in Lung Qishuang's knowledge of history. Few even reached the rank of Soul King at such a young age. Nevertheless, Shenge's elevation to Title Douluo would ultimately benefit Tianshui Academy the most, for he was about to become a teacher there, effectively securing a Title Douluo protector for the institution, propelling Tianshui Academy into a position of prominence among the 5 elemental academies and making it one of the strongest in the Tiando Empire. Even the Royal Academy of Tiando has merely 3 Soul Douluo, which cannot be compared to the Tianshui Academy that boasts a Title Douluo. This disparity signifies a greater allocation of resources and an influx of students, as a Title Douluo serves as a living advertisement. Even if Shenge does nothing and merely hold a nominal position at Tianshui Academy, he would inevitably draw countless aspiring soul masters to the institution. "Shenge, what level of soul power have you attained now?" Lung Qishuang inquired, noticing Shenge's teacup was empty and refilling it while simultaneously asking about his soul power level. After taking a sip of the freshly poured floral tea, Shenge did not shy away from revealing his true cultivation level. Level 93. Level 93. Lung Qishuang's exquisite features exhibited a hint of shock, her gaze towards Shenge revealing astonishment and disbelief. She had assumed he had merely just broken through to Title Douluo, yet he had astonishingly reached level 93. To her knowledge, the esteemed guest elder of the Tiando royal family, Poison Obo, was only at level 91. Thus Shenge now surpassed even him. The reason Shenge was able to reach level 93, aside from refining a 100,000-year soul ring and the soul power contained within a 100,000-year external soul bone, was due to discovering a golden fruit on the Fusang tree, where a 100,000-year, 3-legged golden crow resided. This golden fruit, resembling a miniature sun, hung from the highest and thickest branch of the Fusang tree, brimming with immense fire attribute energy. After consuming the fruit, he broke through to level 93, yet a portion of its energy still remained within him, not yet fully refined. Shenge estimated that with complete refinement of the fruit's energy, he could potentially reach level 94 or even 95. Upon reflection, that fruit must be akin to a celestial-grade herb. No wonder the 3-legged golden crow had tried to keep its distance during their battle, likely fearful of harming the fruit. Regrettably, ended up being a wedding gown for him, unable to suppress her inner excitement. Lung Qishuang's greatest aspiration was to elevate Tianshui Academy to the pinnacle of soul master institutions within the Tiando Empire. Unfortunately, due to the Academy's regulations, it had been on a downward spiral for years, but now she finally saw a glimmer of hope. "Shenge, with your Title Douluo strength, I am prepared to offer you the position of Honorary Vice President and Senior Consultant, with a monthly salary of 50,000 gold soul coins. The Academy will cover any expenses incurred during your time here, and in special circumstances, the Academy will provide assistance. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Lung Qishuang presented Shenge with the highest compensation she could offer. Anything more would necessitate ceding her position as president, though 50,000 gold soul coins may seem modest. Even Lung Qishuang, as the president, earned only 20,000 per month. In the original text, the Tiando Royal Academy offered Flander merely 3,000 gold soul coins as monthly remuneration for teaching a soul sage. That is acceptable. Shenge did not decline. It was rightfully his due. His affirmative response brought a radiant smile to Lung Qishuang's face, and she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Times had changed. The Title Douluo would be revered wherever he went. A monthly salary of 50,000 was merely a trifle. Even 50,000 would be inconsequential. Shenge's decision to remain at Tianshui Academy was not solely to fulfill a system task, but was also influenced by a promise made to Lung Qishuang years prior. The beautiful president gazed at the handsome visage of the man before her phoenix-like eyes betraying an undeniable affection, yet soon dimmed as she sighed inwardly, pondering the vast chasm between them, not merely in strength, but in age. I was born before you, yet you have already matured while I have grown old. The following day, Lung Qishuang convened an academy meeting, summoning all the faculty members to attend. Inside the conference room, over 60 female teachers were seated in an orderly fashion. They varied from mature and dignified to gentle and charming, and even included proud and alluring figures, a complete array of styles, including a legally recognized lowly. Director Lon, do you know why the president has suddenly called this faculty meeting? A voluptuous young woman with a delicate oval face inquired softly, seated next to Lon Qingyan, curious if something significant had transpired to warrant the gathering of all teachers. However, the stern and aloof director merely cast a cold glance in her direction, remaining silent, which left the alluring young teacher feeling dissatisfied, inwardly grumbling. What a facade of seriousness, an abandoned old woman. The other teachers exchanged glances, pondering the sudden meeting with no prior indication. A few female teachers' expressions began to waver, revealing hints of concern. Could it be layoffs? In recent years, Tianshui Academy had been on a steady decline, revenues dwindling and finances slipping into deficit. Were it not for the president's strong measures to modify enrollment criteria, allowing commoners to enroll, the academy's finances would have worsened. However, the academy's stringent requirement to only admit beautiful students had resulted in a steadily decreasing student population. Currently, there were merely over 500 students enrolled, while the number of faculty remained stagnant, leading to a discrepancy that could not be justified without layoffs. The sound of high heels clicking approached, capturing the attention of the teachers, who turned to the entrance where Lung Qishuang appeared, followed closely by smiling Shenge. Upon seeing Shenge, Lon Qingyan let out a cold snort, her almond-shaped eyes glinting with hostility. She also noticed the change in Lung Qishuang from the previous day. Her complexion radiated vitality, akin to parched earth rejuvenated by rain, which inevitably sparked her curiosity. The other female teachers also took note of Shenge's presence, their expressions filled with surprise as various speculations sprang forth. Lung Qishuang stood at the head of the meeting, her blue-eyed makeup accentuating her regal demeanor. After scanning the room, she confirmed that aside from a few teachers who were out hunting soul beasts with students, the rest were present. Esteemed colleagues, today's assembly is rather sudden, primarily due to an important announcement. Upon hearing that the president had an announcement, all the teachers focused intently, their expressions tinged with concern. Please, not layoffs. And certainly not wage reductions. With a raised hand, Lung Qishuang pointed at Shenge, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority as she asserted, "From this day forth, Mr. Shenge shall serve as the Honorary Vice President and Senior Consultant of Tianshui Academy." As her words echoed in the room, shock reverberated among the faculty. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Lung Qishuang. What? A man appointed as Honorary Vice President and Senior Consultant? This was a breach of the long-standing traditions upheld by Tianshui Academy for centuries. I opposed this. As soon as Lung Qishuang finished her announcement, Lon Qingyan was the first to voice her dissent. She would never agree to a man holding a position within the academy, her fair oval face reflecting outright refusal. Her gaze towards Shenge filled with disdain and animosity. Previously, upon hearing Lung Qishuang speak of Shenge, she had assumed him to be a venerable elder of profound cultivation and esteemed character, only to discover he was merely a youth in his 20s. Though handsome, it was precisely his charming visage that incited her aversion. If this man were to remain at the academy, relying on his looks and potentially harboring ulterior motives, Countless students could fall prey to his deception. She would not permit such a thing to occur. Faced with Lan Qingyin's public opposition, Leng Qishuang's expression darkened, her displeasure evident, her tone growing cold and resolute. Director Lan, I did not seek your consent, but rather I am informing you. Regardless, I do not agree. What merit does he possess to become the honorary vice president of Tianshui Academy? Lan Qingyin detected the displeasure of the beautiful dean, yet she remained unfazed. Her tone decidedly unkind as she shifted the focus onto the previously silent Gu Shenge. The other female teachers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of amusement and anticipation. Having witnessed this spectacle repeatedly, it was a monthly occurrence, with the dean often conceding, which had emboldened Lan Qingyin to openly oppose her. Seeing Lan Qingyin audaciously question Gu Shenge, Leng Qishuang felt even more displeased, yet she cast a worried glance at him. Noticing his calm demeanor and serene gaze, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Should Gu Shenge lose his temper, the wrath of a Title Douluo would be insurmountable for Tianshui Academy. She turned her gaze toward her former close friend, her phoenix eyes flaring with a glimmer of anger. In the past, she had chosen to yield to Lan Qingyin's contrary stance out of their sisterly bond, not wishing to create an embarrassing scene. However, this time, she was resolute in her stance. With a solemn voice, Leng Qishuang unleashed the full authority of her long-held position as dean, pressing down with a commanding presence. Director Lan, I am the dean. Do not overstep your bounds. Yet, her formidable declaration failed to intimidate Lan Qingyin. Instead, it ignited her defiance and resentment. What a dean! So what if she held that title? Had it not been for that incident years ago, this position would rightfully belong to her. As the dean confronted the director, the array of female teachers observed with varying expressions, some astonished, others incredulous, but most were simply curious. The usually gentle dean had transformed into a formidable force for the sake of a man, directly clashing with her former friend. There was surely more to this story. Yes, even if you're the dean, Tianshui Academy is not a dictatorship. I do not oppose your hiring male teachers, but anyone wishing to join must demonstrate their strength. Among the vice deans present, who is not a soul sage, if he possesses the same level of strength, then I shall agree. Otherwise, dream on. Lan Qingyin pointed at Gu Shenge, her face displaying a mix of rage and indignation as she challenged Leng Qishuang, her voice rising yet still tactful. As long as the man before her possessed the strength of a soul sage, she would concede to his joining Tianshui Academy. The other female teachers turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Gu Shenge, assessing him with keen interest. He was strikingly handsome, with an extraordinary presence accentuated by a distinctive sun-like pattern. Truly a rare beauty. However, he appeared too youthful, likely in his 20s. How could he possibly be a soul sage? Attaining the rank of Soul King at such a young age was already a remarkable feat. Lan Qingyin had calculated that Gu Shenge was merely in his 20s, with cultivation not soaring too high, which prompted her final statement. Upon hearing her words, Leng Qishuang chuckled, a cryptic glimmer in her phoenix eyes causing Lan Qingyin to feel a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that this man truly is a soul sage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Director Lan, do I understand correctly that as long as Mr. Gu is a soul sage, you would not oppose his appointment as the honorary vice president and senior advisor of the academy? Leng Qishuang countered. Indeed. Lan Qingyin braced herself and replied, the ominous feeling in her heart intensifying. Upon her agreement, Leng Qishuang's smile broadened, and the female teachers, witnessing the dean's delight, were even more astonished. Could it be that he truly was a soul sage? But he looks barely over 20. Or perhaps he merely possesses remarkable youthful charm, with a real age exceeding even theirs? Mr. Gu, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Leng Qishuang turned to Gu Shenge, expressing her regret for mishandling the situation, which had led him to demonstrate his strength to silence Lan Qingyin. Gu Shenge smiled slightly, not holding any resentment against the beautiful dean. His golden eyes regarded Lan Qingyin, unperturbed by her rudeness. For the sun does not extinguish in the face of an ant's inquiry. His voice retained its characteristic gentleness, tinged with a hint of regret as he spoke. Director Lan, as per your stipulation, one must be a soul sage to serve as the vice president of Tianshui Academy. Regrettably, I do not fit that criterion. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyin exhaled in relief, fearing that Gu Shenge might suddenly declare himself a soul sage. leaving her no way to back down. Yet in an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire conference room, causing everyone to feel their chests constrict, breath becoming labored, and bodies weighed down as if a colossal stone rested upon their shoulders. Some of the weaker female teachers were even compelled to collapse onto the conference table. Simultaneously, the gentle voice of Shenge echoed in their ears once more, but this time it was laced with amusement. I am merely a Title Douluo. I wonder if my strength will suffice to meet your expectations, Director Lan? Before their eyes, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings manifested and floated around Shenge. The vibrant purple, profound black, and alluring red emanating waves of immense soul power, causing the air to thicken and the room to fall into an eerie silence. I'm not a soul sage, but I'm a Title Douluo. Lan Qingyan was left utterly stunned, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. Her voluptuous figure trembling, whether from fear or shock, was unclear. The other female teachers were equally dumbfounded. They had witnessed 9 soul rings, a Title Douluo. The man before them was indeed a Title Douluo. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. Lung Qishuang, having been specially shielded from the pressure, observed the exaggerated expressions of those around her with a sense of pride. See, I have brought back a Title Douluo. Especially relishing Lan Qingyan's incredulous gaze, she felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the fact that her former friend had been so arrogant and now appeared utterly flabbergasted. Yet, a shadow of worry crept in. Should Shenge hold a grudge against Lan Qingyan for her earlier insolence, the outcome could be dire. Though she recognized Lan Qingyan's actions were driven by a desire to protect the Academy's students, her approach was overly zealous. Considering their past friendship, she resolved to speak to Shenge later, hoping to persuade him to show some leniency toward Lan Qingyan. Having offended a Title Douluo, Lan Qingyan was acutely aware that her future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Yet, this realization did not instill fear within her. On the contrary, as long as she drew breath, she would never permit the man before her to act recklessly within the Academy. I beg your pardon, esteemed Title Douluo. It was indeed my rudeness to question your prowess. You are wholly capable of fulfilling the role of Honorary Vice President of the Academy. Should you wish to impose punishment upon me, I am prepared to accept it. Even though she had come to understand that Shenge was a Title Douluo, apart from her initial trepidation, Lan Qingyan did not exhibit further signs of fear or panic. Instead, she apologized to Shenge with dignity, acknowledging her indiscretion and expressing her willingness to endure any consequences. Shenge regarded the beautiful and mature director with interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he chose to forgive her. I comprehend the director's sentiments. Concern often leads to disruption. Moreover, ignorance does not equate to guilt. I merely hope that Director Lan can set aside her prejudices and refrain from viewing me through a narrow lens. If we were to switch perspectives, I believe she would not wish for her garden to be trampled by an unwelcome boar, uprooting all her precious vegetables. However, he is not a boar, but the sun, destined to bestow warmth and care upon every student and teacher at Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing these words, Lan Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated punishment, yet found herself surprised by the unexpectedly amiable temperament of this individual. Had she been too quick to judge? A flicker of shame arose within her, though it dissipated just as swiftly. She could not bring herself to believe that any man could be genuine. Men were inherently duplicitous, often presenting a soft facade while harboring sordid thoughts beneath. Seeing Lan Qingyan bow her head, Lung Qishuang displayed a satisfied smile before speaking. Since Director Lan has no objections to Mr. Gu's capabilities, he shall henceforth serve as the Honorary Vice President and Senior Consultant of the Academy. Applause erupted from the seated female teachers, their faces radiant with smiles. The inclusion of a Title Douluo would undoubtedly elevate Tianshui Academy's status, attracting a greater influx of students, enhancing their own benefits, and most importantly, providing them with the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with such a powerful figure. Shenge heard the notification sound of the system within his mind. Congratulations, host. Task the only male teacher of Tianshui Academy completed. Reward issued. A new task has been initiated. Please check your rewards. As the meeting concluded, Lan Qingyan rose swiftly to depart. The female teachers, who had been at odds with her, exchanged glances filled with mockery and schadenfreude. In their eyes, Lan Qingyan had offended Shenge, and her days ahead would surely be challenging. Dean Gu, Lung Qishuang began. But Gu Shenge shook his head, finding the title unappealing. Please, just call me teacher. Very well, Teacher Gu. Allow me to escort you to your residence. He nodded slightly, following the charming Dean toward his new abode. As they walked along the cobblestone path, flanked by trees, a gentle, slightly moist breeze enveloped them, creating a serene atmosphere punctuated by the occasional chirping of birds. Throughout their stroll, Gu Shenge noted the scarcity of students within the academy. Lung Qishuang explained that most students are on break, with only a few remaining for training purposes, concentrated near the Qinglan Lake area. The official start of the semester was a month away, at which point the academy would come alive with activity. I see, Gu Shenge mused, recalling the diligent young women he had seen practicing and swimming by the lake yesterday. They were indeed a commendable group of hard-working students. As they traversed the shaded path, they arrived at the residential area designated for the academy's leaders. Teacher Gu, you shall reside in this building. Lung Qishuang indicated the center of 3 quaint villas, characterized by its ancient elegance, which had once belonged to the former dean. The other 2 flanking it were occupied by her and Lan Qingyan. The other 2 vice presidents resided in Tianlan City. Gu Shenge had no particular demands regarding his accommodations. Lung Qishuang handed him the key to the villa, detailing some important considerations and assuring him that he could seek her assistance at any time, regardless of the hour. She would be more than willing to assist. He graciously accepted her kindness and watched as she departed. Settled on the sofa in the living room, Gu Shenge activated the system. Although he had attained the status of Title Douluo, the majority of the system's functions remained inaccessible, with only a few available for use. Sign-in lottery and tasks comprised the fundamental components of the system. Sign-in. Each time one arrived at a new map, they could sign in, with different rewards corresponding to each location. Lottery, categorized into 9 levels: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine, sacred, Tao, and chaos. Each month, the system would automatically grant 1 mortal level lottery, and accumulating 10 lower level draws could be combined to create 1 higher level draw. Tasks. The system would issue tasks that could be accepted or declined without any penalty. Gu Shenge accessed the task panel and claimed his reward for the only male teacher of Tianshui Academy task. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 profound level lottery and 1 bottle of minor creation pills. As this was the system's inaugural task, it was classified as a novice task, thus offering an exceptional reward. The protagonist primarily follows the path of Tianshui Academy, steering clear of the martial soul hall and Shrek, though he still intends to win over BB Dong, allowing the Pope to experience the warmth of the sun and dispel the darkness lurking within her heart. Chapter 6. A temporary farewell to Tianshui. Journey to Martial Soul City. Gu Shenge signed in at Tianshui Academy. The system notification resonated in his mind. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained True Ice Chi. A martial arts technique known as True Ice Chi surged into his mind, forever etched within the depths of Gu Shenge's consciousness. Having encountered numerous martial arts dramas and novels, he quickly recognized its origins. It was derived from the smiling, proud wanderer cultivated by the leader of the Songzhan sect, Zhuoling Chan. Mastery of this technique allowed one to transform their innate, attribute-less true energy into an essence of utmost coldness. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gu Shenge's eyes. It was indeed a commendable technique that he could impart to the students of Tianshui Academy in the future, as it was acquired through the sign-in process here. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be returned to the people. Tang San had thrived on the Douluo continent through the Xiantian Gong and even established the Tang sect. Tianshui Academy could similarly rise with True Ice Chi. In his hand, a jade vial materialized. Upon uncorking it, a rich fragrance wafted towards him, revealing 9 milky white pills, each the size of a fingernail, resting within. According to the system's description, the minor creation pills were a simplified version of the Qingkuan creation pills. Even a soul Douluo could elevate their soul power by 1 level upon consumption. Albeit with notable limitations, a single individual could only consume a maximum of 3. Of course, a level 90 soul Douluo was still a soul Douluo, but 1 minor creation pill alone would not suffice to bridge the gap from level 89 to 90. Perhaps 3 might achieve that goal. If utilized wisely, these 9 minor creation pills could potentially elevate 9 soul saints on the verge of breakthrough to the rank of soul Douluo. Gu Shenge immediately thought of Lung Qishuang, who had reached level 79. With just one minor creation pill, she could undoubtedly break through to level 80, thereby adding another formidable soul Douluo to Tianshui Academy. He carefully stored the minor creation pill, his thoughts shifting as he utilized the monthly reward of a basic lottery, along with the advanced lottery obtained through tasks. Beep. The basic lottery has concluded. Congratulations, the host has received 1 mystic water pill. Beep. The advanced lottery has concluded. Congratulations, the host has received the 8 scenic spirit gathering array disc. The mystic water pill required no introduction from the system. Gu Shenge was well aware of its purpose. Capable of purifying the body of impurities and enhancing innate soul power. As for the 8 scenic spirit gathering array disc, he found in his hand a disc no larger than the palm of his hand, seemingly sculpted from mutton fat jade, adorned with 8 small flags intricately engraved with various runes, emanating an enigmatic energy, surrounded by a blue glow, distinctly extraordinary. The system's introduction followed. Name: 8 scenic spirit gathering array disc. Description: a high-grade array treasure from a powerful cultivation world, capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 500 miles, transforming it into a small spirit realm, and forming a barrier that isolates the interior from the exterior, undisturbed by external forces. Even a soul beast of 100,000 years cannot breach the defenses of the array disc, and the concentration of spiritual energy can be adjusted freely, reaching up to 10 times its original intensity. What a remarkable treasure! With the 8 scenic spirit gathering array disc, his cultivation speed would significantly increase, and the environment for his practice would be greatly enhanced, free from arbitrary disturbances. Gu Shenge eagerly activated the array disc, infusing it with his soul power. Instantly, the white jade disc radiated a brilliant blue light as the runes upon it were activated, and a layer of spirit-gathering barrier spread from the disc, enveloping only the small villa where Gu Shenge resided under his control. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within a 500-mile radius was drawn in, flooding into the spirit-gathering barrier, and the concentration of spiritual energy within the villa soared. If the previous concentration was rated at 5, it now surged to 50, a 10-fold increase. The air inside the villa became humid and viscous, the spiritual energy nearly liquefying, and the potted plants adorning the building underwent noticeable transformations, their leaves growing lush and verdant, and their blossoms blooming with vibrant colors, a sight to behold. Gu Shenge also felt the depletion of his soul power. Activating the 8 scenic spirit gathering array disc consumed 1/5 of his soul power, comparable to the expenditure of using his 9th soul skill. After infusing his soul power once, the spirit gathering barrier lasted for 2 hours, and he had already replenished the consumed soul power. This created a favorable cycle of sustainability. However, spiritual energy was not inexhaustible. Once the spiritual energy within the 500-mile radius was depleted, even the most potent spirit-gathering array disc would be rendered ineffective without energy to gather. With the 8 scenic spirit-gathering array disc positioned before him, Gu Shenge sat cross-legged and commenced his meditation and cultivation. The following day, the sky was clear, and the sun hung high above, casting its vast rays to illuminate the world and invigorate all living things. Early in the morning, after concluding his cultivation, Gu Shenge visited Lung Qishuang's residence, and after sharing breakfast with her, he bid her farewell. "Where are you going?" Lung Qishuang asked, wiping her lips, feeling a twinge of reluctance at his departure. "Why leave so soon after just 2 days?" "Wuhun City, for my official title," Gu Shenge replied, as he took the initiative to embrace the beautiful dean. To his surprise, Lung Qishuang offered no resistance. Instead, she yielded willingly, her curvaceous form inviting his gentle touch as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. The warm breath he exhaled brushed against her ear, causing a slight shiver to run down her spine and a flush spread across her cheeks, rendering them quite warm. As the official organization for Soul Masters, the Wuhun Palace required every individual who had reached the Title Douluo level to journey to Wuhun City to receive their title within the Douluo Hall, subsequently announcing to the world the birth of a new Title Douluo. Of course, Gu Shenge's visit to the Wuhun Palace was not merely for this title. The registration area within the palace was abundant with opportunities, promising numerous rewards. with one arm wrapped around the beautiful Dean's ample waist. He produced a minor creation pill from his other hand and presented it to Lung Qishuang. This is a minor creation pill, imbued with potent medicinal properties. Even a soul, Douluo, consuming it can elevate their soul power by 1 level. You are currently at level 79. Consuming it will allow you to break through to level 80. As for your spirit rings, let us hunt for them together once I return after receiving my title. A flicker of surprise crossed Lung Qishuang's eyes as she gazed at the milky white pill in Gu Shenge's hand. Such a small object could potentially aid her in breaking through to Soul Douluo. However, she did not doubt Gu Shenge's words. He had no reason to deceive her. Thank you. Lung Qishuang accepted the minor creation pill gratefully, and with Gu Shenge standing guard, she promptly consumed it. Instantly, a surge of powerful medicinal energy erupted within her, and she hastily began to refine it. After a considerable time, once she had fully assimilated the medicinal energy and successfully advanced to level 80, Lung Qishuang slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, only to find Gu Shenge had vanished, leaving her feeling a tinge of disappointment. On the balcony of another villa, Lan Qingyan spotted Gu Shenge emerging from Lung Qishuang's residence, her exquisite and cold countenance shifting slightly as her brows furrowed, followed by a haughty snort. Oof. Surely there is an affair afoot. As Gu Shenge receives his title at the Wuhun Palace, let us also extend a wave of sunlight to Bibi Dong, ensuring a lasting impression on the esteemed Pope. Chapter 7. The Evil Soul Master Organization, the Demon Soul Sect. Under the vast sky, devoid of clouds, a brilliant golden light streaked across the heavens, soaring through the skies and leaving behind a trail of warmth. As the scene zoomed in, one could discern that the golden light was none other than Gu Shenge, who soared with blazing golden wings ignited by intense flames, his speed reaching unparalleled heights as he flew toward Wuhun City, covering thousands of meters in an instant. These golden wings were the result of his hunt for the 10,000-year-old three-legged golden crow, which he had named the Sun God's Wings. Utilizing the Sun God's Wings, Gu Shenge experienced a 200 enhancement in his fire attribute and speed, alongside a 100 increase in other attributes, rendering him immune to all fire-based attacks. This was merely the foundational enhancement, supplemented by 2 accompanying soul bone abilities. Golden Crow Transformation. The Golden Crow possesses the ultimate speed of the world, transforming into a rainbow and soaring at 10 times the speed, accompanied by burning and incinerating characteristics that eliminate all obstacles in its path. 3,000 Divine Fire Crows. By employing this soul ability, an endless barrage of divine fire feathers is unleashed, piercing, burning, and incinerating all matter. Suddenly, while soaring at high speed, Gu Shenge halted, casting his gaze downward. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld the unfolding scene below, and his expression swiftly morphed into one of unbearable anguish, even taking on a sinister aspect, his brilliant golden eyes now brimming with fury, gritting his teeth. He dove towards the ground, and as Gu Shenge descended, a heart-wrenching sight unfolded before him. A village lay shrouded in death, its ruins and scattered corpses, young and old alike, the youngest being mere infants. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood, yet the corpses exhibited an eerie posture, forcibly pinned to the ground. Dried out like twigs, their blood seemingly siphoned away by some malevolent force, leaving behind nothing but bones and a thin layer of skin. Witnessing such a horrific scene, even the usually composed Gu Shenge felt an intense rage boil within him as he roared, "Demon Soul Sect, you vile beasts!" This scene was all too familiar. He could think of no other organization but the Demon Soul Sect. The village that once nurtured him had been annihilated by their hands, and they had employed the same blood sacrificial technique. As Gu Shenge stepped into the blood-soaked village, he sensed the lingering aura left by the evil soul masters. This massacre had not occurred long ago. Those wicked soul masters had not lingered, and they had likely already moved on to the next village. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled the wings of the sun god behind him, following the traces left by the malevolent soul master to pursue them. A searing flame of the sun descended from the heavens, landing upon the village that had been blood-sacrificed. The sacred and supreme fire of the sun swiftly engulfed the entire settlement, incinerating everything to ashes, allowing those innocent villagers to return to dust. In the sky, Shenge tracked the aura of the evil soul masters with his golden eyes ablaze with fury. 3 years prior, he had been ambushed by 4 soul fighters, the guardians of the malevolent soul sect. Ever since Shenge had ascended to the rank of soul sage, he had relentlessly hunted down the evil soul masters throughout the continent, making him a thorn in the side of the malevolent soul sect, which had resorted to sending 4 guardians to eliminate him. The malevolent soul sect, established for less than a century, was rumored to be connected to the city of slaughter, founded by a god of death emerging from its depths, with the leader suspected to be a peerless soul master of level 99. However, he suspected that the true orchestrator behind the malevolent soul sect was the king of slaughter, as the sect's robes were embroidered with blood-red bats, and the city of slaughter was nourished by a river of blood. To ensure the river did not run dry, merely relying on those within the city was insufficient. Thus, they needed to gather from the outside world. Beneath the leader were 2 vice leaders, 8 esteemed elders, and a multitude of elders and guardians, forming a formidable force that gathered numerous evil soul masters. Yet, under the suppression of the Spirit Hall, despite the malevolent soul sect's vast power, it could only cower in the shadows, daring not to reveal itself openly, resorting to clandestine machinations. Although every city on the continent housed a branch of the Spirit Hall, it was ultimately not omniscient or omnipotent, unable to foresee the future, and could only exert its utmost efforts to curb the malevolent soul sect's misdeeds. However, in certain remote areas, even the Spirit Hall's reach fell short, compounded by the inaction of the 2 great empires, which favored the nobility over the common folk, seemingly using the malevolent soul sect as leverage against the Spirit Hall. This allowed the malevolent soul sect to thrive rather than be eradicated. Shenge discovered that some nobles collaborated with the malevolent soul sect, having even executed nobles and appeared on the wanted lists of several kingdoms. He understood why. During the latter stages of Douluo, when the Spirit Hall established the Spirit Empire, it faced no opposition and instead garnered widespread support from the populace, as it delivered tangible results. Following the aura of the evil soul masters, Shenge flew for over 10 minutes, during which he encountered 2 more blood-sacrificed villages, inciting rage within him. These beasts. Finally, at the 4th village, he spotted the figures of the evil soul masters. A serene village was invaded by a group clad in black and red robes, adorned with blood-red bats. Upon entering the village, they commenced slaughtering anyone in sight. The defenseless villagers were no match for them, and the village's soul master was swiftly killed by Soul King. "Father, save me, you beasts! May you not die a good death." The village erupted into chaos, cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, and curses echoing in the air, unbearable for any listener, and heartbreaking for those who witnessed it. "Mother, son, run. Father will protect you." Among the group of evil soul masters, 2 figures stood motionless, silently observing the carnage before them. One seemed unable to bear it any longer and turned to leave, while the other followed closely behind. Just as the 2 figures departed, a blazing sun descended. Witnessing this scene, Shenge's handsome face radiated fury, his golden hair billowing as the sun emblem on his forehead glimmered, enveloping him in a halo of golden light. Surrounding him were 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, descending upon the malevolent soul masters still engaged in their slaughter. A magnificent sun rose behind him, an infinite blaze of solar flames illuminating the world, incinerating all in its path. The extreme heat distorted the very fabric of space, transcendent and sacred, as if a solar deity had descended upon the mortal realm, bringing forth an unbridled wrath. Without superfluous words or actions, the first soul ring burst forth in resplendent purple light. As Shenge raised his hand to summon a blazing golden sun, incinerating all, his golden eyes, frosty as ice, coldly pronounced the doom of the malevolent soul masters. Solar annihilation. The fiery golden sun shot forth, instantly splitting into numerous golden rays, maintaining size, yet reaching astonishing speeds, akin to golden meteors streaking across the sky, leaving behind a scorching, charred trail. The malevolent soul masters had no chance to react as the rays struck them, reducing them to ashes, piece by piece. Chapter 8. Holy Maiden of the Malevolent Soul? Slaughter her. The malevolent soul masters, engaged in their wanton slaughter within the village, were effortlessly annihilated by Shenge, reduced to ashes. Alas, he had arrived too late. Many villagers lay slain beneath the blades of the evil soul masters, their bodies sprawled across the ground. Men, women, the young, and the old, all victims of single, lethal strike due to the sacrificial demands. The blood pooled together, creating a small lake, the air thick with a pungent stench of blood. Their eyes remained open, reflecting the confusion, shock, and profound incomprehension of their untimely demise. The surviving villagers numbered only a mere handful. They gazed upon their once lively loved ones, friends, and neighbors, now transformed into cold corpses, unable to bear such a devastating blow. Collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with sorrow, with some even prostrating themselves over the bodies, weeping uncontrollably. "Father, wake up. Please don't sleep. I promise I'll be good and won't run around anymore. Please wake up." A child in tattered clothes shook the lifeless bodies of his parents, crying desperately for them to awaken, but he was met only with their growing coldness. A burly farmer clutched his lifeless daughter, his eyes reddened, grasping her gradually cooling hand against his chest, as though trying to warm her, yet no warmth would return. "Child, your hand is so cold. Father wants to warm you. But no matter what I do, it won't warm up. Father is useless. I couldn't protect you." His heart-wrenching cries echoed as a once mighty man wept like a child, overwhelmed by helplessness and sorrow. An elderly woman, having spent a lifetime with her husband, gazed upon his corpse without tears or cries, her dim eyes filled with tenderness. She reached out her frail, aged hand to touch his blood-stained, distorted face, gently closing his eyes, her voice soft yet tinged with reproach. "Old man, why did you leave so quickly? You didn't wait for me. Take your time. I'll catch up with you soon." She looked up at Shenge hovering above, offering him a gentle smile of gratitude before she, too, succumbed to her grief and joined her husband. Having loved a lifetime, how could she allow him to go alone? This scene deeply struck Shenge's spirit, igniting his hatred for the malevolent soul sect to new heights. Trying to flee, he suddenly turned, spotting two figures hastily escaping the scene. With a cold snort, he transformed into a golden streak, pursuing them, intercepting them in an instant. The vast and overwhelming pressure of soul power bore down mercilessly upon the two fleeing disciples of the demon soul sect, subjugating them instantly. The weight, akin to that of a mountain, forced them to their knees, gasping for breath as they stared in terror at Shenge, who stood suspended in mid-air, bearing a resplendent sun upon his back, resembling a deity of the sun. His golden eyes were frigid, brimming with lethal intent. "Judging by your attire, it seems you hold a significant status within the demon soul sect." The robe of the disciple who had just perished at his hands bore only the emblem of a blood-red bat, signifying the most ordinary of followers. In stark contrast, one of the two before him wore a robe adorned with a three-headed blood-red bat, indicating her position as a helmsman, at least a soul emperor. The other, Shenge, noted with narrowed eyes, displayed a seven-headed blood-red bat, bordered with golden threads, a rank above that of a guardian, yet below that of an elder. It was a sight he had not encountered before. Sensing Shenge's scrutinizing gaze, the two figures hastily pulled back their hoods, revealing their true visages, a seductive matron and a strikingly beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years. The matron, realizing escape was futile against the Title Douluo, quickly knelt before him, pleading for mercy while divulging their identities. "Esteemed Your Excellency, I beseech your magnanimity to spare us. I and Her Highness the Saintess did not slay those villagers. We were merely dispatched by the sect to accompany Her Highness for observation." Upon hearing the term observation, Shenge's expression grew colder. What a convenient excuse, proclaiming innocence. Have you never heard of the principle of shared guilt? Ah, the Saintess. It seems the demon soul sect has adopted such tactics from the spear hall. As he spoke, his gaze settled on the Saintess, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed an aura of unreality emanating from her. Yet, he did not wish to delve further, whether she was a Saintess or a son. If she belonged to the demon soul sect, then she deserved to perish. Once more, Shenge gathered a sphere of searing golden sunlight in his palm, intent on incinerating all in its path, a force no soul saint would dare to confront. The emergence of the golden sun caused the matron's countenance to shift drastically. Yet the Saintess remained remarkably composed, her voice heavy as she spoke. "Your Excellency, we have harmed no one. Must you truly strike us down?" "Indeed." Gu Shenge nodded slightly, his appreciation tinged with regret as he noted her calm demeanor in the face of death. What a pity she was affiliated with the Demon Soul sect. Is it solely because I am of the Demon Soul sect? Though I am the Saintess, I have never harmed anyone. My joining the sect was under duress. The Saintess asserted, gazing intently into Gu Shenge's eyes, seeking a flicker of doubt. Yet, all she found was unwavering resolve, and the flicker of regret had vanished. The matron continued to plead for their lives. "Indeed, my lady was compelled to join the Demon Soul sect and has never harmed anyone. I implore you to spare us. Do you see those people? They too have never harmed anyone, yet they perished inexplicably at the hands of your Demon Soul sect. What justification is there for that? What rationale can be offered?" Gu Shenge gestured toward the distant village, where the pain inflicted by the Demon Soul sect would forever linger, indelible. Before he could finish, he continued, "The moment you chose to join the Demon Soul sect, your fates were sealed. Perhaps you harbor no intent to harm now, but who can guarantee that will remain true? Proximity breeds familiarity. One day, you may harbor murderous thoughts. Therefore, rather than wait for you to commit heinous acts before extinguishing your lives, it is wiser to eliminate you now, to prevent future calamities. Though you may be innocent now, your future actions remain uncertain. This matter transcends right and wrong. Even if the Saintess has never harmed anyone, it is of no consequence. From the day she became a member of the Demon Soul sect, she bore their mark. Even if she never commits violence, as long as she remains affiliated with the sect, she must bear the weight of their sins. Blame the Demon Soul sect for that. Young lady, in your next life, open your eyes wide and do not tread the wrong path again." Gu Shenge cast one last regretful glance at the Saintess. The golden sun in his palm, erupting with blinding light, aimed to obliterate her. Chapter 9. The fleeing Saintess of the Demon Soul arrives at Wuhun City. The golden sun blazed fiercely, incinerating all in its wake, distorting the very fabric of space and leaving behind charred remnants. "Miss, flee quickly." As the golden sun descended upon the Saintess, the alluring matron forcefully broke free from the constraints of soul power, manifesting 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. The 7th soul ring illuminated, unleashing her martial spirit in its true form, transforming into a colossal ice fox that shielded the Saintess with a torrent of freezing energy. Striving to counter the golden sun, alas, a mere soul saint could not possibly contend with the Title Douluo. Ice could not withstand the sun. The clash of the searing golden sun and the icy energy melted the latter instantly, generating a thick white mist that obscured Gu Shenge's vision. Yet the golden sun surged forth unabated, crashing into the ice fox's massive form, scorching through her azure fur and eliciting a cry of anguish from the creature. The blazing inferno erupted, incinerating her internal organs and searing her flesh, yet she resolutely remained in front of the Saintess, buying her precious moments to escape. The Saintess seized this rare opportunity, her left leg revealing a soul bone infused with an ethereal spatial essence. The soul bone glimmered with a faint blue light, and a surge of spatial power enveloped her, allowing her to vanish from sight. Witnessing the Saintess escape through the utilization of her soul bone, Gu Shenge furrowed his brow. He had initially anticipated an easy victory, only to find himself outmaneuvered and humiliated. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a more ferocious torrent of solar flames that consumed the ice fox, reducing her to ashes. A mere Saintess wielded a millennium-old soul bone. Her identity must be more complex than that of a simple Saintess, possibly linked to the vice leader or even the leader of the sect. What a significant catch I have let slip away. Gu Shenge mused, sensing the residual aura left by the Saintess. Alas, if it had merely been a speed-related soul skill. Regardless of how far she fled, he could have tracked her through her lingering essence. However, it was a spatial ability. Once the aura dissipated, pursuit became impossible. The next time they crossed paths, he would decisively eliminate her. Even if the Saintess was innocent, her position as the Saintess of the Demon Soul sect demanded accountability for the sect's transgressions. Gu Shenge returned to the village to assist in managing the aftermath, erecting a shared tomb for the elderly couple and leaving a sum of money for the surviving villagers to aid in rebuilding their lives before departing. His actions were merely a balm for his conscience. Among the surviving villagers, a bloodstained youth observed Gu Shenge's departing figure, his sorrow gradually transforming into resolute determination. Moments later, a ripple of space manifested, and the saintess of the demon's soul reappeared, a look of lingering dread etched upon her face. Her soul bone technique had not transported her away as Gu Shenge had presumed. Rather, it had concealed her within another layer of space. Surveying the scorched earth, with her long-time servant lost, the saintess felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Yet, she mourned for only a fleeting moment before hastily departing. Eager to evade Gu Shenge's return, Tianshui Academy lay over 2,000 kilometers from Wuhun City, due to the delays caused by the affairs of the Demon Soul sect. Even with the flight speed of the Sun God Wings, Gu Shenge took nearly half a day to arrive. The city of martial souls stands magnificently at the juncture of two great empires, serving as a sacred haven for soul masters. Its construction took into account the frigid northern tundra, establishing it as the final bastion against the icy expanse. In comparison to the Stardew forest, the northern tundra is vaster and more perilous. This visit marks Gu Shenge's inaugural journey to the city of martial souls, where the grandeur is overwhelming. From a distance, the city resembles a colossal beast sprawling across the earth. Knights of the martial soul hall patrol the towering walls, ever vigilant of the city gates. As throngs of people flow in and out, the gates appearing to devour all who enter. Rather than entering the city directly, Gu Shenge opts to make his presence known. Beneath his feet, 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, materialize, encircling him as he unabashedly releases his formidable aura. A resplendent sun rises behind him, radiating golden soul power that transforms into a pillar of light, piercing the heavens and stirring the clouds, casting the sky in a golden hue. Instantly, all onlookers below sense the overwhelming pressure, lifting their gazes skyward in astonishment as they behold what seems to be 2 suns. The knights atop the city walls brace themselves, aiming their spears at the radiant figure above, sweat beading on their palms and foreheads. Whether from heat or anxiety, it is unclear. Within the city, 3 figures ascend into the air, each encircled by 9 rings, one among them boasting a soul ring of 10,000 years. Approaching Gu Shenge, they are taken aback by the sheer might he exudes. Upon noticing the esteemed warriors of the martial soul hall, Gu Shenge retracts his overwhelming aura, allowing the dazzling sun behind him to recede within, as it is unnecessary to escalate greetings into confrontation. May I inquire as to your identity? A resplendent and exquisite woman, flanked by 2 figures, gazes at Gu Shenge. Upon witnessing his retraction of power, she discerns that he does not come seeking conflict and inquires about his origins. I am Gu Shenge, a newly appointed Title Douluo, here to receive my honors from the Martial Soul Hall. His soft introduction leaves the members of the Martial Soul Hall in stunned silence. A newly appointed Title Douluo? The might he just displayed surpasses that of several seasoned Title Douluo. Are you truly new to this rank? Furthermore, observing Gu Shenge's youthful appearance and the configuration of his soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, they are further astonished. He appears to be in his early 20s, and such an extraordinary array of soul rings indicates that his cultivation must far exceed that of an ordinary Title Douluo. As they scrutinize Gu Shenge, he reciprocates the examination, particularly fixating on the ethereal beauty of the woman at the center. Adorned with a crown of pink gemstones and possessing wine-red, slightly curled hair, her alabaster face is a masterpiece of elegance and allure, accentuated by delicate makeup. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes convey both authority and a hint of seduction, while her flawless features and inviting smile are irresistible. Clad in a luxurious pink gown adorned with golden patterns, her figure is both voluptuous and refined, exuding an air of nobility and grace unparalleled by any woman Gu Shenge has encountered. This stunning figure is none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Gu Shenge is momentarily entranced by Bibi Dong's near-perfect visage, his golden eyes fixed upon her, as if to etch her image into his memory. Sensing his unabashed gaze, the exquisite Pope feels a flicker of discontent. At that moment, another golden figure emerges from within the city, Title Douluo, the Grand Priest. Despite being over a century old, he retains the appearance of a handsome youth, seemingly only a few years senior to Gu Shenge. His arrival causes Bibi Dong's brows to furrow slightly, as she is not keen on encountering him. The attendants, Zhu and Gui, pay their respects upon seeing Tian Douluo, greeting him with deference. Greetings, Grand Priest. He offers a slight nod before turning his attention to Shenge, surprise flickering in his eyes as a warm smile graces his handsome face. It has been a while, young Gu. Indeed, it has been too long, Shenge replies, sharing a smile. He shares a rapport with Tian Douluo, having been under his tutelage for a time. Thus he refers to him as a teacher. Bibi Dong, noting the familiarity between the Grand Priest and this enigmatic Title Douluo, feels a slight unease, perceiving Shenge as a potential threat. After articulating his purpose for coming, Tian Douluo expresses delight, appreciating Shenge's understanding of protocol and seeking recognition from the Martial Soul Hall after attaining the Title Douluo rank, unlike some others who act thoughtlessly. Subsequently, he invites Shenge into the Grand Priest Hall for a reunion, while Bibi Dong, accompanied by Zhu and Gui, returns to the Papal Palace. Upon entering the Grand Priest Hall, Shenge promptly chooses to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the divine artifact, the Sun Sacred Sword. Pausing at this announcement, Shenge halts his steps, prompting Tian Douluo, who senses the sudden stillness, to turn and inquire. What is it, young Gu? Nothing of consequence. It is simply my first time in the Grand Priest Hall, and I am awestruck by its grandeur, Shenge replies, complimenting the hall, which elicits a proud smile from the Grand Priest, who acknowledges that the Grand Priest Hall is indeed the finest in terms of opulence within the Martial Soul Hall. Once you are honored, should you wish to join the Martial Soul Hall as an elder, the doors of the Grand Priest Hall will always be open to you, Tian Douluo assures him, subtly conveying another piece of information. Shenge smiles, but chooses to shift the conversation, recounting his experiences over the past few years, including the emergence of a new saintess in the Spirit Hall. Upon learning that Shenge has reached the 93rd level, Tian Douluo's astonishment deepens. How old is this young man? To have attained the Title Douluo rank, he may very well surpass this level before reaching 40. He is nothing short of a prodigy. The Grand Priest reflects, realizing that Shenge, at only 23, is an unprecedented Title Douluo in the annals of the Martial Soul Hall. Tang Hao pales in comparison. As for the saintess, he has heard whispers about her, rumored to be a disciple of one of the vice leaders of the Spirit Hall. Though she is held in great esteem, her true visage remains a mystery, as she perpetually presents herself with a mask. As Tian Douluo shares these insights, Shenge's expression shifts to one of understanding. It is no wonder he sensed an air of unreality about her face. Had he observed more closely, he might have discerned the true countenance of the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Gu. Each ceremony of bestowal invites the various soul master factions from the continent to witness. Thus, you shall require some time for preparation. During this period, it would be prudent for you to reside within the Spirit Hall. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. The ceremony for the Title Douluo is of significant consequence, demanding both grandeur and solemnity, as it is intended to herald the emergence of a new Title Douluo to the entire continent. Due to the influence of the evil spirit cult and the actions of Tang Hao against the former pope, the authority of the Spirit Hall has waned considerably. Tian Douluo is poised to seize this opportunity to demonstrate strength and admonish the other factions on the continent, reminding them that a father remains a father forever. Shenge harbored no objections and nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude to the elder. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check it, host. Shenge chose not to investigate immediately, opting instead to wait until he departed the worship hall. As night fell, the resplendent moon ascended to take the place of the sun, casting its cool luminescence upon the earth, while all things gradually surrendered to slumber. Preparing for the dawn of a new day. In a secluded corner of the Spirit City, two figures engaged in a hushed conversation, their voices chilling and altered beyond recognition. Tian Douluo was preparing to host a ceremony of bestowal, during which the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly extend invitations to the various soul master factions across the continent, presenting an opportunity. Are you suggesting an assassination of the representatives from these factions post-ceremony? No, we must disrupt the event, striking a blow to the Spirit Hall's reputation, ensuring they suffer a grand embarrassment. The Soul Master factions would surely relish witnessing the Spirit Hall's disgrace. It appears we must employ those resources. Should this endeavor succeed, The spirit halls standing among the soul master factions will inevitably diminish further, benefiting the church as well. I understand. Their conversation concluded in mere moments. The night breeze sweeping through to erase all traces. However, all of this fell upon Qianliu's ears, who scoffed at their intentions. For their chaos was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, why would he hold this ceremony at all? In another palace, Shenge sat cross-legged upon his bed, enveloped in the rich glow of the moonlight that bathed him in a soft, cool embrace. As he meditated, he gradually absorbed this light, transforming it into soul power. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing within, exuding an otherworldly aura. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the flow of soul power within him. Accessing the system space, Shenge retrieved the rewards from signing in at the worship hall. The divine artifact, the sun's sacred sword, was a magnificent two-handed greatsword. Its crossguard resembled a golden crow in flight, vividly crafted, while the blade gleamed with a radiant golden hue. Measuring 1.5 meters in length, the sword's edge spanned 4 fingers in width, adorned with sun motifs. The blade was both thick and sharp, dazzling in its brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun that was difficult to gaze upon directly. Name: Sun's Sacred Sword. Description: a divine artifact forged from the essence of the sun and the spirit of the golden crow, imbued with true solar fire. Possessing attributes of incineration, purification, and the ability to naturally absorb sunlight and all fire-related energies, including soul techniques. It counters various attributes such as darkness, ice, water, poison, and fire, and can summon the golden crow spirit to assist in battle, with its strength fluctuating according to the wielder's power. Accompanying divine skill, solar incineration of all, release true solar fire, manifesting a vast divine sun to incinerate all under heaven. One word: formidable. With this sun, sacred sword, Shenge felt emboldened enough to challenge the elder Qian. His fingers caressed the still warm blade, and, as he gripped the hilt, a surge of solar soul power infused the sword, igniting a brilliant scarlet gold radiance. The golden crow spirit materialized, soaring around the blade, and a clear, melodious cry shattered the tranquil night. For clarification, although this is a fanfiction of Douluo, it will deviate significantly from the original storyline, with most content being original. However, the necessary elements will still be included, and the required events will be addressed. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 11. Signing in at the Pope's Palace. Reward: a portable dimension. A sudden cry of the golden crow startled many, drawing attention from countless souls. In the worship hall, Title Douluo perceived the sound. His mental energy swiftly expanding to envelop the entire spear hall, pinpointing the source of the noise to be Shenge's palace. He also sensed an intensely scorching heat emanating from that location. Even his mental energy felt scorched under its intensity. Shenge, in turn, felt the prying eyes of various mental energies, all belonging to Title Douluo level experts. He swiftly returned the sun's sacred sword to the system space and erected a mental barrier to ward off the probing energies. As he did so, those drawn in by the allure of the sound receded. Shenge accessed the system, where 2 new tasks awaited him, one from the Tianshui Academy, and the other related to the ceremony of bestowal. Task name: Towards the Champion's Path. Task content: As a teacher, fulfill your duties by cultivating an exceptional team of competitors for the elite Soul Master competition across the continent, ensuring their cultivation level is no less than Soul Sect, and achieving victory in the competition. Task restrictions: No forced enhancement using pills. All progress must come from the student's own training. Completion reward: 1 Xian level lottery draw. An increase of 50,000 years to all soul ring ages, and 1 Chinkoan creation pill. To cultivate a team of competitors at least at the Soul Sect level within 2 years seems manageable. However, securing victory in the Soul Master competition presents a greater challenge. Through his experiences over the years, Shenge has come to realize that this Douluo world is far more intricate than depicted in the original work. There is no telling whether a team of all Soul Kings might emerge in the competition 2 years hence. Thus, caution is warranted, and merely being from the Spirit Hall may not suffice. Setting a modest goal of cultivating a team of all Soul Kings would be safer. Turning his gaze to the second task, Shenge read, Task name: Who in the world does not recognize you? Task content: during the ceremony of bestowal. Showcase your formidable strength to dominate the crowd, ensuring that all remember your visage and know your name. Surpassing Tang, how to become the new generation's legend. Task reward, to be determined based on the final outcome. This task plunged him into contemplation. In essence, it called for him to make a grand display of his prowess. The more ostentatious, the better. But how to achieve this remains a conundrum requiring thoughtful consideration. Meanwhile, in the Pope's quarters, the gentle sound of flowing water emerged from behind a jade green screen. Bibi Dong, with her nearly flawless form, luxuriated in a bathtub adorned with rose petals. The water enveloped her torso, rising to her delicate collarbone, steam rising in gentle wisps, adding a humid warmth to the air, mingled with the enchanting fragrance of roses and a unique aroma that captivated the senses. As the rippling water carried the crimson petals to her fair, slightly blushing shoulders, she raised her alabaster arms, causing a wave to cascade down, with water flowing gracefully from her slender fingers. The petals nestled in her palm, only to be crushed and spread over her skin, enhancing her fragrant allure. Each bathing ritual took a considerable amount of time for Bibi Dong, ensuring every inch of her was cleansed, for only then could she feel a semblance of purity. After bathing, she meticulously dried every part of her body, her careful demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. She then donned a wine-red camisole, draping the straps over her shoulders as she stepped delicately onto the scattered rose petals on the floor, emerging from behind the screen. Seated before the vanity, gazing at the reflection of her stunningly beautiful and nearly flawless visage in the mirror, Bibi Dong revealed a hint of self-mockery, her brows slightly furrowing with an imperceptible sadness as she absent-mindedly combed her hair. Suddenly, she paused, tilting her head towards the direction of the crowing golden crow, a frown creasing her delicate brows. Was that commotion instigated by him? The thought of Gu Shenge brought to mind the way he had scrutinized her earlier that day. Since ascending to the position of Pope, no one had dared to gaze upon her so boldly, not even the elders of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, his radiance was overwhelmingly bright, a quality she found quite displeasing. As a new day dawned, the weather remained as splendid as ever, the sunlight gentle and resplendent. Many matters left unresolved from the previous day were poised to continue anew. The grand ceremony of her enthronement was of paramount significance, and the colossal machinery of the Spirit Hall commenced its operations, finalizing the ceremony to take place 9 days hence. With invitations dispatched from Spirit City to numerous spirit master factions across the continent. Pushing open the palace doors, Gu Shenge basked in the warm, radiant sunlight, feeling his solar spirit within him stir with vitality, a smile gracing his lips, exuding affability. The sanctum, the papal hall, the elder hall, and the Douluo hall, these 4 great halls served as the sign-in locations of the Spirit Hall. Presently, the sanctum had been signed in, while entry to the Douluo hall was restricted even for Title Douluos, permitted only twice, once upon receiving their title while alive, and once more when their memorial stone was erected. That hall was solemn and majestic, a shrine of honor housing plaques for all Title Douluos who had been conferred in the Spirit Hall, alongside memorial stones for those who had fallen. The only accessible areas now were the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall. Gu Shenge halted as Spirit Hall attendant, requesting guidance to the Papal Hall. The attendant, upon observing his youthful demeanor, did not exhibit the condescending behavior often depicted in fantastical novels, but instead respectfully led the way. After traversing numerous corridors, the attendant brought Gu Shenge before a grand and solemn Western-style palace. "Thank you," Gu Shenge expressed to the attendant, who appeared quite taken aback, repeatedly shaking his head to imply it was merely his duty before departing. A token from the elders appeared in Gu Shenge's hand, a gift from the venerable Elder Qian during his guidance. The holy knights guarding the papal hall initially intended to question his identity, but upon seeing the elder token, they knelt on one knee, allowing him passage. Safeguarding the elder token, Gu Shenge strode confidently into the palace that epitomized the highest authority of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the papal hall, he activated the system, utilizing the sign-in function. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a small personal dimension. A small personal dimension. This reward astonished Gu Shenge. In comparison to divine artifacts, the worth of a small dimension was far greater. The Douluo star where he resided was a vast dimension, And in the original narrative, Tang San's previous life also existed in a grand dimension, although he was uncertain of the dimension's magnitude bestowed by the system. Even the smallest would constitute a realm, a world in its own right. Most importantly, dimensions could evolve, akin to the Douluo dimension, which after 2 millennia, triumphed over the abyss dimension, consuming its essence and ascending from a great dimension to a demigod realm. If he were to nourish this small personal dimension with ample dimensional essence, or even divine essence, could it not evolve into a divine realm? A small personal dimension, a divine realm within his grasp. Chapter 12. Lord of the Bright Realm, Gushenge. Why are you here? Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority, yet as cool and clear as a mountain spring, resonated from behind Gushenge. He turned to find Bibi Dong, accompanied by Ju and Ghost Douluo. Today's Bibi Dong remained breathtakingly beautiful, her noble charm accentuated by a gown of gilded silk that elegantly traced her perfect silhouette, her voluptuous form enticingly alluring. A delicate golden belt cinching her slender waist, and her fair, tender feet adorned with golden high heels. Ah, today's attire is of a golden hue, Your Holiness. Gushenge slightly bowed, paying his respects to Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his golden eyes like the resplendent sun gazing at her, his tone warm. Greetings, Your Holiness. I was merely wandering about in my leisure. This is the Papal Hall. It is not a place one can simply roam. To his dismay, Bibi Dong punctured his excuse directly, leaving Gushenge feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed, his pretext was as fragile as soap bubbles, easily burst. However, Bibi Dong did not press further, casting a deep glance at him before departing with Ju and Ghost Douluo, observing the enchanting Pope's retreating figure. Gushenge did not linger and proceeded to the Elder Hall for his next sign-in. The Elder Hall stood in distant grandeur, mirroring the magnificence of the Papal Hall. Yet, at that moment, it was devoid of elders. After signing in, Gushenge exited. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a seedling of the Golden Ancient Tree. In comparison to the rewards from the Sanctum and the Papal Hall, the Golden Ancient Tree seedling seemed somewhat lacking. Upon returning to his residence within the palace, Gushenge established a mental barrier to prevent prying eyes and subsequently retrieved the small personal dimension. This small personal dimension appeared as a pure white orb of light. By refining the heart of the dimension, he could ascend to the role of its master, governing all within. Encasing the pure white orb with his mental energy, he gradually penetrated it, following the system's guidance to refine the heart of the dimension, merging the small personal dimension with his very being. As time slipped by, the sky gradually dimmed. The sun set and the moon rose, stars blanketed the night sky, creating a celestial tapestry. A day had thus passed, and the fusion with the small personal dimension approached its conclusion. When the heart of the dimension was completely refined, Gushenge vanished from within the palace. In a desolate world devoid of life, Gushenge's figure materialized. Here, there was no light, no sun or moon, only an almost non-existent atmosphere, darkness enveloping everything. A newly birthed dimension. Everything within this small personal dimension was entirely different from his expectations. He had envisioned a realm filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers. It was a frigid and desolate place. However, the very fact that it was a newly born dimension rendered it all the more valuable. Every aspect within, including its rules, would be shaped by Gushenge, its sovereign. If this small dimension lacked a sun, then let him become the sun. In that moment, Gushenge attained enlightenment. A resplendent sun ascended from behind him, ablaze with divine fire, soaring into the heavens, establishing itself in the firmament, surrounded by golden crows. Their cries echoing through the 9 skies, eternal and indestructible. The radiant light of the sun illuminated the land, dispelling the encroaching darkness and chill, bestowing life and light upon this barren world. The solar spirit transformed into the source of life for this newly birthed dimension. As long as Gushenge did not fall, it would never extinguish, continuously shining upon this realm. Yet, this was not sufficient. Another celestial body, a silver star emanating an aura of profound cold, erupted from within him, ascending to the sky, gazing across at the blazing sun, occupying the opposite end of the firmament. The lunar star cast a cool yet gentle moonlight, soothing the nascent dimension. Under Gushenge's control, it began to move in tandem with the sun, establishing a rhythm of day and night, thus introducing the concept of time to this small dimension. Watching the gradual transformations unfold according to his design, Shenge felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After refining the heart of the dimension, he became aware of the small dimension's size, measuring merely 1,000 square kilometers, with a soil depth not exceeding 30 kilometers, and a sky rising 5,000 meters above, a world where the heavens are round and the earth is square, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. According to the system's feedback, to expand the dimension, one requires the dimension's essence. However, the essence is the foundation of a dimension. Once it is lost, the dimension weakens and may even face annihilation. Nevertheless, among the methods to upgrade a dimension, plundering and devouring the essence is but one approach. One may also merge with other dimensions, worlds, thus advancing to a higher level of existence. Yet, these aspirations remain distant. For now, the task is to cultivate this small dimension into a true world. One day, he shall evolve his small dimension into a divine realm, perhaps even surpassing it. The soil is black and rich, perfect for planting. Shenge grasped a handful of earth, observing it closely, soon revealing a smile as the farming attributes etched into his soul began to manifest. With the wings of the sun god unfurling behind him, he soared into the sky, a golden sapling of the ancient tree appearing in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden hue, shimmering with vibrant life energy that surpassed even Shenge, the Title Douluo. The existence of the golden ancient tree is extraordinarily defiant, possessing the ability to purify and transform its surroundings, eliminating impurities and retaining only the essence of life energy, which nourishes all creatures within its growth space, facilitating evolution and enhancement. In Douluo 3, Tang San's mother, the silver emperor Ain, fused with the golden ancient tree, evolving into the eternal tree, becoming the life core of Douluo star, harmonizing its life environment. Shenge also intended to cultivate this golden ancient tree sapling as the future life core of his small dimension, to refine its life environment. Gently tossing the sapling into the soil, it took root autonomously, its branches swaying slightly as it greedily absorbed sunlight, thriving while simultaneously exhibiting its extraordinary effects. As the golden ancient tree sapling thrived, strands of life energy began to emanate, gradually permeating the surrounding space. This scene brought immense satisfaction to Shenge, as an ecological cycle began to take shape. However, relying solely on the golden ancient tree sapling would not suffice to construct a complete small dimension. More life substances, more plants, and more beings were necessary. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at this desolate yet infinitely promising small dimension, speaking softly, "From this day forth, this realm shall be called Ming. The sun and moon shall symbolize its brightness." As the master of the dimension named his realm, a response echoed through the dimension, gradually nurturing a nascent consciousness. Once again, I declare, given the increasing number of Douluo fanfictions, I believe many have grown weary of the same tropes. Thus, I shall eschew those cliché paths and primarily pursue original plots interwoven with elements from the original work. Any feedback is welcome, and I shall consider it. Chapter 13. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafts in. Looking up, a delicate shadow appears. Within the halls of the spirit hall, Shenge's figure reappeared. The Ming realm is now his exclusive world, residing within him. Whenever he desires, a mere thought allows him to enter the Ming realm. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check it. Host. Another task has arisen, despite having 2 unfinished ones. He seated himself on the sofa and opened the system's task interface. Task name: Infrastructure Maniac. Task content: before you lies a desolate yet infinitely promising dimension. Take action. Unleash the infrastructural attributes deep within your soul and create a world that belongs to you. World completeness. 5. Task reward: Reincarnation authority, a lump of world essence, and a random selection of 10 races. Upon seeing the reincarnation authority among the rewards, Shenge was utterly stunned. Could this truly be the reward suitable for his current stage? Reincarnation. It is known that some high-level worlds may not even possess such a concept. He was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he also realized that this task would not be simple. After all, such generous rewards must come with significant challenges. To create a complete world requires numerous elements. Merely having mountains, rivers, and forests is insufficient for the current Ming realm to emerge. The only feasible approach now is to plunder, stealing beings, plants, and everything from the outside world to fill his realm. Goodness, it seems I am to become a mover. Upon further reflection, this is indeed akin to being a mover. Yet, for the sake of the task's rewards and the reincarnation authority, he would undertake it. As for the random selection of 10 races, with good fortune, he could obtain invincible races like true dragons and celestial phoenixes. With bad luck, he might end up with ordinary groups such as pigs, sheep, cattle, and dogs. Guxinga raised his hand, a subtle and mysterious power coalescing, intangible and distinct from soul power, yet swiftly dissipating. It was the dimensional law power belonging to the Ming realm, feeble and currently unable to contend with the dimensional laws of Douluo star. By enveloping objects within a certain area with this dimensional law power, he could forcibly seize those entities under the realm's dimensional laws. This provided Guxinga with an idea. He could utilize the dimensional law power to plunder elements from the Douluo world, enriching and perfecting the Ming realm, thus avoiding the arduous task of incremental excavation and relocation. Calming his excitement, Guxinga gazed out the window at the night sky, where the bright moon hung high and the stars twinkled densely. One day, he too would adorn the night sky of the Ming realm with such a spectacle. Standing by the window, entranced by the enchanting night, he felt as though the moonlight, akin to a beautiful maiden dancing in flowing sleeves, gracefully illuminated him. The lunar martial soul stirred within him, igniting a desire to step outside. Pushing open the palace door, the cool night breeze caressed his face, tousling his golden locks. The moonlight, gentle and cool, bathed Guxinga, casting a long shadow. He wandered aimlessly down a moonlit corridor, simply savoring the tranquil glow. After traversing several corridors, Guxinga halted, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of floral fragrance, drifting from a nearby garden. When he raised his gaze, he beheld an ethereal and exquisite figure standing amidst the flowers. Her flowing hair swayed by the night breeze, while the moonlight draped her like a veil. Surrounded by a riot of blossoms, she stood there quietly, exuding an aura of perfection, radiating an exquisite solitude. The moonlight was beautiful, yet she was even more so. As the saying goes, in the stillness of the cold night, I stroll through the moonlit corridor. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafts in. Looking up, a delicate shadow appears. He paused, refraining from intruding upon her serenity, silently admiring that perfect yet solitary silhouette. The garden burst with a riot of colors, blossoms competing in beauty, yet none could rival her even in the slightest. Time slipped away unnoticed, perhaps 1 or 2 minutes, or even several hours. In that moment, time held no significance. The enchanting figure stirred, slowly turning her head. Bathed in moonlight, Guxinga clearly discerned her features, and she too recognized him, each reflecting the other's visage in their eyes. "Apologies for disturbing your holiness," Guxinga said, an expression of regret on his face, speaking gently. Bibi Dong simply stood there, gazing at him with a cool demeanor. Yet her eyes revealed a flicker of unusual emotion, an air of grievance for being interrupted, mingled with a hint of fluster. Her voice was cold yet soft. "It's no trouble. Are you unable to sleep?" "Not particularly. I merely found myself with nothing to do and decided to wander." Upon hearing the familiar invitation to wander, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. During the day, she roamed freely and eventually found herself at her papal palace. As night fell, she meandered once more, this time arriving at her garden. "You are doing this intentionally, aren't you? Since you have time to spare, why not accompany me on a stroll?" It seemed that a thought had crossed her mind, prompting Bibi Dong to suddenly extend an invitation to Guxinga, which took him by surprise momentarily before he nodded in agreement. "Since it is your esteemed invitation, I shall not decline." At his words, a radiant smile graced the flawless beauty of her face. Beneath that enchanting smile, the moonlight dimmed, and the flowers lost their luster. Nothing could rival the beauty of her smile, truly captivating enough to enthrall a city or a nation. Guxinga found himself momentarily spellbound, a phrase of admiration surfacing in his mind. A smile that dims the moonlight, flowers pale in her presence. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his golden eyes fixating on Bibi Dong, a hint of unusual sentiment shimmering within. That singular smile had captured his heart. Perhaps this was what they referred to as love at first sight. The stunning Pope, with her long, elegantly proportioned legs, traversed through the blooming flowers, her ethereal grace unforgettable. Gu Shenge walked alongside Bibi Dong, their silence unbroken, simply enjoying the stroll, pausing occasionally. They eventually arrived at her chamber, where Bibi Dong halted and turned to the man who had accompanied her, revealing another exquisite smile, though it lacked the earlier astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was soft and melodious. "Thank you for keeping me company. The night has grown late, and it would be wise to rest. Indeed, your holiness should also retire early." Gu Shenge nodded, refraining from lingering any longer, and turned to depart. Bibi Dong watched his retreating figure, her rose-tinted eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. She sensed an unusual sentiment from Gu Shenge toward her. She had expected him to find a way to linger, but his straightforward departure surprised her. Others might have hastened to cling to Bibi Dong, yet Gu Shenge remained composed, fully aware of how to win a woman's heart. He intended to play the role of a fisherman, while Bibi Dong was the enchanting mermaid drawn to his bait, a delicate dance of proximity and distance, maintaining an equilibrium to reel her in. A forceful tug would only lead to disaster. The sun is benevolent, so please do not label me a scoundrel. Chapter 14. I came to see you because I missed you. Another morning dawned, the sun rising anew as Gu Shenge awoke. His figure vanished within the palace, only to reappear in the realm of light. The realm remained desolate, albeit the air had thickened slightly compared to the previous day, and a portion of the area surrounding the golden sapling pulsed with a hint of life energy. Ultimately, it was still too barren, and the absence of spiritual energy was palpable. More precisely, there was a lack of extraordinary matter. If one were to insist, the only entity in the realm that could be deemed extraordinary was the life energy exuded by the golden sapling, yet it was too meager, insufficient for Gu Shenge to draw upon. Moreover, the realm was merely a nascent dimension, akin to an infant still in the womb, not fully formed, with its laws just beginning to take shape. With the presence of the moon, sun, and golden sapling, coupled with Gu Shenge's established order of celestial cycles, the laws within the dimension began to develop, albeit still feebly. After observing the changes in the realm, Gu Shenge withdrew from the small dimension. With 5 days remaining until the grand ceremony, invitations from the Spirit Hall gradually reached various soul master factions across the continent, save for the Haotian sect, who might not even dare to attend if invited. The emergence of a new Title Douluo was a matter of great significance to any soul master faction. But what astounded them further was the fact that the individual was merely 23 years old. Achieving Title Douluo at such a tender age overshadowed the once renowned Tang Hao, reducing him to mere dust. After all, the age gap of 21 years was substantial. At 23, Tang Hao was merely at the Soul Emperor level, while other Title Douluos on the continent were scarce, most being at the Soul King level. The arrival of a Title Douluo at 23 captured the attention of all Soul Master factions. Meanwhile, the offerings and elders outside the Spirit Hall hastily returned to Spirit City at the summons of Title Douluo. In the Papal Hall, a mountain of Spirit Hall affairs lay piled on Bibi Dong's desk. As the Pope, her ascent to power was not solely due to her strength. Her political acumen was unparalleled. Reading the reports from the Spirit Hall's branch in Tarik City, which indicated a resurgence of the evil spirit cult, having attacked a village outside the city and resulting in several soul masters and numerous villagers' deaths, a shadow of concern crossed her brow. This was not the first report regarding the evil spirit cult she had seen today. Over the past month, their activities had increased in frequency beyond anything observed in recent years. Could it be that someone within the cult was striving to break through to a higher level, orchestrating mass blood sacrifices to harvest life energy? These beasts. Bibi Dong clenched the report tightly, her delicate fingers revealing prominent veins, her eyes brimming with fury. This malignant tumor known as the evil spirit cult. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of delight emerged. Let them stir chaos. While the two great empires turn a blind eye, it is only the Spirit Hall that diligently aids the common people against the evil spirit cult, gathering public sentiment. When the time comes for significant endeavors, the hearts of the continent will rally, and we shall see how these empires and kingdoms respond. She closed the report and set aside. Suddenly, Bibi Dong glanced out the window, spotting a figure that had appeared unannounced. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity as she inquired, "When did you arrive?" "I just got here." Noticing your deep concentration, I refrained from interrupting. Came the reply from Shenge, who stood outside. He gazed at the poised and competent beauty of the Pope, explaining softly, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze through the forest, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile that radiated warmth akin to the sun. "Come in and sit." Bibi Dong gestured toward a nearby sofa. Shenge nodded slightly, walking around to enter through the main door. Observing the multitude of affairs laid before Bibi Dong, he smiled and remarked, "Your Holiness certainly has a heavy workload. It must be exhausting." Perhaps due to their interaction the previous night, their relationship had deepened. Bibi Dong sensed Shenge's burgeoning feelings toward her, a subtle shift in dynamics. At his comment, she shot him an exasperated glance, her playful reproach captivating. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she coyly replied, "Since you are aware of my busy schedule, why would you suddenly interrupt? If I am delayed in my duties, you shall be held accountable." "If it is to be held accountable for your Holiness, I would gladly accept," Shenge teased. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing he was rather smooth-tongued. "Speak plainly, what brings you to me?" Facing the charmingly loquacious Shenge, the stunning Pope huffed softly before interrogating him about his unexpected visit. "There's a beauty whose memory lingers. A day apart feels like an eternity." "Speak in plain language." "I came to see you because I missed you." He was remarkably forthright, so much so that even Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Driven by a desire to meet her, he had come, and this fellow, how could he be so direct? It was as if a tranquil lake had suddenly been disturbed by the plop of a small stone, stirring waves within the heart of the exquisite Pope, leaving her unable to regain her composure. Even in her youthful days as a girl, she had never encountered such a direct suitor. Not even Yu Xiaojiang had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Shenge's words struck her heart like a formidable hammer, leaving a profound imprint. Though it did not break through her defenses, a faint blush appeared on Bibi Dong's fair cheeks, only to quickly fade, yet her ever-changing gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, Shenge rose from the sofa and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Seeing him about to depart, the usually composed Pope became somewhat flustered, inquiring about his destination. However, he merely turned back and smiled at Bibi Dong. "Now that I have seen you, I shall not intrude upon your duties any longer." With that, Shenge walked away, leaving Bibi Dong in astonishment. Was that all it took, just a glance? This fellow, her already restless heart, was further unsettled by his abrupt departure. Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to the documents on her desk, and though her eyes were fixed on the text, her mind was persistently filled with the image of Shenge, causing her annoyance and frustration. What was he thinking? He was her adversary. To Bibi Dong, anyone aligned with the angel lineage was her enemy, an obstacle in her quest to dismantle them. After leaving the Pope's palace, Shenge did not linger outside, well aware that the overly proactive party in a relationship often finds themselves led by the other. A strategy of retreating to advance was the wisest course. He would take the initiative, but not excessively. He would gradually and gently unlock her heart, transforming it to reflect his own essence. Chapter 15. A String of Candied Hawthorns. A memory as the sacred ground for soul masters, the splendor of Wuhun City rivaled that of the two imperial capitals, Tiando City and Shengluo City, and perhaps even surpassed them. The city was crisscrossed with 8 major streets and 24 smaller ones, each with its unique charm, bustling with vehicles and throngs of people, soul masters and commoners alike, though the nobility was scarce. The vibrant shops along the streets welcomed a steady stream of customers, while various stalls offered local specialties from the two empires, as well as items that enhanced soul power. Knights from the Wuhun Palace patrolled the streets to prevent conflicts among soul masters. At a stall selling small animals, Shenge paused to observe the assortment of creatures, weak soul beasts with little offensive power, even less formidable than ordinary wild animals, soft-boned rabbits, striped cats, winged ferrets, cloud weasels. Shenge picked up a soft-boned rabbit, contemplating whether these soul beasts could survive in the material plane. Surely they could. After purchasing all the small soul beasts at the stall, he summoned the power of the laws of the realm to transport them into the material plane. The stall owner was left dumbfounded. Such an ability undoubtedly belonged to a powerful soul master. Having paid, He had no reason to question the fate of the small animals. Shenge moved on to other stalls, acquiring more weak soul beasts and numerous saplings, all of which he transported into the material plane to see if they could thrive. Candied hawthorns for sale. Delicious and fun little candied hawthorns. The Tianduo Empire's unique dragon lotus cake, sweet and soft. Roasted soft-boned rabbit. Crisp and crunchy roasted soft-boned rabbit. The enticing calls of vendors pulled him back to reality as he unknowingly wandered into a food street, where an array of restaurants and mouth-watering snacks filled the air with tantalizing aromas. Like any other, Shenge was not immune to the allure of delectable food, and as he strolled down the street, he indulged his palate while purchasing a candied hawthorn to store in his system space. Upon returning to the Wuhun palace, he entered the material plane. The desolate realm, now infused with the small animals he had introduced, was more vibrant than before. These creatures thrived just as they did in the Douluo plain, gathering around the golden ancient tree sapling, absorbing the life energy wafting through the air. Their previously lethargic state transformed into one of vitality and spirit. The saplings lay quietly in the earth, and with a wave of his hand, Shenge used the power of the laws of the realm to plant them around the golden ancient tree sapling. To prevent the small animals from harming the sapling, he established a barrier 1 meter away, allowing them to absorb the life energy without approaching the sapling. Observing the gradually revitalized material plane brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Shenge's eyes as he opened the system panel to check the world's completion percentage. World completion percentage, 5003. Only a mere increase of 0.003. Much effort remains. After surveying the small animals, he exited the material plane. As changes unfolded in the material plane, a latent consciousness began to grow in tandem. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the mountaintops. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong completed her final tasks, setting down her pen and gazing out at the twilight scene, though her thoughts were elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure obstructed her view. Shenge's ever-smiling, handsome face appeared before her. This caused Bibi Dong's expression to darken. Clearly displeased by his return, her tone growing cold. "What do you want now?" "I took a stroll around Wuhun City, enjoyed the local culture, and noticed how hard you've been working, so I brought you a candied hawthorn as a treat." Detecting the chill and displeasure in Bibi Dong's voice, Shenge retrieved the candied hawthorn he had purchased earlier from his system space, waving it in front of her with a teasing grin. The sight of the candied hawthorn deepened Bibi Dong's frown. If looks could kill, the man before her would have perished countless times. What was her status? The Pope of the Wuhun Palace, the most esteemed woman in the continent. How could she eat such trivial sweets? Nevertheless, Shenge disregarded her murderous glare, enveloped the candied hawthorn in soul power, and placed it on her desk before swiftly departing. This guy, seeing the man dart away faster than a rabbit, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anger. She glared at the glistening, red candied hawthorn that sat on her desk, raising her hand to swipe it off, but halfway through, she hesitated. A wave of distant memories surged within her. Gazing at the candied hawthorn, this seemingly ordinary item, she realized it had been a long time since someone had offered her such a gift, evoking deep-seated memories of past joys that had long since faded. Bibi Dong reached for the candied hawthorn, delicately pinching a bright red hawthorn from the skewer. With slightly parted lips, she slowly placed it in her mouth, savoring the taste. The entrance is a sugar-coated sweetness, reminiscent of the beautiful memories of yesteryears. As the sugary shell shatters, the tartness of the hawthorn flesh gradually spreads within her mouth, much like the fading charm of those cherished recollections, revealing the heartache that once lay beneath. Yet, when the hawthorn flesh is consumed, a few seeds are inadvertently crushed by her teeth, replaced by a bitter taste that supplants the sourness, mirroring the pain of her memories that now overwhelms her, leaving her ensnared in silence. One after another, the hawthorn candied skewers are consumed, not for their flavor, but for the bittersweet essence of past joys and sorrows, along with the painful recollections they evoke. Gazing at the now empty wooden stick, Bibi Dong discards it, as if wishing to cast away the memories of her past. However, while the stick can be discarded or destroyed, the memories remain indelible. She sits in a daze upon the chair, staring out the window, her gaze drifting towards the worship hall as a complex array of emotions gradually fills with hatred. The more she reminisces, the more her anguish amplifies. She harbors resentment towards Tianshui Douluo, and the entire lineage of angels. One day, she shall make the angelic lineage pay dearly. And that scoundrel, what folly to buy her candied hawthorn skewers as a reward. As the illustrious pope of the spirit hall, what has she not tasted? How could she be swayed by such a trivial treat? The mere thought of Gu Shenge's ever-present smile grates on her, igniting an inexplicable impulse within Bibi Dong. It is akin to a person mired in darkness encountering a long-lost ray of light. Rather than reaching out to embrace that light, she wishes to taint it, dragging it into the same filth she inhabits. As for the issue of combat power in Douluo, while it is often claimed online that the God King is merely a half-step into the bloodline realm, and that it pales in comparison to the 8 treasures chicken, we are all aware that these are mere jesting remarks. Allow me to clarify the realms to prevent any misunderstandings among esteemed readers regarding combat power. Title Douluo, Bloodline Realm Level 3, God, Cave Heaven Realm Level 2, Spirit Transformation Realm Level 1, Inscription Realm, God King, Array Realm, Creator God, Honored Realm. I am well aware that certain experts may argue that the Douluo gods are inferior, having been taken down by hidden weapons, and cannot compare to the perfect world. I understand that realms and combat power are distinct. A being in the Array Realm can easily overpower 1,000 God Kings, especially the ordinary cultivators of the perfect world, of which there are many. In the original work, the reason Xian Rinxue nearly perished after being pierced through the heart by Guanyin tears was not due to the angel god's inferiority, but rather because she had not truly ascended to godhood. She merely inherited the title of the angel god while still possessing a mortal body, not having transformed into a true divine form. Inheriting a divine title does not instantaneously elevate one to a level 1 god or god king. It merely raises the ceiling. One can break through from level 99 to 100 and continue to cultivate. Tang Sen only transformed his body into a divine form after arriving in the divine realm. While there, did he employ hidden weapons? No, for he understood that such weapons were ineffective against beings with divine bodies. Of course, I do not intend to elevate the Douluo continent. I merely wish to prevent future comments claiming I exaggerated combat power, or that the Douluo God Kings are merely half-step bloodline realm beings. Humor is welcome, but please refrain from taking it too seriously. Should there be any further inquiries, feel free to pose them in the comments, and I shall respond accordingly. Lastly, it must be said that there are indeed many flaws in the Douluo continent. Chapter 16, The Gradual Decline of Bibi Dong. The night deepened, its beauty and chill reminiscent of the previous eve as the cold wind rustled the trees. Within the palace, Gu Shenge toyed with a red gold ring, its surface adorned with sun patterns, transformed from the sun sacred sword. He placed it upon his right index finger. Gazing out at the inky darkness beyond the window, he couldn't help but recall their encounter in the garden the previous night, the memory of her captivating smile surfacing unbidden in his golden eyes, igniting a restless yearning within him, akin to a kitten persistently clawing at his heart. Such thoughts consumed him. Departing the palace, he retraced the path from the previous night, stepping into the same moonlight that guided him to the garden where they had met. Yet, the flowers remained, but the person was no longer there. Gu Shenge silently observed the now empty garden, a sense of melancholy washing over him as he reflected. Last night and tonight in this garden, beauty and blossoms met. The beauty has vanished, leaving only the flowers to linger in silence. Just as he mused, a familiar voice broke the stillness. "Are you waiting for someone?" In the corridor, Bibi Dong had appeared, clad in a simple dress, illuminated by the moonlight like a celestial being, as if she might take flight at any moment, soaring towards the moon, resembling an ethereal orchid, elegant and noble, standing apart from the world. Upon hearing her, Gu Shenge slowly turned, his gaze falling upon the enchanting figure behind him, a broader smile gracing his handsome face as he gently replied, barely concealing his joy, "I am waiting. Walk with me." As before, their conversation was minimal. Bibi Dong once again invited him to stroll with her. He nodded in agreement, accompanying her as they meandered through the corridor, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, gradually intertwining, inseparable. They walked and paused, their pace slow and unhurried, relishing the silent companionship, their hands inadvertently brushing against one another, only to pull away as if jolted by electricity. Time slipped by, perhaps it was 10 minutes or an hour or two, until Bibi Dong halted, gazing at the resplendent palace, declaring it is time to rest. Also, the candied hawthorn you bought is too sour. With that, she entered the palace, leaving Gu Shenge with the sight of her exquisite silhouette, his smile broadening as he too turned to depart. An overly fervent approach would only repel a woman. Sometimes, the most unassuming companionship can truly open a woman's heart. Bibi Dong stood by the window, watching Gu Shenge's retreating figure through the partially opened window, her expression complex. Seated in her lofty position, she relished this simplicity, finding solace in his presence, gradually dismantling the loneliness that had long enveloped her. Yet, she despised Gu Shenge's smile. It radiated warmth, akin to sunlight on someone trapped in darkness, a warmth that felt too glaring. Slowly closing the window, she glanced at her delicate hand, a smile blooming as an amusing thought crossed her mind, murmuring, "What are you testing?" Upon returning to his abode, Gu Shenge examined his own hand, sensing that throughout their journey, Bibi Dong had been probing him. But what precisely was she testing? Despite their brief acquaintance of less than 2 days, he could perceive, through the unique nature of his sun martial spirit, that Bibi Dong's heart was steeped in solitude and suffering. To the world, the exalted Pope of the Spirit Hall was merely a lonely woman. A flash of pity crossed Gu Shenge's eyes for this tragic yet pitiable figure, stirring a desire to peel back her facade of strength and authority, embracing the most vulnerable and authentic version of her. Time passed steadily, and before long, the day of the coronation ceremony approached. During these days, Gu Shenge devoted himself to observing the changes in the realm while fostering his relationship with Bibi Dong, gradually prying open her heart. By day, he accompanied her in her duties. By night, he strolled beside her, providing her with the most ordinary yet sought-after companionship, allowing her to grow accustomed to his presence, nurturing her dependence on him, filling her world with his essence. From their initial mutual probing to later intimate physical contact, their relationship began to take on a more ambiguous nature. Meanwhile, the elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall returned from various corners of the continent, along with the leaders and bishops of the Spirit Hall branches, converging upon the Spirit Hall to witness the upcoming coronation ceremony. The representatives from various Soul Master factions across the continent have gradually assembled, transforming Wuhun City into a bustling hub of activity, with foot traffic multiplying several times over compared to the past. The Spirit Hall has deployed additional holy knights to maintain order within the city, preventing any unruly Soul Masters from causing disturbances. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, adorned in a wine-red gauze dress that accentuates her exquisite figure, sits at her desk, engrossed in reviewing the arrangements for the upcoming consecration ceremony. Her serious demeanor captivates Gu Shenge, who observes her with rapt attention, sensing the affectionate gaze upon her. Bibi Dong glances at the handsome man seated on the nearby sofa, her beautiful eyes momentarily softening before she shoots him an exasperated look, her voice laced with reproach and a hint of challenge. "You're not a member of the Spirit Hall, yet you come here every day. What kind of behavior is this?" Gu Shenge, well aware of the undertone in her words, maintains his usual smile, rising to circle around Bibi Dong and gently tousle her flowing wine-red hair. His voice is soft and warm, like the dawn light, reaching into the heart of the stunning Pope. "As long as you ask, for you, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall." At his words, a warmth blooms in Bibi Dong's heart, yet she raises her hand to lightly swat away his playful gesture, chiding him gently. "It's broad daylight. If someone sees us, it would be inappropriate, and rumors will spread." Chuckling at her charmingly sulky expression, Gu Shenge concedes, retracting his hand. Bibi Dong then points to the various arrangements for the consecration ceremony scheduled for the next day, her tone revealing a tinge of concern. "The consecration ceremony is of utmost importance. Do not take it lightly. Representatives from all the Soul Master factions on the continent, including the 2 great empires and numerous kingdoms, will be present to witness the event. There must be no slip-ups. After tomorrow, your name and title will echo throughout the continent. By the way, have you thought a title for yourself?" "No, I haven't." "Perhaps you could give me one," Gu Shenge replies, shaking his head, admitting he has yet to decide. The title of Douluo is generally related to one's martial spirit, yet his sun martial spirit allows for a myriad of potential titles, leading to his indecision. Bibi Dong is taken aback at the suggestion that she name him. Each title for a Douluo is meticulously chosen, meant to endure a lifetime and beyond. Even after one's name fades from memory, the title remains etched in history. In the urban world, such a significant matter is akin to adding a woman's name to a property deed, further unsettling Bibi Dong's heart. After a lengthy silence, she meets Gu Shenge's gaze, her eyes capturing the deep affection and gentleness within his, evoking an intoxicating sense of vulnerability, as if her heart were being molded by his warmth. How about the title Haoyang? Looking at Gu Shenge's departing figure, Bibi Dong's gaze remains fixed, revealing a profound sense of regret and a hint of unrecognized affection. If only they had met earlier, when she was just 16, in the bloom of youth and innocence. Alas, I was born too late. You were born before me, while I have already aged. Gazing blankly outside the hall, Bibi Dong finds herself lost in thought. In recent evenings, she has been comparing Yu Xiaojiang to Gu Shenge, and with each comparison, Yu Xiaojiang appears increasingly inadequate. In terms of talent, Yu Xiaojiang is a complete failure, nearly 50 years old yet still merely a great soul master, destined to never break through to Title Douluo. In contrast, Gu Shenge, at just 23, has already reached the impressive rank of 93. Not only surpassing Yu Xiaojiang, but also setting a precedent among all soul masters on the continent. While Yu Xiaojiang claims to be a master, Bibi Dong knows that the knowledge he possesses is merely common knowledge among soul master factions, lacking dissemination to the common folk. Any soul master who joins the Spirit Hall would understand. Yet, through her interactions with Gu Shenge, she has discovered his capacity for innovative thoughts and eloquence. He is gentle, considerate, and possesses a delightful sense of humor, providing her with an immense sense of security. Whenever he is by her side, Bibi Dong feels a sense of dependence, alleviating her loneliness. Conversely, Yu Xiaojiang was once a dullard, solely engrossed in researching martial spirit knowledge, an absolute bookworm with a timid and self-deprecating personality, who even fell for his cousin. Without comparison, there is no pain. In every aspect, Gu Shenge utterly eclipses Yu Xiaojiang, their disparity akin to that of the sun in the sky and dust on the ground. Bibi Dong cannot fathom how she ever fell for Yu Xiaojiang. One is often ensnared by unattainable desires in youth, and it takes a singular person, event, or scene to unravel a lifetime of confusion. Deep within her heart, the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang has begun to be eclipsed by Gu Shenge. Bibi Dong often reflects on what might have transpired had she encountered Gu Shenge instead of Yu Xiaojiang. Would the subsequent troubles have been avoided? The reason that Beast once destroyed her was that he did not want her to be with Yu Xiaojiang, as Yu Xiaojiang belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which was at odds with the Spirit Hall, and furthermore, was a failure, while she was a genius not to be trifled with, forbidden from associating with men from outside. But Gu Shenge is different. He does not belong to any soul master faction, and he is an extraordinary genius willing to join the Spirit Hall for her. A true fated encounter. The more she fantasizes about having met Gu Shenge instead of Yu Xiaojiang, the deeper her sense of regret grows. If only they had met sooner. A wave of bitterness washes over her, accompanied by a touch of inferiority. She feels unworthy of Gu Shenge's company. He is the sun, shining high in the sky, while she is a spider trapped in a dark mire. The sun may set, but will rise again the next day, yet she remains ensnared in the muck. What if one day this sun were to fall forever? In the lower realm, after 5 days of transformation, the once barren small plain has begun to show signs of life. A grove has formed around the sapling of the golden ancient tree, with the dozens of planted saplings thriving under the nourishment of life energy, now reaching over 2 meters tall, their leaves lush and vibrant. However, Gu Shenge is taken aback to discover that the small animals he had introduced have all perished, and their cause of death is the same: dehydration. Despite their flesh still holding vibrant life energy, they succumbed, as the life energy could sustain their nutritional needs without causing hunger, making them increasingly vigorous while evolving in life levels. However, without water, the essence of life, they too shall perish. Life energy cannot substitute for water, and they have not evolved to the point of being independent of it. 5 days without a single drop. It would be remarkable not to succumb to thirst. There is water in the bright realm, albeit scarce. It exists within the soil, which plants can draw upon, but living creatures cannot. This was also Gu Shenge's oversight. He had not paid sufficient attention to this detail. Before introducing a water source into the bright realm, it is unwise to nurture living beings. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Although it was but a faint sensation, as the sovereign of the bright realm, he distinctly felt a slight surge in the strength of its origin. If one did not focus intently, it would almost go unnoticed. To quantify this, the previous origin of the bright realm was 1, and now it stood at 1,000,001. The growth, though modest, was a pleasant surprise. What could have caused the enhancement of the realm's origin? Gu Shenge's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of the small creatures. Could it be due to them? He recalled various narratives he had encountered in novels, wherein the demise of cultivators would return their essence to the heavens, thus ensuring the continuity of the world. In contemporary terms, this aligns with the law of conservation of energy. These small creatures were foreign entities, not belonging to the bright realm. Thus, they did not adhere to its laws of energy conservation. They were surplus. The energy they released upon death, though minuscule, still bolstered the realm's origin upon being harvested. Gu Shenge's eyes brightened. If these inconsequential soul beasts could enhance the origin of the bright realm, then what if he were to slay a few ancient soul beasts and introduce them into the realm? The origin would undoubtedly surge. This unveiled yet another method to amplify the realm's essence. System, could you provide me with a world panel? Gu Shenge communicated with the system, hoping it would facilitate the creation of a panel, enabling him to better sculpt his own world. Please hold on a moment, host. The system's voice resonated within Gu Shenge's mind, and shortly thereafter, a world panel materialized before him. True name of the world, Bright Realm. World Sovereign, Gu Shenge. World Status, Newly Emerged Realm. World Completeness, 5003. World Origin, 1,000,001. Note: all things in a world are created from the origin. The more origin, the stronger the world. As he pondered the final annotation regarding the world's origin, Gu Shenge fell into deep contemplation. If the above were true, then the energy harvested from those small creatures must indeed be the origin of the Douluo realm. Since all things are birthed from the origin, could he, as the sovereign of the bright realm, also utilize its essence to create? This thought briefly surfaced, only to be quelled by Gu Shenge. The current origin of the bright realm was far too scant, and as it was merely a nascent realm, rather than squander its essence on creation, it would be more prudent to seize the origin from the Douluo realm. It was akin to purchasing a new small house lacking furniture and appliances while one's parents owned a grand villa brimming with them. Instead of wasting money, one could simply take a portion of the furnishings from the villa to complete the smaller abode. The day of the coronation ceremony was upon him. Gu Shenge knew he needed to perform a stunning act that would etch his name into the annals of history. A bold proclamation of love to Bibi Dong before all could certainly astonish the continent. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Should Bibi Dong refuse, he would become the subject of ridicule. Little Gu, come to the offering hall. The voice of the venerable Qian echoed in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to head toward the hall. Just as he stepped outside, a figure in wine red caught his eye. She stood silently at the door, lost in thought, her exquisite face betraying a hint of hesitation. Upon noticing the door open unexpectedly, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Dong, what brings you here? Gu Shenge queried, his tone tinged with curiosity, for this was the first time Bibi Dong had visited him, calling him by an endearing name. The stunning Pope felt a blush creep onto her porcelain cheeks at this familiar address, yet quickly regained her composure and corrected him with an air of authority. It is inappropriate to call me Donger in broad daylight. Refer to me as Your Holiness. Very well, Your Holiness. Gu Shenge replied with a smile, which appeared to please her. She then revealed her purpose for visiting. I have just received news that the Spirit Hall may attempt to disrupt your coronation ceremony. 2 elders have already arrived in Wuhun City. 2 elders? Does the Spirit Hall think it can act with impunity in Wuhun City? Do they truly believe they can stir up trouble with just 2 elders? Gu Shenge raised an eyebrow at the thought of the Spirit Hall causing a ruckus during his coronation. Who granted them such audacity? It was well known that Title Douluo placed significant importance on this event, and all offerings and elders from the Spirit Hall would be in attendance. The ceremony would feature at least 15 Title Douluo, not to mention the other powerful soul masters from various factions. Even if the Spirit Hall deployed all their forces, they would not emerge unscathed. Were they sending 2 elders to their demise? Bibi Dong perceived his skepticism. Like him, she wondered if these 2 elders were being sent to their doom due to their lack of esteem within the Spirit Hall. The actions of the Spirit Hall were often unpredictable, so caution was prudent. It was possible that these 2 elders were merely a diversion. with other strong figures lurking in the shadows. Thus vigilance was warranted for the forthcoming ceremony. Although 2 Title Douluo sounded formidable, they were hardly sufficient against the Spear Hall. If they sought chaos, they would not send merely 2 elders, but surely had other powerful figures concealed. Shenge concurred with Bibi Dong's assessment, yet felt a flicker of anticipation. The Spirit Hall seemed to be delivering an opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. If he could eliminate those 2 elders single-handedly during the coronation, it would surely secure his reputation across the continent. Very well, I shall take my leave. With the matters discussed, Bibi Dong, fearing lingering too long might attract unwanted attention, turned to depart, but Shenge grasped her delicate hand. Her soft, tender hand was delightful to hold, making it difficult for him to release her. He gently pulled her closer, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, drawing her into an embrace. Bibi Dong was taken aback by this bold maneuver, instinctively attempting to push him away. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, filled with affection and warmth, she relinquished her struggle, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes reflecting a youthful shyness as she lowered her gaze. Let me go. It would not bode well if others saw us. At her words, Shenge obediently released her, causing Bibi Dong to inwardly sigh in relief. Yet a sense of loss crept in. In that moment of embrace, she had felt enveloped in warmth, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, comforting and reassuring, igniting a longing within her for that sensation to linger. However, due to her identity as the Pope, being seen would undermine her authority. Meet me at the old place tonight. Observing the usually dignified and aloof Pope displaying a shy demeanor akin to that of a young girl. Shenge leaned closer to her ear, exhaling a warm breath, and spoke softly. Instantly, her ears turned crimson, and her eyes brimmed with increased shyness. Without waiting for her response, Shenge gently caressed her fair, exquisite face, as smooth as fine jade. Seizing the moment before the beautiful Pope could react, he bestowed a quick kiss upon her cheek and swiftly departed. After the kiss, he fled. The Pope, initially taken aback, hesitantly raised her hand to touch the spot where she had been kissed, still feeling a lingering warmth. Her lovely face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. She had been stolen a kiss. This audacious fellow was becoming increasingly brazen. Sheng, ye. Hearing the voice behind her, filled with indignation and embarrassment, Shenge's smile widened as he flickered away, gradually disappearing from sight. Once he vanished, the Pope felt a surge of frustration, yet a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. She could feel Shenge's passionate love for her, which she relished, his affection, his company, and his embrace. If only he could remain by her side forever, that would be perfect. At that moment, a yearning began to grow and strengthen within her heart. In the sanctuary, beneath the solemn and majestic angelic statue, Title Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, the other 6 elders of the Spirit Hall had gathered. As Shenge entered the sanctuary, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon seeing the 6 elders present. What was this old man up to? You're here, little Title Douluo turned, his gaze settling on him. While the other 6 elders also turned their attention to Shenge, their expressions varied. Some surprised, some indifferent, others contemplative, and a few admiring. Old man, why did you suddenly call for me? It's nothing significant. I merely wish to introduce you to the other elders of the hall. Noticing Shenge's confusion, Title Douluo appeared beside him, patting his shoulder in a friendly manner, and proceeded to introduce the 6 elders one by one. This is the 2nd elder, Golden Crocodile. The Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled at Shenge, his eyes filled with admiration. The 3rd elder, Qing Wan. The aloof and handsome Qing Wan merely nodded, his gaze indifferent, only showing signs of emotion when looking at the light-winged Douluo. The 4th elder, Lion King. The Lion King Douluo regarded Shenge with a rugged yet warm smile, his eyes revealing the same admiration as the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This lad is the 5th elder, Lightwing. Don't let his youthful appearance fool you. He may look younger than you, but his actual age could be that of your grandfather. Elder, you need to emphasize my age, the silver-haired, handsome youth with one eye closed said with a hint of exasperation. The Qing Wan Douluo, noticing his interruption of the introduction, also displayed a trace of helplessness and gently chided him. Light Wing, be respectful. Title Douluo dismissed the interruption, continuing to introduce the remaining two elders. They're the sixth elder, Qianjun, and the seventh elder, Jiang Mo. The two brothers, Qianjun and Jiang Mo, nodded and greeted Gushenge. After the title conferral ceremony, I will return to the extreme north ice field to complete the soul rings for the Tian martial spirit. Chapter 19. Gushenge's bold move. Junior Gushenge, greetings to all esteemed elders. After Title Douluo's introductions, Gushenge slightly bowed to the six elders. Given their higher cultivation and age, it was appropriate to address them as seniors. Upon seeing him bow, the elders' expressions softened slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and despite being a Title Douluo at just over 20, he displayed no pride or disdain, which marked him as a good child. Little Gu, after the title conferral ceremony, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Tian Douluo was straightforward, patting Gushenge's shoulder with a friendly demeanor, inviting him to join the Spirit Hall. A super genius who achieved the rank of Title Douluo at such a young age was not someone the Spirit Hall could afford to let slip away. As long as Gushenge agreed to join, Tian Douluo was willing to meet any conditions he proposed. The gazes of the six elders converged on Gushenge, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, observing the old man's expectant expression, Gushenge spoke slowly. I am willing to join the Spirit Hall, but I have one condition. What condition? Upon hearing his willingness to join, a glimmer of joy appeared in Tian Douluo's eyes, and he quickly inquired about his condition. Old man, you must be aware that the Spirit Hall will take action during tomorrow's title conferral ceremony. Indeed, Tian Douluo nodded. He had received the same intelligence as Bibi Dong. Two mere elders would not be able to disrupt the ceremony, even if the entire Spirit Hall were to act. My condition is simple. Regardless of how many spirit masters the Spirit Hall sends to cause trouble tomorrow, I hope you will not intervene. I wish to handle them myself. As he spoke, Gushenge's golden eyes erupted with intense, killing intent. The Spirit Hall was his ultimate hatred, a vendetta he could not ignore. If he did not avenge it, he would be unworthy of being called a son. This condition momentarily stunned Tian Douluo. Was it really that simple? Agreed. As long as you do not speak, we will not intervene. All matters concerning the Spirit Hall will be handled by you alone. Tian Douluo nodded in agreement, eager to witness the extent of Gushenge's strength. The other six elders looked on with great interest, curious to see how he would confront the Spirit Hall. It was unclear how many would come this time, but since they dared to create chaos in the presence of the elders and high-ranking officials, it was undoubtedly more than just two elders. They would observe how Gushenge managed the situation. If he truly could single-handedly deal with multiple Title Douluos, his reputation would undoubtedly eclipse that of Tang Hao's in history, leaving an indelible mark on the continent. After some casual conversation with the old man, Gushenge informed Tian Douluo of the title bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong, which he savored and approved. Haoyang, after your title conferral ceremony, I will have a plaque crafted for you, to be hung in the Douluo Hall, where it will be revered by all for eternity. As long as the Spirit Hall endured, Gushenge's title plaque would forever grace the Douluo Hall, basking in eternal glory. The golden crocodile Douluo and the others did not linger in the sanctuary for long, departing in pairs. Once only Tian Douluo and Gushenge remained. The old man's expression turned serious, and he asked meaningfully, Little Gu, I've heard you've been quite close to the Pope lately. At the sudden mention of Bibi Dong, Gushenge's gaze sharpened. Did the old man have something to imply? What is the matter, old man? That woman is not as simple as she appears. It would be best for you to keep your distance. However, if you're seeking a partner, I have a granddaughter whom I could introduce to you one day. I assure you, she will not disappoint. She surpasses the ordinary. Tian Douluo earnestly advised him, while simultaneously promoting Tian Rinxue to bind him to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Gushenge displayed a peculiar expression, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. This would not do. Old man, I appreciate your good intentions, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, with both parties unmarried, should His Holiness the Pope have ulterior motives towards me, I would not mind at all. Gushenge, shall acknowledge her. Ultimately, he shook his head, declining the kind offer of the old man. While Tian Rinxue was indeed admirable, in his heart, Bibi Dong held the foremost place, and he had chosen her. Seeing his unwavering stance, Tian Douluo attempted further persuasion. But she is significantly older than you. You two are not suited. Old man, refrain from casually commenting on a woman's age. Remember, a woman remains a maiden until her last breath. Furthermore, in my homeland, there is a saying, a woman 3 years older brings golden bricks, and I am currently embracing a mountain of gold. The repeated insistence of the grand priest to separate them irked Gushenge. After uttering his final words, he slightly inclined his body and turned to leave. Watching him depart, Qian Laozu realized he had spoken out of turn. His expression grew complex as he understood that he could not sway him. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the situation, hoping only that Bibi Dong would not use him against the angel lineage. Outside the offering hall, as Gushenge stepped out, he encountered a captivating figure clad in red, standing by the grand pillars, Bibi Dong, gazing at him with a complicated expression. The Title Douluo possessed acute hearing. Even through the palace doors, she had overheard their conversation, which left her deeply moved. Just as Bibi Dong opened her mouth to speak, Gushenge approached with swift strides, leaving her no chance to react. He forcefully pressed her against the pillar, exhibiting a stark contrast to his earlier gentleness, now manifesting a dominating strength. Tian Douluo's words had provoked him. What was inappropriate between him and Bibi Dong? If you claim it to be unsuitable, I shall prove you wrong. This woman is the one he has chosen. Gushenge encircled the waist of the exquisite pope with one arm, pressing her closely to his chest, while the other hand held her above her left shoulder, preventing her escape. Even his gaze transformed, shifting from tenderness and affection to an overwhelming aggression and possessiveness, as if he intended to claim her entirely, making her solely his. The abruptness of this forceful advance left Bibi Dong momentarily at a loss. She felt the weight of his breath and the growing heat of his affection, as if he sought to melt her away. In that instant, the previously authoritative and decisive pope hesitated, contemplating whether to push Gushenge away. After all, it was still broad daylight, and they stood just outside the offering hall, surrounded by numerous temple knights. In stark contrast, Gushenge exhibited no hesitation, disregarding the presence of patrolling knights. He gazed at Bibi Dong's soft, tender lips and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. He aimed for first base. However, as the indecisive Bibi Dong looked into his eyes, witnessing the handsome face drawing nearer and his golden hair, a wave of dark, painful memories surged from the depths of her mind, memories she never wished to revisit. Her beautiful eyes betrayed extreme rage, disgust, and an unmistakable fear. Slap! The sharp, resonant sound of slap echoed, drawing the attention of Qian Douluo inside the offering hall and capturing the gaze of the patrolling knights. Gushenge, stunned by the slap, stared blankly at the stunning woman before him, feeling the sting on his cheek. He noted the fury and revulsion in Bibi Dong's eyes, along with a hint of heart-wrenching terror, realizing that his previous actions had been too impulsive and overtly forceful, provoking her resistance. Bibi Dong, observing the vivid mark of the slap on his cheek, felt her hand tremble slightly, her expression shifting through panic and guilt. She had not intended to strike Gushenge, only to push him away, but his aggressive actions had triggered her darkest and most painful memories, leading her to react instinctively. She never meant to hurt him. Shenge, I'm sorry. I apologize. I acted impulsively. Gushenge released his hold on Bibi Dong's waist, his expression filled with regret. He should not have been so rash. He softly apologized to her, feeling the weight of curious gazes converging upon them. Without waiting for her to respond, he turned and walked away. Observing Gushenge leave after his apology, Bibi Dong assumed he was angry, and her guilt intensified. Leaning against the grand pillar, she felt an unsettling bitterness within her. If only she had not hesitated and had closed her eyes like a maiden, quietly awaiting Gushenge's kiss. Might the outcome have been different? Inside the offering hall, Qian Douluo watched Bibi Dong leaning against the pillar and shook his head, a flicker of guilt appearing in his eyes. Ultimately, the Qian family owed her an apology. Nevertheless, the old man held some discontent towards Gushenge. Here he was, introducing his granddaughter to him, only to turn around and pursue her mother. Was that not somewhat excessive? Meanwhile, Gushenge, feeling a sense of loss, wandered aimlessly through the streets after leaving the spirit hall. He was acutely aware that his recent actions had been excessively impulsive, yet he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Bibi Dong. The slap she had delivered, particularly the emotions reflected in her eyes, rage, disgust, and fear, made him realize that his forceful demeanor had likely triggered painful memories for her. Sighing inwardly, Gushenge was uncertain how to face Bibi Dong that evening. As he pondered this, a soft figure in a white dress suddenly collided with him. Gu Shenge effortlessly sidestepped, noticing her rapid acceleration and the signs of impending fall. He swiftly extended his hand to grasp the delicate arm of the girl in white, preventing her from tumbling. Once she regained her balance, he released her. Rong Rong, do slow down. Just then, two figures approached, one clad in white. A refined, gentle, middle-aged man who cautioned the girl in white. Thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance. The elegant middle-aged man also expressed his gratitude to Gu Shenge. Gu Shenge merely shook his head, indicating it was a trifling matter, and chose not to engage further. Striding away, as a refined man continued to admonish the girl, Rong Rong, do not run so fast next time. If you had fallen, the passers-by might have trampled you. That would not be good. The elegant middle-aged man spoke earnestly, sensing the unusual demeanor of the middle-aged man behind him. He turned to inquire, Uncle Gu, what is it? The man referred to as Uncle Gu was none other than Bon Duo, one of the two Title Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The elegant middle-aged man and the girl in white were Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, respectively. Bon Duo, observing Gu Shenge's receding figure, had sensed a trace of formidable aura upon his passing, comparable to his own, and spoke with a tone of gravity and astonishment. That individual is extraordinary. His cultivation likely rivals mine. Upon hearing this assessment, Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed. Although Uncle Gu often appeared somewhat whimsical in their presence, he was not one to speak recklessly. The young brother seemed to be barely in his 20s, yet he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bon Duo. Could it be him? Ning Fengji instantly connected the dots, recalling the protagonist of the upcoming grand ceremony, a Title Douluo in his 20s. It could only be him. Unexpectedly, while strolling through the streets, I encountered him ahead of time. Alas, had I but urged him to stay a moment longer, perhaps a beautiful bond could have been forged. As Gu Shenge ambled along the roadside, he suddenly halted, captivated by a stall displaying numerous red seeds. Their size was akin to that of ordinary mung beans. Yet their hue was a vibrant crimson, though not entirely so. 2/3 bore the red, while the remaining third was black, located at the end of the embryonic root. This peculiar seed is known as the xiangzizi, or love seed. The red bean flourishes in the southern lands, blooming in spring. May you gather them plentifully, for they signify longing. The red beans mentioned in Wang Wei's poetry refer to these xiangzizi, yet unlike the edible red beans, they are toxic, indeed highly poisonous. An ingestion may lead to dire consequences, even death. Among the myriad ailments that accompany human existence, only the affliction of unrequited love remains untreatable. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shenge purchased the handful of love seeds and made his way back to the spirit hall. In a certain part of the spirit city, the sound of conversation arose. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony of conferral. Is everything arranged? Rest assured, Elder, all has been set up in the plaza of the conferral hall. Very well. Tomorrow we shall present a grand gift to the spirit hall. I am eager to see how they maintain their dignity upon the continent thereafter. Within the Pope's chamber of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong shed her wine-red silk gown and immersed herself in a bath filled with rose petals, steam rising around her. The scorching water enveloped her delicate collarbone, aligning with her fair, rosy shoulders, while her wine-red hair floated upon the surface, damp and alluring. Gradually, she submerged herself within the heated water, as if undergoing a cleansing baptism to wash away her impurities, rendering her at least somewhat purified. Time slipped away unnoticed until a respectful voice outside the chamber broke the silence, a woman reporting, Your Holiness, the tasks you assigned have been completed. The surface of the rose petal-laden bath rippled, as a moment later, water splashed, and amidst the mist, her graceful silhouette emerged. Using her soul power, she evaporated the moisture clinging to her skin, donned her bathrobe, and slowly stepped out from behind the screen. Come in. Bibi Dong's authoritative voice resonated as the chamber door opened, and a maid respectfully entered, presenting her with the requested item. You may leave. The maid placed the item aside and exited, while Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon it, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Would he appreciate it? Chapter 21. A slap, followed by a sweet date kiss, beneath the inky night sky, obscured by clouds and devoid of stars. The cold night breeze caressed the blossoms in the courtyard. The flowers remained in full bloom, their fragrance lingering, as a figure sat quietly on a stone bench, fingers idly playing with a string of vermilion beads. Shenge gazed down at the love seed bracelet he had crafted. After undergoing high-temperature treatment, the seeds had lost their toxicity. Their color transformed from bright red to a deep crimson. 17 seeds, strung together, consumed a significant part of his day. And though it bore imperfections, it was a testament to his own handiwork. Would she return? He pondered silently, a flicker of guilt crossing his mind. His impulsiveness during the day had likely stirred painful memories within Bibi Dong, as evidenced by the look in her eyes. Just as he sighed, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Shenge turned suddenly, and there she was, her graceful figure appearing in the corridor of the courtyard. Her gentle gaze imbued with an inexplicable sentiment as she approached with her long, elegant legs. You've come. Yes. A simple exchange, devoid of excessive sweet talk. Shenge's eyes, always filled with tenderness and affection for Bibi Dong, brought her immense enjoyment, filling her heart with a honeyed sweetness. Perhaps due to her own guilt. Regretting her impulsive slap earlier, Bibi Dong was more forthcoming this time, sitting very close, so close that Shenge could hear the rhythm of her heartbeat and her breath. I apologize for my impulsiveness at noon. I simply lost control. I'm sorry. I overstepped my bounds at noon and shouldn't have forced you. In a flower-laden courtyard, the two sat closely together, almost leaning against one another as they simultaneously offered apologies. Yet, midway through their confessions, they froze, locking eyes and recognizing the shared feelings of guilt, remorse, and a touch of astonishment. Perhaps this was the connection of kindred spirits. However, this understanding cast them into an awkward state. I never imagined our esteemed Pope would deign to apologize. I feel quite honored. Shenge broke the silence, teasingly. Upon hearing his jest, a blush crept across Bibi Dong's stunning face. You dare to jest with me, Shenge? You've truly crossed the line. Perhaps it was a skill innate to every woman. In a fit of playful ire, Bibi Dong reached out with her delicate hand to pinch the soft flesh at Shenge's waist. The sensation was both delightful and unbearable. I was wrong. Your Majesty, spare me. Shenge's face contorted in exaggerated agony as he pleaded for mercy. Even a body at the Title Douluo level could not withstand such a pinch. He suspected she had secretly employed some form of eternal creation, for he could not resist. Just as he begged for mercy, Bibi Dong leaned closer, her flawless visage magnifying in Shenge's eyes, and then, her soft, warm lips pressed against his, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. Had Bibi Dong just kissed him forcefully? Yet the sensation upon his lips was undeniable, soft, moist, and imbued with a hint of sweetness, accompanied by an intoxicating blend of rose fragrance and her subtle, elegant scent that filled his senses. He was utterly entranced. However, this unexpected indulgence came swiftly, departing just as quickly. Before Shenge could react further, Bibi Dong pulled back, her lips parting, revealing a rosy flush on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shyness as she hurried to explain. I slapped you, and now I've given you a kiss that evens the score. Thus, the phrase a slap followed by a sweet date came to fruition. Not yet satiated, Shenge quickly proposed, how about you slap me a few more times? I have thick skin, I can take it. Dream on. Bibi Dong shot him a glare, full of charm, clearly annoyed at his audacity. Yet, she leaned into Shenge's embrace, relishing the warmth, finding solace in his arms, extending the embrace they had shared earlier. As Shenge held the stunning Pope close, his gaze softened, his affection deepening. He buried his head in her wine-red hair, inhaling its captivating fragrance. They remained in that position for an indeterminate time, the concept of time fading until Bibi Dong eventually withdrew. Shenge, if I am not as perfect as you imagine, will you still care for me? She lifted her head, gazing into the eyes of the man who beheld her with such affection. The usually resolute Pope, now appearing anxious and tentative, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. In that moment, Bibi Dong shed the facade of the imposing Pope, revealing the vulnerable demeanor of a girl filled with nervous anticipation. She overheard the conversation in the offering hall with crystal clarity. Tian Douluo was persuading Shenge to distance himself from her and even introducing that wretched girl to him, which instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within Bibi Dong. She would not allow anyone to take Shenge away from her. No one at all. He belonged solely to her. Yet, Bibi Dong was also gripped by fear, terrified that Tian Douluo would reveal that incident to Shenge. Such a revelation would inevitably tarnish her image in his eyes, possibly inciting his disdain and disgust, leading to her abandonment, an outcome she simply could not accept. Though their companionship had spanned merely a few days, Guxing's presence had unknowingly filled Bibidong's heart. His tenderness, his embrace, and his affection were treasures she relished, treasures she craved. This compelled her to initiate a kiss, yearning to secure Guxing's heart completely. Upon hearing Bibidong's question, Guxing shook his head, his golden gaze fixed upon her exquisitely beautiful yet anxious face. Her wine-red hair cascaded gracefully to either side, her fair skin glimmering subtly like fine sheep-fat jade, invoking a desire to touch and experience that unique delicacy. His eyes softened further as he leaned down to kiss her snow-white forehead, then whispered softly in her ear, "You will always be perfect in my heart. So do not worry, my affection for you will never wane." His words flooded Bibidong's heart with warmth, calming her previously anxious spirit. A radiant smile blossomed on her stunning face as she reached out to embrace Guxing once more, nestling into his arms. In that moment, Bibidong felt an unparalleled happiness. And it was then that the shadow of Yu Shaojiang was entirely purged from her heart, leaving only Guxing's presence within her soul. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She released him and retrieved a white trench coat from her storage soul guide, presenting it to Guxing. The trench coat was meticulously tailored to his measurements, crafted from the extraordinarily precious silk of ancient ice silkworms, adorned with golden threads that embroidered a blazing sun enveloped by 9 golden crows, forming a grand pattern of 9 crows embracing the sun. The cuffs and collar bore sun motifs, created from exquisite materials, embodying elegance and luxury. "This was specially made for you by the people of the Spirit Hall. Do you like it?" Guxing gazed at the trench coat she showcased, his eyes gleaming with admiration. However, he had to admit that the garment-making skills in the Douluo world were not inferior to those of Earth in his past life. He produced a handcrafted bracelet made of red bean seeds and presented it to Bibidong. As for the relationship between the protagonist and the pontiff, Ishalispada no rastrain. Chapter 22. A gift of red beans to the beloved, staying overnight in the pontiff's palace. The crimson red bean bracelet was not particularly exquisite and bore several flaws. It was merely a simple string of beads, still warm from his touch. Guxing accepted the trench coat and offered the red bean bracelet to Bibidong. His gaze as gentle as a warm sun, his voice as clear as a mountain spring, flowing through her heart. "Donger, this bracelet is made from red bean seeds. Although its craftsmanship is not perfect, it was made by my own hands, a token of my heartfelt intentions. I hope you like it." Upon hearing it was crafted by his hands, Bibidong's heart trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting gratitude and joy as she regarded the bracelet. Over the years, she had received countless gifts, treasures beyond measure. Yet none compared to this heartfelt creation from Guxing, especially given that it was from the one she loved. How could she not be moved and delighted? Like a youthful maiden, she joyfully accepted the bracelet and donned it on her delicate wrist, the crimson beads contrasting beautifully against her creamy skin, symbolizing their bond. "Or red beans?" Bibidong inquired, stroking the bracelet with curiosity. Guxing pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her silky hair, his fingers gliding over her smooth cheek as he recited an ancient verse. "Red beans grow in the south, sprouting in the spring. May you gather more. This is the most longing thing." The red beans referred to in this poem symbolize longing, said to be formed from the blood and tears of a woman yearning for her beloved, embodying the essence of love. Humanity faces myriad ailments, yet only longing is incurable. Longing seeps into one's bones, with no remedy. The red beans are poisonous, but after high-temperature processing, they are harmless. Wear it, and if you ever miss me, touch it, and I will be by your side, unwavering. Upon hearing Guxing's heartfelt explanation, Bibidong felt her heart swell with love. This man cherished her profoundly, and no matter what, she would never allow him to leave her. "Thank you, Shenge." Merely expressing gratitude felt insufficient. Actions would speak louder. Upon hearing his beloved's thanks, Guxing teased, prompting Bibidong to huff lightly, acknowledging his mischievous nature. However, in light of this gift, she decided to indulge him a bit. She leaned in once more to bestow a kiss, but to her surprise, he was ready, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, enveloping her in a love as fervent as the sun, as if he wished to melt her away. Bibi Dong felt her body grow weak, surrendering to his embrace. "Close your eyes. Let us savor one another." His gentle voice guided Bibi Dong, and she complied, slowly shutting her beautiful eyes, clearing her mind of all thoughts. Focusing solely on the sensation of his warm lips covering hers, entwining together in an intimate embrace. Gu Shenge held the stunning pontiff close, kissing her passionately, claiming her as his own. His golden eyes reflected her blissful expression, her flawless face flushed with a delicate crimson, stunningly beautiful. Without a hint of imperfection, she was the epitome of perfection. The regal demeanor she had worn throughout the day faded, revealing a shy allure reminiscent of a maiden, captivating him, enchanting him, stirring a desire for deeper connection. Just as Gu Shenge prepared to advance further, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes, halting his movements. Her gaze filled with sweet embarrassment as she parted her lips to plead softly, "No." Seeing this, disappointment flickered in Gu Shenge's eyes, which tightened Bibi Dong's heart. She bit her lip, resolute in her decision. Not yet, at least not now. She pushed away the man, longing for more, rising to adjust her attire, her complexion flushed, radiating a vibrant allure, her red cheeks nearly dripping with color. "Shenge, you have the ceremony to attend tomorrow. You should rest early. I'll head back now. I will escort you," Gu Shenge replied, standing and taking her delicate hand in his. Bibi Dong nodded in acceptance, and they walked hand in hand like a couple in the throes of romance. Navigating through the familiar corridors, guided by the dim moonlight, they returned to the pontiff's chamber. Yet, Gu Shenge refused to relinquish her hand. This time, he was determined to take the initiative. With a gentle tug, he drew Bibi Dong back into his embrace. Gazing at her slightly bewildered yet beautiful face, his voice soft yet laced with an undertone of possessiveness. "I do not wish to leave tonight. I want to be with you." Faced with Gu Shenge's sudden assertiveness, Bibi Dong was unsure how to decline. After a moment of hesitation, she subtly nodded, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. He pushed open the door to the pontiff's chamber, enveloping Bibi Dong in his arms as they stepped inside for the first time. The stunning pontiff found herself pressed against the bed, feeling the overwhelming intensity of Gu Shenge's passionate affection. She felt no inclination to resist, yet fear lingered within her, the fear that he might overstep boundaries. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a mix of shame and a hint of pleading. She was not ready to give him everything just yet. "Shenge, grant me some time. Do not rush me. I am willing to wait for you, until the day you take the initiative to come to me." Gu Shenge nodded, gazing down at the enchanting beauty beneath him with eyes brimming with affection. He lowered his head once more to engage in a lingering kiss with the exquisite Pope. Yet, he honored his promise, refraining from any improper actions. When the kiss grew tiresome, he enveloped the perfectly delicate figure of Bibi Dong in his embrace, burying his head deep in her flowing hair, inhaling the delightful scent. As they nestled together to sleep, feeling each other's warmth and beauty, sharing the same sweet dreams. Perhaps Gu Shenge was capable of maintaining composure amidst such temptations. The following day, as the sun rose, its golden rays spread across the earth, awakening all living things. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong slowly stirred awake, her gaze falling upon Gu Shenge's handsome face, which perpetually bore a gentle smile, soft as the morning light, captivating her, yet evoking a twinge of insecurity within her. "Dongya, it is time to rise. You must attend my coronation today and cannot be late," Gu Shenge whispered softly in her ear, exhaling warm breath as he playfully nibbled her ear, leaving his mark. Instantly, Bibi Dong trembled slightly, hastily sitting up, her lovely face flushed with a hint of crimson and her eyes revealing a trace of bashfulness. Before she could utter a word, Gu Shenge bestowed upon her a morning kiss, a passionate French kiss. Those enamored often find it impossible to contain their fervent emotions, yearning to express their love for one another at every moment, entwined in a passionate embrace. It was not until much later that Gu Shenge departed from the Pope's chamber, leaving Bibi Dong sitting in a daze upon the bed. She felt utterly captivated. If it weren't for the need to attend the coronation, she would have preferred to remain with Gu Shenge all day, avoiding the outside world. After a struggle within her thoughts, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure, rising to change into a different outfit. Once the coronation was concluded, she would have ample time to express her love for him, without the urgency of the moment. In truth, I have been in a dilemma over whether to have a single female lead or multiple female leads. I have written the relationship between the protagonist and Bibi Dong quite sweetly. If there are multiple female leads, it may not do justice to this sweetness. However, a single female lead does not align with my style. Thus, I have resolved that each female lead will be written with this level of sweetness. With a touch of heartache, Chapter 23. The golden crow crows, and two suns appear in the sky. As the long-anticipated coronation ceremony commenced, the city of Wuhun was a hive of activity, teeming with people drawn like bees to flowers, all converging upon the central square where the event was to take place. Even without a designated spot, they were unwilling to miss this unprecedented spectacle. Around the central square, the banners of the Wuhun Palace fluttered in the breeze. Resonating with a powerful sound, heavily armored holy knights stood guard at every position, brandishing long spears, their formidable presence palpable. With keen eyes hidden beneath their helmets, they surveilled the square, leaving no suspicious individual unchecked. Among the audience in the square were representatives from renowned soul master factions, including the 7 great empires and numerous kingdoms, all seated in their designated areas. The more powerful the faction, the closer their position to the Wuhun Palace's main seat. The representative from the Tianshui Academy was none other than Lung Qishuang, who arrived promptly upon receiving the invitation to the grand ceremony. The beautiful headmistress, adorned in a blue rose qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, wore light makeup that highlighted her stunningly mature features. Her raven hair was styled into a single bun, with a few wisps of bangs cascading down her forehead, exuding elegance. Lung Qishuang's beautiful eyes scanned the square for Gu Xing's figure. However, aside from the holy knights and some ceremonial maidens, she could not find him. As expected, the protagonist always makes a grand entrance. Though he had yet to arrive, discussions about him had already begun among the audience. A 23-year-old Title Douluo, he is at least 20 years younger than Tang Hao was in his prime. It seems the title of the youngest Title Douluo will soon be passed on. What a prodigy! To achieve Title Douluo status in his 20s. Just imagine, give him a few more decades, and he may ascend to godhood. But have you heard? Rumors suggest that the Spirit Hall is preparing to cause trouble during this ceremony. I've heard that too, but that is a matter for the Spirit Hall to worry about, not us. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. That may not be the case. The Spirit Hall is hosting this grand coronation with such grandeur. Even elders and priests who are rarely seen have gathered. I doubt the Spirit Hall will allow any disruptions. The news of the Spirit Hall's potential interference had spread throughout Wuhun City, and everyone was aware. Yet few held any optimism about it. Many representatives from Soul Master factions turned their gazes toward the main seat of the Spirit Hall, where 19 thrones stood, each representing a Title Douluo. This was the first time the Spirit Hall publicly showcased the number of Title Douluos it possessed, leaving the representatives astonished, with the Pope included. There were a total of 19 Title Douluos, truly befitting the Spirit Hall's status as the leader of Soul Masters across the continent. No, it should be 20. Once the coronation concludes, the main character will undoubtedly join the Spirit Hall. On the viewing platform of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji gazed at the 19 thrones, his eyes flickering with astonishment. This was his first discovery of the Spirit Hall's formidable number of Title Douluos. If the Spirit Hall desired to take action against the 7-treasure glazed tile school, relying solely on Bondo would be utterly insufficient. This realization weighed heavily on Ning Fengji's heart, and even Douluo felt the same. They had not anticipated the Spirit Hall to conceal such a multitude of powerful beings. Had it not been for their intent to establish their authority during this coronation, they likely would have remained hidden for much longer. Suddenly, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, landing upon the grand dais in the center of the square. Following this, 17 beams of various colors fell upon the main seat of the Spirit Hall, revealing the elders and priests of the Spirit Hall, with Tian Douluo standing prominently on the grand dais. Moments later, a pink beam appeared, descending upon the central position of the main seat. As the light dissipated, Bibi Dong emerged, regal and breathtaking, wielding the Pope's scepter with an air of authority and grace. As she appeared, the elders of the Spirit Hall and all present in the audience bowed deeply to the exquisite Pope, with the exception of Tian Douluo, while the other 6 priests merely inclined their bodies in respect. Long live the Pope! The holy knights, brandishing their spears, knelt on one knee, their voices resonating with reverence, echoing into the sky and startling the birds above. Rise! Bibi Dong, resembling a proud empress, lightly struck the ground with her scepter, her wrist adorned with a prayer bead bracelet trembling slightly. As she spoke, her tone was cool and authoritative, each word imbued with overwhelming soul power that commanded respect. As the holy knights rose, their eyes were filled with awe for the Pope. Even many representatives from Soul Master factions, seeing the Pope for the first time, were stunned by her unparalleled beauty. Although they knew she was a woman, they had not anticipated her to be so extraordinarily lovely. Bibi Dong scanned the square with her beautiful eyes, but found no trace of Shenge, leaving her perplexed. Where could he be? Why had he not arrived? Had something gone awry? Had those from the Spirit Hall taken action against him ahead of time? With such thoughts, a flicker of worry crossed the exquisite Pope's eyes. Even Tian Douluo on the grand dais appeared somewhat bewildered. Where's that boy? Why had he not made his appearance? According to the usual procedure of coronations, the newly appointed Title Douluo should have appeared after the Pope. Why was he not following the script? Surely he wouldn't leave me waiting. As the crowd eagerly awaited the appearance of Shenge, a resounding cry, bright and clear, echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a golden phoenix's call. Suddenly, the temperature surged, enveloping the atmosphere in a furnace-like heat, as if the very air had been transformed into steam, leaving the onlookers in a state of discomfort. Look at the sky. 2 suns. A voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention, prompting all to gaze upward in an attempt to behold the blinding radiance. Yet, the sun's brilliance was too fierce for mortal eyes. They squinted, struggling to witness this extraordinary phenomenon. What had once been a clear sky with a single sun now bore witness to another golden orb, radiating intense heat and flames, igniting mountains and boiling seas, standing alongside its companion to illuminate the world, banishing all darkness and foreboding, heralding a realm of eternal light. With the cry of the golden phoenix, the twin suns appeared in the sky. Bibi Dong, Tian Douluo, and Ning Fengji were rendered speechless by this spectacle, some unable to trust their own eyes. How could there be 2 suns? What manner of existence was this? The heat was unbearable. It felt as though they were on the brink of melting. What a marvel! What a wonder! But then, a voice of alarm broke through the astonishment. Run! The second sun is falling. What a joke! That sun was plummeting towards them. Who could withstand such a force? As the crowd was engulfed in panic, the blazing sun descended directly upon them, causing faces to pale and hearts to race in fear. Amidst the chaos, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the falling sun, imbued with both inquiry and certainty, as if challenging the very fabric of existence. Between the sun and moon, which is stronger? Yin and yang in harmony, transcending as sovereign. Many soul masters halted their flight, forcing their gazes back to the radiant orb. Bibi Dong, Tian Douluo, and others exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing the familiar tone. Within the blazing sun, phoenixes soared. Fire dragons roared, and a world of flames materialized, revealing a figure clad in white. An immortal solar deity, wielding the essence of the sun, standing tall amidst the heavens. Eternal and unyielding. The astonishing sight left all present in a state of disbelief. They could hardly process the enormity of what they beheld. Was there truly a being within the sun? No, it was a god. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing the radiant sun, felt a surge of disdain, her grip tightening around the Pope's scepter. The brilliance was overwhelming, too intense, too luminous. It was as if a fallen soul, long ensnared in darkness, had been suddenly exposed to blinding light, devoid of joy. Only a deep-seated loathing remained. She wished to obliterate this light, to taint it, to see it succumb to the same darkness in which she dwelled. The collective thoughts of the soul masters varied, but all bore a heavy heart. Many knelt in reverence, faces etched with awe and trepidation. At long last, the sun descended, unleashing an unparalleled wave of heat. The soul masters hastily summoned their energies to form defensive barriers. Yet even these could not withstand the sun's fury. Only the Title Douluo could maintain their shields. Others were left in disarray, their hair and garments igniting spontaneously. Fortunately, Tian Douluo swiftly summoned his martial spirit, enveloping the square in a protective angelic barrier to prevent the ceremonial grounds from being consumed by the sun's descent. As the sun touched the ground, Its flames gradually dissipated, and the oppressive heat receded, allowing the crowd to exhale in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. Even Bai Dong atop the platform was drenched, her long gown clinging to her figure, revealing her fair skin. Yet, she quickly used her energy to evaporate the moisture, rendering her allure fleeting. The elders and representatives of the Soul Master factions held their breaths, shaken by the near calamity. Had the sun truly fallen, it would have obliterated not only the square, but the entire spirit city. All eyes were fixed upon the dissipating sun, desperate to discern the identity of the one who had caused such a tumult. Amidst the brilliance, the white figure was unveiled, surrounded by an aura of divine flames. Its feet adorned with 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings, radiating overwhelming power. The colors, purple, deep black, and alluring red, combined to create an awe-inspiring spectacle. The 7th ring still glowing faintly. At the moment the crowd beheld the visage of the figure Bai Dong, Title Douluo, and the 6 great elders widened their eyes in astonishment. The light-feathered Douluo, taken aback, was the first to voice his thoughts. I wondered who had caused such a stir. It is none other than Shenge. His voice was not loud, but among the gathered soul masters, all ears were attuned, and they registered the name, Shenge, the newly ascended Title Douluo. The name had spread across the continent in recent days, yet none had witnessed his true form until now. All eyes converged on the young and handsome visage, expressions ranging from astonishment to admiration. Some soul masters cast envious glances his way. On the high platform of the Tindo Empire, Prince Shui felt a surge of excitement at the appearance of Shenge, nearly leaping from his seat. However, recalling Shenge's past and his current stance towards the Tindo royal family, he sighed, his expression growing complex. Indeed, he was the newly ascended Title Douluo, as youthful as the rumors suggested. Creating such a commotion upon his entrance was truly audacious. With such arrogance, should the demon soul sect cause trouble? I wonder how he will respond. Shenge, with his cascading golden locks adorned with flickering flames, his striking features complemented by a golden sun mark upon his brow, emanated a warm smile that easily endeared him to those around. Clad in a white coat embroidered with a sun ablaze with flames, surrounded by 9 golden phoenixes, his ensemble radiated opulence, captivating the hearts of many female soul masters present. At the sight of Shenge, Bai Dong's previous disdain evaporated, replaced by a feeling of joy and affection. As Tian Douluo gazed at the grand entrance of Shenge, he felt no anger but rather a sense of pride, recognizing a semblance of his own former glory. The representatives of the soul masters in the audience were taken aback by the golden-haired youth's soul rings, pondering the immense strength that such an extraordinary configuration could bestow. "Uncle Bone, can you withstand him?" Ning Fengji inquired, his voice breaking the silence. While the Bone Douluo remained contemplative, uncertain of the answer, Shenge turned his attention to the central dais where Tian Douluo had been waiting, ready to crown him with a title. As he felt the collective gaze of the audience upon him, he stepped forward, his pure white gown billowing, golden hair flowing. Surrounded by a divine aura, his stance regal, akin to a sun god descending to earth, ascending the steps with grace. All eyes converged on him. At that moment, he was the sole protagonist of this grand narrative. Upon reaching the dais, Tian Douluo's expression grew solemn as he held aloft a radiant crown. Their eyes met, and with a decisive step forward, Tian Douluo raised the crown high above his head, announcing to the crowd, "Congratulations to the son Douluo." As the crown was placed upon Shenge's head, Tian Douluo extended his arms, his voice resonating with profound soul power, echoing through the assembly. The beautiful Pope on the high platform also spoke, her lips parting slightly, her authoritative voice filled with excitement and a hint of affection. "Congratulations to the son Douluo." Cheers erupted from the crowd, with the offerings, elders, and bishops of the Spirit Hall joining in the chorus, their voices reverberating across the square, through the Spirit City, and into the heavens. "Congratulations to the son Douluo. Congratulations to the son Douluo. Congratulations to the son Douluo." The holy knights raised their lances, surrounding the radiant figure like the sun itself, golden beams shooting skyward as angelic figures with white wings emerged, their presence sacred and untouchable. They intertwined their fingers, beautiful and devout, their melodious voices rising in praise of the son Douluo's birth. Yet, Amidst the euphoria of celebration, a sudden phenomenon occurred. 49 crimson pillars shot into the sky simultaneously, a mysterious array appearing in the heavens, exuding an eerie power that swiftly enveloped the entire spirit city in a magic suppression domain. In an instant, all soul masters felt an oppressive force, one that even Title Douluo could not escape. It was not directed at their martial souls or soul power, but rather at their soul skills. The realization dawned on them. They could no longer utilize their soul techniques. Shock, gravity, anger, and confusion rippled through the crowd, an air of anxiety enveloping them. They understood that the magic soul cult had arrived, but they had not anticipated such a bold move. However, the elders, offerings, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall remained composed, unfazed by the abrupt change, fully aware that this was part of the plan. Shenge gazed at the crimson pillars, murmuring, "Have they finally come?" The once soaring angels descended, forming a protective ring around the dais. The holy knights gripped their lances tightly, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Representatives of various soul master factions activated their martial souls, with the Bon Douluo shielding Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong from potential threats. Bibi Dong, observing the magic suppression array looming over the central square, recognized the familiar power emanating from it. It was reminiscent of the magic suppression field from the City of Slaughter. Though her martial soul remained intact, the inability to use her skills was a stark reminder of the limitations imposed upon her. Yet, even in her restricted state, breaking the barrier was within her capabilities. This confirmed that the magic soul cult was indeed linked to the City of Slaughter. Among the 49 crimson pillars stood a soul saint of the magic soul cult, continuously channeling soul power into a stone slab inscribed with intricate patterns, maintaining this false magic suppression domain. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, 5 figures rose from the audience, emanating formidable auras, their presence imposing. Each surrounded by 9 soul rings, 3 adorned with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black rings, while 2 bore 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. Among them were 3 burly men with distinct markings, a captivating beauty, and an elderly man. Their emergence captured the attention of all, eliciting expressions of shock. While it was known that the magic soul cult would send powerful individuals to disrupt the event, no one expected 5 Title Douluo to appear. Title Douluo and the elders regarded the 5 magic soul cult elders with disdain, dismissing them as mere pawns wielding forced enhancements. The old man felt the constraints of the magic suppression placed upon him, but knew that, with his strength, breaking through was trivial. It would take little time for the other elders to do the same. The impact was negligible. After all, the Spirit Hall was hardly intimidated by such tactics. In the air, one of the 5 magic soul elders, a burly man adorned with a black bear motif, exuded arrogance, belittling the Spirit Hall, which ignited fury among the soul masters present. As some factions not aligned with the Spirit Hall secretly reveled in the situation, the atmosphere grew tense. On the dais, the light-feathered Douluo could no longer contain himself and was about to act when the Tianhui Douluo intervened. "Hold on. Don't forget what the grand offering promised to young Gu." Reluctantly, the light-feathered Douluo restrained his anger and hastened his efforts to break through the suppression. Should Shenge find himself in trouble with these 5, he would be ready to act swiftly. Bibi Dong looked anxiously at Shenge, questioning whether he could confront 5 Title Douluo, while she herself had easily broken through her own constraints. Shenge lifted his gaze at the 5 elders of the magic soul cult, his expression calm, even pleased. "Excellent. 5 Title Douluo. Defeating them will surely elevate my name across the continent. Leave these 5 to me," he declared confidently. "Remember, if you cannot handle them, do not hesitate to call for us," Tian Douluo replied, dismissing the 5 Title Douluo as inconsequential. The magic soul cult, after all, was merely a fledgling organization of evil soul masters that had emerged in recent decades. Were it not for their knack for concealment, they would have been eradicated by the Spirit Hall long ago. The millennia of heritage of the Spirit Hall was beyond the imagination of the magic soul cult. Even if they launched a surprise attack during this ceremony, the outcome for them would be utter annihilation. Had Shenge not sought to use them to enhance his reputation, Tian Douluo would have already dispatched them upon their arrival. On the other side, Ning Fengji surveyed the square. Although the soul masters from the Spirit Hall displayed expressions of righteous indignation, the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall aside from the 5 offerings who were somewhat restless, remained surprisingly calm, including the elders and the Pope. It seemed they were not particularly concerned about the disruptions caused by the 5 Title Douluos from the Demon Soul sect. They were lying in wait. Ning Fengji quickly deduced that the news of the Demon Soul sect intending to create chaos during the ceremony had spread throughout Spirit City. How could the Spirit Hall possibly be unprepared? They were waiting for the Demon Soul sect to reveal themselves. Although the barrier imposed by the Demon Soul sect restricted their use of soul skills, such limitations were not permanent. Ning Fengji turned to inquire of Bone Douluo, Uncle Bone. How do you feel? Give me a few more minutes, and I will break through this restriction, Bone Douluo replied. Indeed, this limitation posed little challenge for a Title Douluo, as it could be overcome with some time. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Ning Fengji's eyes. It appeared that the Spirit Hall was deliberately staging this grand ceremony to lure the Demon Soul sect into their trap, thereby re-establishing their authority. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had indeed suffered a significant loss of prestige due to the actions of the Demon Soul sect. If they were to eliminate these 5 Title Douluos today, it would undoubtedly restore the Spirit Hall's reputation. What a masterstroke! However, the Demon Soul sect's objective was not merely to wreak havoc on the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they would not have sent just 5 Title Douluos, but also their followers. The eyes of the 5 elders from the Demon Soul sect were fixed on Shenge, their murderous intent evident. Without the slightest hesitation, they simultaneously attacked Shenge, seeking to eliminate him as swiftly as possible. They were also aware that the pseudo-restriction on soul skills posed minimal hindrance to Title Douluos, so the true target of the Demon Soul sect had always been Shenge. To slay him in front of the entire continent's soul master factions during the Spirit Hall ceremony would not only eradicate a peerless genius, but also deliver a severe blow to the Spirit Hall's reputation. Shenge wished to establish his own notoriety through the Demon Soul sect, while the Demon Soul sect sought to use him to humiliate the Spirit Hall. Both sides aimed to manipulate the other for their own ends. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. From the beginning, the Spirit Hall had never regarded the Demon Soul sect with any seriousness. Today's disruption and assassination were merely a farce to them, a stepping stone for Shenge's fame. Tian Douluo waved to signal the female angels of the Angel Legion to withdraw, and the Holy Knights also retreated at his behest to avoid collateral damage. Witnessing the scene, Ning Fengji became increasingly convinced that the Spirit Hall was indeed fishing for the Demon Soul sect, and they had hooked a big one. If these 5 elders from the Demon Soul sect were to perish here, it would not only elevate the Spirit Hall's prestige, but also inflict significant losses on the Demon Soul sect. Uncle Bone, an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold, he remarked. Bone Douluo nodded in agreement, recognizing the underlying scheme. Not only they, but also many representatives of various Soul Master factions began to sense something amiss. The indifferent reactions of the Spirit Hall's elders and offerings sparked suspicion. Some representatives of Soul Master factions who had contemplated fleeing reconsidered, eager to see what the Spirit Hall was truly up to. In a rear section of the audience, Lung Qishuang, upon witnessing the 5 Title Douluos preparing to strike at Shenge, was filled with anxiety, desperately channeling her soul power to break through the magical restrictions. Under the pseudo-restriction field, all Soul Masters were affected, yet the 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect remained unrestrained, capable of using their soul skills. As the saying goes, the one in the game is confused, while the observer sees clearly. The 5 who had come to disrupt were completely oblivious to the fact that they had stepped into the Spirit Hall's trap and proceeded with their plan. Haoyang Douluo, you have only yourself to blame for your misfortune to hold such a ceremony today. The leader among them, a brawny man with a bear motif, bellowed as he unleashed his rock bear spirit, roaring towards the heavens. His massive bear paw struck his chest, unleashing a torrent of soul power that rippled through the air. The other 4 elders of the Demon Soul sect manifested their spirits: the sky-devouring python, the corrupted soul Blackwater, the illusion fox, and the blood reaper scythe. Without any hesitation and driven by a desire for swift resolution, the 5 Title Douluos simultaneously surged towards Shenge, their formidable soul power crashing forward like a tidal wave. Akin to a volcanic eruption, they unleashed their 8th soul skills in a bid to eliminate Shenge in a single blow. 8th soul skill, Meteoric Star. The brawny man roared as his rock bear spirit, empowered by the 8th soul skill, transformed into a colossal stone bear. Descending from the heavens like a fallen star from the Cretaceous period, intent on crushing and obliterating everything in its path. 8th Soul Skill. 10,000 pythons devour the soul. 8th Soul Skill, Black Tide. An endless surge of sky-devouring pythons flooded forth like a tsunami, accompanied by the tumultuous, corrupted soul black water, intertwining as it sought to taint the body, erode the spirit, and engulf all, aiming to drown Shenge in this overwhelming black tide. Simultaneously, the illusion fox opened her third eye, casting a mystical and elusive spiritual force that enveloped Shenge in countless illusions, seeking to ensnare him eternally in this ephemeral dreamscape, rendering him helpless. 8th Soul Skill, Illusory Bubble. 8th Soul Skill, Blood Reaper. Yet within this bubble lay a deadly intent, as a terrifying scarlet scythe sliced through the air, transcending the boundaries of space, aiming directly for his neck, seeking to behead him in a single stroke. The simultaneous deployment of the 5th Title Douluo's 8th Soul Skills was a force akin to an avalanche, powerful enough to shake the heavens. Even the numerous elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall felt the pressure, prompting the Soul Masters present to reinforce their defenses with layers of soul power in a bid to withstand the aftermath of the 5 formidable soul skills. Watching Shenge besieged, Bibi Dong's exquisite face revealed a trace of anxiety as she instinctively raised her leg, preparing to rush down to shield him from this onslaught. However, the voice of Tian Douluo echoed in her ears, urging her to trust him, that he could manage. This compelled Bibi Dong to halt her advance, anxiously observing Shenge. If anything were to happen to him, she vowed to scour the entire continent to eradicate the demon soul sect. Amidst the onslaught of the 5 soul skills, Shenge's figure remained radiant like the sun, standing tall and unyielding in the face of impending doom. Even as darkness loomed ahead, he remained fearless, leaping directly into the heart of the 5 soul skills before the gazes of all present. This spectacle left everyone astonished. Not only did he not evade, but he boldly charged forward to meet the attack head-on. The 5 from the demon soul sect exchanged glances, revealing sinister smiles. Was this not an invitation to death? Yet, in the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically as a clear, disdainful voice resonated in everyone's ears. Mere ants dare to lay a hand on Haoyang. A surge of even more intense and magnificent soul power erupted, illuminating Shenge beneath the radiance of the 5 soul skills, presenting him as a deity among mortals. His handsome face bore an expression of utmost arrogance, gazing down upon all. The 9th soul ring around him glowed, radiating a strikingly red and enchanting light. As a golden pillar of light soared into the heavens, bridging the earth and sky, in a bid to eliminate the 5 elders of the demon soul sect with utmost speed and grandeur. Shenge unleashed all his soul power to activate his 9th soul skill, seeking a single strike to annihilate them. 9th soul skill, Golden Crow Dance illuminates the sun. Divine fire refines heaven and earth. A resounding cry, piercing the heavens, echoed throughout the world, causing the temperature of the entire plaza and the spirit city to surge dramatically. A 3-legged golden crow soared upward, spreading its wings as it danced across the sky, striking the celestial vault with an impressive display. Feathers ablaze with divine fire cascaded down, while a radiant sun gradually ascended in its wake, igniting an eternal flame that burned fiercely, unquenchable through the ages, refining heaven and earth. The golden crow illuminated the sun, and the divine fire transmuted the cosmos. The sun shone upon the heavens, and all life bowed in reverence. What meteors, what dark tides, what soul techniques, before the eternally supreme sun, they were all rendered futile, dissolving into nothingness. The terrifying heat, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, melted the soul power defenses constructed by the soul masters in the plaza. Feeling such intense heat, Tian Douluo no longer stood idly by. He unleashed a torrent of soul power that enveloped the entire plaza, countering the onslaught of the heat. Before Shenge's 9th soul technique, the 8th soul techniques, unleashed simultaneously by 5 Title Douluo, instantly dissipated into oblivion. On this day, the golden crow spread its wings and soared through the skies, bearing the dread flame that incinerated all, under the gaze of countless spectators and amidst the astonished and incredulous expressions of the 5 elders of the Spirit Hall. It reduced them to ashes, a singular, definitive strike. They could never have anticipated that Shenge would remain unrestrained by the pseudo-restraining field. For the sun is immune to any confinement. The 5 Title Douluo did not even have time to shriek before they fell beneath this unimaginable ninth soul technique. Only the sun remained aloft, with the golden crow soaring majestically. Everything unfolded too suddenly. The soul masters present were still in shock, gazing upward with eyes filled with astonishment, horror, and profound reverence. Even the elders and worshippers of the spirit hall were left speechless, expecting a fierce battle, yet witnessing a resolution so effortlessly achieved that they began to doubt the authenticity of the 5 Title Douluo. But the power of those 5 soul techniques was no illusion. It was not that they were too weak, but rather that Shenge was overwhelmingly strong. With one move, he annihilated 5 formidable foes. The Haoyang was indeed fearsome. All eyes converge upon the figure in white, akin to a sun god, radiating awe and admiration. In that moment, Shenge showcased his might to the world, casting a glance that seemed to challenge anyone to confront him. From this day forth, the name Haoyang overshadowed the heavens. Chapter 27. Sign in at the Douluo Hall. A minor spirit vein obtained. Above the 9 skies, Haoyang shone, the golden crow's cry commanding reverence from all, as the world bowed beneath the blazing sun. Haoyang! Haoyang! A voice, filled with excitement, rang out, igniting fervor among the crowd, which erupted into a chorus of worshipful, awestruck, and even frenzied shouts. Haoyang! 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 Aside from a few factions at odds with the Spirit Hall, the other soul masters present expressed genuine admiration for the celestial Haoyang. Throughout history, the strong have always garnered reverence and awe. Even the blinding light of the sun could not obscure their adoring gazes, which were all directed towards the figure in white, as if he were the most radiant and resplendent being in existence. Bibi Dong stood on the high platform, gazing longingly at the radiant figure of the sun. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection. The sunlight cast a warm, gentle glow upon her. In the audience, Lung Qishuang looked up at the Haoyang, her phoenix eyes revealing endless infatuation and love. Tian Douluo observed Shenge, the focus of the crowd's adoration, with eyes full of admiration, and his resolve only strengthened. Ning Rongrong stood beside Ning Fengji, looking skyward, her gaze sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Uncle Bone, the spirit hall has struck gold this time. Ning Feng Tira Market. Watching the young man in white descend from the sky, his expression incredibly complex. Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. At such a young age, he had already achieved the rank of Title Douluo, effortlessly dispatching 5 others of the same rank. His future accomplishments were boundless, potentially reaching the legendary realm of divinity. The grand ceremony of conferral ultimately concluded with the demise of the 5 Title Douluo of the Spirit Sect. The soul saints of the Spirit Sect were swiftly eliminated by the Spirit Hall, and the stone slab, inscribed with the patterns of the restraining field, was a one-time use item that shattered after fulfilling its purpose. Everything that transpired today would be recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall and the continent's history, to be passed down through generations. In the historical records, it was noted, in the year 264 of the Douluo calendar, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the first Haoyang Douluo achieved the rank of Title Douluo at the age of 23, and on the same day, in the central plaza of the Spirit Hall, he annihilated 5 Title Douluo of the Spirit Sect with a single strike. From this day forth, the name Haoyang overshadowed the heavens. Renowned throughout Douluo, his might trembled the continent, a legacy unparalleled in history to be remembered for all time. In the deep of night, under a serene moon and a tapestry of stars, within the Pope's chamber, Shenge pressed Bibi Dong onto the bed, leaning down to kiss her soft and tender lips. Confessing his love, after a prolonged embrace, he reluctantly released her, gazing upon her captivating visage, his golden eyes filled with affection and a hint of reluctance. Donger, I must leave. Still immersed in the fervent warmth of Shenge's love, Bibi Dong, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality at his words. A wave of unprecedented anxiety washing over her. With her long, pale arms, she clung to him tightly, her voice trembling with urgency as she inquired, "Where are you going? Isn't it better to stay in the Spirit Hall? I don't want you to leave." Witnessing Bibi Dong's anxious demeanor, devoid of her usual regal and proud composure, Gu Shenge gently brushed his finger against her delicate nose, speaking softly as he kissed her snow-white forehead. Why are you so worried? I am merely fulfilling a promise to teach at a Soul Master Academy. It's not as if I am venturing into a perilous abyss. He took the opportunity to explain his agreement with Lung Chi Shuang, which alleviated the unease of the stunning pope. Though Lanjiang City lay over 2,000 kilometers from the Spirit City, with her six-winged purple light wings, the journey would not consume much time. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Bibi Dong nestled against Gu Shenge's chest, her voice laced with a hint of pleading, which tugged at his heartstrings. After a moment of contemplation, knowing that school would commence in about 20 days, and he still needed to assist Lung Chi Shuang in hunting for the Eight Soul Ring, a task that would require considerable time, Gu Shenge ultimately resolved to carve out more moments to be with Bibi Dong. How could he resist such a lovable woman? Since it is the request of Her Holiness the Pope, I shall certainly comply. Gu Shenge leaned closer to Bibi Dong's ear, fulfilling her wish, and without allowing her to speak further, he once again pressed his lips against the Pope's exquisite mouth, entwining with her in a passionate embrace as they exchanged declarations of love, striving to deepen their connection. Meanwhile, Lung Chi Shuang chose not to return to the Tianshui Academy, but opted to temporarily reside in the Spirit Hall, awaiting Gu Shenge's visit. She knew that the Radiant Man, akin to the sun, had surely seen her during the conferral ceremony. He had promised to take her to hunt for the Eight Soul Ring. The next day, Gu Shenge arrived early at the Douluo Hall, which stood at the heart of the Spirit Hall, a bastion of ancient legacy, said to have existed even before the founding of the Spirit Hall itself, which was established around it. As a newly conferred Title Douluo, Gu Shenge's title plaque was to be infused with his unique soul power, preserving his essence, to be revered and celebrated by the masses. As he stepped into the Douluo Palace, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere distinct from the grandeur of the worship hall. Countless title plaques adorned the walls of the Douluo Palace, each radiating a unique aura, some sharp, some weighty, some gentle, and others wildly exuberant. Every plaque represented a Title Douluo who had come to the Spirit Hall to receive their honors, symbolizing the highest accolades of the continent. Qian Daolu placed the plaque inscribed with the characters Haoyang in a sun-drenched corner of the palace, ensuring it was perpetually bathed in light, making the words shimmer with brilliance. He bowed deeply before the numerous title plaques, paying his respects to the predecessors, and then connected with the system to check in at the Douluo Palace. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a small spirit vein. A small spirit vein. The revelation of this check-in reward left him momentarily stunned, his heart racing with excitement. This was an indispensable element in the extraordinary world. Possessing a spirit vein would yield spiritual energy, and with that energy, one could embark on the path of the extraordinary. How could Gu Shenge not feel exhilarated? The most pressing need in his realm was indeed spiritual energy. Once the title plaque was securely hung, Gu Shenge exited the Douluo Palace and sought a secluded area to enter the Ming realm. In the Ming realm, aside from the central region where the sapling of the golden ancient tree thrived, the other areas lay desolate and devoid of life. Gu Shenge appeared high above the ground, a milky white orb of light materializing in his hands, containing within it a small spirit vein. Without hesitation, he buried the spirit vein 20 kilometers beneath the central area's soil. The orb enveloping the spirit vein shattered, revealing a spirit vein stretching 500 kilometers, merging into the layers of the Ming realm. Simultaneously, wisps of spiritual energy began to fill the air, signaling the gradual evolution of the Ming realm into an extraordinary world. Gu Shenge could distinctly sense the source of the realm's essence expanding hundreds of times over. He promptly opened the world panel. World true name, Ming realm. World master, Gu Shenge. World status, newly born minor realm. World completeness, 2537. World essence, 500095. Note, all things in the world are created from essence. The more essence, the stronger the world. The presence of a small spirit vein not only elevated the world's completeness to a quarter, but also caused the essence to surge to 5,000. Truly remarkable. With the existence of the small spirit vein, spiritual energy gradually permeated the Ming realm, allowing the sapling of the golden ancient tree to take root above it, voraciously absorbing the energy released by the vein, flourishing in growth, and simultaneously converting more life energy to nourish the Ming realm, enhancing its vitality. Almost forgetting, there was still a reward to claim. Guxinga recalled the system task who in the world does not recognize you. Following the completion of the grand ceremony, his achievement of defeating 5 Title Douluo with a single move was enough to earn him renown across the continent. He was curious about the reward the system would bestow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 Earth-level lottery draw, Soul Spirit Method. The reward was astonishingly generous. Setting aside the Earth-level lottery, the Soul Spirit Method, a paradigm-shifting technique, was enough to send Guxinga into a frenzy of excitement. As he accepted the reward, knowledge of the Soul Spirit Method flooded into his mind. The Soul Spirit Method involves constructing a contractual array using mental power to form an equitable agreement with soul beasts, allowing their souls to transform into soul spirits. When soul masters reach a bottleneck, these soul spirits can provide them with the most suitable soul rings. Depending on their age and quality, the number of soul rings produced can vary, and the souls of the soul beasts can retain their consciousness, assisting the soul master in battle, representing an alternative existence for the soul beasts. The Soul Spirit Method can also be utilized to create soul spirits from proactive, dying, or recently deceased soul beasts for human integration. If a soul master encounters a particularly compatible soul spirit, their martial soul has the potential to evolve with the spirit's assistance. Furthermore, powerful soul spirits can enhance the quality of the martial soul rings, such as upgrading a 1,000-year soul ring to 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. The emergence of the Soul Spirit Method would undoubtedly alter the landscape for soul masters on the Douluo continent, should it become widely known, as it would be pursued fervently by all soul masters. After assimilating the knowledge of the Soul Spirit Method, Guxinga communicated with the system to utilize his Earth-level lottery draw. Ding! Earth-level lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Red Bright 9 Heavens Diagram, Volume 1. Before Guxinga could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of vast and intricate knowledge surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point of mental overload. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Red Bright 9 Heavens diagram that the protagonist practiced in the era of wilderness. How fortunate he was! Although it was merely the first volume, it encompassed the realms of acquired, innate, and purple mansion, totaling 9 levels. Methodically progressing through it would be sufficient to reach the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. In terms of Douluo levels, this was a method aimed directly at the divine realm of body refinement. Despite the disparagement from various netizens towards Douluo continent, comparing it to Earth-S formulas, such assessments were ultimately mere jests. At least from Guxinga's perspective, the God King was not as weak as portrayed. In the era of wilderness, he could be considered a transcendent being. Nevertheless, realm and combat power were distinct. While realms might be similar, combat prowess differed significantly. One innate being could easily overpower 100 Title Douluo in a brutal fashion at that. Calming his elated heart, Guxinga felt an uncanny affinity for the Red Bright 9 Heavens diagram. Unlike other divine methods of body refinement that initially absorbed the resentment of heaven and earth, or the elemental forces of water, fire, and thunder, the Red Bright 9 Heavens diagram required one to attune to the 2 supreme celestial bodies, the moon and the sun, at the outset, refining the body with their powers, truly deserving of the title of the foremost divine method of body refinement. Moreover, as he possessed the dual martial souls of the moon and the sun, he had an inherent advantage. He was confident he would not lag behind Jining. He promptly descended onto the barren black earth, shedding his white cloak to avoid replicating the scene from the original work where Jining's clothing was incinerated or frozen during his initial training. He then began to assume various postures in accordance with the illustrations of the Red Bright 9 Heavens diagram. With his hands raised high, he bowed toward the distance. This was the worship of the sun and moon. Each movement, performed as depicted, exuded an ancient and mysterious charm, reminiscent of an extraordinary sacrificial dance. Upon concluding his final movement, he knelt down, his hands held out before him as if cradling the moon with one hand and the sun with the other. In that instant, Guxinga felt his consciousness transcending layers of world barriers, departing the Douluo realm, advancing, until he ultimately entered an expansive and boundless void. Deep within this vast emptiness resided 2 eternal and resplendent supreme celestial bodies. One was a massive star enveloped in endless swirling flames. its vast and boundless fire erupting like a colossal fireball, illuminating countless worlds. The other was a star covered in unending ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness, its infinite icy moonlight enveloping every corner of existence. These were the two most ancient supreme celestial bodies, the sun and the moon. How breathtaking! How magnificent! Gazing upon these celestial wonders, Shenge was utterly awestruck, his expression one of rapt fascination. This is the true sun star and moon star. The divine essence they emit far surpasses that of their own solar and lunar martial souls by countless magnitudes. Although Shenge is not entirely aware of his current state, he can assert with certainty that he is no longer within the Douluo realm. It is inconceivable that such supreme, celestial bodies could emerge from the meager and barren laws of that world. Countless starlights gradually materialize, intertwining gold and silver, a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance. The fiery light of the sun star and the frigid glow of the moon star encircle Shenge, slowly coalescing around him. In his outstretched left hand, a miniature and ethereal moon star hovers, emanating an endless chill, while in his right hand, a miniature and ethereal sun star levitates, enveloped in golden divine flames, radiating immense heat. The moon star bears a laurel tree, while the sun star is adorned with a golden crow. This is the pinnacle manifestation of the introductory stage of the chiming nine heavens diagram. Surrounded by countless starlights, Shenge's face radiates tranquility, exuding an aura of deep reverence. Bathed in boundless starlight, he kneels with closed eyes, his hands held before him, one cradling the moon star and the other the sun star. The two ethereal supreme stars suspended in his palms continuously transmit power, merging into Shenge's body. The forces of the moon and sun flow within him, consumed by each cell. His entire being, from bones and muscles to internal organs, undergoes a profound transformation. A layer of frost forms upon his body, only to be melted away by an intense heat, creating a perpetual cycle of alternating extremes. As the powers of the moon and sun continuously immerse him, changes manifest upon Shenge's fair back. On the left, a shimmering silver light flows, coalescing into the image of a moon rabbit, while on the right, a radiant golden light condenses into the form of a golden crow. These are the divine patterns of the moon rabbit and the golden crow. In his initial cultivation, Shenge stands on par with Jining, who also experienced the chiming nine heavens diagram for the first time. Even his moon and sun martial souls have been significantly enhanced by the influence of the chiming nine heavens diagram. In a small dimension attached to the Douluo continent, a group of individuals clad in blood-red bat robes with golden trim gathers, concealing their true identities. This is the headquarters of the Demon Soul sect. The reason the Martial Soul Hall has been unable to eradicate the Demon Soul sect lies in their concealment within this small dimension, rendering them elusive. This gathering consists of the 8 esteemed elders of the Demon Soul sect and 2 vice leaders, while the sect leader remains in seclusion and does not partake in this meeting. What a formidable Haoyang Douluo! The 5 elders of the sect could not subdue him and were annihilated by a single strike. He truly lives up to the name of Haoyang. A steady voice, tinged with surprise and admiration for Shenge, reverberates through the air. No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice interjected, expressing disdain towards Haoyang Douluo. Those 5 were merely newly ascended Title Douluo. I could easily dispatch them with a single strike. As for that Haoyang Douluo, I perceive him as nothing more than a fraud, exaggeratedly lauded by the Martial Soul Hall to assert dominance. How strong could a mere newly promoted Title Douluo truly be? A sultry voice, dripping with allure, chimed in, revealing her intrigue towards Haoyang Douluo, accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Her words were promptly interrupted by another elder, who cautioned, "Despite that, we must not underestimate Haoyang Douluo. He harbors significant enmity towards our sect, and the Holy Maiden nearly perished at his hands." The mention of the Holy Maiden imbued the speaker's tone with a hint of reverence, indicating her elevated status within the Demon Soul sect, far surpassing Shenge's expectations. Upon hearing that Haoyang Douluo sought to harm the Holy Maiden, a hot-tempered elder immediately declared, "Dare to touch the Holy Maiden? I shall end him. A mere newly promoted Title Douluo? Let us see how many blows he can withstand." The other elders echoed his outrage, vowing to eliminate Shenge. Contrary to the external perception that the esteemed elders of the Demon Soul sect were merely Title Douluo, each of them has actually achieved level 95 or above, with the 2 vice leaders reaching level 98. The 8 esteemed elders are not a fixed number. Within the Demon Soul sect, those below level 95 are merely ordinary elders, and only those who break through level 95 can ascend to the rank of esteemed elder, though they appear to be more formidable than the martial soul hall-s offerings. Actual combat may tell a different tale. While evil soul masters may advance rapidly in cultivation, their martial soul's inherent malevolence renders them susceptible to the celestial martial souls. Should warfare erupt with the martial soul hall, even the combined might of the esteemed elders and vice leaders of the Demon Soul sect may prove insufficient against a single individual like Tian Douluo. Bingyun, I entrust you with dealing with Haoyang law. One vice leader instructed the esteemed elder known as Bingyun, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his level 96 prowess would easily handle a newly promoted Title Douluo. Bingyun, do not underestimate him. Haoyang law is no simple foe. His martial soul is exceptionally powerful. He escaped my grasp even when he was merely a soul sage, warned another elder, who had previously clashed with Shenge when he was still a soul sage. Though he did not regard Shenge as a threat then, he suffered a significant setback, which he cannot openly admit, only stating that Shenge managed to flee his clutches. Bingyun, however, dismissed the warning, confident that his martial soul specifically counters fire attributes. In the realm of light, under the influence of an unseen call, the sun and moon defy the rules set forth by Shenge, manifesting simultaneously and undergoing extraordinary changes. Originally, they were mere manifestations of Shenge's martial soul, but as he attunes to the 2 supreme stars, the powers of the moon and sun cleanse his body, and his moon and sun martial souls become imbued with the essence of the supreme stars, growing even more potent and even evolving towards becoming true supreme celestial bodies. Should Shenge continue his cultivation and elevate the chiming 9 heavens diagram to greater heights, it is conceivable that one day his moon and sun martial souls may evolve into genuine supreme stars. As the boundless starlight enveloping Shenge dissipates, he slowly opens his eyes, exhaling deeply, with golden and silver hues flashing within his gaze, an extraordinary sight. Realizing the changes within his body, Shenge's face brightens. Merely having entered the initial stage of cultivation has significantly enhanced his physique. Even the residual potency of the golden sun fruit within him has been completely refined during his practice, resulting in a breakthrough in his cultivation, elevating him to 94.5, drawing near to 95. If he were to absorb a soul ring from a 50,000-year soul beast, it would suffice to propel Shenge to level 95. His second martial soul, the moon, has yet to integrate any soul rings. Shenge also aspires to emulate Bibi Dong, intending to add a soul ring to his second martial soul only after breaking through to Title Douluo. With each soul ring absorbed, he can leverage the soul power contained within to elevate his cultivation rapidly, potentially reaching level 99 in the shortest possible time. After observing the changes within the realm of light, he noted that the spiritual energy had thickened compared to before, especially in the central area, where the mingling of spiritual energy and life force nourishes the trees, forming a vibrant little forest teeming with life and lush greenery. However, to perfect a world, merely relying on a small grove is insufficient. Mountains, rivers, forests, myriad flowers, and all living beings are essential components that are notably absent. The journey ahead is arduous and challenging. After Shenge withdrew from the Ming realm, he returned directly to the Pope's palace, where he and Bibi Dong indulged in activities that would nurture their relationship. Aware of his impending departure, Bibi Dong entrusted the affairs of the Spirit Hall to Ju and Ghost Douluo, instructing them to handle matters unless they were of grave importance. During this period, she wished to remain undisturbed. Ju and Ghost Douluo were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You cannot do this for the sake of a romantic interest. You are neglecting the Spirit Hall." In the following 10 days, Shenge devoted his every moment to Bibi Dong, sharing meals, living together, and even sleeping side by side. They delighted in flower viewing, theatrical performances, and night markets, causing their affection for one another to soar to unprecedented heights, enveloped in sweet tenderness. Observers within the spirit hall regarded this with a tinge of regret, lamenting that this exalted flower had ultimately been plucked. Yet, rather than harboring jealousy towards Gushenge, they felt it was only fitting. In their eyes, if anyone were to be worthy of the Pope, it would undoubtedly be the son Douluo, for his excellence was unparalleled. However, within the spirit hall, one person was decidedly opposed to this union: the Grand Priest, Title Douluo. The elder fervently wished for Gushenge to be paired with his granddaughter, rather than with her mother, although both were unmarried and free to choose their partners. The disparity between their backgrounds remained apparent. Most importantly, he suspected that Bibi Dong's intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. If she merely sought to exploit Gushenge for her own purposes against the Qian family, Title Douluo would not allow it. It seemed necessary to find a suitable moment to admonish that woman. Some matters could be tolerated, but others could not. Title Douluo gazed at the Pope's palace, his resolve growing ever stronger. Time flew by, and soon the moment of parting arrived. In the spirit hall's grand reception chamber, Bibi Dong adorned herself in an exquisitely bright red gown, radiating a mature beauty akin to a blooming rose, its thorns having been removed, waiting to be savored. The stunning Pope regarded the man in white before her, her beautiful crimson eyes filled with reluctance and deep affection. She truly did not wish for Gushenge to leave her, yet fear gripped her heart, afraid that if they lingered too long, a moment of carelessness might reveal her secret. Despite her profound reluctance, she had no choice but to endure the pain of separation. There is no need for such sorrow. I remain on this continent. Should you miss me, send a message via the speed soul bird, and I shall return immediately. Gushenge comforted her, embracing her tenderly, running his fingers through her wine-red locks and planting a kiss on her alabaster forehead. He assured her that as long as she wished for him, a simple message would summon him back. With his son Godwings, the journey of over 2,000 kilometers would take little time. A round trip would not exceed an hour and a half. If he did not mind the inconvenience, he could easily travel between the Spirit City and the Tianshui Academy daily. He had previously shared this notion with Bibi Dong, but she had dismissed it as too burdensome and unnecessary. Be cautious of the Demon Soul sect. I have received news that one of their 8 revered elders, the Ice Fallen Elder, has been dispatched to deal with you. Exercise caution, Bibi Dong advised, nestled in his embrace, reluctant to let go, her eyes betraying her concern. Simultaneously, the system issued a task notification. Ding. A new task has been triggered. Please check it, host. Ignoring the system prompt for the moment, Gushenge continued to soothe the beautiful Pope, assuring her not to worry, unless the leader of the Demon Soul sect intervened. The Ice Fallen Elder was hardly a threat to him. Remember to visit the Spirit City often, Bibi Dong urged, despite knowing the strain it would place on Gushenge. He smiled and nodded, softly promising her he would. The wind has made its promise, and the flowers will not betray it. Year after year, we shall not forget, he declared. Bibi Dong felt her heart swell with sweetness upon hearing this. At that moment, a servant announced the arrival of Elder Haoyang and the president of Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong released Gushenge, composed herself, and transformed back into the regal and imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall, her head held high, her beauty radiating an air of unattainability. Shortly after, Lung Qishuang, led by a servant, entered the grand hall, clad in a simple yet elegant qipao that accentuated her ample figure, her dark hair styled into a single ponytail on the right side, exuding an aura of grace and warmth. Greetings, Your Holiness, Elder Haoyang, Lung Qishuang bowed. Bibi Dong scrutinized the beautiful academy president, finding her appearance quite pleasing. Yet she spoke in a detached tone. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Haoyang. I wish to discuss certain matters with President Lung. Could you please excuse us? It was best that the two women's conversation remained undisturbed. However, no sooner had Gushenge departed than a terrifying soul power erupted from within Bibi Dong, unleashing 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings that ascended from her feet. Her Death Spider Emperor martial soul manifested behind her, exuding a menacing presence, its fearsome mandibles emitting a chilling roar, the oppressive aura bearing down on Lung Qishuang. Caught off guard, the overwhelming pressure bore down on the academy president, forcing her to her knees, the intensity rendering her momentarily breathless. A more sinister killing intent enveloped her, making every inch of her skin feel as if it were being pricked by needles. as if she would be torn apart by the Death Spider Emperor at any moment. The exquisite features of the Academy president contorted with terror, fear, and trepidation, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down her forehead. Unable to muster the courage to lift her head, she cowered at Bibi Dong's feet, trembling. Bibi Dong looked down upon Lung Qishuang, her beautiful eyes glowing with a crimson light, her voice colder than before, laced with a warning. President Lung, as the head of a Soul Master Academy, you should understand what must and must not be touched. Today serves as a warning. Should I discover you harboring inappropriate thoughts, I would not hesitate to ensure that this continent sees one less president of the Tianshui Academy. How could Lung Qishuang fail to grasp Bibi Dong's meaning? Yet, faced with the threat of death, she dared not utter a word of dissent, nodding repeatedly like a woodpecker, indicating her understanding. Very well. Observing her reaction, Bibi Dong was finally satisfied, retracting her killing intent and oppressive aura, gracefully striding out of the grand reception hall, ignoring the Academy president altogether. In Bibi Dong's eyes, a mere Academy president posed little threat to her. Once Bibi Dong had departed, Lung Qishuang felt a sense of lightness on her back, the suffocating sensation dissipating. She gasped for fresh air as if she had just been rescued from drowning, her entire body weak and collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. Drenched in sweat, her hair damp, and her qipao soaked through, resembling someone just pulled from the water. Outside the hall, Shenge examined the new task issued by the system. Task name: Assassination from the Soul Cult. Task content: due to the host slaying of 5 elders from the Soul Cult and nearly exterminating the Soul Maiden. The higher-ups of the Soul Cult are enraged and have marked the host as a target for assassination. The Ice Fallen Elder has been dispatched to carry out this attack. The host must navigate this peril, employing any means necessary. Task reward: the Beast Scroll. The Beast Scroll? What might this entail? Shenge murmured, subsequently closing the system interface. He turned to gaze at the grand hall and sensed the oppressive aura and murderous intent emanating from Bibi Dong. Surmising she was warning Lung Qishuang. What a petty woman, yet he found it endearing. Before long, the stunning Pope emerged from the hall, and he hastened toward her. However, Bibi Dong merely scoffed and issued a warning to Shenge. Let me tell you, Gu, do not dally with other women outside. Otherwise, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I shall not spare you. With you by my side, how could I possibly seek the company of others? Shenge responded, undeterred by Bibi Dong's admonition. On the contrary, he perceived that her concern signified her affection for him, a fear of losing him. Upon hearing his comforting words, Bibi Dong felt satisfied. Yet, Shenge was so exceptional that even if he refrained from pursuing other women, they would likely flock to him like moths to a flame. Thus, she resolved to position someone close to him to fend off those distractions. Cough, cough, cough. If there are any concerns, do voice them. After the protagonist assists Lung Qishuang in acquiring the 8th soul ring, he will complete the Tian martial soul's soul rings in the extreme northern ice plains, with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor conveniently taking their leave. Then he will commence teaching at the Heavenly Water Academy. Chapter 31. The threat of Tian Douluo and the aggrieved Bibi Dong upon the walls adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong stood at the parapet, gazing at the receding carriage. Clad in a flowing red gown, she resembled a rose, vibrant and alluring. The gentle breeze stirred her skirt, causing it to flutter as if yearning to ascend into the azure sky and catch up with the distant vehicle. As the carriage vanished from sight, the beautiful Pope's eyes brimmed with reluctance, and memories of her time with Shenge over the past 20 days flooded her mind. His smile, his voice, his thoughtfulness, his embrace, and his scent, all these lingered in her memory, leaving her in a state of nostalgic yearning. Having barely parted, she found herself missing him already. Shenge. Bibi Dong whispered his name, her longing entwining with those 2 syllables, refusing to dissipate. Her enchanting eyes reflected a glimmer of anticipation. She had begun to look forward to Shenge's next arrival. Your Holiness, the Grand Priest requests your presence. A female angel from the Angelic Legion appeared beside the beautiful Pope, interrupting her reverie and provoking her displeasure. Casting a frigid glare at the angel, a flash of crimson surged through her eyes, and her murderous intent poured forth unabashedly, enveloping the angel and seemingly threatening her with imminent execution. The angel stumbled backward, nearly losing her footing, overwhelmed by fear. Oomph. Bibi Dong coldly snorted, resembling a haughty red phoenix, as she turned away and proceeded toward the Hall of Offerings. In the Hall of Offerings, the angelic statue stood solemn and noble. Beneath it, Tian Douluo engaged in a sincere and heartfelt confession, offering his life to the angelic deity. Had he not held the title of Grand Priest, he might have lived a more leisurely and unfettered existence. The crisp sound of high heels approached, interrupting Tian Douluo's penitence. He lifted his gaze and turned towards the doorway, spotting the familiar figure in a red gown. He was aware that Bibi Dong would never enter the Hall of Offerings, for she harbored disdain for the angelic deity and its lineage. Grand Priest, you summoned me for what purpose? Bibi Dong's voice was frigid, her demeanor lacking any respect. Yet, Tian Douluo paid little mind to this, remaining silent for a moment before advising her. Your Holiness, I hope you can be mindful of your status and refrain from becoming too close with Elder Haoyang. You are ill-suited for one another. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her countenance shadowed with impending fury. She had not anticipated that Tian Douluo would counsel her to sever ties with Shenge. What an audacious old fool. The Pope's beautiful eyes glinted with icy light as she coldly interrogated him. Why do you have to advise me? Do you wish for me to yield my place to that abomination? Dream on. She had overheard Tian Douluo's prior counsel to Shenge to part ways with her. And now, unable to sway Shenge, he sought to persuade her instead, merely aiming to orchestrate a union between that abomination and Shenge. It filled her with revulsion. The very creature that had caused her suffering was now the target of this old man's ambitions, and Bibi Dong could not endure it. Her rage surged, her eyes igniting with a crimson blaze, and the overwhelming aura of murder cascaded forth, enveloping Tian Douluo completely. The Death Spider Emperor materialized behind her, fierce and menacing, its dreadful mandibles opening to emit a piercing, furious shriek akin to a raging tempest. Its pincers flailed, poised to rend him asunder and consume him entirely. Faced with the wrathful Spider Pope, Tian Douluo remained unruffled, acknowledging his desire to unite Tian Rinxue and Shenge. Though such a plan was morally dubious, he deemed it necessary for the prosperity of the angelic lineage and the continuation of the angelic deity's legacy. He was willing to bear any scorn that came his way. Do not forget, you are little Shue's mother. Do you wish to compete with your daughter for a man? For the sake of the angelic bloodline, Tian Douluo was unafraid to play the villain, invoking classic moral dilemmas, questioning her as a mother who would dare vie with her daughter for a man, a notion contrary to ethics and familial honor. Yet, Bibi Dong erupted into a derisive laughter, her smile twisting into a ghastly semblance, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Beautiful yet terrifying, her laughter laced with scorn and resentment. Mother? Daughter? How utterly laughable! I should have simply snuffed that wretch out of birth. The Spider Pope lamented her earlier kindness, pondering that had she acted decisively when that abomination first emerged, this predicament could have been avoided. Seeing Bibi Dong remain obstinate, Tian Douluo's gaze hardened, his tone shifting to one of veiled menace. Bibi Dong, I do not wish for matters to escalate disgracefully. If Shenge learns of your affairs, do you truly believe he would still accept you? Old fool, you dare threaten me? Bibi Dong seethed, her soul energy surging, freezing the air around them. The Death Spider Emperor behind her roared incessantly, eager to tear Tian Douluo apart. Yet he remained unfazed, his gaze steady upon the furious woman before him. You shameless old fool! Bibi Dong seethed, her teeth clenched so tightly they threatened to shatter. Yet beneath her fury lay a flicker of apprehension. She feared, truly feared, that Tian Douluo would reveal the truth to Shenge. She could not afford to gamble. Though Shenge professed indifference, it was merely a test. If he were to discover the truth, no one could predict the outcome. Oomph! Bibi Dong scoffed, retracting her murderous intent and oppressive aura. Yet her inner fury intensified. Damn that old fool. Just wait. Once I complete the Rakshasa God trials, you shall be the first to meet your end. Without exchanging further words with Tian Douluo, the Spider Pope turned to leave, fearing that remaining any longer would compel her to engage in a fierce confrontation with the old man. As Bibi Dong departed, a shift occurred in Tian Douluo's gaze, revealing an unmistakable sense of guilt and shame. With a deep sigh, he turned and entered the offering hall, his once upright posture now slightly bent. Right or wrong, he cared not. His sole desire was the eternal legacy of the angel lineage, to see the inheritance of the angel god return to the mortal realm, even if it cost him his life. This was his mission as the high priest of the angel god. Meanwhile, in the Pope's chamber, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed continuously, accompanied by sharp, piercing curses. "You wretched spawn! How dare you vie for a man with me? I should have choked the life out of you from the very beginning. Old hag, one day I shall annihilate every last one of you from the angel lineage. No one shall take him from my side. He belongs to me alone. Shenge, I miss you. Without you, they all bully me." Inside the palace, shards of porcelain vases were scattered across the floor, and even the folding screens had been knocked down, with decorative flowers strewn about, leaving broken branches and petals littering the ground. On the bed, having vented her frustrations, Bibi Dong curled up at the head of the bed, clutching her long, beautiful legs, her head buried deep within them, faint sobs escaping her. In that moment, the lofty Pope, seen by the world as untouchable, felt utterly helpless, consumed by feelings of grievance, anger, and loneliness, evoking deep sympathy. The warmth emanating from the wisteria seed bracelet on her delicate wrist seemed to comfort her, urging her not to feel sorrow. Outside the chamber, a passing maid, hearing the shouts from within, quickly departed, though her eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Chapter 32. The Icy Plains and the Mysterious Silkworm Soul Beast. In the extreme northern icy plains, one of the three major soul beast gathering spots of the Douluo continent. Although its area was several times that of the Stardow Forest, the number of soul beasts was relatively sparse and scattered across the plains. They predominantly possessed ice and water attributes, with the most formidable being the three great kings of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. The northern winds howled across the icy expanse, snow swirling in the air, creating a scene of pure white, desolate and uninhabited. Enveloped in a silver shroud, with snow piled high, the climate was bitterly cold. What escaped one's lips was not mere breath, but shards of ice. Amidst the blizzard, a figure intermittently appeared, trudging through the deep snow, leaving behind footprints that were soon buried, as if they had never existed. This figure was Shenge, now on his third day in the extreme northern icy plains, drawing ever closer to the core region. The closer he approached the heart of the plains, the colder it became. Even a Title Douluo would hesitate to venture deeper without proper warming protection. Yet Shenge remained unfazed, donned only in a white windbreaker. For within him resided a sun. The sun's warmth was incomparable to the chill of winter. Strolling through the snowy landscape, the biting wind and snow did not dare approach within 3 feet of him, for the heat he emanated melted it away. As for Lung Chi-shuang, not long ago, Shenge had assisted her in hunting a 53,000-year-old ice crystal cold python, which now served as her 8th soul ring, while the python's remains nourished the spirit realm. To Lung Chi-shuang, he had not concealed the existence of the spirit realm, nor was there any need to. He, Shenge, the Haoyang dual-wielded divine artifacts, was an elder of the Spirit Hall, and had a girlfriend who was none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall. In terms of identity, status, and strength, he stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Even if the entire continent knew of his possession of a small plane, what of it? Who would dare to seize it? Where are they? So slow, Shenge murmured. His reason for traversing the icy plains on foot rather than flying with the sun god wings was simply to await someone, the members of the Spirit Hall. As he ventured deeper, the air grew colder, and even the snowflakes that blew towards him felt different, as hard as steel. The fierce cold winds carried the snow like a barrage of soul techniques, overwhelming even soul kings, forcing them to crawl forward. Yet, before the icy blades could approach within 3 feet of Shenge, they melted away under the intense heat he radiated, creating a mist that could not obstruct his path. Due to the extreme low temperatures, as Shenge gazed into the distance, he noticed the light twisting upon the white expanse, casting a spectrum of colors, a rare and beautiful sight, the northern lights. He silently vowed to bring Bibi Dong to witness this spectacle one day. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, far stronger than any soul beast he had encountered thus far, likely a high-level soul beast of over 70,000 years. Shenge's heart raced. He had another purpose for coming to the extreme northern icy plains, to complete the soul rings for his lunar martial spirit. A soul beast of at least 70,000 years was worthy of being his first soul ring, though he wondered what kind it might be. The sun god wings unfurled from his back, igniting with searing golden flames. He soared through the air, propelled by the flames, racing towards the location of the soul beast. In mere moments, he covered the 2 or 3 kilometers and hovered above, undeterred by the blizzard. From his elevated position, the overwhelming aura of the Title Douluo enveloped the snowy ground, suppressing the raging winds and clearing the flurries. His radiant golden eyes surveyed the area, and he unleashed his spiritual energy, probing the ground for the soul beast's traces. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as something began to gnaw at his spiritual energy, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. By the heavens, it's a soul beast of the psychic attribute, he realized, though the beast's assault on his spiritual energy inadvertently revealed its position, hiding beneath several yards of ice. Sensing the soul beast attempting to flee, Shenge bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" A brilliant sun rose behind him, radiant and sacred, as golden flames roared, illuminating the icy plains. The intense heat began to melt the ice, and 9 soul rings floated up from beneath his feet, exuding a terrifying pressure of soul power. With a gesture, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Radiant Sunlight. The 3rd soul ring burst forth with deep black light as Shenge waved his hand. A massive golden beam, 5 meters wide, descended from the heavens, scorching hot and piercing through the earth. The thick ice layer was instantly penetrated and melted by the radiant sunlight, creating a significant cloud of white mist. The soul beast, caught unawares, was struck by the beam, letting out a piercing scream that echoed, disorienting even Shenge momentarily. As the mist dissipated, a vast ice hole measuring 5 meters appeared before him, revealing a silkworm soul beast, 5 meters long, wounded and nearly cooked by the divine light. Ice silkworm? He mused. No, while it resembles an ice silkworm, how could a mere ice silkworm possess such a cultivation of 70,000 years? Not every ice silkworm is as fortunate as that fellow, Tianming. Observing the critically injured silkworm soul beast, Shenge noted that its aura was comparable to those of other 70,000-year soul beasts. He had not anticipated it to be so vulnerable, unable to withstand even his 3rd soul skill. The silken body of the caterpillar, resembling that of an ice silkworm, was entirely snow white, adorned with dense black stripes, and featured a peculiar dark purple pattern encircling its head. Even though its life force was nearly extinguished, it still emanated a formidable spiritual power that seemed to be converging, as if attempting to escape from its corporeal form. There was something strange about it. No matter how one perceived this caterpillar-like soul beast, it did not resemble a 10,000-year soul beast. To avoid prolonging the encounter, Shenge unfurled the wings of the sun god behind him, igniting golden flames that erupted in an endless array of divine fire feathers, cascading like rain upon the icy expanse. A resounding hum filled the air as a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, solidifying a portion of space into a barrier that forcefully repelled the divine fire feathers. Intriguing, yet insufficient. Shenge commended its formidable spiritual power, but that was all. The 1st soul ring glowed, and a blazing golden sun coalesced in his hand. The 1st soul skill, Day's Annihilation, distorted the space under the terrifying heat radiating from the golden sun. With a gentle push, the golden sun transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards the caterpillar soul beast, melting away the spiritual barrier and landing upon it. Regardless of how it wielded its spiritual power to resist, the golden sun effortlessly shattered it, ultimately obliterating its form. Suddenly, a wisp of ethereal purple light enveloped a purplish-black crystal, swiftly escaping from the ice, attempting to flee the scene. There was indeed something peculiar. Observing the retreating wisp of purple light, Shenge's gaze sharpened with intrigue. Abandoning its physical body to escape through spiritual power, or more accurately, through its soul, was likely beyond the capability of even some 100,000-year soul beasts. However, escaping from his grasp would be a far-fetched endeavor. The 4th soul skill, Sun God Thunder. The 4th soul ring radiated a profound black light, and a dozen golden, searing divine thunders manifested, resembling colossal golden pythons undulating through the skies, swirling within the lofty clouds. Their intensity akin to the sun, exuding a destructive aura, yet simultaneously majestic and sacred. The sun embodies utmost rigidity, while thunder embodies unparalleled dominance. Gusheng pointed, offering no chance for the ethereal purple light to flee. The golden thunder descended, vanquishing evil, striking relentlessly upon it. Boom! 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 At first, the ethereal purple light managed to barely withstand the assault with its powerful spiritual energy. However, with the third divine thunder's impact, the spiritual barrier shattered, and a multitude of divine thunders struck it, resulting in a piercing, anguished scream as the ethereal purple light was obliterated. As the purple light dissipated, a purplish-black crystal plummeted from the air. Before it could touch the snow, Gusheng enveloped it with his spiritual power, drawing it closer. Gazing at the purplish-black crystal, Gusheng sensed a robust soul barrier surrounding it. Although he had annihilated its physical form, no soul ring had manifested, leaving only this singular crystal, truly peculiar. This reminded him of a certain soul beast, the evil eye tyrant. The evil eye tyrant also does not produce a soul ring upon the destruction of its physical body. Instead, it encases its soul core within spiritual power upon death, seeking a new vessel to reincarnate. Realizing that the aura he sensed was not that of the ice silkworm, but that of the evil eye tyrant, he resolved to investigate further. Curious if it indeed contained the soul core of the evil eye tyrant, gradually infusing his spiritual power into it. As expected, within the soul core lay the very essence of an evil eye tyrant. A large purple eye, 12 black tentacles, heavily injured and languid, emanating not only spiritual energy, but also a blend of devouring and dark energies. It was a tri-attribute evil eye tyrant. Situated in the extreme northern icy plains near the sea, Gusheng surmised that this evil eye tyrant had traversed the ocean from the Sun-Moon continent, sustaining irreparable injuries, ultimately abandoning its body to inhabit the ice silkworm's form and thus reborn. The aura he sensed, exceeding 70,000 years, belonged not to the ice silkworm, but to the evil eye tyrant. Contemplating the soul core in his hand, Gusheng decided to use it as the first soul ring for his yin-yang martial soul, igniting the purest solar flames to refine the crystal. The seemingly hard core melted away under the solar flames like snow, succumbing to warmth, releasing a chilling wail from the evil eye tyrant's soul as wisps of purplish-black energy escaped, thoroughly purified by the solar flames. After a time, once the soul core was entirely refined, the solar flames subsided, revealing a soul ring, jet black as ink, exuding a profound black light before Gusheng, simultaneously emanating energies of spirit, devouring, and darkness. Holding the evil eye tyrant's soul ring, Gusheng vanished into the icy wilderness. In the realm of the living, Gusheng's figure materialized upon a desolate land. The yin-yang martial soul enveloped him, a solitary, chilling silver moon rising quietly behind him, exuding endless coldness, silently. Unlike the grandiose golden sun, the moonlight was gentle and warm, instilling tranquility within the heart. Even his radiant golden hair transformed into a soft silver hue, and his golden eyes mirrored this change, glowing with a gentle silver light, mesmerizing and ethereal. Closing his eyes to absorb the evil eye tyrant's soul ring, the process unfolded seamlessly, presenting no challenges. Half an hour later, Gusheng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing within. The evil eye tyrant's soul ring had indeed lived up to his expectations, containing soul power that not only elevated him to the 95th level, but also granted him a formidable soul skill. The first soul skill of the yin-yang martial soul was named Moon's Annihilation. Moon's Annihilation, a spiritual attack type soul skill that conjures a silver moon, banishing its target without causing physical harm, but inflicting significant spiritual damage. It can also control and devour the spiritual and soul power of living beings, replenishing itself in the process. This stood in stark contrast to the first soul skill of the Sun martial soul, Day's Annihilation, one focused on obliterating the physical form, while the other aimed at erasing the soul. Should these two soul skills merge, the outcome would not merely be a sum of 1 and 1. As Gusheng understood, the fusion of soul skills from dual martial souls was not mere fantasy. In Dragon King's legend, a soul master named Xia possessed dual martial souls, the Light Dragon Dagger and the Shadow Dragon Dagger, both of which were dual progenitor martial souls. Though weaker than ordinary dual martial souls, their high compatibility allowed their soul skills to merge, leading to an eventual mutation and evolution into the time-space dragon. If Xie could achieve this, so could he. His compatibility between the yin-yang martial souls far surpassed that of the light and shadow dragon daggers. Yin and yang, which is weaker and which is stronger. United, they transcend to the royal essence. Moreover, after practicing the Red Sun, Nine Heavens diagram, Shenge's mastery over his martial soul had become increasingly refined, surpassing the seamless transition of martial souls to the level of simultaneously manifesting both souls. However, there remained significant flaws. It lacked stability and could not maintain balance for more than a few seconds. He surmised that this was due to the dominance of the sun over the yin, as the sun martial soul had achieved the completion of 9 soul rings while the yin martial soul had just acquired its first. If the yin martial soul were to attain its 9 soul rings, perhaps it would achieve the balance of yin and yang. Beep. A new task has been triggered. Please check your notifications. Host. Another task had emerged. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shenge felt a twinge of surprise, then opened the system panel. Task name: the completion of the yin. Task content: complete the 9 soul rings of the yin martial soul to achieve its perfection. Task reward: to be determined based on the final outcome. Once again, rewards dependent on the final outcome. Glancing at the reward section, he murmured, indicating that the higher the configuration of his yin martial soul's soul rings, the greater the rewards. A truly tantalizing prospect. In the blustery expanse of the northern ice plains, Shenge reemerges, resolutely advancing towards the heart of the region. Concurrently, the ice meteor sovereign of the demon soul sect, accompanied by his subordinates, delves deeper into the icy wilderness in pursuit of Shenge's trail. Unfortunately, the fierce winds and snow have completely obscured the footprints, leaving only the remnants of his aura and the assistance of a supporting soul master to barely ascertain his direction. Master, if we continue like this, we shall surely enter the core zone, cautioned a guardian of the demon soul sect, his breath crystallizing in the frigid air, falling to the ground. As they neared the core area, the cold intensified. Even a Title Douluo would struggle against it, finding solace only in the warmth of his fiery fox fur. The other guardians and 2 elders accompanying the ice meteor sovereign turned their gazes towards him. Press onward, the ice meteor sovereign commanded coldly. For them, the harsh climate of the ice plains was unbearable, yet for the sovereign, it was quite agreeable. He relished the chill. As his martial spirit was the supreme beast martial spirit, the ice evil demon dragon. The guardians and elders, upon hearing his command, steeled themselves and followed, erecting barriers of soul power to fend off the relentless onslaught of wind and snow. 5 days swiftly passed. Within the depths of the northern ice plains, as they approached the core zone, temperatures plummeted further, yet the environment became less arduous. The snowstorm abated, revealing a pristine expanse of white snow, akin to the purest sanctum, imparting an extraordinary sense of spiritual purification, evoking a desire to lie upon the snow and become one with it. Atop a towering, snow-capped mountain, a solitary figure clad in a white windbreaker stood at the summit, gazing over the vast ice plains, unwavering against the howling winds and snow. Shenge peered towards the core area, a rare solemnity flickering in his eyes. He could sense an overwhelming presence within, a lingering might that instilled a sense of formidable challenge, even more potent than that of the legendary 99th level soul, Tianshui Academy. Given his current prowess, such an aura could likely belong to no other than her. The Snow Empress, the foremost of the northern 3 kings, was a being of at least 600,000 years in cultivation, possessing the home-ground advantage in the extreme north. Even Emperor Tian might not stand against her. Shenge yearned for the Snow Empress, or rather, for her soul ring, an ice attribute that would perfectly complement his tiny martial spirit, boasting a quality exceeding 600,000 years. Should he acquire it, the rewards upon mission completion would undoubtedly elevate him to unprecedented heights. During these 5 days, in pursuit of high-quality soul rings, Shenge had only added 2 to his tiny martial spirit. The second soul ring was derived from a recently matured 9,000-year ice azure scorpion, for which he fortuitously acquired a pair of its arm bones. The third soul ring came from a 9,400-year 9-tailed ice fox, yielding a soul bone from its head. The The soul power encapsulated within these two 9,000-year soul rings had facilitated his advancement to level 97, augmenting his soul power by 2 levels. At this rate, once he completed the soul rings for his Tian martial spirit, Gushinga's soul power would undoubtedly surpass level 99. Ah, they have finally arrived, he mused, sensing several powerful auras rapidly approaching the snow-capped mountain. Turning to the southwest, his keen eyesight discerned 8 figures racing towards him. The leader, a blue-haired man of middle age, exuding an aura far beyond that of an ordinary Title Douluo, tinged with a hint of dragon might. It was none other than the Ice Meteor Sovereign and his cadre of elders and guardians. Upon their mutual sighting, Gushinga resolved to strike first. Without a moment's hesitation, an indomitable sun of blazing golden flames erupted from behind him, illuminating the ice plains and releasing searing heat that melted the snow beneath his feet into trickling water, with surrounding layers also showing signs of melting. 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings ascended from beneath him, unleashing a tremendous wave of soul power. The ominous crimson soul ring glowed fiercely, signaling the activation of his 9th soul skill. 9th soul skill. Haoyang illuminates the heavens. All beings bow down. Even when confronting a mere rabbit, one must employ full strength. He had no inclination for caution or feigned humility, unleashing a lethal strike from the outset. The skill summoned was empowered by a 10,000-year soul ring. What? The pursuing Ice Meteor Sovereign and his companions were rendered speechless. Who initiates with their 9th soul skill right away? That's against the rules. Yet there was no time for their disbelief. As under the aegis of the 9th soul skill, the radiant sun fused with Gushinga, enveloping him as though an ancient solar deity had descended upon the world. Divine, sacred, exalted, and unparalleled, the blinding golden light of the sun erupted, illuminating the heavens and the earth, refining all things. Under this resplendent sunlight, all forms, both tangible and intangible, were rendered formless, melting away into nothingness. Within moments, the snow layers spanning hundreds of meters dissolved, revealing vast expanses of land, which cracked and dried under the scorching heat. The air saturated with the essence of solar flames, as if attempting to melt the icy plains. The very fabric of space warped under the unbearable heat, blackening and even showing signs of melting. No, a chorus of piercing screams echoed, aside from the Ice Meteor Sovereign, who had narrowly evaded disaster by activating the true form of the Ice Evil Demon Dragon. The other 2 elders and 5 guardians of the Demon Soul sect perished beneath the overwhelming, searing golden light. Just as Gushinga prepared to intensify his assault to incinerate the Ice Meteor Sovereign, an unrelenting, bone-chilling gust erupted from the core area. A storm of absolute zero that encased all in ice, blanketing the land once more. The solar flames dimmed under the crushing snow, shrouding Gushinga's radiant golden light. Seizing the moment while Gushinga was momentarily hindered by the sudden tempest, the Ice Meteor Sovereign, disregarding his mission, flapped his singed dragon wings, attempting to flee. After waiting so long for you, do you think I will let you escape? As the Ice Meteor Sovereign sought to flee, Gushinga readied himself to unleash his 6th soul skill, only to be interrupted by the ethereal appearance of a figure resembling a goddess of ice and snow, who positioned herself in front of the Ice Meteor Sovereign. Raising her flawless white hand, an overwhelming torrent of ice and snow energy cascaded forth, instantly sealing the Ice Meteor Sovereign in a frozen prison, his eyes wide with terror. With a mere flick of her hand, the ice sculpture of the Ice Evil Demon Dragon shattered into a flurry of ice particles, scattering into the wind. The 96-level Ice Meteor Sovereign was rendered as insignificant as an ant before her, swiftly dispatched. This scene profoundly impacted Gushinga. Even he could not accomplish such a feat with such ease. She was extraordinarily powerful. Human, why have you come here? A voice, proud and frigid, yet imbued with authority, resonated in Gushinga's ears. He paused, momentarily taken aback, preparing to respond, but the pure white figure had already approached him. Before him appeared a visage seemingly sculpted by the heavens, an epitome of exquisite beauty. Her unblemished white hair danced in the wind and snow, snowflakes twinkling at the tips, while her cerulean eyes sparkled with an ethereal clarity reminiscent of the most pristine sapphire. as though capable of perceiving all truths of the world. A flowing white gown accentuated her tall and graceful figure, with lofty mountains rising majestically in the background. The hem of her skirt danced in the breeze, revealing her flawless, elongated legs that seemed to shimmer like jade. Her skin, fairer than the purest snow, was as delicate as exquisite mutton-fat jade, and her feet glistened like ancient ice, radiating an enchanting luster under the sun's warm embrace. In the midst of a raging snowstorm, she appeared. No, she was the Empress of Snow, sovereign of the storm, now standing before Gushenge. At the moment he beheld her unparalleled beauty, Gushenge was momentarily entranced, lost in a daze, even neglecting the system's notification. A poem of praise involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the north, there dwells a beauty, unmatched and solitary. With a single glance, she bewitches the city. With another, she captivates the nation. Is it not known that beauty can sway both city and nation? Such a rare gem indeed. Under some divine influence, perhaps compelled by his own heart, Gushenge found himself responding to the Snow Empress's inquiry. I have come for you. Concerning the setting of the Demon Soul cult, I have modeled it after the Holy Spirit sect, with the distinction that Title Douluo alone can overpower all evil soul masters except the sect leader. For the angelic martial soul is a natural nemesis to evil soul masters. The angelic soul master gains power from slaying evil soul masters, and as a spoiler, the sect leader shares a connection with Bibi Dong and the protagonist. Chapter 35. The Emperors of Ice and Snow. The blizzard accompanied the supremely pure Snow Empress, her icy dominion commanding respect amidst the frigid winds that served as her heralds, reigning supreme in this desolate expanse. The pure and noble Snow Empress gazed upon the blazing sun, its radiant warmth contrasting with her icy demeanor. Her sapphire-like eyes reflected the visage of Gushenge, a slight frown creasing her brow, and her gaze turned frigid, causing the temperature to plummet. You wish to hunt me, do you? To seek her out was to desire her soul ring, she mused. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying force of ice and snow erupted, frost descending upon the world, freezing all in its wake. Yet, ice and snow, no matter how formidable, could never extinguish the sun. Even faced with the epitome of winter's chill, Gushenge remained undaunted, transforming his very essence into golden sunlight, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun itself. The overwhelming solar energy surged within him, channeling his entire 97 levels of soul power into his 9th soul ring. In an instant, an even more intense, searing fire erupted, like an expansive sea of flames, sweeping across the heavens and earth, melting the ultimate ice and snow. Not even the most potent frost could withstand the sun's fiery embrace. The ice began to thaw, and the blizzard that had engulfed Gushenge was obliterated by the searing solar flames, leaving the world clear and tranquil, with only the Snow Empress remaining aloft in the sky. However, she was not surprised by Gushenge's dispelling of her storm. Sensing the extreme heat, a flicker of caution flashed in her beautiful eyes. She refrained from attacking further, her cold, jade-like lips parted slightly as she addressed him. Human, among those I have encountered, you rank among the foremost. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I shall grant you mercy. Depart from this place. Noticing the Snow Empress's reluctance to engage further, Gushenge dispelled his 9th soul skill, preparing to converse with her. Snow Empress, we can. Just as he began to speak, an overwhelming aura approached rapidly, imbued with palpable hostility. While not as powerful as the Snow Empress, it still surpassed Gushenge. Simultaneously, a slightly hurried, melodious voice rang out. Snow Empress, are you well? At this, both Gushenge and the Snow Empress turned their attention to the source of the voice, witnessing a streak of emerald light streaking across the sky. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful soul beast materialized beside the Snow Empress. It was the Ice Emperor, the second of the 3 great sovereigns of the extreme north, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Her appearance instantly captivated Gushenge, for she was simply exquisite. Standing around 1.5 meters tall, she was diminutive compared to the formidable soul beasts of the extreme north, her body adorned in 3 striking colors, the deepest emerald, brilliant ice blue, and dazzling silver, a flawless combination. The front of her form bore 4 overlapping layers, each extending slightly more than half a foot. with her head perched atop the foremost layer, her silvery mandibles glimmering with a ghostly chill. The upper half of her body was embellished with special scales, hexagonal in shape, shimmering with a brilliance akin to diamonds. These protrusions covered her front half and her 6 long, powerful legs, exuding an unparalleled radiance onto the snowy backdrop, as if she had become a source of light herself, refracting a myriad of colors. Each of her pincers measured a meter in length, similarly adorned with those peculiar, diamond-like hexagonal protrusions, while the foremost pincers glimmered with a mirror-like silver sheen. The Ice Emperor's eyes resembled yellow diamonds, taking on a hexagonal shape, sparkling with a golden glow. If her upper body was already magnificent, then her long, arched tail was the quintessence of brilliance. Unlike the segmented tails of ordinary scorpions, the Ice Emperor's tail consisted of only 5 segments, each a captivating emerald green, radiating a vibrant life force. The segments were uniform in color, with the first segment closest to her upper body being the widest and tapering towards the end. At the terminal segment, a hook adorned with diamond-like particles stood raised, its tip shimmering with a silvery, mirror-like finish. The ice blue Emperor Scorpion appeared as if sculpted from gemstones, beautiful, resplendent, and dazzling. Words such as these merely scratched the surface of her allure. If the Snow Empress represented unparalleled beauty among humans, then the Ice Emperor embodied the epitome of beauty among soul beasts, explaining why the dream ice silkworm was so infatuated with her. Noticing Shenge's unwavering gaze upon her, the Ice Emperor's yellow diamond-like eyes revealed hostility. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for humans, particularly those who harbored improper intentions towards the Snow Empress. Without hesitation, she proposed to the Snow Empress, "Let us join forces and eliminate this intruder." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress felt a flicker of temptation. Her earlier declaration to expel Shenge stemmed from her lack of certainty in defeating him alone. With the Ice Emperor's arrival, she contemplated the possibility of a combined effort. The intent to kill was palpable, and sensing the Ice Emperor's animosity, Shenge's heart raced with vigilance. If he wished to flee, the Ice and Snow Empresses would not be able to stop him, yet he had other objectives in mind. To destroy me? Such a jest is hardly amusing. Faced with the imminent threat of an assault from both the Ice and Snow Empresses, he chuckled lightly. A crimson-golden radiance shimmered from his right hand, manifesting a resplendent sword, its surface engraved with sun patterns, causing the air temperature to surge dramatically. The essence of the golden crow materialized, and the sword blazed forth in a dazzling display, radiant and brilliant, akin to a resplendent sun that was blinding to behold. It was none other than the holy sword of the sun. This sword was a bane to ice element beings, and at its emergence, both the Ice and Snow Empresses tensed, sensing the formidable pressure it exerted upon their forms, their expressions betraying their gravity of the situation. "Are you two still inclined to fight? If not, shall we engage in a meaningful dialogue?" Shenge inquired with a gentle smile, observing the trepidation in the eyes of the Ice and Snow Empresses regarding the holy sword of the sun. If a battle were to ensue, he felt confident in his ability to slay the Ice and Snow Empresses, especially the Ice Emperor, and escape with her soul ring in tow. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor regarded the holy sword of the sun with profound apprehension. They were certain that this weapon was indeed a legendary artifact, and a fire element one at that. Otherwise, with their prowess, they would not be so constrained by a mere instrument. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Empress's icy gaze glimmered with an ethereal blue light as she nodded in agreement to Shenge's proposition. Very well. The Snow Empress, upon receiving her agreement, sensed a growing impatience from the Ice Empress. Though the artifact was formidable with their combined strength, they only needed to hold on for a moment before the Titan Snow Demon King and the White Bear King would arrive. At that point, united, they would not fear even the might of the artifact. The Snow Empress shook her head, urging the Ice Empress to remain calm, for she was curious about the intentions of this human before her. Possessing an artifact surely indicated a connection to the divine. Perhaps he was a bearer of divine legacy. After all, how could one so young attain the pinnacle of humanity? Seeing the Snow Empress acquiesce, Shenge's smile grew broader as he waved to stow away the sun-holy sword, gesturing for the Ice and Snow Empresses to converse. If their discussion proceeded smoothly, it would lead to mutual joy. If not, they could draw their swords. On a wind-swept ice plain, three figures stood in a tense standoff. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress subtly encircling Gushenge. The exquisitely beautiful, gem-like green scorpion waved its formidable pincers, each measuring nearly a meter, opening and closing with the potential to sever anything in its path, sharp enough to withstand even a 10,000-year soul beast. The Ice Empress's exquisitely yellow crystalline eyes brimmed with hostility. Should negotiations falter, she would not hesitate to strike. In contrast to the vigilant and hostile demeanor of the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress appeared more at ease, yet her sapphire-like eyes never strayed from Gushenge, revealing a glimmer of caution. I assure you, I am not here for your spirit ring, so please do not harbor animosity toward me. On the contrary, I seek to propose a transaction that would benefit us both. Gushenge spoke with a gentle smile directed at the Snow Empress. Before she could respond, the Ice Empress interjected with a warning. Snow Empress, do not be deceived by this human. Humanity is inherently untrustworthy. The Snow Empress remained silent, her gaze fixed on Gushenge, particularly on the crimson gold ring adorning his right hand. A human possessing an artifact sought her for a transaction, stirring a flicker of intrigue within her. Their recent skirmish had revealed Gushenge as an exceptionally powerful fire attribute soul master, already at the pinnacle of the 9th ring, with no possibility of achieving a 10th ring unless he struggled to control his martial soul. Could he be seeking her aid to suppress his martial soul? This was not mere speculation. Despite her residence in the far northern ice plains, the Snow Empress possessed considerable knowledge of human soul masters. She understood that some were born with potent martial souls yet lacked control, necessitating various means of suppression to avoid endangering themselves. What transaction do you propose with me? She inquired, her voice cool and proud, drawing her attention back to him. It seemed there was potential for negotiation. A flicker of amusement glimmered in Gushenge's eyes. What is your current cultivation level, Snow Empress? Upon this inquiry, the Snow Empress paused for a moment before responding candidly. Just over 600,000 years. Soul beasts do not accumulate years of cultivation merely by living. Rather, like soul masters, they enhance their cultivation through training. Thus, though the Snow Empress claimed 600,000 years of cultivation, she had lived for less than 50,000 years. As a being born of the extreme northern ice plains, the Snow Empress's innate talent surpassed even that of the divine emperors. Were there a position for the ice god, she would be the most perfect successor. Once a soul beast reaches 100,000 years, two paths unfold before them. One is to transform into a human, shedding their beastly form and experiencing the human world for a century or a millennium, ultimately either perishing before maturation or passing away peacefully. The other is to endure heavenly tribulations, continuing their cultivation through repeated trials, facing either the threat of annihilation under the tribulations or succumbing to the limits of their lifespan. With 600,000 years, it appeared the Snow Empress had undergone 6 heavenly tribulations. Do you have confidence in overcoming the 7th? Gushenge queried, aware that the challenges of soul beast tribulations only grew more formidable with each passing trial. In the original narrative, the Snow Empress had chosen to forsake her cultivation and transform into a human due to her lack of confidence in overcoming her 7th tribulation. You, a human, have no place in my trials. I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs, the Ice Empress retorted, visibly displeased by Gushenge's inquiries, raising her massive pincers as if to silence him. The Snow Empress regarded Gushenge intently, recalling her recent experience with the 6th heavenly tribulation and the recovery period of a century it demanded. She lacked assurance regarding the 7th, and had even begun preparing for transformation. Shaking her head, she offered her response. Gushenge disregarded the Ice Empress's interruption and continued. Do you believe it is possible for a soul beast to achieve divinity upon reaching 1 million years? This question rendered both the Snow Empress and Ice Empress silent. Their relentless training and tribulation endurance was aimed at transcending the 1 million year limit, striving to attain divinity in soul beast form. Yet this was exceedingly difficult. Throughout history, no soul beast had accomplished it. Human, I recognize your assertion that transcending the 1 million year limit and enduring 10 tribulations to achieve divinity is a fallacy. Yet, what alternative do we have? To survive, we must continue to cultivate and endure tribulations, whether it be 10 or 100, it matters not, the Snow Empress declared, embodying a clarity of thought. She had never believed in the notion of transcending the 1 million-year barrier to attain divinity through 10 tribulations. Her sole desire was to survive. Not only she, but other formidable beasts of Douluo continent were aware that the concept of achieving divinity at 1 million years was a mere deception. For divinity necessitated a divine position. After the fall of the dragon god, no beastly deities existed in the divine realm. The Ice Empress nodded in agreement with the Snow Empress's sentiments. Snow Empress, if I were to say I possess a means to assist you in attaining divinity, would you believe it? As soon as Shenge uttered this, the Snow Empress resolutely shook her head. She did not believe him. The Ice Empress also regarded him with scorn, doubting how someone who had not achieved divinity could assist the Snow Empress in doing so. The divine realm does not permit soul beasts to ascend to divinity. Even if you possess a method to aid me, the divine realm would never allow me entry. Those deities would strike me down, the Snow Empress coldly stated. Shenge acknowledged the truth in her words. Should a soul beast truly attain divine status, deities from the divine realm would descend to execute or subjugate them, as exemplified by the sea demon Whale King, utilized as a tool in the divine trials by the Shura god and the sea god. What if one were to attain divinity through a different method? His words piqued the curiosity of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. The Snow Empress, desiring to transform into a human through the Snow Lotus, and to explore this path to divinity as a human. What method do you propose? You would enter into a contract with me, becoming my spirit, and when I ascend to the divine realm, you too shall evolve into a deity, sharing an eternal life with me, Shenge articulated. As soon as these words left his mouth, the Ice Empress opposed vehemently. Snow Empress, do not trust this human. Contracts and spirits are surely deceitful. The Ice Empress's distrust was anticipated by Shenge, while the Snow Empress's beautiful blue eyes revealed an unusual expression. However, she grasped the essence of Shenge's proposition to hitch a ride on his path to divinity, contingent upon becoming a spirit. Had it been before the sixth tribulation, the Snow Empress would have dismissed this notion outright. She would never become a subordinate to another. Yet, the terror of the sixth tribulation compelled her to consider alternative pathways. Otherwise, when the seventh tribulation arrived, she might not even survive long enough to reach 700,000 years. The Snow Empress scrutinized Shenge for a prolonged period before finally speaking. What do you mean by spirit? The concept of soul beasts in Douluo is truly absurd. In chapter 679 of the original work, the deep-sea demon Whale King claims to have lived for 1 million years, yet has not ascended to godhood, and has made no progress over the past 100,000 years. This is utterly ludicrous. Subsequent installments have also heavily borrowed from this flawed premise, lacking in logic and coherence, rendering it impossible to reconcile. Thus, I have chosen to abandon it. In my book, the setting for soul beast diverges from the original text, as the original concept is utterly nonsensical. I shall adhere to my own vision. I trust this meets with no objections. In chapter 37, the Oath of Shenge, the Ice Emperor sacrifices for love. Upon hearing the Snow Emperor mention soul spirits, Shenge's gaze reflected deep contemplation as he pondered how to explain it. The Ice Emperor also displayed a hint of curiosity. After a moment, he spoke softly, his voice as gentle as the dawn, warming the ears of those who listened. In essence, we shall enter into an equal contract. Your soul will forsake its corporeal form and become my accompanying soul spirit. As long as I remain alive, so shall you. We will live and die together, never to part. Upon hearing this, the Snow Emperor grasped the gist. It entailed binding her soul to his, allowing her to ascend alongside him should he achieve godhood in the future. This indeed seemed a favorable choice, for humans possess a far greater likelihood of attaining divinity compared to soul beasts. And this particular human appeared extraordinarily youthful, further increasing the odds of his future ascension. However, she harbored distrust toward the human, and skepticism towards the notion of a soul-spirit contract. What if it was an unequal agreement? Should she become his servant after signing? Why would you want to enter into a soul-spirit contract with me? To suppress your martial soul? The Snow Emperor coldly interrogated Shenge, her only rationale being that he sought her assistance in controlling his martial soul. The Ice Emperor also regarded him warily, unwilling to accept any notion of a soul-spirit contract or promises of shared life and death. No matter how beautifully he spoke, she remained unconvinced. In the face of the Snow Emperor's inquiries, Shenge responded candidly. My second martial soul requires soul rings. Should you become my soul spirit, you can provide me with the appropriate soul rings. Before their eyes, 3 profound black soul rings rose from beneath his feet, accompanied by a solitary, proud silver moon that gradually appeared, emanating a soft lunar glow. The gentle silver light brushed over the Ice and Snow Emperors, instilling an unexplainable tranquility within them, dispelling their weariness. The Snow Emperor even felt that some of her internal wounds had been alleviated, healing in the presence of this celestial essence. A twin martial soul? Observing the manifestation of the lunar martial soul, the Snow Emperor felt no surprise. Having lived for nearly 50,000 years, she had encountered numerous twin martial souls. Yet the strength of Shenge's dual martial souls was unparalleled in her experience. Moreover, as she sensed the cool, gentle light of the lunar martial soul, she felt an innate affinity toward it. Not only the Snow Emperor, but even the Ice Emperor, who had initially regarded Shenge with suspicion and hostility, found herself inexplicably drawn to the silver moon. After practicing the Red Radiance 9 Heavens diagram, Shenge's lunar and solar martial souls had absorbed a trace of the supreme celestial essence, rendering them even more extraordinary, progressively aligning with the 2 supreme stars. Both human and beast share an inherent affinity for the lunar essence, as the sun's brilliance is too dazzling to behold, while the moon, appearing solitary and cool, possesses a gentle warmth that is far more inviting. Thus, you wish for me to transform into your soul spirit, providing soul rings for your second martial soul? Yet, despite the innate attraction to the lunar martial soul, upon hearing Shenge's request for her to supply soul rings, the Snow Emperor's gaze turned icy, a frigid aura swirling around her flawless form. The Ice Emperor raised her formidable claw, the scorpion tail shimmering like jade, coiling with immense icy energy, ready to unleash a devastating strike should the Snow Emperor take action. Noticing their change in demeanor, signaling potential conflict, Shenge sighed in resignation and attempted to clarify. Snow Emperor, please do not misunderstand. Soul spirits and soul rings are not the same. After we enter into the soul spirit contract, you will retain your consciousness. My martial soul will merely draw upon a portion of your strength to summon the appropriate soul rings. His words caused the Snow Emperor to temper her coldness. Yet her beautiful eyes remained shrouded in contemplation. The Ice Emperor, however, remained unconvinced, the chilling energy at her tail intensifying. Poised to strike down Shenge the moment the Snow Emperor spoke. The Snow Emperor's gaze flickered, caught in deliberation over the truth of Shenge's words. He chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting her decision. Gradually, the Snow Emperor closed her eyes, seeking to attune her heart to the essence of the extreme northern ice plains. She was born of this land, nurtured by its elements, and under its protection, it would guide and enlighten her. Just as the method for transforming Snow Lotus into a human had been inspired by this very realm. As time slipped away, the Snow Emperor slowly opened her exquisite eyes, more beautiful than sapphires, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her features, yet was anticipated. The extreme northern ice plains had not bestowed upon her the insight she sought. The ice goddess gazed upon Shenge, and after a moment of silence, she spoke, her voice still icy, yet now laced with determination. I shall agree to enter into a contract with you and become your soul spirit, but you must provide me with a guarantee, a vow that assures my peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Shenge understood that the Snow Emperor had made her choice. Without hesitation, he swore before the Ice and Snow Emperors, I, Shenge, in my true name, vow to the heavens, to chaos, and to the great Tao, that when I ascend to godhood, I shall bring the Snow Emperor with me to the divine realm, sharing eternal life. Should I betray the Snow Emperor, may I perish, my name erased from the heavens, and may I never know reincarnation. As his final words echoed, a gaze from a realm far beyond the Douluo world descended upon him, and Shenge felt an inexplicable constraint imposed upon him. Simultaneously, the Snow Emperor sensed it too, though only for a brief moment. She understood that the human's vow had taken effect, drawing the attention of a higher existence. Should he transgress, the consequences would be dire. At that instant, the Snow Emperor felt she had placed her bet wisely. Even the Ice Emperor, unaware of the deeper implications of the vow, trembled at the mention of the severe consequences for betrayal. It was indeed ruthless. Thus, the Ice Emperor felt reassured. "Speak, what must I do?" The Snow Emperor, however, interjected. Hearing that the Snow Emperor had truly agreed to become the human's soul spirit, the Ice Emperor was alarmed. Although the human's vow sounded formidable, humans were inherently untrustworthy. Many had broken their promises. She could not allow the Snow Emperor to fall into this human's trap. "You need not persuade me. My decision is made." The Snow Emperor shook her head, urging the Ice Emperor to remain calm. This was her chosen path. Even in death, she would have no regrets. Seeing her beloved Snow Emperor poised to step into a web of deceit spun by a human, the Ice Emperor steeled herself, stepping between Shenge and the Snow Emperor. Her voice cold. "Human, if your so-called soul spirit method is so formidable, then let me join as well. My 34,000 years of cultivation should suffice to serve as your soul spirit." Since the Snow Emperor was so resolute, she would put it to the test. Regardless of life or death, it would benefit her either way. Should it prove false, her death could expose the human's lies, allowing the Snow Emperor to awaken and seek vengeance, thus repaying her life debt. If true, then both she and the Snow Emperor would become soul spirits, eternally united. Though she would forsake 34,000 years of cultivation, she would not lose out. Rather, she would gain. One must admit, the Ice Emperor's calculations were astutely crafted. Once again, I must clarify that my interpretation of Soul Beast diverges from the original work, as its flaws are too numerous to rectify. Chapter 38. The Ice Emperor manifests as a soul spirit, a burdensome external soul bone. The sudden intervention of the Ice Emperor left both Shenge and the Snow Empress momentarily stunned. The Snow Empress, with her sapphire-like beautiful eyes, gazed at the Ice Emperor standing before her, astonishment flickering in her gaze. Her soft, pink lips parted slightly as she gently urged the Ice Emperor. "You need not do this. This is my own choice, and it is unnecessary for you to involve yourself. No, I cannot stand by and watch you fall into this human trap. If you perish, what meaning would my existence hold?" The Ice Emperor turned, her emotions surging with profound sorrow and reluctance. Her golden eyes glistened with unshed tears, a testament to her relentless training and struggle to live longer by the Snow Empress's side. If the Snow Empress were to die, she would not wish to live on alone. Although the Ice Emperor never explicitly expressed her affection, the Snow Empress could sense the depth of her feelings after thousands of years of companionship. However, due to her inherently aloof nature, she was not particularly attuned to matters of the heart. Perhaps she harbored feelings for the Ice Emperor as well, yet for her, cultivation took precedence over emotional entanglements. Observing the interaction between the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, Shenge mused that without the interference of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, they would be akin to a pair of exquisite lilies in full bloom, so beautiful together, yet marred by the presence of an unwelcome intruder. Since the Ice Emperor was willing to test the waters, he had no objection, as it would also reassure the Snow Empress. He regarded the Ice Emperor with a smile. Although his initial goal had been the Snow Empress, acquiring the Ice Emperor's soul spirit would be a fortuitous gain. The Ice Emperor turned her gaze toward Shenge. Determination etched in her expression, her voice resolute, unafraid of life or death. "Come, human." The Snow Empress, witnessing the Ice Emperor's selfless dedication, felt an unprecedented warmth blossoming within her heart, as if ancient ice had melted. She would not impede the Ice Emperor, but if Shenge's method truly posed a danger, she would stake her life to ensure they perished together. Sensing the change in the Snow Empress's gaze, Shenge offered a faint smile, though a hint of nervousness lingered within him, for it was his first time employing the soul spirit method. "Do not resist. Release your mental energy," he instructed. Sitting cross-legged upon the icy surface, Shenge began to guide the Ice Emperor in forming the soul spirit contract. Both released their mental energy, and he commenced constructing the contract array according to the recorded method. Gradually, a pale golden soul spirit contract array materialized, uncomplicated yet emanating a faint aura of soul rules. Appearing before Shenge and the Ice Emperor, the Snow Empress observed the contract array with curiosity, silently watching as Shenge and the Ice Emperor completed their pact. The array enveloped the Ice Emperor's mental energy, gradually drawing her soul from her body, while Shenge sensed the Ice Emperor's emotions, her reluctance, affection for the Snow Empress. and her animosity and resentment toward him. As the contract array guided her soul from her corporeal form, the Ice Emperor's golden eyes dulled, the light of life fading, which tightened the Snow Empress's heart. Her blue eyes fixated on the Ice Emperor's soul, and she began to silently pray for success. The Ice Emperor's essence transformed into a radiant emerald-like orb, merging into Gushinga's being, intertwining with his martial soul, becoming his first accompanying soul spirit. This process endured for over half an hour, during which the soul rings surrounding Gushinga underwent a transformation. 3 black soul rings, nurtured by the Ice Emperor's immense soul power, gradually shifted from black to crimson, with the first soul ring remaining black while the second and third reached the threshold of 100,000 years. Simultaneously, 3 resplendent soul rings coalesced, each orange ring exuding formidable pressure, inscribed with patterns reminiscent of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, adorned with 3 golden lines that radiated brilliant golden light, presenting an orange-golden hue. Given the Ice Emperor's strength, she could have formed 3 additional soul rings to complete the martial soul's array, yet Gushinga halted her, allowing the Snow Empress to fulfill the remaining rings. After a lengthy pause, he gradually opened his eyes, sensing the changes within him. Having merged with the Ice Emperor's soul spirit, his soul power surged to the pinnacle of level 98, a mere step away from level 99. What about the Ice Emperor? The Snow Empress, observing Gushinga's familiarity, coldly inquired about the Ice Emperor's condition, her tone laced with urgency and concern. Ice Emperor, please manifest. Responding to the anxious Snow Empress, Gushinga gently called out, and a verdant figure emerged from within him, alighting gracefully between him and the Snow Empress. It was the Ice Emperor, yet she no longer bore the guise of soul beast, but appeared as a human girl. The Ice Emperor's transformed visage was utterly stunning. Her emerald green hair, styled in twin ponytails, embellished with accessories resembling scorpion pincers, further accentuating her youthful vigor. Her delicate features were exquisitely crafted, her beauty rivaling that of the Snow Empress, albeit with less haughtiness and more cold elegance. Adorning her head was a crown, her orange-golden eyes sparkling, her porcelain complexion graced by 3 emerald magical patterns on either side. Her skin was as pristine as snow, exuding a translucent quality, with hints of emerald light swirling beneath the surface. Standing at 1.50 meters, her exquisitely tailored green gown enveloped her well-developed figure, while her straight, snow-white legs shimmered with a radiant glow, her petite, delicate feet inviting admiration. Ice Emperor, how do you feel? The Snow Empress, relieved by the Ice Emperor's well-being, exhaled. The Ice Emperor regarded her soul spirit form, and then her original beastly body, experiencing an indescribable sense of peculiarity. I feel wonderful, in fact, quite comfortable. She refrained from elaborating on the nature of her comfort, simply acknowledging the sensation. This comfort stemmed from the martial soul's essence, imbued with a trace of the Supreme Star's divine aura. As the Ice Emperor became the soul spirit of the martial soul, she naturally benefited from that essence. Hence her contentment. The Ice Emperor cast a glance at Gushinga, her previous wariness and hostility dissipating, replaced by a hint of bashfulness. She had misjudged him. Now, as a soul spirit, she felt no significant restrictions, save for the inability to remain away from Gushinga for prolonged periods. However, if the Snow Empress were to become a soul spirit, she could stay with her indefinitely, rendering that minor limitation inconsequential. In response, the Snow Empress relinquished her final shred of doubt. At that moment, the Ice Emperor's beastly form revealed an external soul bone, her soul transitioning into spirit form while her physical body perished, activating the rule that a soul bone must materialize after 100,000 years. Ultimately, what manifested was an external soul bone of exceptional quality, equivalent to 340,000 years, the tail of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This scorpion tail soul bone mirrored its original form, radiating an enticing emerald hue, shimmering with the vitality of life, utterly transparent and perfect, as if sculpted from imperial green jade. The 5-segmented tail tapered gracefully, culminating in a beautifully crafted hook adorned with diamond-like particles, its tips sparkling with brilliance, embodying the essence of a flawless masterpiece. Regrettably, while this external soul bone was powerful, it did not align with Gushinga's tastes. The thought of a grown man wielding a scorpion's tail sent chills down his spine. Ah, it seems he is not destined to benefit from it. If only it had been a torso soul bone instead. This external soul bone possesses other uses. It will not be given away, but rather serve as a fusion material with another external soul bone. I shall refrain from divulging more to avoid spoilers. Chapter 39. The transformation of the Snow Empress into a soul spirit and Guxinga's heritage. Guxinga stored the body of the ice blue Emperor Scorpion within the realm of light. A formidable beast that had existed for over 340,000 years should not be squandered. As she watched her own form dissipate, the Ice Empress paid little mind to it. It was merely a discarded vessel. Her thoughts were consumed with anticipation for the moment when the Snow Empress would become a soul spirit, allowing them to remain together eternally. The Snow Empress sensed the power of the laws of the realm of light that Shenge wielded, and a flicker of surprise passed through her azure eyes. Though she refrained from inquiring further. "Let us commence," she stated. "I would appreciate the Ice Empress acting as our protector." Shenge instructed the Ice Empress, who nodded affirmatively, patting her impressive peaks to assure him. "With my presence, no creature shall disturb you. Should anyone dare to interrupt the transformation of the Snow Empress into a soul spirit, they shall face my wrath." The Ice Empress, who had previously harbored doubts, was now fully convinced. Following the prescribed method, Shenge encouraged the Snow Empress to relax and release her spiritual energy. He began to construct the soul-spirit contract formation, and this second attempt proceeded with greater ease. As the Snow Empress signed the contract, the formation drew her soul from her body, merging it with the lunar martial soul, thus forming a second companion soul spirit. The Snow Empress's physical form lost its luster, collapsing onto the icy surface, while simultaneously a soul bone began to coalesce. With the Snow Empress transformed into the lunar martial soul spirit, a torrent of soul power, far surpassing that of the Ice Empress, surged within Shenge. He promptly adopted a posture of reverence towards the sun and moon, commencing the refinement of this immense soul power, while the crimson bright 9 heavens diagram continued to progress. After more than 2 hours, the fusion of the Snow Empress's soul spirit was successfully completed. The soul rings that had encircled Shenge began to shift once more. 3 soul rings from the Snow Empress coalesced, with the orange ring adorned with intricate patterns of the ice goddess, 6 golden lines manifesting and radiating a dazzling orange-gold light, exuding an extreme essence of ice and snow, subtly hinting at a trace of lunar divinity. The compatibility between the Snow Empress and the lunar martial soul was astonishingly high, even exceeding that of the Golden Crow and the Solar Martial Soul. With the assistance of the Snow Empress's soul spirit, the first 3 soul rings underwent further enhancement, with the first ring surpassing the 100,000-year threshold. 3 red and 6 orange-gold rings emerged, differing only in that the Ice Empress's rings bore 3 golden lines, while the Snow Empress's bore 6. Although the first 3 soul rings had all attained the quality of 100,000 years, they still only granted 1 soul skill, albeit a significantly more potent one, reaching an entirely new echelon. Shenge slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of icy blue flashing across his strikingly handsome face, which now bore a look of joy. Following the fusion with the Snow Empress's soul spirit, not only had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of level 99, but the crimson bright 9 heavens diagram had also reached its 3rd tier zenith, a mere step away from the innate level. Before long, the Snow Empress manifested from within him, appearing before the Ice Empress, still as pure and flawless as ever, with little change. Upon seeing the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress leaped into her embrace, akin to a swallow returning to its nest. "Snow Empress! Ice!" she exclaimed, joy radiating from the Ice Empress as she embraced the Snow Empress, whose azure eyes displayed a rare softness. Shenge chose not to interrupt their reunion, instead focusing on the soul bone that had formed on the Snow Empress's body. It was a peerless head soul bone of 60,000 years in quality. The Snow Empress's soul bone was crown-shaped, enveloped in ice and snow, entirely pure and flawless. At its center was embedded a resplendent ice blue gemstone, with every part of the crown composed of countless minuscule snowflakes that clustered around the gem, forming the Snow Empress's crown, radiating an unparalleled force of ice and snow. This crown resonated with Shenge's taste, and he stored it within the system's space, intending to integrate it after exiting the extreme northern ice fields. "May you honor your promise," she urged. Though transformed into a soul spirit, the Snow Empress's strength had not diminished significantly. Releasing the Ice Empress, she reminded Gushenge to uphold his vow. He nodded, affirming his commitment, as he had no desire for death or oblivion, nor to be erased from existence. The Snow Empress took the Ice Empress's delicate hand, leading her back into the lunar martial soul. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a palace standing atop the lunar martial soul, known as the Palace of Eternal Frost. Though the palace lacked Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit, it was adorned by the Snow and Ice Empresses. After storing the Snow Empress's body within the realm of light, Gushenge opened the system panel. True name, Gushenge Douluo. Name, Enfeoffment, World, Douluo, Continent. Identity, Honorary Vice President and Consultant of Tianshui Academy, Elder of the Spirit Hall, Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. Realm, Level 99, Peerless Douluo. Title, Haoyang. Solar Martial Soul, 2 purple, 6 black, 1 red. Lunar Martial Soul, 3 red, 6 orange gold. Soul Spirits, 340,000-year Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Ice Empress, 600,000-year Ice Goddess, Snow Empress. Cultivation Technique, Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram, Volume 1. Soul Skills. Gushenge gazed at the name Shui Qingfeng on the system panel. Alongside the identity of Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, a hint of mockery flickering in his golden eyes. How ironic, he mused. Neither Bibi Dong nor Title Douluo had anticipated his hidden identity. The only individuals aware of this status on the continent were the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Sheng. His biological parents were none other than the Snow Knight Emperor and the late Tiando Empress, while Shenge, who replaced him, was his twin brother. As for why he had not grown up in the Tiando Imperial Palace, but in a humble village, it was a rather cliché detail of palace intrigue. 24 years prior, the Snow Knight Emperor had declared that his firstborn son would be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, destined to inherit his throne. Gushenge was born, but on that fateful day, the palace was flooded. He vaguely remembered being taken away as an infant, and upon awakening, he found himself in the village that raised him. What transpired in between was initially a mystery to Gushenge, only to be unraveled when he was 17 and encountered Prince Sheng in Tiando City. The resemblance to the youthful Snow Knight Emperor was striking, prompting Prince Sheng to invite him to the Tiando Imperial Palace for a test. Using the royal blood verification method to confirm his identity as the son of the Snow Knight Emperor. The reason for his presence in the village was orchestrated by a concubine of the Snow Knight Emperor, who, having conceived a child herself, desired her offspring to become the crown prince. Hence, she arranged for the flooding, and subsequently, someone was tasked with eliminating Gushenge. However, that individual, aware of the consequences of killing a prince, secretly fostered Gushenge in a village outside Tiando City, ensuring that if the truth were to emerge, he at least had a chance to survive. Regrettably, that person was eliminated by the concubine's agents. Not long after, the situation was revealed, and the concubine, in her panic, suffered a miscarriage, leading to her execution by the Snow Knight Emperor. Concerned about a recurrence of such events, the Snow Knight Emperor changed his decree, stating that only exemplary princes could inherit the throne. Subsequently, the Empress became pregnant again, giving birth to Shenge, and 11 years later to Shue, before passing away. The Snow Knight Emperor was astonished to learn that Gushenge was still alive and wished to acknowledge him, but Gushenge refused. The following day, he fled, relishing his freedom for over a decade. The sudden emergence of a father figure was overwhelming. He simply could not endure it. Thus, Gushenge expressed his resignation towards his identity as the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, preferring instead to be the child of commoners, to be born and not nurtured. A severed finger may yet be restored. To be born and nurtured, a severed head cannot be mended. To not be born yet nurtured, 100 generations cannot repay. In light of his lineage, all he could do was ensure the bloodline of the Tiando royal family remained unextinguished. The protagonist, the Grand Prince of Tiando, held significance in this regard. Chapter 40. The Art of Lunar Refinement. Bibi Dong's Suspicions. Gushenge's gaze shifted subtly as he contemplated the rewards for the 2 tasks: assassination from the Demon Soul sect and perfection of the lunar art. The first task offered a scroll named the 100 Beast Diagram, which he examined closely. Name: 100 Beast Diagram. Description: an artifact from a powerful realm of cultivation. crafted by an 8th-level celestial emperor as a trinket from a divine tool. It contains a secret realm that allows one to contract and capture spirit pets, provided they are either rendered incapable of resistance or willingly submit. Why did the 100 Beasts diagram sound so familiar? After reading the description, Gushenge felt a striking resemblance between its functions and a divine tool from a memory of a work titled Star Transformation. The 100 Beasts diagram bore a striking similarity to the 10,000 Beasts diagram, which was also owned by an 8th-level celestial emperor. Could it be that the 100 Beasts diagram was a replica crafted by the renowned Xian emperor? Incredibly, the system had proven itself to be quite formidable. Gushenge unfurled the 100 Beasts diagram, revealing a landscape of mountains and rivers, yet devoid of any beasts. Following the system's guidance, he enveloped a drop of blood from his fingertip with his spiritual energy and let it fall onto the diagram. The blood merged seamlessly into the scroll, and his spiritual energy fused with the 100 Beasts diagram. Within mere minutes, he had refined it without difficulty. The secret realm within the 100 Beasts diagram was even larger than his own bright realm, at least the size of the Stardo Great Forest. This was merely a replica crafted by an 8th-level celestial emperor, yet it was extraordinarily powerful. Gushenge entertained a fascinating notion. Could he merge the secret realm within the 100 Beasts diagram with the bright realm? However, it was merely a fleeting thought. With his current strength, such a combination was impossible, at least for now. Stowing the 100 Beasts diagram within the system space, Gushenge turned his attention to the reward for the other task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Lunar Refinement Technique. The Lunar Refinement Technique? The name suggested it was a method for cultivating spiritual energy, and an introduction to the technique materialized before Gushenge's eyes. Name: Lunar Refinement Technique. Description: a method for refining the soul, drawing the essence of the lunar moonlight into the body, purifying and tempering the soul, gradually transforming it into a lunar divine soul, mastering various divine abilities, allowing for astral projection, dream manipulation, soul control, and reincarnation, all within reach. After reading the introduction to the Lunar Refinement Technique, satisfaction gleamed in Gushenge's eyes. With this method, he could finally address the shortcomings of his soul, cultivating his physical body with the crimson bright 9 heavens diagram while refining his soul with the Lunar Refinement Technique. He would achieve a harmonious dual cultivation. This was the path to greatness. The Lunar Refinement Technique was implanted into Gushenge's mind by the system, making it unforgettable. With the 9 soul rings of the lunar martial soul now complete and the matters in the extreme north ice field resolved, it was time to return to the Tianshui Academy, as there were only 2 days left until the new term commenced. However, before departing, Gushenge instructed the Snow Empress to take him to the core area, where he thoroughly scavenged various ice attribute treasures, including half a lake of ice attribute spiritual liquid, a multitude of millennium-grade ice marrow, and 9 exceedingly precious pieces of 10,000-year ice marrow, an immense bounty, all stored within the Bright Realm. Truly, he was a master scavenger. If it weren't for the limitations of the Bright Realm's power, he might have considered relocating the entire core area. In the martial soul city, within the worship hall, beneath the angelic statue, Title Douluo scrutinized the information in his hands, his expressions shifting between surprise, astonishment, and gravity. During the grand ceremony, he had observed the demeanor and reactions of all the representatives from various factions present, discerning who harbored goodwill towards the martial soul hall and who bore dissatisfaction. Naturally, he noted the performance of Prince Xuexing. His excitement upon Gushenge's appearance and the complexity of his gaze sparked Tian Douluo's suspicions. He suspected a connection between Prince Xuexing and Gushenge that he was unaware of, prompting him to arrange for an investigation. Despite the Snow Emperor's adept concealment, he could not escape the eyes of the martial soul hall. Tian Douluo had never anticipated that Gushenge was the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, its long-lost heir, and that Xuexing, who had replaced him, was his own biological brother. This revelation posed a dilemma for the elder. He held high hopes for Gushenge, even wishing to facilitate a union between him and Qian Renshue. Yet he was also aware that Gushenge belonged to the Tiando royal family, while his granddaughter harbored a grudge against him for the death of her brother, and not just one brother at that. If Gushenge were to discover the truth, he would likely oppose the martial soul hall. Human emotions are inscrutable. Although Gushenge currently seemed aligned with the martial soul hall, being its youngest elder, He was ultimately still of the Tiando royal lineage, and his true ambitions would undoubtedly lie with them. Though he had not revealed his identity as a Tiando prince, it was likely a trump card concealed by the Snow Emperor. Shenge was remarkably young. At only 23 years old, he had already attained the rank of Title Douluo. Given another decade or two, he would likely reach Tian Daolia's level. Should a conflict arise between the martial Soul Hall and the Tiando Empire, he could very well become a dagger thrust into the heart of the martial Soul Hall. In a moment, countless suspicions and a hint of murderous intent arose within Tian Douluo regarding Shenge. He could not allow him to continue growing. It was a pity that such an outstanding individual, endowed with exceptional talent, was from the Tiando royal family. How fortunate it would have been had he been an ordinary citizen. He resolved to hand the matter over to the Pope. Tian Douluo instructed his attendant to deliver the information to Bibi Dong. Minutes later, a hurried figure burst into the worship hall, the commotion disrupting its solemnity. Tian Douluo, what on earth is happening? Bibi Dong exclaimed, gripping the report tightly, nearly crumpling it in disbelief. Her crimson eyes brimmed with incredulity as she coldly interrogated the elder. Unable to fathom how Shenge could possibly be the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, wasn't the Grand Prince Shenge? Observing the furious expression of the Pope, Tian Douluo maintained his composure and, seeing her disbelief, calmly replied, "If you do not believe it, you may dispatch someone to investigate for yourself." Very well. Bibi Dong, disinterested in further debate with Tian Douluo, sought to swiftly ascertain the truth of the intelligence. If Shenge truly was the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, the elder brother of Shenge, how was she to confront him? In her quest to hinder Tian Rinshue's growth, she had dispatched her to infiltrate the Tiando Empire, executing and replacing Shenge with the intention of seizing the Tiando throne. Should Shenge learn that she was responsible for his brother's demise, how would he perceive her? Bibi Dong's mind raced with new worries. As she observed her retreating figure, Tian Douluo had not anticipated such a turn of events and sighed deeply. He had no desire to act against Shenge, yet he could not allow him to obstruct the martial Soul Hall's aspirations to unify the continent. Meanwhile, after leaving the worship hall, Bibi Dong commanded Zhu and Ghost Law to thoroughly investigate Shenge's connection to the Tiando royal family in the shortest time possible. She then sank into her throne, enveloped in profound fear and doubt. She was afraid that the information was indeed accurate. She was also plagued by doubt, questioning whether Shenge's approach to her was genuine affection or concealed motives. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they require only the slightest nourishment to take root and grow. Cough, cough, cough. The relationship between the protagonist and Bibi Dong will be slightly tumultuous, but nothing too severe, sweet with a hint of bitterness. Chapter 41. Bibi Dong's indifference, Shenge's directness. In the small realm of Demon Soul, Icefall has perished. The vice leader of the Soul cult sensed the disappearance of the soul mark he had left on the Ice-Fallen sovereign, and with a voice as calm as water, he slowly recounted the news of his death, showing no concern for the loss of life. Upon hearing of the Ice-Fallen sovereign's demise, the expressions of several other sovereigns still within the minor realm varied. Some were dismissive, others astonished, some indifferent, while a few reveled in his misfortune. He should have been more cautious. He thought he could dominate that fellow by relying on the ice evil dragon martial soul. And now he has met his end. He deserves it. The sovereign who had previously suffered at Shenge's hands spoke with evident schadenfreude, and beside him, a robust sovereign, magnificent even under the cloak of a black robe, spoke with a voice that was cold yet laced with derision. Icefallen fell for the church, and in comparison to you, who only seeks to belittle others while caring solely for yourself, he at least fulfilled his duties. As for you, chiming, merely a waste. Do you wish to perish, Yuang? Upon hearing Yuang's mockery, chiming, already hot-tempered due to the influence of his martial soul, ignited like a powder keg. His crimson-like eyes seemed ready to spew forth magma, threatening to engulf Yuang, as 9 soul rings rose beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, his powerful and scorching soul power erupting towards the woman beside him. Yet, facing Chiming's fury, Yuang remained unflinching, her own soul rings appearing beneath her feet. However, her 9th soul ring was an exquisite one, shimmering with an otherworldly red hue, a top-tier soul ring boasting over 90,000 years of age. Its released pressure far surpassing that of Chiming, a being nearing the pinnacle of the 98th rank as a Title Douluo. Enough. The vice leader, who had earlier announced the Ice Fallen's death, spoke once more, his voice bearing a certain enchantment that calmed both Chiming and Yuwang, compelling them to retract their soul rings. Yuwang, since Ice Fallen has failed, the task of dealing with Title Douluo Haoyang is now yours. Use any means necessary to eliminate him. Understood. Yuwang nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Chiming, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes before she vanished. Enraged, Chiming ground his teeth and turned away. The vice leader observed their disappearing figures in silence. For the church, as long as that object remained and the leader was alive, they could produce as many sovereigns, elders, and Title Douluo as they wished, requiring only a modicum of bloodshed. In the Pope's palace of the Spirit Hall, following an investigation by Ju and Ghost Douluo, despite the efforts of the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Snowstar to conceal the truth, Shenge's identity had been laid bare before them. They had not anticipated that Title Douluo Haoyang was the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, which was not favorable for the Spirit Hall. Although the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family appeared peaceful on the surface, beneath it lay a deep-seated animosity, merely waiting for the moment to erupt. Bibi Dong gazed at the verified information, her delicate fingers gripping the letter until it nearly crumpled. Her beautiful eyes glinted with frost, her teeth biting down in frustration. Feeling deceived. Why had she been misled? Was the affection he had shown her merely a ruse, a fade crafted for the sake of the Tiando royal family? The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, her irritation growing as she glanced at the string of love beads adorning her wrist. In a fit of agitation, she yanked it off. With a snap, the string of crimson love beads broke under a forceful pull, scattering the 17 beads that represented Shenge's sentiments across the floor. Yet, upon witnessing the scattered beads, Bibi Dong felt regret wash over her. She should not have acted so impulsively. What if, perhaps, Shenge's intentions were genuine? After all, she had initially approached him with her own ulterior motives. In truth, they were equally matched in their respective deceptions. Just as Bibi Dong contemplated whether Shenge truly held affection for her or was merely feigning interest, a servant's voice echoed from outside the chamber. "Your Holiness, Elder Haoyang requests an audience." Startled, Bibi Dong thought, why has he come so suddenly? Shouldn't he be at the Water Academy? Looking at the scattered love beads, panic flickered in her beautiful eyes. No, he must not see this. She instructed the servant hastily. "Please have Elder Haoyang wait in the Pope's hall. I shall join him shortly." Yes, outside the palace. Shenge was taken aback when he learned that Bibi Dong had summoned him to the Pope's hall. Why had she suddenly become so distant? Elder Haoyang followed the servant into the reception hall of the Pope's chamber. Moments later, Bibi Dong, adorned in a simple yet elegant long dress, entered gracefully. Upon seeing her, after a long absence, Shenge's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward, eager to embrace the stunning Pope and shower her with affection. However, in response to his enthusiasm, Bibi Dong subtly took a step back, creating distance between them. This left Shenge momentarily stunned, his hand suspended in midair, unsure whether to extend it further or withdraw. Observing his bewilderment, a flicker of unease crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, and she turned her head slightly to evade his questioning gaze. Her voice now considerably colder. "This is the Pope's hall. Please be mindful." "Indeed, I have been negligent." Although Shenge spoke these words, confusion lingered in his heart. His gaze shifted to Bibi Dong's right wrist, and he noticed the absence of the love beads. Realizing he was staring, Bibi Dong felt a surge of panic and quickly concealed her right hand behind her, hastening to sit on the sofa. "Elder Haoyang, why have you returned so unexpectedly?" Bibi Dong's inquiry reflected her growing unease, as Shenge detected the subtle shift in her tone. It had only been a few days since their last meeting. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Was it due to his visit to the Water Academy, which had upset her? "I just returned from the frozen north. The Water Academy only opens tomorrow, so I took this opportunity to spend a day with you." Hearing that he had specifically carved out time to be with her warmed Bibi Dong's heart, softening her previously cold demeanor. Yet, thoughts of Shenge's concealed identity and his true feelings for her clouded her mind with turmoil. "Is that so? Elder Haoyang, we have known each other for quite some time, yet you have never mentioned your origins?" Eager to discern whether the man before her was sincere, Bibi Dong pressed for information about Shenge's background. Surprised, Shenge paused, realizing what she sought to know. He gently began to recount his origins, revealing everything without reservation, even disclosing his status as the son of the Snow Knight Emperor and the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. He clarified that he held little affection for the Tiando royal family and would neither hinder nor assist if war were to break out between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. However, he pledged to protect the Snow Clan, ensuring the continuity of its bloodline. "Your Holiness, it is getting late. I must take my leave." Having shared his story, Shenge rose to depart, having said all that needed to be conveyed, leaving Bibi Dong to ponder the remaining questions on her own. Bibi Dong, astonished by Shenge's complex background, felt a tremor in her heart as she watched him walk away. She quickly stood, pursuing him with the intention of retaining his presence. Shenge had long since departed from the Soul Master City, leaving only a golden trace in the sky. Observing his unyielding exit, Bibi Dong realized he must be furious, stirred by her aloofness and indifference, which incited a wave of bitterness within her. Regret for her impulsive actions washed over her. Despite his genuine feelings, she had doubted him, suspecting ulterior motives behind his approach rather than inquiring about his true lineage. In contrast, Shenge had sensed her curiosity about his background and had revealed everything without reservation. He had made it clear that should war erupt between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire, he would remain neutral. If the Tiando Empire were to fall, he would ensure the survival of the Shui clan. In both sentiment and reason, he had done his utmost. Ultimately, it was her lack of trust and love that had driven them apart. Yet, Bibi Dong vehemently shook her head, adamantly denying this notion. No, how could she not love him? She was merely a bit lost. Yes, she was merely lost. She loved Shenge undeniably. She repeatedly affirmed her love for him, engaging in a fervent psychological reassurance. Though her delicate hands tightened, betraying her inner turmoil, the more she affirmed, the more her love for Shenge wavered. Questioning herself, could her affection for him truly be devoid of ulterior motives? In a corridor not far from the Pope's palace, Title Douluo witnessed this scene unfold, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his golden eyes. From the moment he had shared intelligence with Bibi Dong, he had been scheming, aware of her suspicious nature. Once she learned of Shenge's identity as the Tiando Empire's crown prince, she would undoubtedly question his intentions. Though he was unaware of the conversations within the Pope's palace, Shenge's immediate departure suggested a rift had formed between them, an advantageous circumstance for Title Douluo. He had opposed their union from the outset, believing that while Bibi Dong appeared normal, her heart was twisted and her motives for being with Shenge were suspect. To prevent her from using Shenge against the angel lineage, Title Douluo felt compelled to keep them apart. After casting one last glance at the stunning Pope, who stood outside the palace lost in thought, the Grand Priest vanished down the corridor. Upon regaining her senses, Bibi Dong hurried back to the Pope's quarters, gathering the scattered seeds of longing as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. She meticulously cleaned each one, but upon counting, found only 16. No matter how thoroughly she searched, the 17th seed remained elusive. Gazing at her incomplete collection, she could no longer hold back. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, engulfed in profound regret. In the vast expanse of the sky, a golden streak sliced through the clouds, leaving a dazzling trail behind. Meanwhile, Shenge, in rapid flight, wore a sullen expression, even harboring some irritation. When Bibi Dong had inquired about his lineage, he had anticipated that she would uncover his identity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. However, he was unprepared for her profound distrust, doubting the bond they shared. Her retreating demeanor, her evasive gaze, and her concealed wrist felt like daggers piercing his heart, causing him immense sorrow. Was their relationship truly so fragile, so incapable of withstanding trials? Or perhaps Bibi Dong did not love him as deeply as he had believed, assuming that mere days of companionship and care could win her heart? With a self-deprecating smile, Shenge acknowledged that he had been overthinking it all. He had rushed from the extreme northern wasteland straight to the Soul Master City. Yet, after being wounded by Bibi Dong's actions, he felt as though his love for her had diminished. With a sudden flap of his solar wings, his speed surged as he flew directly to the Tianshui Academy. The waters of the Tianlan River rippled, mist swirling as fish and dragons leapt, creating waves that stirred the currents. Fishermen cast their nets by the riverbank, while farmers washed clothes and countless boats traversed the river, heading toward Tiando and beyond. A grand spectacle. The Azure Academy stood proudly beside the Tianlan River, in stark contrast to the stillness of a month prior. The arrival of the school season brought back students returning home, alongside young female soul masters from the Tiando Empire and various kingdoms arriving to enroll, enlivening the academy. In front of the jade-carved archway, hundreds of young female soul masters formed two lines, one of noble ladies and the other of common girls, starkly delineating their social classes. The noble ladies, attended by servants, appeared less like they were waiting in line and more like they were on a leisurely outing, some shielding themselves from the sun with parasols, others fanning themselves with tea, while some servants knelt to serve as human stools. In contrast, the common girls stood with their parents, anxious and apprehensive, praying they would pass the enrollment test. Many noble ladies cast disdainful glances at the common girls, filled with contempt, surprise, and disgust. Among them, a striking young lady in a red dress, haughty and proud, looked down upon the common girls standing 5 meters away. Incredulous that the Tianshui Academy would accept commoners. Did they believe they deserved to attend the same academy as them? They were merely lowly peasants, their fishy scent utterly repulsive. She wished to drive them away as they sullied her eyes. Her remarks garnered agreement from several noble ladies who echoed her sentiments, inciting the ire of many common girls and their parents. Yet, upon noticing the imposing soul master guards beside her, they quickly averted their gazes, unwilling to voice their discontent. After all, they were but commoners, powerless against the nobility. Class distinctions had solidified, and commoners could only rise by becoming powerful soul masters. This was why the Spirit Hall enjoyed the support of the common folk, for it provided them with a path forward. Although the soul masters received their monthly gold coins from the two great empires, distributed by the Spirit Hall, without its presence, the empires would hardly grant commoners the chance to awaken their martial spirits, only deepening the chasm of class division. Reflecting on the future 1,000 years hence, without the Spirit Hall, commoners would be seen as mere fodder for evil soul masters. Chapter 43. Bibidong's willingness to give freely. A golden ray streaked across the sky, piercing the Tianshui Academy and capturing the attention of many. Some female teachers looked up in surprise and excitement, for the esteemed one had returned. The events of the coronation ceremony had already spread across the Douluo continent. The Haoyang Douluo had single-handedly slain 5 Title Douluos of the evil spirit cult, exhibiting unparalleled strength and garnering immense admiration from soul masters throughout the continent. Naturally, the female teachers at Tianshui Academy were no exception. They gazed at the returning Haoyang Douluo with mixed emotions, harboring unspoken hopes. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. If they could forge a close friendship with a Title Douluo, the benefits would be substantial. At the plaza on the eastern side of the academy, the scene was as ripe and luscious as a peach. A strikingly beautiful woman with azure hair gazed up at the sky, observing the glimmers of golden light that flickered across the heavens. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of worry and distress. It was indeed a boon for the academy to have a Title Douluo overseeing matters, yet it happened to be a man. Should he choose to engage in any misconduct, there would be no one to stop him. Truth be told, Lan Xingyan herself harbored a fear of a Title Douluo's strength. Yet if Gu Shenge were to act inappropriately toward a student, she would risk her life to intervene. Not for any other reason, but because she bore the responsibility as the academy's director, bound to protect her students. In her position, she must govern, bear responsibility, and fulfill her duties. To shrink back in fear of power and strength would render her unworthy of her title. Old Dean, you should have entrusted the position of Dean to me rather than her, Lan Xingyan murmured, lamenting that had she held the title, she would never have invited a wolf into the fold. However, the beautiful director soon chuckled to herself, realizing that she had almost invited a wolf into her own home. And thus, they were equally culpable. On the western side of the academy, a beam of golden light descended, revealing the radiant figure of Gu Shenge, whose presence shone like the sun. As the divine wings retracted into his being, he gazed upon the exquisite little villa before him, golden eyes reflecting a touch of nostalgia. After a month's absence, he had finally returned. With a mere thought, he summoned Lung Chi Shuang from the realm of dreams. The beautiful Dean felt momentarily dizzy before finding herself before Guxinga. Regaining her composure, she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, she had returned to the academy. Sensing Lung Qishuang's improved cultivation, Guxinga offered his congratulations, noting her likely ascension to the 82nd rank. Thanks to your assistance, Teacher Gu. Without your help, I could not have absorbed such a high-quality soul ring. Lung Qishuang replied, a hint of bashfulness gracing her elegant features. The task of hunting a soul beast over 50,000 years old in the frigid north was no small feat for someone of her caliber. Guxinga merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the dean could detect a trace of bitterness behind his smile, which tugged at her heart, though she could not discern the reason for his discomfort. Teacher Gu, are you free tonight? I would like to personally cook for you as a token of thanks for helping me obtain my 8th soul ring. Faced with the invitation from the stunning dean, Guxinga hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, eliciting a radiant smile from Lung Qishuang as she watched him enter her villa. Despite Bai Bidong's warning to restrain her desires, some feelings were simply insuppressible. What should I prepare? The dean pondered, her mind racing through various recipes. While her culinary skills may not rival those of the most esteemed chefs, she was no slouch either. She understood the age-old adage that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. In the Pope's palace within the Spirit Hall, Bai Bidong searched in vain for the 17th heart seed, seated despondently upon the cold floor. Clutching the 16 heart seeds in her hands, her eyes vacant and stained with tears, regret consumed her. How could she have acted so impulsively? Reflecting on her recent actions, Bai Bidong felt an indescribable bitterness swell within her. Guxinga had come to her with joyful intent, hoping to spend time with her, yet she had doubted his sincerity, distancing and neglecting him. Though he had voiced no complaints, his departure had been so decisive, leaving her no opportunity to retain him. Surely, she had wounded his heart. An unprecedented panic enveloped Bai Bidong as she feared that Guxinga no longer loved her, terrified of losing the support she had so painstakingly gained. No, she must clarify her feelings to him. Carefully placing the heart seeds into a storage soul guide, she prepared to leave the palace but hesitated once more. Guxinga was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Despite their lack of familial affection, royal blood flowed through his veins, being the brother of Xue Qinghe. The thought of his siblings, including Xue Qinghe, perishing at the hands of the Spirit Hall schemes, weighed heavily on her heart. How would she face him if he were to learn the truth? Lost in thought, Bai Bidong regretted her involvement in the infiltration plan. Why did it have to be someone from the Tiando royal family? Even a commoner would have sufficed. She sensed that they might inevitably find themselves on opposing sides. The mere anticipation of such a future brought her immense pain. She could not allow that to happen, absolutely not. In that moment, Bai Bidong's stunning visage twisted with a hint of madness, her once beautiful eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. She would not repeat her past mistakes. Indecision would only lead to defeat. Decisiveness would yield success. She would rather face failure than relinquish Guxinga to anyone else. In that instant, Bai Bidong shed all pretense. Her feelings for Guxinga were not born of love, but rather a profound desire for possession. Their meeting in the garden that night had not been mere chance. It had been meticulously orchestrated by her design. From their chance encounter at the Pope's palace, Bai Bidong had resolved to draw Guxinga into her fold, intending to wield him as a weapon against the angel lineage. Each subsequent encounter had been by her design. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself truly falling for him. Even more so than he for her. She reveled in Guxinga's company, yearning for his fervent affection, and craved his warm embrace, wishing to possess him entirely. However, his brilliance was akin to a sun suspended in the sky, while she was but a mother spider ensnared in darkness, unattainable and far from claiming him as her own. As Bai Bidong's eyes blazed with ever-increasing intensity, her once flawless features contorted into a grotesque mask of malevolence and allure, resembling a seductive demon emerging from the depths of hell. Her lips parted slightly, her voice laced with cold madness and obsession, infused with a deep, unyielding love. Shenge, you belong solely to me. By any means necessary, I shall possess you. She rose slowly, commanding her maid to prepare a bath of warm water, intent on cleansing herself before seeking Guxinga to apologize. As night fell, the moon hung high in the inky sky, its enchanting light casting a gentle, soothing glow upon the earth. Inside the villa, Guxinga sat in a meditative posture, his hands forming the Yin seal, enveloped in a sacred, solemn aura. Illuminated by the silvery moonlight, the lunar radiance enveloped him, nourishing his soul and strengthening his spirit. Not only was his soul rejuvenated, but even the Ice and Snow Emperors basked in the moonlight's nurturing embrace. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of silver flickered as the lunar glow dissipated. After straightening his attire, he approached the door, suspecting it to be Long Chi Shuang. Upon opening the door, a most unexpected figure stood before him. It was Bai Bidong. The silvery, ethereal moonlight cascaded upon her exquisitely beautiful visage, adorned with a delicate touch of makeup, highlighted by a hint of violet at the corners of her eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Her gaze, rich with the essence of spring, was soft yet penetrating, reflecting the handsome figure of Gu Shenge. Her wine-red hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and a flowing purple gown accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. Cinched at the waist with a delicate belt, her slender arms, fair and rosy, radiated a subtle fragrance that stirred desire, reminiscent of a fully bloomed poppy releasing its intoxicating scent, embodying the charm of a mature woman. The cool night breeze stirred her skirt, and the sheer white stockings enveloped her elegantly proportioned legs, enhancing their allure. The purple crystal heels adorned her perfect feet, firmly planted on the ground. Upon seeing Gu Shenge, Bibi Dong's stunning face lit up with joy, and she eagerly reached out, yearning to embrace him and bask in his warmth. However, in response to her fervent affection, Gu Shenge mirrored her actions, stepping back to evade her advance, his voice noticeably colder. "Your Holiness, what brings you here?" This was a classic case of returning the favor in kind. "I missed you, Shenge." Seeing him retreat, Bibi Dong's heart sank further. It was evident that he was indeed upset, even refraining from calling her daughter. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance, as she lamented her mistakes and regretted her actions. Could she not be granted another chance? Noticing the sorrow in her eyes, Gu Shenge's heart softened, but he was not so easily swayed to forgive her. He feigned indifference, his expression as cold as frost, and replied in a chilling tone, "Your Holiness is preoccupied with myriad affairs. Rather than dwelling on our emotions, it would be wiser to focus on the development of the Spirit Hall. When the time comes for war between the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, remember to find several guardians to keep an eye on me, lest I betray the Spirit Hall." After this biting retort, Gu Shenge strode past Bibi Dong towards the small villa of Long Chi Shuang, leaving the breathtakingly beautiful Pope stunned in place. She had never anticipated such callousness from him. Suddenly turning to gaze at his retreating figure, without hesitation or regard for her dignity, she hurried after him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, softly apologizing and pleading for his forgiveness. "Shengze, trulisore. I didn't mean to distance myself during the day. I was just confused and afraid. Please forgive me. Tonight, I want to return to the Spirit Hall. I'll stay and accompany you. How would you like to punish me?" As she uttered the last words, her tone shifted to one of seduction. Feeling the mature woman's pleas and allure behind him, Gu Shenge found himself torn. He had two choices: to break free from Bibi Dong's embrace and leave resolutely, which would deeply wound her heart, or to yield to her words, forgive her, and indulge in her punishment tonight. A flicker of helplessness crossed Gu Shenge's eyes. After all, he was soft-hearted. Slowly turning to face the tear-streaked Bibi Dong, he felt a pang of compassion and gently brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. This gesture made Bibi Dong realize that Gu Shenge had indeed forgiven her, filling her heart with joy. It was true that a woman who could cry and act coy could capture a man's heart. Although she was the Pope, she was still a woman, capable of wielding the same charms as any other if she so desired. As her tears flowed more freely, resembling dew-laden peonies blooming in the morning, her sorrowful expression evoked deep sympathy. With her soft lips gently biting in a display of utmost grievance, she appeared a pitiful little woman, making one's heart ache. The regret reflected in her tear-filled eyes made it clear that she understood her mistakes. Seeing the weeping mature woman, Gu Shenge's heart ached even more. He pulled Bibi Dong into a tight embrace, leaning down to kiss her tear-stained cheek, tenderly wiping away the tears of the stunning Pope, whispering comforting words. "Dongya, don't cry. Seeing you in tears pains me. I too have my faults. I should have revealed my background to you sooner, so you wouldn't have misunderstood." Be good, stop crying. We're not children anymore. If others were to see you like this, your dignity as Pope would be tarnished. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong ceased her tears, gazing at the man who consoled her with tear-filled eyes, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, a woman who could cry would always have someone to care for her. As for her dignity as Pope, she was unconcerned. After all, they were alone here. She lifted her chin and kissed Gushinga's lips, entwining with him. Faced with such an ardent and mature woman, to refuse would indeed be to break her heart. Yet, Gushinga remembered his promise to Lung Chi Shuang to dine with her, and to renege would compromise his integrity. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet he desired both. After a moment of intimacy with Bibi Dong, Gushinga released her lips, looking down at the charmingly flushed and alluring woman in his arms. His golden eyes sparkled with affection, and any lingering dissatisfaction he had was dissipated by her proactive gestures. Now, all he wished for was to punish and cherish her. Dongya, accompany me to dinner. He candidly shared that Lung Chi Shuang had invited him for a meal to express her gratitude for his assistance in obtaining her 8th spirit ring. Instantly, a wave of dissatisfaction and jealousy surged within Bibi Dong. That wretched woman was attempting to seduce her man while she was away. Clearly, her previous warnings had not been enough. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She was well aware of this adage. Cooking is no big deal. I can do that too. Though Bibi Dong was seething with anger inside, she refrained from expressing it, as Lung Chi Shuang's invitation was merely a gesture of thanks, and it would be unreasonable to leave Gushinga hanging. All right, let us go, lest we keep Director Lung waiting. Observing the obedient and understanding Bibi Dong, Gushinga nodded in satisfaction, lowering his head to kiss her fair forehead, complimenting her. Donger, you're truly wonderful. Inside the villa, an array of delectable dishes was laid out on the table. To capture Gushinga's heart, Lung Chi Shuang had showcased her culinary prowess. Each dish a masterpiece in terms of ingredients, preparation, and presentation, more akin to art than mere food. As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes. The beautiful director had taken care to adorn herself as well. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a low ponytail, her mature and radiant face lightly made up, with soft blue eyeshadow enhancing her enchanting gaze. Her plump, soft lips glistened with a delicate blue gloss, exuding a sweet fragrance that invited one to savor her charm. The translucent blue rose qipao accentuated Lung Chi Shuang's mature, voluptuous figure, her fair skin exuding allure against the rose patterns. The dress featured a thigh-high slit, revealing her creamy, shapely legs, adorned with rose-patterned thigh bands on one leg and blue rose vine motifs on the other, making her irresistibly captivating. Every detail of the beautiful director's attire was perfectly executed, exuding sophistication and seduction, reminiscent of a rose at the peak of its bloom, overflowing with nectar. Ready to be savored, Lien Chi Shuang gently opened her lips, humming a melody reminiscent of a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation as if today were a day of significance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door echoed, and the beautiful dean's face instantly lit up with joy as she hurried to open it. Teacher Gu, you've arrived. Please come in. However, as she invited Gushinga inside, her smile abruptly froze upon noticing the stunningly beautiful Pope of the spirit hall beside him, a flicker of panic surfacing in her eyes. Bibi Dong, entwining her arm with Gushinga's, cast a sweeping glance over the meticulously adorned, alluringly mature woman before her, a flash of crimson rage igniting in her gaze, a hint of murderous intent rising, only to dissipate swiftly. In her heart, she thought, this wretched woman seeks to seduce my man in my absence. She is courting death. Had Gushinga not been present, Bibi Dong would have surely dealt with Lien Chi Shuang harshly. Meanwhile, Gushinga observed the dean's low ponytail hairstyle, a wave of domestic charm washing over him, momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Madam, your hairstyle is rather perilous. Lien Chi Shuang quickly averted her gaze, her voice trembling slightly as she forced a smile, her tone laced with surprise. I didn't expect your holiness to be here as well. Please come in, come in. She hastily invited Gushinga and Bibi Dong inside, her eyes darting, too fearful to meet Bibi Dong's gaze, her heart filled with trepidation. Noticing the dean's fluster, Gushinga felt a twinge of helplessness and spoke apologetically. I apologize, Dean Lien, for not informing you of the Pope's sudden arrival. I hope you don't mind having an extra set of chopsticks. Not at all. Not at all. Lien Xishuang repeatedly shook her head, fearing to express any discontent, while Bibi Dong scoffed, as if he would dare. The three then took their seats, with Bibi Dong, the slightly mature woman, positioned to Gu Xingge's left, and Lien Xishuang, the alluring matron, to his right. Throughout the meal, Gu Xingge indulged in the experience, while Lien Xishuang remained on edge, wary of any unnecessary movements. As the meal neared its conclusion, Lien Xishuang suppressed her fear of Bibi Dong and began discussing matters regarding the academy with Gu Xingge. Teacher Gu, now that the academy has commenced, might you be interested in leading an elite class? The elite class referred to those preparing for the prestigious Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Aside from some unlicensed institutions ineligible for the competition, esteemed academies like the Tianshui Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy typically establish genius or elite classes for this purpose. These classes were small in number, yet each student was an exceptionally talented soul master. Some soul master academies even offered substantial incentives to recruit students from other institutions. An elite class, you say? That sounds appealing. I am indeed interested, Gu Xingge nodded, but the students of the elite class must be selected by him. In the original narrative, the contestants from Tianshui Academy were not particularly strong, comprising only 3 soul ancestors and 4 soul kings, with only Shui Binger and Shui Yuer being 16 years old. The other 5 students were around 20, and while they appeared promising to outsiders, Gu Xingge found their potential rather mundane. To elevate them to soul kings within 2 years without the use of medicinal pills was an arduous task. Even with the ice and fire duality eyes at his disposal, he would not squander precious herbs to enhance their cultivation. Rather than getting entangled in the original composition of the Tianshui female group, he preferred to disrupt and reform it, establishing a new Tianshui ensemble altogether. At the conclusion of the meal, Gu Xingge expressed his gratitude for Lien Xishuang's hospitality, who merely smiled awkwardly, unable to meet Bibi Dong's gaze as she watched them depart. As they were leaving, Bibi Dong cast a cold glance back at Lien Xishuang, causing the mature woman to tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon returning to Gu Xingge's small villa, Bibi Dong eagerly sought to entice him, wrapping her arm around his, gazing up at him with her luscious lips slightly parted. Her tongue teasingly flicking over them like a kitten, she provocatively asked, "Shenge, how do you intend to punish me?" Given that this was Bibi Dong's first offense, Gu Xingge felt it inappropriate to impose a severe punishment. Thus, he resolved to conduct a verbal reprimand. Should there be a next time, the consequences would be far graver. In the spirit hall of Wuhun City, not long ago, Tian Douluo had arranged for Gu Xingge's information to be delivered to Tiando, placed into Qian Renchue's hands. Upon learning that the illustrious Haoyang Duo was none other than the Tiando Crown Prince, she was taken aback. After years of concealment, she had been unaware of Snow Qingge's older brother. The Tiando royal family's secrets were deeply buried. If it had been another talented prince, Qian Renchue could have discreetly dealt with him, as the 2 princes she had previously eliminated, while possessing potential, did not pose a significant threat to her status. However, Gu Xingge was different. He had matured, and not only could she not eliminate him, but she could not even destabilize him. Even if Tian Douluo suspected him of ulterior motives in joining the spirit hall, he dared not act against him openly. Moreover, should Gu Xingge speak out, the Snow Knight Emperor might immediately abdicate in his favor, rendering her years of subterfuge fruitless. Ultimately, Qian Renchue's response to Tian Douluo was to hold off for the time being, to test Gu Xingge's sentiments towards the spirit hall and the Tiando royal family, considering her current identity as Snow Qinghe. Yet, Tian Douluo harbored concerns, fearing that Gu Xingge might see through his granddaughter's disguise and worried that Bibi Dong would ruin everything, as she had done for over 20 years, spilling the secrets of the spirit hall. After completing her verbal reprimand, Gu Xingge forgave Bibi Dong for her previous aloofness and even offered her a bowl of late-night soy milk, warming her heart and stomach. However, his affection for her was not as strong as it once was. The Pope, too, sensed that Gu Xingge's feelings for her had waned, stirring feelings of anger and regret within her, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. If he were to discover that his biological brother had perished within the spirit hall schemes, and that the current Snow Qinghe was merely an impostor, he would undoubtedly be furious, potentially turning against her, something Bibi Dong dreaded above all. Nestled in Gu Xingge's embrace, resting against his chest, the breathtaking Pope listened to the rhythmic beat of his heart, her delicate, pale hand tracing circles on his chest. Her beautiful eyes flickering with crimson glimmers and a touch of ferocity. She would not allow anyone to take Shenge away from her, nor would she permit him to leave her side. Having already missed one opportunity, she would not let a second slip by. Her mind, twisted and obsessed, had long forsaken notions of love or affection. All she desired was complete possession. If the day ever came when she had to sever ties with Shenge, she would not hesitate to break his legs or cripple his abilities, chaining him to her side. If such measures failed to secure his love, she would rather see him destroyed than allow him to fall for another woman. Gazing up at the handsome man who was playfully manipulating her hair, she softly caressed his chest, murmuring in her heart, "Shenge, I can fulfill all your desires, but do not let me down. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." "What are you thinking?" Shenge inquired softly, looking down at the slightly mature woman in his arms as he playfully tousled her wine-red hair. Noticing her silence, he gently probed further. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong reined in her thoughts and shook her head, indicating that she had nothing on her mind. Noticing her silence, Shenge refrained from probing further and embraced her, once again expressing his desire to take their relationship to the next level, only to be gently rebuffed by the mature woman. "Shenge, grant me a little more time. Once the moment is ripe, I shall bestow upon you what you seek." Bibi Dong implored softly, halting his advances, requesting more time, at least until the conclusion of the Rakshasa divine examination. This revelation cast a shadow of disappointment across Shenge's face. He had tirelessly traversed the bases countless times, yet Bibi Dong obstinately withheld his home run, leaving him vexed. Sensing the disappointment in his eyes, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of hesitation, but her resolve quickly solidified. Her reluctance to allow Shenge a home run stemmed primarily from her fear that he would discover her imperfections, which contradicted his idealized image of her. Furthermore, she wished to prolong his yearning, ensuring he remained captivated by her. The reason for postponing any union until after the Rakshasa divine examination was that upon inheriting the Rakshasa deity's position, she could shed her tainted form and metamorphose into the flawless embodiment of the Rakshasa deity. At that juncture, their union would allow her to present him with her perfected self. "Forgive me, Shenge, it is not that I do not wish to grant you this, but rather the constraints of the Rakshasa divine examination." Bibi Dong fabricated an explanation to placate Shenge, elucidating the nature of the examination. She conveyed that upon passing, she would ascend to the divine realm, and thus she must adhere strictly to the examination's rules. "If you truly desire this, I am willing to yield, but I fear that my years of perseverance may amount to nothing. You cherish me dearly, and I trust you would not wish for my failure in this divine trial." With that, a resolute expression mingled with sorrow graced Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, as if she would concede if Shenge pressed the issue, yet lamenting the potential collapse of her years of effort. Observing the stunning Pope's demeanor and the underlying implications in her words, Shenge felt an unsettling familiarity in her tone. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Bibi Dong was indeed in his grasp, and the scent of tea was overwhelming. Faced with the now tea-soaked Pope, Shenge's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. However, he was determined not to forfeit this opportunity. Bibi Dong's sense of guilt provided him with an opportune moment. Once missed, it could never be reclaimed. Seize the day. Do not wait for the flowers to wither before you attempt to pluck them. East, the Rakshasa divine examination is crucial for your ascension to godhood. I shall not let your years of dedication falter. However, we can. He leaned down to whisper a few words in Bibi Dong's ear, and her expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Shock, surprise, and shyness danced across her face, though she initially intended to refuse. The hopeful look in Shenge's eyes compelled her to deliberate for a considerable time before finally gritting her teeth and acquiescing to his outrageous request. As long as she could firmly ensnare Shenge's heart, ensuring it remained eternally hers, Bibi Dong was willing to make any sacrifice. Her overwhelming desire for possession drove her to fulfill any of his whims. Yet should he ever betray her, she would unleash a torrent of vengeance upon him. "East, you are the best. I love you dearly." Upon receiving her consent, Shenge was overwhelmed with joy, lowering his head to plant a fervent kiss upon the stunning Pope's crimson lips, pouring forth his affection. upon hearing him declare his undying love. A profound sense of fulfillment washed over Bibi Dong. She embraced him tightly, gazing into his handsome face, her eyes reflecting an insatiable yearning, reveling in his affection as they became entwined, as if to merge into one, inseparable. Indeed, this is all I desire. You need only love me alone. Bibidong's heart screamed in near madness, her eyes glinting with an otherworldly light, akin to a mother spider ensnaring the sun, drawing it into the abyss of darkness. Destined to be lost together. In the realm of the demon soul, Qianhuan, come see me. A cold voice interrupted the training of one of the vice leaders of the demon soul sect, Qianhuan Douluo. The expression of Qianhuan Douluo, concealed beneath a hood, shifted dramatically to one of devout respect as he hastily concluded his training and made his way to the soul-devouring sacred mountain. The soul-devouring sacred mountain. The holy ground of the demon soul sect and the secluded retreat of its leader soared into the clouds, its dark red hue resembling a colossal spear piercing the heavens. Exuding an ominous aura, blood-colored currents encircled its summit, eroding all that drew near. Anything approaching the mountain would be consumed and transformed into part of the sacred peak. Qianhuan arrived at the mountain's base, kneeling in reverence, filled with awe, for the leader, who had been in seclusion for 6 long years, had finally emerged. He hurriedly reported the affairs of the sect over the past 5 years. Upon hearing of Haoyang Douluo, the sect leader interrupted Qianhuan Douluo's report, letting a phrase drift down from the mountain's peak. Where is Haoyang Douluo now? Master, he is currently at the Tianshui Academy. Chapter 47. Discussing affairs with the beautiful matron. Atop the soul-devouring sacred mountain, the sect leader listened to Qianhuan Douluo's report, falling into a prolonged silence. The once frigid voice now carried a hint of fluctuation, as if tinged with joy, yet also bearing the taste of hardship. The gears of fate had finally aligned. Master, the sect has lost 8 Title Douluos. Should we consider replenishing our ranks? Qianhuan inquired respectfully, for 8 Title Douluos was a number that even the combined might of the upper 3 sects could scarcely muster, and this constituted merely a third of the Demon Soul sect's Title Douluo count. In just over 40 years, they had amassed no less than 25 Title Douluos, rendering the Demon Soul sect a formidable force, far surpassing the Wuhun Palace. It was likely that even Title Douluo had not anticipated such a wealth of Title Douluo strength within the sect. However, Qianhuan Douluo's tone suggested that replenishing their ranks was merely a matter of obtaining the sect leader's approval. Very well, proceed. The sect leader nodded slightly, granting Qianhuan Douluo permission to make arrangements. Most of the elders and esteemed members of the Demon Soul sect had ascended to Title Douluo through that means. Even those with no soul power could be forcibly elevated to Title Douluo status with sufficient living blood. The side effect was that their cultivation would cease to progress, and they would become mere puppets of the sect leader. This was why Qianhuan Douluo referred to the leader as master rather than sect leader. The sect leader rose slowly, a ripple of spatial energy manifesting as he vanished from the mountain peak, his destination unknown. The following day, as dawn broke on the horizon, Bibi Dong departed from Tianshui Academy and returned to Wuhun City. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the halls. Shenge descended the stairs to open the door, revealing the beautiful matron, Lung Qishuang, who held a roster in her hands. Clad in a simple yet elegant qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, she exuded a graceful charm. Teacher Gu, here is the roster of the Academy students, detailing the information of both new and returning scholars, including their ages, martial souls, cultivation levels, and family backgrounds. Lung Qishuang presented the meticulously compiled roster to Gu Shenge, her delicate, azure-shadowed eyes lingering on his handsome visage, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of affection. Receiving the roster from the voluptuous matron, Gu Shenge stifled a yawn. Noticing his lackluster spirit, Lung Qishuang inquired with concern, "Did Mr. Gu not rest well last night?" He nodded in acknowledgement, explaining that he had been delivering goods. However, due to restrictions imposed by the shipping guild, the waterways were inaccessible, forcing him to resort to land routes for the first time. Lacking experience, the journey was arduous, resulting in only 5 deliveries after an entire night of travel. Exhausted, he lamented that even his peak physical condition was beginning to falter. Inviting Lung Qishuang inside, He poured her a cup of tea and settled onto the sofa to peruse the roster. The document contained information on 637 students at Tianshui Academy, comprising nobles, commoners, and disciples of various sections. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by the name Shui Bing'er, strategically placed at the top of the list. Shui Bing'er, 14 years old, possesses an exceptional ice attribute beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, and is a level 38 control system soul master. At just 14, with such extraordinary talent, she surely had the potential to become a Title Douluo, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Intriguingly, her mother was none other than Lan Qinyan. Next was Shui Wu, a noblewoman hailing from the Tiando royal family, the daughter of a marquis. Following her father's early demise, she took her mother's surname, making her a distant cousin of Gu Shenge. Shui Wu, 18 years old, has a unique auxiliary martial soul, the Silken Snow Dance, and is a level 37 auxiliary system soul master. Her martial soul had the rare ability to control the weather. Yet Gu Shenge noted with a slight shake of his head that despite its potential, she was categorized as an auxiliary soul master instead of a control system master. Following were the other 5 members of the Tianshui girl group, with only Shui Yuer, who had recently broken through to soul master at the age of 14, standing out. The remaining 4 were around 18 years old, with soul powers in the 33 to 34 range. Besides Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu, the other 5, while competent, were merely average. As he quickly scanned through the details of the remaining 600 students, disappointment washed over him. The quality of his cohort at Tianshui Academy was subpar. Setting the roster on the coffee table, Gu Shenge embraced the ample matron, inhaling her rose-scented fragrance. A hint of fondness gracing his handsome features as he spoke with a tinge of disappointment. Beyond the first 7 students, the rest were unremarkable. While their talents could not be deemed poor, they were merely mediocre. To secure victory at the elite soul master competition across the continent, alternative measures were imperative. Lung Qishuang, unperturbed by the intimacy of the embrace, found herself relishing it. Hearing his disappointment regarding the student quality, her heart sank. Alas, if I hadn't suggested admitting commoners, the quality of Tianshui Academy students would likely be even worse. Since the current quality was lacking, they should recruit further. Gu Shenge proposed sending a notice across the continent, announcing that Douluo Haoyang would be teaching at Tianshui Academy. Enrolling in the elite class would guarantee personal guidance from Douluo Haoyang. A tempting prospect not only for youthful soul masters, but also for seasoned soul Douluo. Surprised, Lung Qishuang had contemplated using Gu Shenge for promotional purposes, but had refrained out of concern for his displeasure. Now that he had broached the subject, she eagerly agreed to take action. With Douluo Haoyang as a living advertisement, they were bound to attract numerous talented soul masters. After discussing student matters, they turned their attention to the elite class's enrollment criteria, which Gu Shenge did not wish to limit, inviting any sufficiently outstanding candidates. The rules for joining were straightforward. Innate soul power must reach level 7, with candidates not exceeding the age of 16 and possessing soul powers above level 35. If a candidate were 12 years old with soul power above level 25, they could also join the elite class. This latter stipulation aimed to draw in a particular spirited young girl, whose greatest desire was to grow stronger and escape her family's constraints. Although there had been thoughts of disbanding and reorganizing the Tianshui girl group, Gu Shenge ultimately decided against it, respecting Lung Qishuang's insights about their existing camaraderie. Thus, the entirety of the Tianshui girl group was incorporated into the elite class. Ding! A new system task has been triggered. Please check host. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Shenge, still holding Lung Qishuang, chose not to examine it immediately. Our protagonist is not a scoundrel. Rather, he possesses a hint of romanticism. Unlike the selfish and irresponsible men who derive pleasure from toying with others' emotions, he is simply a bit altruistic. A true son of the sun and sea god. Chapter 48. The undercover Hulaina as he bid farewell to Lung Qishuang, gazing at her voluptuous figure. A glimmer of affection flickered in his eyes. Compared to the stunningly beautiful yet aloof Bibi Dong, the mature and exquisite Lung Qishuang held a more alluring charm. Each had her own merits, and the allure of Lung Qishuang was tantalizingly within reach. Perhaps he should indulge in a feast tonight, suppressing the surging desire. Gu Shenge opened the system panel to explore the newly activated task. Task name: Competition Team. Task content. Please select the team from Tianshui Academy to participate in the Elite Soul Master Competition within 1 month, consisting of 7 primary members and 4 reserves. Task reward, 1 summoning card. This seemed a straightforward system task, presenting no significant challenge. However, he was intrigued by the reward. What sort of beings could the summoning card conjure? Meanwhile, back at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong summoned her disciple to the Pope's hall, preparing to assign her a task. The Pope, seated gracefully upon her throne, felt the fatigue of a long night, even her unparalleled physique slightly weary. As she settled, her brows furrowed with discomfort, a hint of pain flickering across her features. Adjusting her posture awkwardly, she felt a twinge of resentment towards Shenge, this troublesome man who seemed oblivious to her plight. Bibi Dong resolved that she could not allow such behavior to continue, yet a shadow of worry loomed. What if he persisted? Refusal was not an option. This dilemma weighed heavily on the exhausted Pope. Yet, the thought of Shenge's declaration of love brought her some solace. She could endure this minor discomfort, believing that with time, she would grow accustomed to it. Moments later, the sound of delicate heels approached, and a golden-haired young woman entered the Pope's hall, kneeling respectfully before Bibi Dong. Her voice, sweet and enchanting, made all who heard it feel weak at the knees. Haoyang pays her respects to your holiness. Rise, little Na. Bibi Dong regarded her charming disciple with fondness, gesturing for her to stand. Haoyang complied, her alluring figure adorned in a silver and gold-fitted dress that accentuated her curves, her golden locks cascading like silk, framing a delicate face with captivating features. Her slender legs, clad in asymmetrical silver stockings and high heels, completed her enchanting presence as she stood gracefully in the grand hall. Uncertain of the importance of her teacher's summons, Haoyang lifted her gaze towards the teacher seated awkwardly upon the throne and respectfully inquired, her enchanting eyes filled with reverence and admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong organized her thoughts and spoke slowly, her voice gentle as a spring breeze. Shaona, I have a task to entrust to you. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Without hesitation, Haoyang declared her unwavering commitment, stating that regardless of the arduousness of the task, she would exert every ounce of her strength to accomplish it, even at the cost of her own life. She did not inquire about the nature of the task and immediately expressed her willingness to assist, demonstrating her bravery and loyalty, which pleased Bibi Dong immensely. She was indeed her disciple, and thus, Bibi Dong felt reassured. Given this, Shaona, I wish for you to travel to the Tianshui Academy and act as an undercover agent by Elder Haoyang's side, monitoring him and consistently reporting to me on his whereabouts and his interactions. Elder Haoyang? What? Haoyang was taken aback at the prospect of being sent to infiltrate the renowned Title Douluo, momentarily stunned. Was there some mistake? Observing her disciple's bewilderment, Bibi Dong sensed her confusion and began to explain, candidly revealing her relationship with Shenge. Shaona, you are my most trusted disciple, and I will not conceal anything from you. I have fallen in love with Elder Haoyang. Regrettably, my role as the Pope requires me to manage the affairs of the Spirit Hall, preventing me from being by his side for extended periods. Moreover, due to an agreement with the president of the Tianshui Academy, Elder Haoyang has chosen to remain there as an instructor. We are separated by distance, and I fear that, without my presence, he may be besieged by admirers. Thus, I hope you can safeguard him from such distractions. Upon hearing her teacher's heartfelt confession, Haoyang understood, for she too had witnessed Elder Haoyang's exceptional qualities. At merely 23 years of age, he was a Title Douluo with a remarkable record of defeating 5 elders of the Spirit Hall in a single move. It was not only her teacher who was captivated. She felt a stirring in her own heart as well, only to realize that her teacher had already secured Elder Haoyang's affections first. At that moment, Haoyang also noticed Bibi Dong's unnatural posture, and a glimmer of suspicion flickered in her enchanting eyes. Contemplating the potential pain associated with such intimacy, she was taken aback. Could it be that her teacher had already taken their relationship to that level? Although uncertain, the discomfort evident in her teacher's demeanor and the hint of pain etched upon her brow compelled the golden-haired, fox-eyed maiden to believe her suspicions. Simultaneously, she felt deeply touched by her teacher's trust, realizing that Bibi Dong had confided in her about her love for Elder Haoyang. She vowed not to betray that trust. Rest assured, teacher, as long as I am present, I will ensure that no unwelcome admirers approach Elder Haoyang. Indeed, I have faith in you, Bibi Dawn nodded with satisfaction. Her candidness regarding her relationship with Gu Shenge was not merely a testament of trust in Hulayina, but also a cautionary note. Gu Shenge is my man. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. After all, Gu Shenge was extraordinarily talented, and even with a disciple she had personally trained, Bibi Dong felt compelled to protect him from any potential romantic inclinations Hulayina might develop, should she remain unaware of his true identity. Gu Shenge belonged solely to her. No one else could lay claim to him. If Hulayina were to entertain such notions, she would not hesitate to abandon any semblance of teacher-student affection. Meanwhile, at Tianshui Academy, Lung Qishuang had announced that Elder Haoyang would be teaching there. Any student who enrolled and passed his assessment would have the opportunity to join the elite class and receive his instruction. The news, once publicized, sent ripples throughout the Tiando Empire and beyond, igniting the aspirations of countless young soul masters eager for the chance to learn from a Title Douluo. Particularly, the prospect of learning from the renowned Elder Haoyang, who had the prowess to vanquish 5 Title Douluo with a single strike, stirred great excitement among the youth. However, the Academy's admission policy, which exclusively accepted female applicants under the age of 16 with a spirit power level of 35, effectively disqualified the majority of aspiring students, leaving many disheartened, lamenting the missed opportunity to be personally taught by a Title Douluo. Representatives from influential factions even ventured to Tianshui Academy, offering substantial incentives in hopes that Lung Qishuang might relax the admissions criteria. Typically, during such instances, Lung Qishuang would delegate the task to Lan Qingyan, as she was the most opposed to the presence of men at Tianshui Academy. In the imperial palace of Tiando City, Emperor Sheye perused intelligence from Tianshui Academy, his expression a tapestry of complexity. With a deep sigh, he set the document aside and turned his gaze towards Prince Xuesheng, who awaited his command. Xuesheng, tomorrow you shall journey to deliver the Han Hai Qinquan shield to Qingfeng. Yes, your majesty, Prince Xuesheng replied respectfully. He had no objections to Emperor Xie entrusting a national treasure to Gu Shenge, as long as it was not given to Xuechenghe. Both Emperor Xie and Prince Xuesheng hoped that through the Han Hai Qinquan shield, they might strengthen the ties between the Tiando royal family and Gu Shenge, who was of royal blood. The old emperor then drafted an edict, bestowing the title of Haoyang Prince upon Gu Shenge, Xuechengfeng, granting him authority within Tiando. A rank 3 official, the Han Hai Qinquan shield, 100,000 gold soul coins, and dominion over the territory surrounding Lanjing City. Emperor Sheye instructed Prince Xuesheng to present this decree alongside the shield to Gu Shenge. Should Gu Shenge accept the shield, the edict would be proclaimed. If he declined, it would be nullified. The emperor understood that his eldest son bore little affection for the royal family. Yet he still hoped that should a significant crisis befall the Tiando Empire, Gu Shenge would rise to defend the royal lineage. Indeed, Emperor Sheye contemplated directly passing the throne to Gu Shenge, for he was exceptionally gifted, and the old emperor took great solace in that. Not only was the Tiando royal family mobilizing, but young female soul masters from across the continent began flocking to Tianshui Academy, aspiring to join the elite class and benefit from the teachings of a Title Douluo, which would undoubtedly enrich their paths as soul masters. The mighty Tianlan River, which stretched across the southern and northern reaches of the Tiando Empire, roared with relentless waves. Amidst the tumultuous waters, a golden figure traversed the river with ease, impervious to the crashing waves, while the spirit beasts retreated in fear. This golden figure was none other than Gu Shenge. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other souls or vessels, save for the surging waters and the aquatic spirit beasts frolicking below. He gently placed his hand upon the river surface, invoking the laws of the Bright Realm, which manifested into a vast 10-meter-wide area of plunder, voraciously consuming the waters of Tianlan River and its aquatic denizens. The water and spirit beings drawn into the Bright Realm flowed into the river channel he had meticulously designed. This channel, almost spanning the entirety of the Bright Realm from south to north, extended over 800 kilometers and reached a depth of 5 kilometers, aptly named Sun Moon River. As the waters of the Tianlan River poured into it, it resembled the celestial river spilling into the mortal realm, gradually filling the Sun Moon River with murky waters, where aquatic plants took root at the riverbed, and spirit beings thrived, breathing life into the first source of water within the Bright Realm. In the external world, Shenge could distinctly perceive the significant decline of the water surface beneath him, accompanied by an inexplicable gaze fixating upon him, causing a sudden alarm within. He realized the predicament he was in. Having taken too much, he had attracted the attention of the master of this domain. Immediately, he ceased his actions, refraining from further siphoning the waters of the Tianlan River, and the mysterious gaze gradually faded away. Observing the area around him where the river's surface had dropped at least 10 meters, Shenge felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he known, he would not have been so gluttonous. A more gradual approach would have been wiser. Now, it seemed he would need to lay low for a while. Just as he was preparing to depart, a thunderous roar filled with wrath echoed from the depths of the river, sending tumultuous waves crashing upon the surface. As torrents of water surged skyward, obscuring the sun in a misty veil, a white, four-clawed figure emerged from the deluge, surging forth with ferocity, its scaled tail whipping towards Shenge. Faced with the oncoming strike of the dragon's tail, Shenge wasted no time. He summoned his Tian martial spirit, and a cold, luminous silver moon ascended majestically from behind him. 9 soul rings of red and orange floated beneath his feet, exuding an unparalleled pressure that engulfed and suppressed the dark dragon. The once grand surface of the river became still under this formidable force, with countless aquatic beings seemingly frozen in time, trapped within the waters. The white dragon, just emerging from the curtain of water, found itself forcibly crushed against the river's surface by the weighty pressure, struggling to regain its footing. With great difficulty, it lifted its head to gaze at Shenge, revealing hints of resentment and indignation in its enormous eyes. It seemed to express, "Though I'm not human, you are truly despicable. Not only did you steal my water, but you also dared to intimidate me." Suspended in the air, Shenge looked down upon the white dragon. An impressive creature he surmised to be over 90,000 years old, likely nearing the century mark. This was its territory, but that did not imply ownership of the water, as it had forcefully claimed this area from other soul beasts. He was not a slayer by nature and held no particular bias against soul beasts unless provoked or in need of a soul ring. He would not hunt indiscriminately. Since the white dragon had chosen to attack him, it could not blame him for the consequences. Contemplating the beast diagram, a notion of subjugation arose within him. The expression in the white dragon's eyes shifted, filling it with foreboding. It began to thrash wildly, regretting its reckless emergence. Had it known it would find itself ensnared, it would have remained hidden. The beast diagram materialized in his hand, and as Shenge descended before the beleaguered white dragon, he activated the diagram, radiating a brilliant light that emanated the laws of contract, enveloping the dragon. As the light of the beast diagram enveloped it, the white dragon shrank considerably before being forcibly drawn into the illustration, now depicted as a small white serpent amidst the landscape of mountains and rivers. Upon its capture, fragments of information about the creature appeared in Shenge's mind. Name, Jiaoho. Gender, female. Species, Tianshui Academy. Mutation, cultivation, 98, 734 years. A female dragon? This revelation surprised Shenge. The white dragon was not only a female, but also a mutated soul beast, generally stronger than their normal counterparts. Jiaoho. Was there a Jiao Huang as well? If the Jiao Huang discovered that his mate had been captured, would it turn green with envy or come to challenge him? Even if the Jiao Huang possessed a cultivation of 100,000 years, Shenge would not regard it with fear, save for the top 5 among the 10 fierce beasts or the 2 abyssal sea whales. He held little regard for other soul beasts on the Douluo continent. However, with the Jiaoho's cultivation nearing 98,000 years, a further millennium or so of effort would easily elevate it to the coveted century mark. A 100,000-year dragon as a mount would be quite advantageous. He vanished from the Tianlan River as the once still waters resumed their flow, aquatic creatures scattering in fright. Fearing his return, Jiaoho, though I am not human, you are truly despicable. Chapter 50. Bestowing the name Jiaoho by Yu Jie despite Shenge's substantial siphoning of the Tianlan River's waters and its aquatic denizens. Such actions were insignificant in the grand scheme of the river that stretched over 7,000 kilometers with unknown depths. As the waters from other regions of the Tianlan River flowed into the plundered area, they converged and erased all traces of disturbance, leaving no evidence of change. Except for the realm's consciousness, Even the most seasoned fishermen remained oblivious to the river's anomaly. At this moment, the Haoyang, carefree in another segment of the Tianlan River, had not realized it had been robbed. Not only had its waters been taken, but its mate had also been forcefully captured. In the Ming realm, the Ryu River flowed steadily, its currents varying in pace, a magnificent spectacle of undulating waves and frothy surges. It traversed the current Ming realm continent, serving as the boundary between the north and south, stretching 800 kilometers and 3 kilometers wide, harboring countless aquatic beings and standing as the sole water source of the Ming realm. Shenge appeared above the Ryu River, surveying the expansive waterway with satisfaction before retrieving the beast diagram and releasing the Jiao Ho from its secret realm. The white dragon emerged before him, its large, expressive eyes reflecting a blend of human-like reluctance and resignation. Bowing its head respectfully, it communicated telepathically with Shenge, addressing him as master. Shenge nodded in approval, appreciating its perceptiveness, sparing him the need for further instruction. Observing the Jiao Ho, unlike ordinary Tianshui Academy, as a mutated soul beast, it was pristine white, with azure eyes and smooth, lustrous scales resembling fine silk, seemingly sculpted from white jade. Although its scales appeared delicate, they were harder than refined iron. The sunlight glinted off its white scales, dazzling to the eye. Since you are now my spirit pet, you shall no longer be Jiao Ho. From this day forth, you shall be called by Yu Jia. Shenge initially considered naming her by Su Zhen, but reconsidered, realizing that by Su Zhen referred to a white snake, while Jiao Ho was a white dragon. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, from now on, your name shall be by Yu Jia. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name, by Yu Jia responded, although she felt a peculiar disquiet regarding her new name. Shenge raised his hand, gesturing towards the Ryu River, and issued a command to Bai Yu Jia. Bai Yu Jia, from now on, you shall be the sovereign of the Ryu River, responsible for leading all aquatic beings within and safeguarding the Golden Ancient Tree. The midsection of the Ryu River was where the seedling of the Golden Ancient Tree resided. Besides ordinary aquatic life, many aquatic soul beasts inhabited the river. Although the seedling was protected by barriers he had established, it was prudent to assign guardians to ensure its safety. Your command shall be obeyed. Though Bai Yu Jia felt considerable reluctance, her very life was in the hands of Shenge, leaving her no choice but to comply. To assist Bai Yu Jia in swiftly breaking through to the 100,000-year mark, Shenge produced 5 portions of 1,000-year Xian ice essence, presenting them before her. Your cultivation has reached over 98,000 years. The attainment of 100,000 years is within reach. Consuming these 1,000-year Xian ice essences should facilitate your breakthrough. Perceiving the immense ice attribute energy contained within the Millennium Ice Marrow by Yu Jia, although not an ice attribute soul beast, felt a surge of joy. For water and ice are inseparable. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Shenge, proclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Bai Yu Jia opened her mouth and consumed 5 portions of the Millennium Ice Marrow, preparing to diligently refine it, while Shenge summoned the Snow Empress. The elegant and aloof figure of the Snow Empress appeared beside him, her 3,000 strands of white hair flowing majestically, exuding an aura of pure beauty. The surrounding atmosphere transformed with swirling snowflakes, enveloping her graceful form and creating an impenetrable barrier that deterred anyone from approaching her, save for Shenge and the Ice Emperor. Snow Empress, this is my newly acquired spirit pet, Bai Yu Jia. I kindly ask for your assistance in helping her refine the energy within the Millennium Ice Marrow. Shenge requested the Snow Empress to aid Bai Yu Jia in her breakthrough. As a being once ranked 3rd among the 10 ferocious beasts, aiding a soul beast over 98,000 years old in refining its inner energy posed little challenge. The Snow Empress glanced at Bai Yu Jia and sensed the powerful ice attribute energy within her, a result of the Millennium Ice Marrow, and nodded her agreement. With the Snow Empress's intervention, the ice attribute energy contained within Bai Yu Jia's Millennium Ice Marrow was effortlessly refined. However, to ascend to the 10,000-year level, she would still need to endure the heavenly tribulation. After overcoming the 10,000-year tribulation, she could choose to transform into a human or continue cultivating in her soul beast form. Though the opportunity to transform into a human only presented itself upon surviving the first heavenly tribulation. While ferocious beasts could assume human form, it was merely a manifestation of their own formidable strength, lacking the thoroughness of true transformation. Shenge, instructed by Yujia to manage the Sun-Moon River first, and, once her cultivation stabilized, to return to the Douluo world to face the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress returned to his inner world, where the Ice Emperor awaited her for a game of chess. Opening the world panel, Shenge examined the current state of the Ming realm. World true name, Ming realm. World ruler, Shenge. World status, newly born minor plane. World completeness, 3969. World source, 1174959. Note, all things of the world are created from the source. The more source there is, the stronger the world. The world completeness had reached over 39. Previously, the bodies of the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress had transformed into source, causing the source to exceed 10,000. However, having plundered excessive resources from the Douluo realm, the plane consciousness of Douluo was now keeping a watchful eye on him, indicating that a period of restraint was necessary. He had one opportunity for a mundane level draw. Should he use it? The system provided a monthly mundane level draw, and he promptly chose to utilize it. Ding! Mundane level draw completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9th grade body refinement technique. The 9th grade body refinement technique? The very name suggests a practice related to physical conditioning. Shenge accepted it, and information regarding the 9th grade body refinement technique flowed into his mind. Name, 9th grade body refinement technique. Description, a foundational body refinement method from a high-level mystical world, divided into 3 realms and 9 grades. The first 3 grades refine skin and flesh, the middle 3 grades refine tendons and bones, and the last 3 grades refine blood and marrow. Upon reaching the 9th grade, one's vitality becomes as robust as an ox. Physical strength may reach 10,000 pounds, and bodily defenses are significantly enhanced, rendering one impervious to water and fire, as well as blades and poisons. How remarkable! He had initially thought that mundane level draws yielded no valuable items, yet it seemed he had misjudged. Indeed, luck plays a pivotal role in draws. If this 9th grade body refinement technique were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals on the Douluo continent. After accepting the 9th grade body refinement technique, Shenge departed from the Ming realm. As the Ming realm continued to become more complete and its population grew, the plane consciousness belonging to the Ming realm was gradually strengthening. Embarking on an original path, though progress may be slow, I implore you all to be patient. A hasty advance may easily lead to collapse, as seen in my previous works, Sai. Chapter 51, The Woes of Lung Qishuang. The Academy is out of funds. At the Tianshui Academy, within the Dean's office, the decor was both elegant and refined. Various types of rose-potted plants were neatly arranged throughout the room, numbering no less than 100. Each rose had been meticulously tended to, blooming splendidly in vibrant colors, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a rose garden. The enticing fragrance of roses permeated the entire office, enveloping the space in a rich and intoxicating aroma. The voluptuous and imposing Dean sat in a grand chair, her ample figure causing the chair to creak under her weight. She lowered her gaze to the documents on her desk, one hand propping her fair forehead, with a few strands of hair slipping through her fingers and falling messily onto the desk. Her exquisite face subtly revealed a hint of worry, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Before Lung Qishuang lay the Academy's new planning proposal. Yet what good is a well-crafted plan without funds? While Tianshui Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, it lags far behind the other 4 in terms of scale, faculty, and financial resources. Among the 5 elemental academies, the Elephant Armor Academy is backed by the Elephant Armor sect. The Thunder Academy is supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And both the Shindao Academy and the Flame Academy have the backing of the noble families of Tiando. Only Tianshui Academy remains impoverished, devoid of sect power or noble support, existing at the bottom among the 5 elemental academies. Although Tianshui Academy currently boasts the presence of the formidable Haoyang Douluo, creating an air of prestige, no one understands the internal situation better than Lung Qishuang. Long ago, the Academy's finances had fallen into deficit. Were it not for Lung Qishuang's relentless efforts to maintain stability, even subsidizing the academy with her own funds and relaxing admission criteria to enroll commoners, thus increasing tuition revenue. The financial shortfall would have persisted longer, potentially jeopardizing the academy's operations. As a jest, the once mighty Tianshui Academy now has less than 300,000 gold soul coins in its account, over 100,000 of which are from students' tuition fees, though the empire provides various subsidies and funding to soul master academies. Such support is contingent upon the academy's overall strength. Currently, Tianshui Academy's funding for a single academic term amounts to only 500,000 gold soul coins, and it must be applied for rather than directly allocated. Sigh. One wonders when the empire will approve the academy's application. Lung Qishuang sighed once more. Without the numerous industries she manages externally continuously propping up the academy, it would have collapsed long ago. She even regretted taking on the role of dean, wishing instead that she had let Lan Qingyan assume the position. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock echoed at the door. The beautiful dean, not lifting her head, softly said, "Gumin." Upon hearing this, Gu Shenge pushed open the office door, and a wave of rose fragrance enveloped him, intoxicatingly familiar, reminiscent of the delightful scent emanating from Lung Qishuang herself. Noticing the rose-clad beauty furrowing her brow over the documents, he felt a twinge of concern and gently inquired, "You appear troubled. What troubles you?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, Lung Qishuang looked up, her mature and stunning visage breaking into a smile as she shook her head, indicating it was nothing significant. Observing her intent to conceal her worries, Gu Shenge approached her side, grasped her fair wrist, and gently pulled her up from the grand chair. He sat in her place and embraced her curvaceous form, inhaling her delightful rose fragrance. Leaning closer to her ear, he spoke softly, his warm breath causing a blush to rise on her delicately sculpted earlobe. "Given our relationship, there is no need for concealment. Please tell me what troubles you." The beautiful dean, feeling completely at ease, no longer hid the academy's financial strain from Gu Shenge and candidly shared the situation with him. Tianshui Academy is a prestigious institution for soul masters. With a mere 30,000 gold soul coins in its accounts, sustaining itself through a single academic term appears exceedingly challenging. For instance, Gu Shenge's monthly salary amounts to 50,000 gold soul coins, rendering the academy's funds insufficient to cover even half the year's wages. After listening to the ample and graceful woman's narrative, Gu Shenge comprehended the essence of her words. The academy's financial woes are dire, with uncertainty regarding when funds from above might be allocated. Unlike the other elemental academies, which boast the backing of powerful factions and aristocrats, Tianshui Academy is left to anxiously await financial support from the Tiando Empire. "I will assist you with the financial predicament," Gu Shenge declared, for he holds the position of vice president and feels a responsibility to contribute to the academy. He gently caressed the silky hair of Lung Qishuang, inhaling the exquisite fragrance that enveloped her, softly assuring her that he would resolve the academy's financial difficulties. Although he had become somewhat indifferent to wealth during his years away, having enough to meet his needs, he possessed numerous valuable items in his system space, any one of which could fetch a considerable sum in auction, easily exceeding 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing his promise to help, the beautiful president displayed a hint of embarrassment, realizing that Gu Shenge had been brought back at her behest and, having yet to receive his salary, was now offering financial aid. "Shenge, this seems inappropriate," she remarked softly. Gu Shenge tenderly cradled Lung Qishuang, his hand brushing against her fair, smooth cheek as he whispered, "Let us settle this. Tonight, I would like to taste the dishes you prepare. Come to my dormitory." Upon hearing the man's firm tone, the beautiful woman, relishing his affection, obediently nodded, eliciting satisfaction from Gu Shenge. He tilted her chin upwards, gazing into her alluring lips adorned with light blue gloss, preparing to kiss her and savor her sweetness. However, an unexpected knock at the door interrupted his intentions. "President Lung, Prince Xuesheng has arrived at the academy," came the voice of Lan Qingyan from outside. Surprised by the prince's visit, Lung Qishuang wondered what his purpose might be. Could it be that the empire had agreed to allocate funds? "I understand. Please ask His Highness to wait a moment," she replied, rising from Gu Shenge's embrace, adjusting her appearance before addressing the man seated in the grand chair. "I shall go meet Prince Xuesheng. Please wait here." "I will accompany you," Gu Shenge insisted, believing the prince's visit to Tianshui Academy was for her sake. To spare Lung Qishuang an additional trip, he decided to join her. Very well, she acquiesced, nodding in agreement as they exited the office together. Seeing Gu Shenge and Lung Qishuang emerge together, Lan Qingyin's expression shifted subtly, her delicate nose twitching as she caught a whiff of the rose fragrance emanating from Gu Shenge. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Had they dared to indulge in their affections within the office? Director Lan, where is Prince Xuexing now? Lung Qishuang inquired, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue as she sensed Lan Qingyin's scrutinizing gaze. Lan Qingyin cast a lingering glance at the couple before turning to lead the way. In the reception room of the academy, Prince Xuexing, dressed in splendid attire, sat comfortably, flanked by two Soul Master Guards. He sipped fragrant tea while occasionally glancing toward the door, eagerly awaiting Gu Shenge's arrival. Minutes later, three figures entered the reception room. Upon seeing Gu Shenge beside Lung Qishuang, the prince's age face brightened as he quickly rose to greet them. "Greetings, Your Highness," Lung Qishuang said, slightly bowing in respect. Despite Prince Xuexing's relatively low cultivation level, his noble status as a prince of the Tiando Empire warranted such decorum, even from a Title Douluo like her. Prince Xuexing smiled and nodded in response, then turned his gaze toward Gu Shenge, seemingly anticipating something. "Uncle," Gu Shenge uttered, his tone somewhat reluctant. Though he felt little familial bond with the Tiando royal family, he adhered to the basic etiquette of addressing the prince as such due to their blood relation. The prince's smile widened at this acknowledgement, while Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyin exchanged surprised glances, bewildered by this revelation. "Qingfeng, I have come at the behest of your father to deliver a token of congratulations for your ascension, the Title Douluo," Prince Xuexing announced, retrieving an exquisitely crafted box from his storage soul tool. Upon hearing the mention of father, both Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyin's astonishment deepened. They began to grasp the prince's concealed identity. "What is this?" Gu Shenge inquired, his keen senses detecting an overwhelming yet gentle energy emanating from the ornate box, reminiscent of the vastness of the sea. Could it be the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao? Prince Xuexing opened the box, and an intense radiance filled the reception room, illuminating the space. Inside lay a blue triangular object, translucent and palm-sized, seemingly carved from sapphire, its azure glow shimmering like the ocean. The intricate patterns on the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao undulated like waves, casting a soft light throughout the reception room. Beside the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao rested a gold soul card. Both Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyin were captivated by the enchanting presence of the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Indeed, the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao had been generously bestowed upon him. His father had truly spared no expense. Gu Shenge mused, considering the significance of such a valuable item being gifted to him. Would the next step be a nobility title? As expected, Prince Xuexing, cradling the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao, proclaimed with authority, "The crown prince, Xue Qingfeng, endowed with exceptional talent and virtue, is hereby granted the title of Marquis, with the name Haoyang, within the Tiando domain. He shall be treated as a third-level official, receiving the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao, 1 million gold soul coins, and the territory surrounding Lanjing City, with gifts of treasures, wealth, and lands." Gu Shenge's expression subtly shifted, but he did not refuse. He accepted the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao with a gentle demeanor, inclining slightly in gratitude. "I humbly accept. Thank you, Your Majesty." Such a remarkable treasure was not something to be turned down. Why leave it for Tang San? Seeing Gu Shenge accept the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao, Prince Xuexing beamed with delight, clearly pleased with the outcome. "Haoyang, should you find the time, do not forget to visit Tiando City to see the Emperor. He misses you dearly." With the Hanhai Qian Kuanzhao delivered, Prince Xuexing did not linger, offering a few parting words of encouragement to Gu Shenge, hoping he could forgive the Snow Knight Emperor for past oversights. Upon learning of his existence, the Emperor had been so excited he couldn't sleep for an entire night, showing how much he valued him as a son. In the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor, had it not been for that unfortunate incident, Gu Shenge would have been the crown prince rather than Xue Qinghe. The Emperor of Snowy Night, however, could not directly bestow the position of Prince of Snow Qinghe upon Gu Shenge as compensation. Instead, he contemplated granting him the title of prince and bestowing upon him national treasures along with the southern water city of Lanjiang as his territory. This was intended not only to compensate Gu Shenge, but also to ensure that in times of crisis, He would be able to lend his aid to preserve the Tiandou royal family and avert calamity. Upon hearing this, Guxinga nodded. He would indeed visit Tiandou City, but not at this moment. As a younger generation member, even though he was not particularly close to Prince Shuexing, the latter was still his uncle. Guxinga personally saw Prince Shuexing off from the Tianshui Academy, watching as he boarded the carriage and departed. Leng Qishuang and Lan Qingyan followed behind, gazing at him with astonished expressions. The Crown Prince of Tiandou, Prince Haoyang. This was too much for them to process. However, Lan Qingyan had no time to ponder Guxinga's identity. She had other matters to attend to. Before leaving, she cast a resentful glance at the beautiful female dean, blaming her for the predicament. All the factions wishing to enroll their juniors into the elite class had approached her, overwhelming her with requests. Sensing her best friend's discontented gaze, Leng Qishuang instinctively chose to avoid it, her expression revealing her embarrassment. Here, take this 1 million gold soul coins as funding for the academy, Guxinga said, carefully storing the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao while handing the gold soul card, containing 1 million gold soul coins, to Leng Qishuang for the academy's use. The beautiful female, Dean, did not hesitate to accept it, and the two returned to the office together. Despite the exceedingly stringent admission requirements for the elite class of Tianshui Academy, requiring innate soul power of level 7 or higher, being under 16 with soul power of level 35, or being 12 with soul power of 25 or higher, and being female with pleasing looks, many young female soul masters still sought to enroll. Some students from other academies even chose to withdraw and transfer to Tianshui Academy. Among them was the talented young lady Yi Lingling from the Tiandou Royal Academy, who had achieved level 35 at merely 15 years of age, undoubtedly the pride of her institution. Upon learning that Prince Haoyang was at Tianshui Academy, she wasted no time in withdrawing and accompanied her mother, Yi Yusi, to the academy. Additionally, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who had initially planned to run away from home, changed her mind and implored her father to send her to Tianshui Academy. Captivated by Guxinga's formidable display at the grand ceremony. In Soto City, at the Rose Hotel, upon arriving in Soto City and after a brief confrontation with Dai Mubai, Tang Xin suddenly looked up. He gazed toward the direction of Tianshui Academy, feeling as though something immensely significant was departing from him, no longer belonging to him. This stirred a deep sense of unease within him. Brother, what's wrong? A tender girl beside him, clad in a dark green dress and possessing an alluring beauty, inquired with concern upon noticing his distracted state. He shook his head, assuring her that he was fine. I'm all right, Xiao Zhu. In the dean's office. The space was adorned in oceanic blue, shimmering like waves, creating an ambience reminiscent of being submerged in the sea. Guxinga sat in a grand chair, cradling the voluptuous, beautiful female, Dean, in his arms, inhaling her rose-like fragrance. One hand caressed Leng Qishuang's alluring form, while the other toyed with the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, examining the artifact. Leng Qishuang leaned against Guxinga's chest, relishing his affection. Her enchanting eyes were fixed on the blue triangular object, which radiated a captivating glow, resembling a sapphire sculpture, filled with curiosity. Although she did not comprehend its nature, she could sense the immense energy it emanated, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. As his fingers grazed the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, Guxinga recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San had activated it by dripping blood to recognize its master. He held little interest in the sea goddess position, yet the fact that this object had come into his possession signified a connection with the sea god. Heaven does not take without retribution, he mused. With a slight exertion of pressure from his fingertip, the tip of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao pierced his skin, drawing forth blood that was absorbed continuously by the artifact. The previously blue aura began to shift into an eerie red. After a moment, a wisp of blue light drifted from the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, coalescing into a faint phantom. Upon noticing Guxinga, the phantom smiled and spoke with a tone of surprise laced with nostalgia, uttering a perplexing phrase. After all these years, he has finally awaited. Once the words left its lips, the blue light flickered, and the phantom returned to the artifact, the blood-stained red glow gradually receding to reveal a crystal-clear blue, save for a hint of strange red at its core. Guxinga furrowed his brow, pondering what it meant by awaited and who he was. Was it the sea god? Was it referring to his successor? Filled with inquiries, he infused a fragment of soul power into the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, causing the triangular object to burst forth with blue light, as if animated, with radiant treasure lights swirling around it, the blue waves rippling outward. Strange patterns began to emerge on its surface, revealing its thirst for soul power. Observing this, Gu Shenge increased the output of his soul power, allowing it to absorb to its heart's content. The Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao erupted in an even more dazzling blue light, illuminating the office, while Lung Qishuang turned her head away, unable to bear the brilliance. The azure triangular object began to levitate slowly, spinning uncontrollably before Gu Shenge, as a beam of blue light shot into his brow, transmitting various pieces of information regarding the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao into his mind. The scenery before Gu Shenge's eyes transformed, his soul consciousness immersed in a wondrous realm of boundless azure sea and sky. Beneath him the tumultuous waves of an expansive ocean, stretching infinitely. Above, the sky was a clear blue without a cloud in sight. In this world, he felt his thoughts purifying, all desires cleansing away, rendering him utterly transparent. To Lung Qishuang, however, the scene was entirely different. In her eyes, Gu Shenge, enveloped in the blue light of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, appeared radiant, gradually lifting off from the grand chair while she descended to the ground, her ample form meeting the floor in an intimate embrace. Yet the beautiful female, Dean, paid no heed to the pain in her rear, her gaze fixated on the handsome figure suspended in mid-air, resembling a deity, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings to protect him. Gu Shenge raised his left hand, and the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao floated into his palm. With each rotation, the blue light surrounding him intensified, the brightest emanating from his back, where his soul bone resided. Layers of blue light cascaded outward, tinting everything around them in azure. After some time, as the blue light converged, Gu Shenge slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, the blue light shimmered, flowing gracefully, appearing as an extension of his very being. Noticing his awakening, Lung Qishuang, who had been guarding him, hurriedly inquired with concern, "Shenge, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" "Do not worry. It was merely the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao recognizing its master. As for my body, you can personally check later tonight," Gu Shenge reassured her, sensing her concern. Upon hearing this, the beautiful Dean's face flushed with a hint of crimson, and she nodded slightly. Seated back in a grand chair, Gu Shenge gently patted his thigh. The voluptuous matronly Dean obediently perched her ample form on his lap, enveloped in his warm embrace reminiscent of the dawn's gentle light. Meanwhile, a notification resonated in Gu Shenge's mind. "Ding! A new system task has been triggered. Please check, host." Another task had emerged. As he caressed the curvaceous figure of Lung Qishuang, he gazed at the Han Hai Qian Kuan cover floating before him. This new task was likely related to it, or perhaps to the sea god. Opening the system panel, the new task came into view. Task name: Inheritance of the Sea God. Task content: the heart of the sea god has chosen a master. The host may either choose themselves or cultivate a soul master to participate in the sea god's 9 trials to inherit the divine position. Task reward: 1 heavenly level lottery draw and 1 essence of the oceanic law. Such rewards were indeed generous. The prospect of a heavenly level lottery draw and the essence of the oceanic law stirred an undeniable excitement within Gu Shenge. Was it not merely a matter of nurturing a successor to the sea god? He was ready to embark on this endeavor. As for why he wouldn't inherit the sea god's position himself, Gu Shenge harbored grander aspirations. He aimed to collect faith and ascend to divinity like the sea god and the angel god. Moreover, the essence of the oceanic law was a prize he could not afford to miss, for it was the very foundation of nurturing oceanic and aquatic life. Stowing away the Han Hai Qian Kuan cover, Gu Shenge felt elated. He glanced at the voluptuous Dean in his arms, his fingers itched, and he leaned down to kiss her softly painted lips adorned with a delicate shade of blue. Lung Qishuang's phoenix eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of shyness. However, she did not resist, instead choosing to engage in a tender embrace. On another note, Prince Xuesheng returned to Tiando City and promptly reported the events at the Tianshui Academy to Emperor Xiuye. That very day, an announcement regarding Gu Shenge's lineage and his title as a Prince of Tiando was issued from the Tiando Imperial Palace, reverberating throughout the Tiando Empire and across the continent. Neither the Spirit Hall nor other empires and kingdoms anticipated that the renowned Haoyang was, in fact, the long-lost eldest prince of the Tiando royal family. Was this announcement not subtly indicating that the Haoyang Douluo had returned to the Tiando royal family? According to the historical records of the Tiando Empire, the Douluo calendar, year 2641, October 3rd, Shui's clear wind, endowed with extraordinary talent and virtue, achieved the rank of Title Douluo at the tender age of 23, deeply favored by the emperor. He was bestowed with the national treasure, the Hanhai Qianquan cover, and granted the title of duke with the honorific title of Haoyang, granting him dominion over Longjing City and its surrounding territory. Thus, Longjing City became the ancestral land of the Gu family of Haoyang. Title, Bibi Dong. So you dare to sneak around behind my back? Just wait. I'll break your third leg. Chapter 54. Is this little dance a reincarnation? On October 4th, under clear skies and radiant sunshine, it was a perfect day to venture outside. Finally, it has arrived. Outside, the Tianshui Academy. A petite girl with rabbit ears donned in a pink dress stood before the azure gates of the academy, gazing up at the name inscribed above. Her youthful and exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile, reminiscent of someone who had just savored honey. Hee, Uncle Dija, little dance is here. Not long after the rabbit-eared girl entered, another girl with cat ears dressed in a cold black-purple leather outfit appeared at the academy entrance, glancing at the academy's name before elegantly striding inside. Gradually, more girls aspiring to join the elite class of Tianshui Academy, accompanied by their parents, entered the academy. On the east playground of Tianshui Academy, girls clad in blue academy uniforms came and went, exhibiting exceptional beauty and youthful charm, radiating an alluring vibrancy. The well-fitted uniforms accentuated their developing figures, revealing exquisite white legs that dazzled under the sunlight, captivating onlookers. The air was perfumed with the fragrance of youth, invigorating the spirit. As the girls passed by, they occasionally cast glances toward the center of the playground, where a handsome young man reclined in a chair, gazing back at them with an air of reverence and a touch of pride. Unlike other academies that might boast a sole Douluo, Tianshui Academy had a Title Douluo in residence. Basking in the warm sunlight and feeling the weight of numerous gazes, Gu Shenge observed the passing students, his ruggedly handsome visage breaking into a gentle smile that left the students momentarily stunned, some even mesmerized. The Haoyang Douluo had smiled at them. This was in stark contrast to the tales they had heard about Title Douluos, who were said to be capricious and merciless, especially the poison Douluo, who once poisoned an entire city. They had not expected that their academy as Haoyang Douluo would be not only young and handsome, but also exceedingly gentle. Even smiling at them, overwhelmed, they felt themselves succumbing to admiration. Gu Shenge watched as the students momentarily halted in their tracks, captivated by his smile. And he couldn't help but touch his face, realizing the extent of his charm. He was there merely to await students wishing to enroll in the elite class. To join the elite class, they must pass his interview. The news had been out for 2 days. It was time for applicants to arrive. And Gu Shenge felt a bit confident in his reputation. Excuse me, is this the enrollment point for the Tianshui elite class? A sweet and playful voice chimed beside him. Gu Shenge turned to see the rabbit-eared girl in the pink dress, scrutinizing her closely. The girl wore pink rabbit ears, her delicate features exuding youthfulness, with sparkling pink eyes complemented by a slightly rounded face. She was sweet and adorable, radiating a hint of playfulness, her fair skin tinged with a soft blush. Her silky black hair styled into a long braid. Dressed in a snug pink dress that hugged her developing form, her slender waist could be grasped with one hand. Her long legs clad in pink and white stockings, and she stood in simple pink shoes, lacking any extravagant adornments, giving her the appearance of a girl from a humble background. After assessing the pink rabbit-eared girl, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Shenge's eyes. Was she Xiao Wu? No. Xiao Wu was supposed to be by Tang San's side. What was she doing at Tianshui Academy? Did she not fear revealing her true identity in front of a Title Douluo? Suppressing his curiosity, he nodded gently, his voice soft and tinged with inquiry. This is indeed the enrollment point for the Tianshui elite class. Little Rabbit, are you here to apply? Upon hearing Gu Shenge refer to her as Little Rabbit, Xiao Wu's youthful face flushed slightly, and she nodded. Yes, I'm Xiao Wu, the dance of the rabbit, born with full innate soul power. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit, and I am a level 29 great soul master. After her introduction, Xiao Wu manifested her martial soul. her shapely form sprouting a fluffy white rabbit tail, while her previously decorative pink ears appeared soft and genuine. Her physique became more harmonious, especially her lovely legs, which shimmered with a pink glow as two yellow soul rings emerged beneath her. Indeed, it was Xiao Wu. Gu Shenge was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unsure why this rabbit, who was supposed to follow Tang San, had come to enroll at Tianshui Academy, he held no prejudice against soul beasts. Moreover, in the original narrative, Xiao Wu, despite being a bit mischievous, bore no blemish. Since she wished to be his student, he decided to accept her. Little rabbit, you truly are bold. Are you not afraid I might suppress you and seize your soul rings and bones? Suddenly, Gu Shenge shifted his tone, revealing a hint of menace, directly exposing Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. However, Xiao Wu faced his probing without a trace of fear, shaking her head with a playful smile that was utterly endearing. Hee, little Wu believes that you would never harm her. Upon hearing this, Gu Shenge grew increasingly perplexed. This little rabbit seemed quite confident that her true identity would not be discovered, despite the fact that he had never interacted with her before. At that moment, another tall and graceful figure approached. Little Wu stepped aside and positioned herself beside Gu Shenge, her pink eyes gazing at the handsome visage before her. A hint of nostalgia washing over her. Gu Shenge cast a sidelong glance at little Wu, sensing that this little rabbit held some secrets worth uncovering, but he decided to explore that later. Having met under the auspices of the Haoyang crown, the cold, cat-eared girl bowed respectfully to him, her voice imbued with a chill that still retained a touch of deference. His likeness had spread like wildfire across the continent, recognized by most nobles, spirit master academies, and sect powers. Gu Shenge's golden eyes reflected the image of the girl before him. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a cat-eared bun, cascading down her shoulders. She possessed a delicate oval face, with strikingly beautiful features, a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and soft, rosy lips. Her porcelain skin was exquisitely smooth, her beauty striking yet subtly youthful. Although still somewhat innocent in appearance, the girl's figure was anything but juvenile. Her dark violet leather attire accentuated her alluring silhouette. Her waist was slender and curvaceous, while her posterior resembled a ripe peach, adorned with a belt that swayed like a cat's tail. Her long, elegantly shaped legs were enveloped in leather pants, and she strutted in high heels that produced a crisp, melodious sound with each step. There is no need for excessive formalities. Gu Shenge instructed Zhu Zhuqing, who had indeed been captivated. The little wildcat, like little Wu, introduced herself, showcasing her martial soul and spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing, innate spirit power level 7, martial soul, nether spirit cat, a rank 27 great spirit master. Very well, please stand to the side, Gu Shenge nodded, gesturing for her to join little Wu. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? No further evaluations? If it were any other applicants, Gu Shenge would conduct more tests. However, as little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were already well known from the original narrative, he saw no need to waste time on further assessments. Meanwhile, he observed the interaction between little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, harboring some suspicion that little Wu might be a reincarnator, given her overly ambiguous demeanor towards him. Cough, cough, cough. Once again, original plot, original plot. Chapter 55, Yi Lingling, Brother Di Jia. As the day drew to a close, aside from little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, a few other talented young women had come to register. Alas, they did not meet the elite class criteria. Some had just turned 17, with spirit power reaching 36, while others at 16 had achieved 35, yet their innate spirit power remained at a mere 6, resulting in their rejection by Gu Shenge. He only accepted those under 16 who had achieved 35 and possessed an innate spirit power of 7 or above. Any shortcoming disqualified them. Innate spirit power determined an individual's starting point and also indicated their potential ultimate reach. Nowadays, aside from those forcibly elevated by the evil spirit sect, all normal Title Douluo who cultivated to the 9th ring possessed innate spirit power exceeding 7. Not everyone was like Hui Hao, endowed with extraordinary luck, nor did they possess the same remarkable understanding and temperament as Ji Juechen, who had the assistance of the Mingda Hall and Tang sect to reach Title Douluo. The lower the innate spirit power, the more limited the future achievements, often resulting in individuals akin to Yu Shaojiang. Moreover, The resources required to cultivate a low innate spirit power spirit master to Title Douluo would suffice to elevate 3 or 4 high innate spirit power spirit masters to that rank. Shenge saw no reason to squander time and resources on spirit masters with only 1 or 2 levels of innate spirit power. He was not Haoyang, whose motivation lay in proving his educational prowess merely to complete system tasks. Furthermore, Haoyang's disciples also possessed dual martial souls with full innate spirit power. If he truly wanted to demonstrate that there were no useless martial souls, only useless spirit masters, he could have easily taken on a spirit master with innate spirit power level 1 to prove his point. Why bother with Tang San, whose innate spirit power was full? Haoyang understood well that the lower the innate spirit power, the more limited the potential, unless one forcibly augmented it with resources. Had he not been backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he might not have even reached level 20 in his lifetime. Little Wu, Zhuqing, come with me to register, Shenge announced as the sky darkened and no further applicant arrived. He stood up from his chair and beckoned little Wu and Zhuqing to follow him home. The little rabbit and little wildcat, who had been engrossed in conversation, ceased their dialogue and prepared to follow him. Brother Dija, wait for me. As Shenge turned, a crisp voice tinged with urgency echoed behind him. Upon realizing someone had called him by the name Dija, he turned back, a hint of surprise flickering in his golden eyes. Lingling, what brings you here? The one who called him was indeed Yi Lingling. From her dress, it was clear they shared a certain familiarity. She hurried toward him with small steps, and Shenge greeted her with a warm smile, pleasantly surprised by her arrival. It had been over 5 years since they last met, and she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her silver-gray hair was cut to shoulder length, framing her exquisite, delicate features. Her skin was as white as jade, with arched willow leaf eyebrows that revealed her joy. Her beautiful apricot eyes unabashedly expressed her admiration for Shenge, her lips a soft, rosy hue. Clad in a silver-gray off-shoulder dress that hugged her well-proportioned figure, she emanated a unique fragrance reminiscent of begonia flowers, fresh and elegant, providing a sense of comfort. Her shapely hips filled the dress nicely, and her long legs were adorned with silver-gray stockings of varying lengths. Her delicate feet encased in silver-gray heels that clicked melodiously as she approached Shenge before she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. If the students of the Title Royal Academy were to witness Yi Lingling embracing a stranger in such a manner, they would surely be taken aback. This scene did not escape little Wu's notice, who felt a surge of displeasure. Who was this alluring girl daring to entice Uncle Dija in front of her? She resolved to tell her mother upon returning. As Shenge held the girl, who exuded the fragrance of begonia flowers, a gentle expression graced his face. He reached out to stroke Yi Lingling's head, inquiring with curiosity, Lingling, why are you at the Tianshui Academy? Shouldn't you be studying at the Title Royal Academy? I heard that Brother Dija is establishing an elite class here at Tianshui Academy, so I withdrew from the Title Royal Academy and came specifically to register. Shenge was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Lingling to be so decisive. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, what about your mother? Does she know you withdrew? Yi Lingling nodded, affirming that her mother was aware. My mother came with me. She initially planned to accompany me to register tomorrow, but I couldn't resist and ran ahead without telling her. You must have made your mother worry sick. Wait a moment. I'll take you back to her, and you can officially register tomorrow. Shenge gently tapped Yi Lingling's fair forehead, chiding her for her thoughtlessness. Given his understanding of Yi Yusi, she was likely frantic with worry by now. I know I was wrong. I just wanted to see you sooner. My mother won't mind. She misses you too. The young girl gazed up at her longed-for elder brother, Di Zhao, with an expression of contrition, seeking forgiveness. This demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual aloofness at the Tiantou Royal Academy, leaving the infatuated students of Tiantou in despair, likely to weep in the restroom. They yearned for their once-cold, solitary goddess. In her eagerness to return Yi Lingling home swiftly, Shenge instructed Leng Qishuang to assist Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing with their enrollment procedures and accommodation arrangements. Who is she? Leng Qishuang mused, casting a familiar glance at Yi Lingling beside Shenge, sensing a resemblance to an acquaintance. This is the daughter of my friend, Yi Lingling. Her mother intended to bring her for enrollment tomorrow, but she couldn't resist and ran away. I fear her mother might worry, so I plan to escort her home first. Gu Xingge expressed concern. If it were any other spirit master, he would be less worried. However, Yi Lingling, being a pure support-type spirit master devoid of combat prowess, posed a risk should they encounter unforeseen circumstances on their way back. How would he explain that to Yi Yusi? Ye? Lung Qishuang noted the surname, scrutinizing Yi Lingling closely. Although their facial shapes differed, the eyes and brow bore striking similarities. The dean's elegant nose twitched as she caught a hint of the unique fragrance of begonia blossoms wafting from Yi Lingling, igniting her suspicions. Is she the daughter of Yi Yusi? Indeed, it appears you are acquainted with her mother, Gu Xingge replied, nodding, slightly surprised. Yet, considering they belonged to the same generation, it was not unusual for them to have met. Yes, we have some familiarity, Lung Qishuang acknowledged, refraining from further inquiries. She then departed with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, while Gu Xingge took Yi Lingling's delicate hand, guiding her home. Plant 2 begonia flowers in the mortal realm and water them daily. Chapter 56. Yi Lingling's mother, Yi Yusi. Upon arriving in Lanjiang City from Tiando City, Yi Lingling and her mother took residence in a hotel, accompanied by 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings as guardians. The Tianlan Grand Hotel, the premier establishment in Lanjiang City, stood majestically on the most bustling street, featuring 5 opulent floors adorned with expansive glass facades and intricately carved marble walls, dominated by hues of gold and blue, illustrating exquisite and luxurious patterns. A quintessential Western-style grand hotel. The entrance buzzed with a stream of guests, and even the guard stationed there were spirit masters, underscoring the formidable influence of the hotel's proprietors. At this moment, in a lavish bedroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Yi Yusi, renowned as the world's foremost healing spirit master, reclined on the sofa. Her beauty was striking, with a flawless oval face that bore a resemblance to Yi Lingling. Mature and dignified, her complexion was fair and delicate, seemingly flawless. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a spiral bun, with wisps cascading down her cheeks and ears. Her elongated brows framed almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with myriad emotions, exuding an irresistible charm, yet harmonizing with her noble and dignified demeanor to create a unique allure. The bridge of her nose was as refined as white jade, while her full lips, adorned with a subtle gray-pink hue, conveyed an air of coolness, yet held an intriguing allure in their slight parting. Accented by a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, she donned an exquisitely tailored begonia-patterned qipao that accentuated her voluptuous, peach-like figure, while the dress's slit revealed her shapely legs, exuding an enticing allure that was hard to resist. Sipping her floral tea slowly, her gaze occasionally drifted toward the window, her almond eyes reflecting traces of concern. Alas, was her daughter truly so impatient? They had agreed to report tomorrow, yet she had chosen to sneak away, which was quite vexing. What if she encountered danger? Yet, the thought of Di Zhao, Gu Xingge, being there provided some comfort, based on her understanding of him. Her daughter was likely on her way back now. Who would have thought that within a mere 5 years, he had become the illustrious Haoyang Douluo, a revered elder of the Spirit Hall, and a prince of Tiando? Truly, life is unpredictable. Nevertheless, given his exceptional abilities, it was only natural for him to achieve such heights. Yi Yusi's thoughts wandered as she reminisced about their initial encounter with Gu Xingge. Due to the unique nature of a 9-heart begonia martial spirit, the vitality of mother and daughter surpassed that of ordinary spirit masters, making them frequent targets for sinister soul masters. Over 5 years ago, they had been ambushed by several evil soul masters during an outing, resulting in the demise of their accompanying spirit master guards. Had it not been for Gu Xingge, who intervened under the alias Di Zhao to eliminate those malevolent foes, Yi Yusi had been prepared to sacrifice herself to afford her daughter a chance to escape. Gu Xingge had escorted them back to Tiando City, and they had shared a period of companionship before he finally revealed his true identity upon his departure. It was astonishing that in their 5 years apart, he had reached the coveted title of a Douluo, a dream for countless spirit masters. As she recalled the scene of their first meeting, a wistful expression crossed Yi Yusi's face, her almond eyes shimmering as she envisioned the golden figure that descended upon the mortal realm like a sun deity. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie, bringing her back to the present. "Mother, I'm back," called Yi Lingling from outside. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yi Yusi's expression brightened. She gently set down her tea, gracefully rising from the sofa, leaving behind 2 impressions on the soft cushions, and sauntered to the door, opening it to reveal Yi Lingling and Gu Xingge. Seeing her daughter, Yi Yuxi's stunning oval face contorted into a mock frown, and she lightly scolded her, laced with concern. You, I don't even know how to reprimand you. We agreed to report tomorrow, yet you chose to sneak away without a guardian. In unfamiliar territory. What if you encounter danger? Thankfully, you had your elder brother Di Zhao with you. Otherwise, who would have saved you? Had anything happened to Yi Lingling, she would have to bear another child, or else the lineage of the 9-heart begonia would be severed. In the face of her mother's admonition, Yi Lingling turned to Gu Xingge for assistance, who could only smile helplessly. You little rascal, you were so adamant that your mother Wuhun Ti scold you. Now you've been proven wrong. Yi aunt, it has been a while. How have you been? Gu Xingge interjected, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. Shielding Yi Lingling from her mother's reprimand, Yi Yuxi shot her daughter a disapproving glance before turning her warm gaze to Gu Xingge, who she had not seen in over 5 years. Her tone softened considerably. All is well. I can't believe it's been 5 years. And you have already become a Title Douluo. Please come in. Yi Yuxi stepped aside, inviting him in. Yi aunt, you jest. Even if I have attained the status of a Title Douluo, I remain susceptible to injury, and I shall still require your healing, which is far superior to that of a Title Douluo. At these words, Yi Yuxi felt a tinge of bashfulness, her cheeks warming slightly. I am not as remarkable as you claim, she replied, though her face radiated a smile, reminiscent of a blooming begonia, captivatingly beautiful. This was not mere flattery. As the world's foremost healing spirit master, Yi Yuxi held a status in the spirit master community that rivaled that of a Title Douluo, akin to the transcendent position of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The distinction lay in the fact that while the 7-treasure glazed tile school was renowned for its collective strength, Yi Yuxi's reputation was singularly her own. Many formidable soul masters on the mainland have sought her compassion, for who among us has not faced moments of vulnerability? Even some Title Douluos have benefited from her healing touch. Except for those soulless evil soul masters, none have dared to covet Yi Yuxi, wherever she goes. She is revered as a distinguished guest. Holding a cup of floral tea, Yi Yuxi placed it before Gu Xingge and then took a seat opposite him. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and this simple gesture, combined with her slightly flushed cheeks, radiated an alluring charm of a mature beauty. Yi Lingling, seated beside her mother, playfully confessed her wrongdoings, promising not to repeat them, only to receive a playful ear-pinching reprimand from Yi Yuxi. Ding! A new system task has been triggered. Please check your notifications, host. As Gu Xingge lifted the floral tea, preparing to savor its essence, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he discreetly opened the system task panel. Task name, Class Medic, Task Content. As the head of the elite class, you are responsible for the well-being of your students. Injuries are inevitable during practical training, which necessitates an excellent class medic to provide timely treatment. Therefore, please find a suitable medic for the elite class. Task reward, 1 yellow level lottery draw. A class medic? After reading the task, Gu Xingge's gaze fell upon the voluptuous beauty, Yi Yuxi, with a glimmer of astonishment in his radiant golden eyes. What a serendipitous turn of events. Yi aunt, it has been 5 years since we last met, and you appear even more youthful and beautiful than before. Those familiar with you and Lingling would surely mistake you for sisters. Closing the task interface, Gu Xingge set down his floral tea, smiling as he praised Yi Yuxi, unabashedly expressing his admiration as he observed the mother-daughter duo, akin to 2 blooming begonia flowers. The elder, rich and mature, resembled a flower at the zenith of its bloom, showcasing all its exquisite beauty, with petals soft and delicate, emitting a fragrant aroma that was intoxicating. The younger was youthful and charming, still in the budding stages, requiring another 3 or 4 years to fully blossom. At Gu Xingge's compliment, Yi Yuxi beamed with delight, her happiness palpable at receiving praise from a Title Douluo. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, noting how her mother appeared no older than in her 30s, further reinforcing the sisterly resemblance. Yi Yuxi, however, tempered her smile with humility, saying, Xiao Zhao, please refrain from flattering me. I'm no longer young. My beauty has faded. Though Gu Xingge was now a Title Douluo, commanding respect, Yi Yuxi still affectionately referred to him as Xiao Zhao, signifying their close bond. Gu Shenge shook his head in response, asserting that if she considered herself fated, then other women must surely be buried in the earth. He then inquired about her plans after accompanying Lingling to her reporting. You're being modest. By the way, Yan, after you finish reporting with Lingling, do you plan to return to Tiando City, or do you have other plans? Yi Yusi sensed that Gu Shenge had ulterior motives for asking about her plans, leading her to speculate that he might need her assistance. Oh, Xiao Zhao, are you implying that you have something you wish to ask of me? Feel free to be direct. No need for circumlocution. Seeing her candidness, Gu Shenge no longer beat around the bush and expressed his desire for Yi Yusi to serve as the class medic. I indeed have a request. I would like to invite you to be the class medic for the elite class. Injuries are unavoidable during practical training, and having you, the world's foremost healing soul master, would ensure the utmost protection for the student's well-being. You wouldn't want Lingling to be exhausted and in need of treatment without anyone to help her, would you? Yi Yusi was taken aback by the proposition, but realized that as a senior consultant at the Tiando Royal Academy, she was already fulfilling a similar role there. Xiao Zhao, are you attempting to poach from the Tiando Royal Academy? Do you wish to take both mother and daughter to the Tianshui Academy? Indeed, you could perceive it that way. After all, there are only 2 begonia flowers in the world, and I am rather greedy, wanting both. So, Yi Aunt, would you oblige me? I can offer you a more lucrative arrangement than the Tiando Royal Academy, one that will not disappoint. In response to Yi Yusi's playful teasing, Gu Shenge spoke candidly, assuring her that he would present terms that would satisfy her. Upon hearing that he desired both begonia flowers, Yi Yusi smiled brightly, recognizing his greed. Yet her almond eyes glimmered with a hint of inscrutable significance. The reason she held the position at the Tiando Royal Academy was merely to take better care of her daughter, who was now transferring schools. However, she did not anticipate Gu Shenge's invitation to be the medic for the elite class. Yet, if he was willing to offer conditions more advantageous than those at the Tiando Royal Academy, it would be worth considering the benefits. Is that so? The Tiando Royal Academy's offer is not negligible. Do share your terms, and if they align with my interests, I shall accept. Upon concluding her statement, Yi Yusi discreetly signaled her daughter not to reveal that she had already resigned from the Tiando Royal Academy. She did not wish for Gu Shenge to take advantage of her. Ye Lingling Bilinkit, Signaling had understanding. Meanwhile, Gu Shenge, still unaware of the underlying situation, produced the small creation pills and a black lead box. He inquired, Yi Aunt, what is your current soul power level? I recently broke through to level 77. After exchanging glances with her daughter, Yi Yusi truthfully disclosed her cultivation level. Auxiliary soul masters typically progress at a slower pace compared to other soul masters, and reaching level 77 at her age was a testament to her exceptional talent. 77, you say? After pondering for a moment, Gu Shenge poured 2 small creation pills from a jade bottle. Each pill was potent enough to elevate a soul master's power by 1 level, and these 2 would suffice to elevate Yi Yusi to the rank of Title Douluo. Yeah, these are small creation pills. They can, as he extended the 2 small creation pills toward Yi Yusi, Gu Shenge explained their purpose, leaving both her and Yi Lingling astonished at the marvel of such extraordinary pills. If other soul masters on the continent learned that a single pill could save them years, even decades of cultivation time, they would undoubtedly go mad with desire. Yi Yusi was taken aback by Gu Shenge's generous offering. Just the 2 small creation pills alone surpassed the benefits provided by the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing, causing both mother and daughter to widen their eyes in disbelief, surpassing the shock brought by the small creation pills. Gu Shenge retrieved the jade bottle containing the remaining 6 small creation pills and slowly opened the lead box, releasing a powerful surge of soul power that thickened the surrounding air, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. As the lead box fully opened, a palm-sized, pinkish-white soul bone emerged before them, seemingly carved from glass, radiating a brilliant light and exuding an overwhelming mental energy. A soul bone. Yi Yusi beheld the powdery white soul bone with a mixture of horror and disbelief reflected in her almond-shaped eyes. Her voice trembled, saturated with incredulity. Soul bones were exceedingly rare, and even as a soul sage, she had yet to possess one. Similarly, Yi Lingling found herself entranced, rendered speechless by the sight. Observing the astonished expressions of the mother and daughter, Gu Shenge felt a sense of satisfaction. While soul bones were immensely precious to others, they held little value for him, as his extraordinary fortune ensured that every ancient soul beast he vanquished would yield a soul bone. Pointing to the soul bone nestled within the lead box, Shenge began to introduce it to the mother and daughter, explaining that this particular head soul bone originated from a mirage moon deer, boasting a quality of over 27,000 years. I would like to offer this head soul bone, along with 2 small creation pills, to invite Aunt Yi to serve as the class doctor for the elite class. Would you be willing? The prospect of such a generous offer, combined with the priceless soul bone revered as the treasure of the Blood River, stirred Yi Yuxi's heart. Yet, a wave of guilt surged within her, for she had concealed her true circumstances. She had not anticipated Shenge's willingness to invest so much merely to enlist her as a class doctor. After a prolonged silence, the enchanting matron, known as Haoyang, ultimately shook her head in refusal. Yi Yuxi gently declined Shenge's lavish compensation, her voice soft yet tinged with regret. I apologize. Xiao Zhao, I have deceived you. I have already resigned from the Title Royal Academy, intending to settle in Lanjiang City to care for Lingling. I did not expect your invitation to serve as the class doctor, and this payment is too generous. The 2 small creation pills are more than sufficient. There is no need for the additional soul bone. Despite the allure of the ancient soul bone, Haoyang remained steadfast in her principles, choosing to be forthright and transparent about her situation. Although she wished to avoid taking advantage of Shenge, she recognized that the 2 small creation pills exceeded the compensation offered by the Title Royal Academy, rendering the ancient soul bone unnecessary. Her reputation as the world's foremost healing soul master stemmed not only from the formidable healing abilities of the 9 Hearts Haoyang, but also from her sense of propriety. She never charged more than what was warranted for her services and often provided free treatments, which helped her cultivate numerous connections and friendships within the soul master community, elevating her to a status akin to that of a Title Douluo. Upon hearing that Yi Yuxi had resigned from the Title Royal Academy, Shenge paused momentarily, then comprehended the implications. Is that so? Nevertheless, he did not retract the ancient soul bone. Instead, with a gentle voice that enveloped the heart like the dawn, he pushed the lead box toward her, stating, Aunt Yi, the Title Royal Academy has its own standards of compensation, and I have mine. The 2 small creation pills, along with this soul bone, constitute my offer to you. There is no need to measure it against the Academy's offerings. You are deserving of this. Gazing at the ancient soul bone before her, Yi Yuxi hesitated, torn by the value of such a rare treasure. How could she remain indifferent? Yet, she felt unworthy, as she merely served as a class doctor, assisting in the treatment of students. After a lengthy silence, Haoyang ultimately reached out to grasp the soul bone, her almond eyes fixated on Shenge. A charming smile graced her exquisite visage, her lips slightly parted as she cautioned him, You must not regret this. This is an ancient soul bone, a coveted treasure that is difficult to encounter. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. If one ancient soul bone is sufficient to secure Aunt Ye's allegiance, then I consider myself the fortunate one. There is no reason for regret. Shenge shook his head decisively, playfully teasing Yi Yuxi. The mere exchange of a single ancient soul bone for the world's premier healing soul master was a remarkable bargain in his eyes. In response, Haoyang shot him a playful glare, a mix of exasperation and delight flickering across her features. You are quite the smooth talker, and despite being a Title Douluo, you remain incorrigible. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling gazed at her mother, claiming the ancient soul bone, nearly moved to tears by envy. Aunt Yi, why not accompany me back to the Tiantou Academy today? You and Lingling can report together. As for your accommodation, whether in Lanjiang City or the Academy's dormitories, it can be arranged, Shenge suggested. Yi Yuxi carefully stored the 2 small creation pills and the soul bone, nodding slightly while reminding him, That sounds fine. Now that you are a prince of Tiantou, the entirety of Lanjiang City is your domain. I trust you will provide me with suitable lodgings. Of course, should Aunt Yi not mind, you may even reside in my princely residence. He added, explaining that due to his recent elevation to prince, the emperor had temporarily allocated the city lord's mansion to serve as his princely abode. The actual princely residence was currently under planning, expected to be completed in 2 to 3 years, as the construction was to be undertaken with utmost care, employing only the finest materials and artisans. The mother and daughter Haoyang allowed their soul master guards to wait at the hotel while they accompanied Gu Shenge back to the Tiandu Academy for enrollment. In the office of the academy's dean, Leng Qishuang, having just arranged for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, cast a surprised glance at the noble young lady and the refined middle-aged man before her. Dean Leng, I entrust my little princess to your care at the Tiandu Academy. The refined middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, personally escorting Ning Rongrong to school. The beautiful matron, the dean, smiled and nodded at the exquisite noble girl beside him, assuring him, rest assured, Master Ning Rongrong meets all of teacher Gu's requirements. Once he returns, she merely needs to pass his interview to join the elite class. Ning Fengji nodded, albeit with a hint of resignation. Yes, my little princess has been somewhat spoiled at home, and her temperament can be quite willful. Should she cause any trouble at the academy, there is no need to consider me. Feel free to reprimand her. Dad, Ning Rongrong protested, displeased to hear her father describe her as willful in front of others, which only deepened Ning Fengji's exasperation. While others might hesitate, particularly considering the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he trusted that the Title Douluo would not hold back, hoping that he would take the time to discipline his daughter. Just as Leng Qishuang was about to respond, a clear and gentle voice resonated from outside. Master Ning, rest assured, as long as she is my student, regardless of her background, even if she is the daughter of the Pope, I'll treat her with equal regard. With that, Gu Shenge strode into the dean's office, followed closely by the mother and daughter Haoyang, the former radiant and voluptuous, the latter youthful and charmingly delicate. Your Majesty, the son Douluo. Ning Fengji turned to him, bowing slightly in respect, while his gaze fell upon the enchanting matron, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes at her presence. Master Ning, you are too kind. Gu Shenge replied with a slight nod, then gestured towards the mother and daughter Haoyang, addressing Dean Leng Qishuang. Dean Leng, I believe no introduction is necessary. Aunt, you will be the class doctor for the elite class, responsible for the health of the students. Kindly assist her and her daughter with the necessary onboarding procedures. I will handle the accommodation arrangements. Upon hearing that Yi Yusi would serve as the class doctor for the elite class, both Ning Fengji and Leng Qishuang expressed astonishment. What a grand gesture! With the foremost healing soul master on board, Ning Fengji felt reassured about his daughter's well-being. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Gu Shenge had managed to persuade Yi Yusi to accept the position when she had previously declined his invitation to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Lady Yi, it has been a long time. Leng Qishuang also greeted Yi Yusi, while the beautiful matron Haoyang nodded with a smile, proceeding with the formalities alongside her daughter and Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji engaged in conversation with Gu Shenge, surveying the young and valiant man before him, who was merely 23, yet already a Title Douluo, a prince of Tiandu, and an elder of the Spirit Hall, provoking a sense of envy. Your Majesty Haoyang, this is the seven-treasure token of our seven-treasure glazed tile school. With this token, you may purchase any goods from our stores at a 50% discount. A token engraved with the seven-treasure glazed pagoda was presented to Gu Shenge, who accepted it graciously. Thank you, Sec Master Ning. Rest assured, I will take good care of Rongrong. No harm shall come to her in my presence. Gu Shenge understood the unspoken rule of being indebted to those who offer help. With the elite class now fully assembled, the class doctor and homeroom teacher were in position, ready to commence lessons. In Chapter 59, the formula for body refining spirit liquid. Under Leng Qishuang's guidance, Yi Yusi was appointed as a senior advisor to the Tianshui Academy, while Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong were assigned to share a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Satisfied with Ning Rongrong's successful enrollment, Ning Fengji took his leave. Haoyang then returned to Lanjing City, where Gu Shenge arranged for her accommodation in the city lord's mansion, conveniently located less than 20 miles from Tianshui Academy, making daily commutes easy. As the day drew to a close, the elite class had welcomed 4 students, with 6 days remaining for enrollment before classes officially began. Night fell, casting a serene darkness adorned with countless twinkling stars, creating a celestial tapestry. Within a small villa under the starry sky, Gu Shenge sat on the sofa, connecting to the system and utilizing the yellow-grade lottery obtained from completing the class doctor task. Ding! Yellow-grade lottery used. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula. Upon hearing the name, Gu Shenge surmised that the formula pertained to physical enhancement and proceeded to examine its details. Name: Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula. Description: a low-tier formula from a high-level fantasy world, designed for young novices embarking on the path of cultivation to strengthen their physiques. It has been modified for the Douluo version. Should the host traverse to other worlds in the future, the system will adapt the formula accordingly. Thus, it was revealed. Gu Shenge noted the system's indication that the original Body Refining Spirit Liquid formula was not suitable for the Douluo realm due to the unavailability of certain herbs, prompting the system's revision to ensure its efficacy remained intact. Furthermore, if he were to journey to other worlds in the future, the system would modify the formula to suit those realms. Truly thoughtful, Gu Shenge began to comprehend the Body Refining Spirit Liquid formula, which was not overly complex, as the required herbs could be easily procured. With sustained exposure to the spirit liquid's essence, even an ordinary individual could possess immense strength, comparable to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. With this formula in hand, complemented by the 9th-rank body forging technique, it would be sufficient to transform an ordinary person into a humanoid 10,000-year soul beast, capable of tearing apart a soul king with bare hands. He could even forge an army of extraordinary beings. However, the financial cost would be substantial. Gazing out the window, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cool, silvery light. The cloudless night showcased the moon's brilliance. Gu Shenge sat cross-legged, forming the Tian seal, commencing his practice of the Tian refining spirit technique. He cleared his mind, envisioning a silver moon flickering with gentle silver light, embodying profound coldness and solitude while exuding a divine power that soothed the wounds of the world. Drawing the moonlight into his being, enveloping his soul in silvery radiance, cleansing and strengthening it, gradually transforming into the Tian divine soul, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress. As his soul spirits also basked in the nourishing moonlight, feeling immensely comfortable. The Ice Empress even hoped that Gu Shenge would continue his cultivation, ensuring their ongoing comfort. Their previously fixed cultivation levels as soul spirits began to rise slowly. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this period, the number of students enrolling in the elite class increased each day, although the quality declined. Soul masters were already a rare breed, and among them, geniuses were scarce, with female talents being as rare as pandas. Although Gu Shenge's title as a Title Douluo was advantageous, it could not override the enrollment criteria he had established. In the original text, participants in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition were predominantly around 18 or 19 years of age, with younger candidates like those from Shrek Academy being exceedingly rare. Shui Bing'er, for instance, was 16 when she participated, while the oldest, Feng Xiaotian, reached 24. Notably, Feng Xiaotian was also born with full innate soul power, yet only reached level 44 by 24, an impressive feat for someone with such a gift. However, after 5 years, he managed to attain level 61, averaging an increase of 3.5 levels per year, which was reasonable. But one might wonder what he was doing for the previous 18 years, having only improved by 34 levels. He could be considered a late-blooming genius. If not for the 7-day enrollment period for the elite class, Gu Shenge would have commenced lessons immediately after admitting Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. Over these days, he had already devised the main and substitute teams for the upcoming competition. The main team consisted of Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong, while the substitutes included Shui Yuer, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Qiuhua Shui, and Shun Liuyu. Gu Shenge was indifferent to the notions of main and substitute. The task simply required him to cultivate a team of Soul Kings for the competition. Should any substitutes reach Soul King status first, they would be promoted to the main team. Haoyang elder Gu Shenge, contemplating the first lesson for the next day, heard someone call out to him. He slowly lifted his head, and to his surprise, it was Hu Laina, a disciple of Bibi Dong, dressed in a gold and silver two-tone fitted skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. Her golden, collar-length hair glimmered in the sunlight, resembling a radiant rose as she approached with graceful steps. "This is not the spirit hall. You need not address me as elder. Simply call me Teacher Gu." Noting the enchanting young woman, Gu Shenge sighed in resignation, correcting her title. 3 days prior, Bibi Dong had sent her to him under the pretense of mentorship, but he suspected it was more about keeping an eye on him. Was she truly so distrustful of him? However, as a price for sending someone to monitor him, Shenge had not let Bibi Dong off easily, subjecting her to a day and night of sunlit trials, enhancing her radiance. Hulaina approached him, observing the relaxed and handsome young man lounging in the chair, filled with awe. Despite being merely 4 years his junior, he was already a Title Douluo, while she remained a mere soul master. Such a disparity was frustrating. Meanwhile, outside Soto City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Zhu had passed the first 3 trials and now faced the 4th challenge, confronting the vice president of Shrek, Zhao Wujin. If they could withstand his onslaught for the duration of a single incense stick, they would pass the assessment. Alongside them were 2 other young women who had also reached the 4th challenge, introducing themselves and sharing their martial spirits to strategize for the battle. Tang San, with the martial spirit of blue silvergrass, was a 29-level Great Soul Master. Xiao Zhu, with the martial spirit of the soul-devouring spider, was also a 29-level Great Soul Master. Zhu Jingjing, possessing the martial spirit of the Netherworld Spirit Cat, was a 27-level Great Soul Master. The girl, adorned in a manner strikingly similar to Zhu Zhiqing, lacked her icy demeanor, instead exuding a certain alluring charm as she introduced herself. Beside her stood a young lady clad in a flowing white gown, embodying the quintessential essence of a noble maiden, who revealed her martial spirit to be the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, her tone laced with haughtiness. Ning Chu Chu, with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda as her martial spirit, was a 26th-level Great Soul Master. There is little to contest regarding the main substitutes in the competition. All will have their chance to perform in the grand event. Chat group 154729280 for discussions on plot development. Chapter 60. The elite class commences on October 9th. The weather was overcast as the elite class officially began its sessions. Tianshui Academy was enveloped in a gentle drizzle, with temperatures considerably lower than usual. However, this posed no challenge to Soul Masters. In fact, such weather provided a rare opportunity for water attribute Soul Masters to train effectively. On the 4th floor of the Eastern Teaching Building, within the elite class classroom, 12 students, including Hulaina, who had been arranged by Bibi Dong, sat upright, their gazes occasionally darting towards the door, revealing their anticipation. Sister, what do you think Haoyang Douluo will teach us? I'm so excited. The charming and vivacious Shui Yue eagerly inquired of her sister, Shui Binger. Shui Binger, with her long water blue hair cascading down her back, possessed a delicate and fair oval face, exuding an air of cold elegance. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, complemented by a finely crafted nose and plump lips tinged with a bluish-purple hue, her skin pale, yet subtly flushed. Though her figure was not as voluptuous as her motheress, she stood tall and graceful, donned in a water-blue gown that accentuated her snow-white complexion and slender waist, revealing her smooth skin on either side. Her long, elegant legs were encased in blue water-patterned stockings on one side, while the other remained bare, adorned with anklets, and her delicate feet graced with blue water-patterned high heels. Upon hearing her sister's question, she shook her head, equally eager for the instruction of a Title Douluo. To Shui Yue's surprise, the handsome man she had previously directed was indeed a powerful Title Douluo and would be their upcoming homeroom teacher, causing her excitement to swell. Not only were the sisters animated, but the other 5 members of the Tianshui female group also began to engage in hushed discussions. Except for Shui Wu, who wore a striking blue and white ensemble. The other 4 girls donned similar blue gowns, with some wearing stockings on one leg while others did not. Yet all were stunningly attractive, each possessing her own unique charm. Hulaina surveyed the classroom filled with lively chatter, contemplating the task assigned to her by her teacher, her alluring eyes scrutinizing the 11 girls. If they remained compliant as students, she would pay them no mind. However, should they entertain thoughts beyond the bounds of student-teacher propriety with Elder Haoyang, she would not hesitate to take action. Completing this task successfully would earn her a coveted 10,000-year soul bone as a reward. The mere thought of the soul bone invigorated Hulaina, filling her with determination and confidence. Of course, among these girls, there were always 1 or 2 exceptions who were not particularly eager for the guidance of a Title Douluo. For instance, the 7-treasure princess, who already had 2 Title Douluos in her family, was entirely disinterested in studying. Lingling, let us go explore Lanjiang City after school. There's an old-fashioned snack shop that's quite delightful. Even before classes commenced, Ning Rongrong was already contemplating her after-school escapades, her mind far from academic pursuits. In her view, she was the most exceptional talent of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, possessing innate soul power at level 9, making her the most likely candidate in centuries to evolve the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the eight-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Only those with inferior talents needed to compensate through rigorous study and training, while she merely needed to fulfill her daily training routine, akin to clocking in, without the need to invest extra time. Even within the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, her earnest training had been minimal. Ning Rongrong's reasons for attending Tianshui Academy were twofold: to escape the confines of her home and to pursue her idol. Ever since witnessing Gu Shenge's divine and heroic presence at the last Soul Master City title ceremony, the seven-treasure princess had become infatuated with him, prompting her to beseech Ning Fengji to send her to Tianshui Academy. Inside the classroom, the girls continued their discussions. Outside, Gu Shenge encountered a minor interruption. "Teacher Gu, would you mind if I accompany you to class?" The alluring headmistress intercepted Gu Shenge, her exquisite and beautiful face adorned with a smile, though her voice conveyed an unexpected coldness. To this day, Lan Qingyan still held a certain wariness towards him. Despite the young man before her being a powerful Title Douluo, the headmistress showed no sign of retreating. After all, she was the director responsible for the students' welfare. Should Gu Shenge develop inappropriate feelings towards those youthful and beautiful girls, it would spell disaster for Tianshui Academy. If it were any other Title Douluo, they would likely dismiss a mere soul sage's request, perhaps even reprimanding Lan Qingyan for not understanding the proper attitude towards a powerful individual. However, Gu Shenge was different. The education and values he had cultivated during his first life on Earth had shaped his demeanor. Even after his transmigration, little had changed. He would not take a life over trivial doubts or conflicts, nor did he possess a habit of avenging insults with brutality. After all, he had once thrived under the red flag and in the gentle spring breeze. To be fair, Gu Shenge acknowledged that he was neither a wholly virtuous individual nor a villain. He was simply a somewhat disorganized individual with a penchant for romantic entanglements. Observing the alluring and voluptuous headmistress, Gu Shenge nodded in acceptance. "Certainly, it is my first day as a teacher. If I make any mistakes, Director Lan, please take notes and provide them to me after class, but do refrain from pointing them out during the lesson. I wouldn't want to lose face." Upon hearing Gu Shenge's playful remark, Lan Qingyan internally exhaled a sigh of relief. Little did he know the immense pressure she had felt to stand before a Title Douluo and make such a request. At that moment, the headmistress's shapely legs quivered slightly. Despite the young man not displaying any of the oppressive aura typical of a Title Douluo, merely meeting his gaze caused her to feel a powerful mental pressure. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the days spent cultivating the Yin, refining divine technique, had significantly strengthened Gu Shenge's spirit, naturally lending his gaze a formidable presence. "Please, Director Lan." Gu Shenge smiled gently, warm as the morning sun, gesturing for Lan Qingyan to proceed, which left her feeling unexpectedly flattered. Steadying her trembling legs, she nodded and walked alongside him towards the elite classroom. As Gu Shenge observed Lan Qingyan's voluptuous form, he couldn't help but wonder about one thing. Shui Binger was Lan Qingyan's daughter, but who was Shui Yuer's mother? Who was the father of these sister flowers? Previously, he had heard from Leng Qishuang that Lan Qingyan once had a tumultuous relationship with a man, even clashing with the former dean, who had treated her like a daughter, leading to the latter's eventual downfall. It seemed that some events had transpired, causing Lan Qingyan to sever ties with that man, but by then, she was already pregnant and bore Shui Binger alone. As for Shui Yuer, she was entrusted to Lan Qingyan for adoption by another woman, whose whereabouts had since become a mystery. Shui Yuer's mother had also been a student at Tianshui Academy, in the same cohort as Lan Qingyan and Leng Qishuang. Gu Shenge boldly speculated, could it be that Shui Binger's father was juggling two relationships, and due to poor time management, the fish in the pond were not nurtured properly, leading to Lan Qingyan's discovery and the subsequent fallout? The more I ponder, the more I find it plausible. My protagonist's worldview may not be particularly righteous, yet it certainly does not resemble that of certain characters in novels who readily resort to violence. vowing vengeance upon their foes and declaring death upon entire families. If we were to categorize my protagonist, they would lean more toward Haoyang, albeit with a much more chaotic private life and a penchant for romantic pursuits, which sets them apart significantly. Chapter 61. The young ladies of the elite class. The crisp sound of high heels making contact with the floor drew nearer, resonating through the air. As the young ladies of the elite class turned their attention towards the classroom door, their expressions marked by curiosity. The footsteps felt peculiar, just as their anticipation peaked. A tall, voluptuous figure appeared at the entrance. Lan Qingyan, adorned in an ice blue phoenix pattern gown that accentuated her curvaceous hourglass figure, possessed an exquisitely beautiful oval face that bore an expression of cold indifference, reminiscent of ancient ice, exuding an aura of chill. Her demeanor radiated seriousness and authority, instilling a sense of trepidation among Shui Bing'er and her peers, a natural intimidation stemming from the guidance director's presence. Shortly thereafter, another tall figure clad in a white trench coat emerged behind the strikingly beautiful director, his handsome visage perpetually adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, dispelling the chill that Lan Qingyan brought upon the students. Upon the appearance of Gu Shenge, Shui Bing'er and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. The prospect of their first elite class lesson being conducted by the director was nothing short of catastrophic. Director Lan need not maintain such a stern facade towards her students. A few smiles could alleviate their pressure significantly. Observing the frosty demeanor of the beautiful director, reminiscent of a stern matriarch, Gu Shenge gently suggested that such beauty should not be marred by an icy countenance. In response, Lan Qingyan remained silent, yet her expression softened slightly while still maintaining an air of seriousness. Noticing this subtle change in the director's demeanor, Gu Shenge nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the classroom ahead of her, while Lan Qingyan chose a seat at the back. The young ladies felt the weight of the director's gaze upon them. Even Ning Rongrong experienced a sense of unease, with Hulaina feeling similarly, perceiving the pressure from the director to be even greater than that from her own teachers. Standing at the podium, Gu Shenge surveyed the 12 students before him, each possessing distinct charms. Hulaina, alluring and enchanting; Xiao Wu, sweet and adorable; Zhu Zhuqing, cold and captivating; Yi Lingling, youthful and vibrant; and Shui Bing'er, proud and radiant, each exuding the fragrance of youthful femininity. As they felt the teacher's scrutinizing gaze, Shui Bing'er and her companions were both excited and anxious. After all, they were in the presence of a Title Douluo, the youngest in history at that. How could they not be thrilled or nervous about receiving his guidance? After taking in their appearances, Gu Shenge slowly began to speak, his voice clear and melodious, flowing like a mountain spring and soothing the tumultuous hearts of the young ladies. Hello, classmates. My name is Gu Shenge, and you may refer to me as Teacher Gu. I shall spare you a lengthy introduction, as I trust you're already aware of my status. Henceforth, for the next 2 years, I shall be your teacher and your support. With the teacher's introduction concluded, it was time for the students to introduce themselves, beginning with the first student. The chosen student was Shui Wu, who, compared to her fellow Tianshui Academy members, presented herself with a more spirited demeanor. Her gray-blue short hair framed her delicate features, exuding a hint of valor, adorned with an ice crystal hairband. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her blue-gray bodysuit accentuated her tall and alluring figure, complemented by her long legs clad in gray-blue leather pants. I am Shui Wu, and my martial spirit is the Snow Dansadin, ranked as a level 37 support soul master. As she introduced herself, her martial spirit manifested beside her, a snowflake-like entity, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascending from her graceful legs. Following her introduction was Shui Yuer, who eagerly stood to showcase her martial spirit. I am Shui Yuer, and my martial spirit is the Crystal Dolphin, a level 31 agility attack soul master. Next came Shui Bing'er, Shun Liuyu, Qiu Ruoshui, Gu Qingbo, and Yu Haiyu, each sharing their names and martial spirits with pride. Shui Bing'er, martial spirit Ice Phoenix, level 38 control soul master. Shun Liuyu, martial spirit Enamel Crocodile, level 33 power attack soul master. Shun Liu stood with her neck-length, light blue hair framing her exquisite oval face, adorned with a delicate blue necklace. her figure clad in an ice blue school uniform that accentuated her graceful curves and fair skin. Qiaoshui, Martial Spirit Green Lotus Base, Level 33 Power Attack Soul Master. Gu Qingba, Martial Spirit Azure Blue Sailfish, Level 34 Power Attack Soul Master. With her introduction complete, Yu Haiyu stood, appearing more mature than the others, embodying the essence of a sophisticated beauty. Yu Haiyu, Martial Spirit Coral Needlefish, Level 36 Power Attack Soul Master. Next were Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong. And finally, Hulaina. Yi Lingling, Martial Spirit 9 Heart Begonia, Level 35 Support Soul Master. Hulaina, Martial Spirit Enchanting Fox, Level 47 Control Soul Sect. As Hulaina completed her introduction, all eyes turned to her, with Shui Bing'er and Zhu Zhuqing displaying expressions of astonishment. What? A Level 47 Soul Sect? While they were still at the ranks of Great Soul Master and Soul Master, she suddenly revealed herself as a soul sect. How could they continue to interact normally? Seeing the surprised faces around her, Shenge took it upon himself to explain to the stunned students. Hulaina is unlike the rest. She is a disciple of the Pope, here merely to learn. Additionally, let me remind you all that in 2 years, she will be a contestant in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition representing the Wuhun Palace Academy. Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, the young lady's gazes towards Hulaina shifted. The establishment of the Tianshui Elite class was intended for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, and with Hulaina being a contestant from the Wuhun Palace Academy, they recognized her as a rival. In that moment, Shenge's words had effectively heightened the animosity towards Hulaina. Feeling the unfriendly glances from her peers, Hulaina sensed an ominous premonition, envisioning that her time at Tianshui Academy would likely not be easy. Chapter 62. Hulaina becomes the target of attention. After the students' self-introductions concluded, Shenge turned his focus back to Hulaina, a smile gracing his lips as he further intensified the animosity directed at her. Given that Hulaina possesses the highest rank in our class, she shall be appointed as the class monitor. I trust there are no objections? Upon hearing that Hulaina was appointed as their class leader, Shui Bing'er and her companions were filled with reluctance. What if her cultivation had reached the soul sect level? What if she was a disciple of the Pope? She was not even a student of their Tianshui Academy. What gave her the right to lead them? Zhu Zhuqing was indifferent to who became the class leader, as long as it helped her grow stronger. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong appeared eager, both aspiring to take on the role. In stark contrast, Yi Lingling remained tranquil, resting her chin on her hands, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Shenge at the podium. A faint blush gracing her delicate features, lost in thought. Even the alluring female director, sitting at the back of the class, furrowed her brow, feeling that Shenge's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Hulaina was an outsider, merely attending Tianshui Academy for her studies. Appointing her as the leader of the elite class raised concerns about whether the students would accept it, and the director herself harbored reservations. However, due to Shenge's formidable strength, she dared not voice her dissent. The enchanting girl recognized that Elder Haoyang was deliberately causing her trouble. She surmised he had realized she had been placed as an undercover. A hint of panic flickered within her. Yet, when she recalled her instructor's promise of generous rewards upon completing her task, she regained her composure. After all, she was a disciple of the Pope, and Elder Haoyang was romantically involved with her teacher. He would not treat her poorly, but merely wish for her to retreat in the face of difficulty. The animosity from a few students was not something she took to heart. She had no intention of backing down. Thank you for your trust, Elder Haoyang. I will do my utmost to manage the class well, Hulaina declared, rising with a radiant smile, graciously accepting Shenge's appointment, intensifying the resentment from Shui Bing'er and the others. However, Shenge then spoke again, producing a black lead box from his hands. I understand that some of you are dissatisfied with Hulaina, an external student, being your class leader. However, she possesses the highest cultivation. Nevertheless, if any one of you can defeat her first, not only will you take her place as the new class leader, but I will also reward you with a soul bone. Upon concluding his statement, he opened the lead box in front of the students and the alluring female director, unleashing a powerful wave of soul power that immediately enveloped the classroom, making the air feel dense, as if a colossal weight pressed down on the girls' chests, rendering their breaths laborious. Even a soul saint like the director felt the pressure. The quality was undeniably high. As the box fully opened, Shenge contained the soul bone's overwhelming power with his own, allowing the girls to breathe easier, their gazes fixated on the soul bone within the box. It was a right leg soul bone, shimmering in a pale silver hue, resembling silverware, adorned with azure patterns akin to a starry sky, emanating a soft azure light, swirling with an ethereal quality, seemingly possessing the power to command the wind. Upon seeing the soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger exchanged glances filled with longing. And even Lan Qingyan was no exception. Who wouldn't desire a soul bone? Except for Xiao Wu. Shenge, sensing the fervent gazes of the girls and the director, began to introduce the soul bone. This soul bone originates from a wind-commanding silver leopard over 40,000 years old. Whoever could be the first to defeat Hulaina will receive this soul bone as a reward. The time frame is 2 years, if no one succeeds. It will belong to Hulaina. Setting this as a goal would motivate them to strive for improvement. Upon hearing that if no one could defeat her within 2 years, the high-quality soul bone would become hers, Hulaina's expression changed. She realized Elder Haoyang intended to use her as a target to inspire the elite class students. However, offering a soul bone of such caliber as a reward was truly extravagant. Yet, the thought of being defeated in such a short time frame made Hulaina scoff at the notion. After all, she was a level 47 soul sect, while the strongest among them, Shui Binger, was merely at level 38, a gap of 9 levels in soul power. Even if she made no progress in 2 years, Shui Binger could not surpass her. With newfound confidence, Hulaina believed that in 2 years, the wind-commanding silver leopard's right leg soul bone would undoubtedly be hers. Do you have confidence? Shenge gently inquired, observing the girl's yearning for the soul bone. Under the allure of the soul bone, Shui Binger spoke up first. Yes, Binger will not disappoint you, teacher. While the other students also desired the soul bone, they recognized the vast difference in their abilities compared to Hulaina. Their only hope to defeat her lay with Shui Binger, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul. Xiao Wu also chimed in. I won't let you down, teacher. Although she was only at level 29, her transformation from a 10,000-year soul, beast, meant her cultivation speed was unparalleled. Surpassing Hulaina within 2 years posed little challenge for her. And Zhu Qing? Noticing that only Shui Binger and Xiao Wu had expressed their determination, Shenge felt a tinge of disappointment and turned his gaze towards the more reserved Zhu Zhuqing. The little wildcat hadn't expected the teacher to ask her directly. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded vigorously, her voice cold yet resolute. I can. Hearing her affirmation, Shenge nodded in satisfaction, closing the lead box and storing it in the system space before announcing. All right, from today onward, your goal is to defeat the class leader. Yes, teacher. The girls nodded in unison, glancing back at Hulaina, their expressions brimming with determination and rivalry. From this day forth, they would consider her their opponent. In that instant, Hulaina's resentment skyrocketed. The alluring female director observed the scene in quiet astonishment, realizing that presenting a soul bone as a reward was indeed a significant move to motivate the students. Subsequently, Lan Qingyan looked at her daughter, determined to assist Shui Binger in her pursuit of the soul bone. The morning class concluded swiftly, as it was the inaugural session primarily focused on introductions and familiarization. Shenge also established a learning schedule for the students moving forward. Theoretical lessons in the morning, practical combat training in the afternoon, followed by evening self-study. Evening self-study? In the Douluo world, such a thing had never existed. Upon hearing this term, Lan Qingyan felt puzzled, but she refrained from questioning Shenge during class, opting to speak to him in his office afterward. The alluring director held no ill will towards Shenge. She merely wished to maintain the traditional all-female faculty at Tianshui Academy and did not want the established norms of centuries to be disrupted. Her concern was for the students, not driven by personal desire. Hulaina. Teacher, I feel tremendous pressure. Am I on a raise? Chapter 63. Summoning Haoyang Dingling. As the class bell rang, the morning session came to a close. Shenge granted the elite class students free time in the afternoon. As tomorrow would mark the official start of classes, today was merely a day for mutual introductions. As he descended from the podium, the girls rose, bowing respectfully, and called out in unison, "Goodbye, teacher." Lan Qingyan also stood and exited through the back door, intending to invite Gu Xingge to her office for a discussion about the evening's self-study. Teacher Gu, please wait a moment. What is it, Director Lan? Was there something wrong with my teaching style? Upon hearing the alluring director's gentle call, Gu Xingge halted, puzzled as he regarded Lan Qingyan. Did he truly make an error in his teaching approach? Any shortcomings were understandable. After all, it was his first time as a teacher, and he was still finding his footing. It is not that. I merely wish to inquire. Teacher Gu, what is evening study? In the world of Douluo continent, evening study does not exist, nor does morning study. Hence, Lan Qingyan is curious about what he means by evening study. Gu Xingge is momentarily taken aback, realizing that this is the case. The reason for arranging evening study is that he intends to impart the lunar refinement technique to the elite class students. The sole requirement for practicing the lunar refinement technique is that it must be done at night, when the moon is present. Director Lan, evening study is essentially a time for students to gather in the evening for self-directed learning, and, coincidentally, I am about to teach them a soul skill that can only be practiced at night. A soul skill that can only be practiced at night? Lan Qingyan instantly thinks of self-created soul skills, her heart racing in surprise. Could it be a self-created soul skill? The way she looks at Gu Xingge subtly changes. It is known that self-created soul skills are exceedingly rare in the spirit master community, often closely guarded and only passed down to direct descendants. Yet he is willing to impart such knowledge to students he has known for less than a day. This astonishes Lan Qingyan immensely. Noticing the change in the beautiful director's gaze, Gu Xingge smiles slightly. Although the lunar refinement technique is precious, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu are crucial to the completion of his mission, so sharing it with them is inconsequential. Of course, if they were to share it with others without his consent, he would not hesitate to take action to safeguard his teachings. With his current strength, apart from Qian Daolu, Poseidon, and the Demon Soul Master, who could possibly be his adversary? As for Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa God exam limits her to exerting only the strength of a level 98 Spirit Master, rendering her no match for him. Moreover, just a few days prior, he had thoroughly educated her with a beating that led her to plead for mercy, calling him husband. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gu Xingge has another important matter to attend to and does not wish to waste more time with Lan Qingyan. The beautiful director, regaining her composure, nods repeatedly as she watches him depart. Gazing at the young man's retreating figure, Lan Qingyan finds herself in a daze, sensing that she may have erred. Ever since Gu Xingge entered the academy, she had spoken to him disrespectfully, threatening him that as long as she was present, he would not be able to act recklessly at Tianshui Academy. The second time, in a faculty meeting, she had provocatively questioned him, leading to a significant blunder. Reflecting on it now, she feels a twinge of fear. No one expected a young man in his 20s to be a Title Douluo powerhouse. That she had not been struck down by him is already a stroke of luck. It seems she may have been too extreme, hastily assuming that all men were similar to that one fellow, inherently flawed. At least Gu Xingge's current demeanor appears commendable in her eyes. To motivate his students, he has even offered rare treasures such as a 10,000-year soul bone. Furthermore, he is willing to teach a self-created soul skill to students he has known for less than a day. These numerous displays suggest that Gu Xingge would indeed make an excellent teacher. However, Lan Qingyan still finds it difficult to accept the presence of another male teacher in an all-female academy, and she requires time to adjust. After leaving the teaching area, Gu Xingge returns to his small villa. In his hand appears a palm-sized card depicting a shadowy figure and a large question mark. This is the Spirit Summoning card, awarded upon completing the participating team task. Name: Spirit Summoning card. Description: shatter this card to summon beings from the same world or a lower-tier world, even those who have already passed away. The Spirit Summoning card does not allow for the summoning of just any being. It is limited by the world, which disappoints Gu Xingge somewhat. However, considering the simplicity of the task, it is only natural that the reward would not be extraordinary. He clasps his hand together, shattering the Spirit Summoning card, which transforms into countless particles of light that coalesce to form a luminous portal, exuding an aura of mysterious laws. Moments later, a figure emerges from the portal, revealing a delicate beauty clad in a blue cloth long dress. Despite her simple attire, her grace and beauty are undeniable, evoking a sense of tenderness. Before Gu Xingge stands a panel of information regarding the fragile beauty. Real name: Inner, Source World, Supreme Daw, Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Level 9 Spirit Master. Description: Mother of Hui Yuhao. She perished at the hands of a duchess's suspicion and schemes when Hui Yuhao was merely 10 years old. Responding to the summoning, the system assisted in reconstructing her body, allowing her to return. Upon reading the system's description, Gu Xingge begins to understand. It indicates that Hui Yuner had indeed passed away once. However, by utilizing the spirit summoning card, he chose her soul, prompting the system to reconstruct her body, leading her to respond to the summoning. Just summoned. Hui Yuner apie zomavat bewildert. After a while, she regains her senses, her beautiful blue eyes gazing at the strikingly handsome young man before her, and she softly inquires, her voice gentle and laced with trepidation. Hello? May I ask if you are the one who summoned me? Gu Xingge nods slightly, beginning to appraise the delicate beauty before him. Hui Yuner has chestnut hair cascading down her back, a charming oval face, delicate features, and skin as fair and tender as a freshly shelled egg, exuding a rosy hue. Dressed in a simple blue long dress, she appears slender and delicate, like a willow swaying in the wind, as if she could be swept away at any moment. Her nervous and fragile demeanor evokes a deep sense of compassion. In her soft voice and delicate form, she stirs a man's protective instincts. He observes Hui Yuner as she secretly scrutinizes him in return. She only remembers having died, her soul arriving in the underworld, before being swept away by a mysterious force, during which a voice informed her that someone was summoning her. As a result of being summoned, she would be revived. Hui Yuner thinks of her son, whom she cannot bear to leave behind, and chooses to accept the summoning. Though she is unclear why she had been summoned, her primary concern is for her son, Hui Yuhao. She wonders how heartbroken he must be, being only 10 years old. Will he be able to survive in the Duke's residence? Will the Duchess turn her malice on him as well? The more she thinks, the more anxious Hui Yuner becomes, desperate to return to the Duke's residence to see her Hui Yuhao. However, Gu Xingge's words shatter all her thoughts. Hui Yuner, although I do not possess the ability to read minds, I can venture a guess as to what you are thinking. I regret to inform you that the world you currently inhabit is no longer the one you originated from, but rather a parallel world from 10,000 years ago. If you wish to search for your son, I fear that may not be possible at this time. Hui Yuner, come, Yuhao. Call me father. Chapter 64. Plans for cultivating and developing Hui Yuner. I am sorry, but you are no longer in your original world. Gu Xingge gazes at Hui Yuner with regret. Although he cannot read minds, he knows from the limited descriptions in the original text that the delicate beauty before him is a mother who deeply loves her child. It is inevitable that upon her revival, her thoughts would return to her beloved son. Yet, unfortunately, there exists a chasm of worlds between her and Hui Yuhao. His words strike Hui Yuner like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of shock. The beautiful, fragile woman stands frozen, disbelief etched across her features. She and Hui Yuhao are no longer in the same world. Hui Yuner's expression becomes vacant, her spirit agitated, her delicate form swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Unable to accept this outcome, she initially believed that upon her resurrection, she would return to her original world, which fueled her eagerness to respond to the summons. Even if it meant becoming a servant once again, all she desired was to see her child one last time and witness his growth. Observing the turmoil in Hui Yuner's heart, filled with desolation and disappointment, Gu Xingge felt a pang of sympathy and spoke again. Hui Yuner, since I was able to summon you from that world, naturally, I can also return you to your original realm, though it cannot be done immediately. In the future, you will have the chance to reunite with Hui Yuhao. Upon hearing that she still had a chance to meet Yuhao again, the once dim blue of Hui Yuner's eyes sparked with a glimmer of hope. She looked up at Gu Xingge, her gaze filled with anticipation, and softly inquired, "Is that true?" Indeed, Gu Xingge affirmed with a nod. At present, the system had only activated 3 functions, and while he was unaware of the conditions required to unlock others, as long as the ability to traverse worlds was available, he could bring Hui Yuner back to the extraordinary Tang sect world. Hearing this, Hui Yuner's delicate face lit up with joy. She was willing to wait, even if it took a while, just to return and see Yuhao again. Patience was her forte, having once waited for Duke Baihu and now for her Yuhao. Thank you for summoning me. Is there anything you need me to do? I can wash, cook, clean, and even tend to flowers. She eagerly introduced her skills to the handsome young man before her, her eyes glimmering with hope. Guxinga, though somewhat surprised by the summoning of Haoyang, felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, given the situation, he could not express his dissatisfaction by labeling her as a wasting a precious summoning card. Then for now, why don't you stay by my side as a maid and take care of my daily needs? Guxinga pondered for a moment before suggesting this role. The gentle beauty nodded respectfully. Having once served as a maid to a duke, she was well versed in caring for others. To help Haoyang understand her current situation, Guxinga began to enlighten her about the world. Yinner, my name is Guxinga. From now on, you may address me as Mr. Gu. As for my other identities, you will learn of them in due course. The world you find yourself in is a parallel universe to your original one, set 10,000 years prior to the ascension of the Dai family ancestor, Dai Mubai. Guxinga emphasized key points, knowing that Haoyang might grasp only part of the era before Tang San's ascension, but the significance of Dai Mubai would be clear to her, as he was the progenitor of the White Tiger Duke. Stunned to discover that she had arrived in the age preceding Dai Mubai's ascension, Haoyang timidly asked, so, he has not yet become a deity, and the Dai family is still part of the Star Luo Empire's royal lineage? Guxinga nodded, explaining that the royal authority of the Star Luo Empire had undergone shifts over the millennia. The Dai family, once a part of the royal family, had been overthrown but survived due to their formidable strength and connections, ultimately becoming dukes, second only in prestige to the royal family. Moreover, the wife of the White Tiger Duke was a princess of the royal family. Yinner, you hail from 10,000 years in the future. Even if it is not the same world, merely a parallel timeline, certain things are best kept to yourself and should not be disclosed. Guxinga continued to advise her, as she possessed knowledge that could influence this era, and he urged her to refrain from revealing anything from her own time. Understanding his implication, Haoyang nodded, promising to remember his words. Good, that is wise. Here, take this, he said, producing a Tianshui Dan from his hand, which he offered to her. Your soul power has reached level 9. The medicinal properties of this Tianshui Dan are sufficient to elevate you to level 10. I will assist you in obtaining your first soul ring afterward. As Haoyang looked at the Tianshui Dan, she felt both surprised and honored. Although she was unaware of its value, her experiences in the Duke's household had taught her that any elixir was immensely precious. Unsure whether to accept it, she hesitated. However, before she could contemplate further, Guxinga insisted on placing the Tianshui Dan into her hands, urging her to consume and refine it, as it was crucial to his newfound intention of nurturing her talent. Possessing a spiritual, martial soul akin to Haoyang's, her potential was exceptionally high, and with proper cultivation, she could become a formidable spirit Douluo in the future. Despite her low innate soul power, Guxinga was determined to develop her, and with the resources at his disposal, it was entirely feasible. A spirit Douluo specializing in the mental realm was a rarity that Guxinga had yet to encounter, and he had never even heard of a soul master possessing a physical martial soul. Thus, it appeared that Haoyang might be the only soul master with a physical martial soul on the Douluo continent. In the holy hall of the Martial Soul Palace, Bibi Dong, having rested for 2 days, stood by the window, glancing down at the letter just received from Haoyang, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise and a hint of reproach. My dear husband, how stingy, she mused. From the letter, it was clear that Guxinga was aware of her disciple's undercover status and had encouraged the students of Tianshui Academy to target and exclude her. How petty! However, in an effort to inspire those students, he had even offered a millennium-old soul bone, indicating that he was serious about his role as a teacher, rather than treating it as a mere pastime. Yet, the students of Tianshui Academy were hardly worthy to be compared to Shaona. A trace of disdain crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. Haoyang was her disciple and a leading figure of the younger generation within the Martial Soul Palace, receiving the finest training available. Even if they were given 5 or 10 years, those Tianshui students would never surpass her. The inherent disparity was too great. Even with Guxinga's guidance, they could not bridge that gap. No matter what, Haoyang must not lose. Not only because of the millennium-old soul bone, but also due to Bibi Dong's desire to compete with Guxinga. She was determined to see whether her meticulously trained disciple would prove stronger than Guxinga's students, who had only been under his tutelage for 2 years. Bibi Dong promptly turned and left the holy hall, heading towards Tianshui Academy. The night sky was serene and ethereal, adorned with countless stars that embellished the dark expanse overhead, while a radiant moon hung high, casting gentle light that soothed the world below. Inside a quaint Western-style building, Gushenge sat cross-legged, a tranquil smile gracing his features. The cool, lonely moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in its glow as he formed the Taiyin seal. Countless silver light particles danced around him, which he continuously absorbed, creating a shimmering brilliance that did not dazzle, but instead illuminated him like a celestial being, majestic and divine. Beside him, Haoyang quietly watched, her blue eyes filled with curiosity and gratitude towards Gushenge. Were it not for his summoning, she might have already been reincarnated in the underworld, with no hope of seeing Yu Hao again. Though a long wait lay ahead before she could reunite with him, Haoyang was willing to endure it. A knock echoed through the room, interrupting Gushenge's meditation. He withdrew from his trance, slowly opening his eyes, a silver glimmer passing through them as he gently instructed Haoyang, "Please, go answer the door." "Yes," she replied. Haoyang nodded in agreement and turned to open the door. As she swung it wide, her gaze fell upon a stunningly beautiful woman, Bibi Dong. Dressed in the attire of a pontiff, her beauty was striking, her delicate features adorned with light makeup, radiating like a lotus blooming in verdant waves, captivating and enchanting. A flowing gown of pale purple with golden patterns accentuated her tall, graceful figure. After being nurtured by Gushenge, she appeared even more supple and voluptuous. The Pope's dignified aura was momentarily subdued, her every smile and frown brimming with a myriad of charms, exuding the alluring essence of a mature woman, making one yearn to savor her. Upon noticing that the one who opened the door was not Gushenge, but another woman, Bibi Dong's expression instantly turned frosty. Coldly, she inquired, "Who are you?" Her long-accumulated authority surged forth, overwhelming Haoyang like an enraged lioness, forcing the delicate beauty to kneel before Bibi Dong. Her blue eyes filled with panic as she revealed her identity. "I have seen the lady. I am the new maid recently appointed by the master, responsible for his daily needs." At the mention of lady, Bibi Dong paused slightly, and her gaze towards Haoyang softened, losing its earlier sharpness and gaining a hint of admiration. "Ah, so you are Shenge's maid. You may rise." "Yes, my lady." Haoyang did not immediately stand, but waited until Bibi Dong had passed her before slowly rising, respectfully following her. As they approached Gushenge, she spoke up to remind him, "Sir, the lady has arrived." Upon hearing that the lady had come, Gushenge turned to Bibi Dong, his golden eyes flickering with surprise. "What brings you here so suddenly?" "A surprise inspection." "Donger, why are you here? Have you recovered?" Bibi Dong merely snorted in response, offering no answer. "My lady, please have some tea." Haoyang brought 2 cups of steaming tea to the table before quietly leaving the room to allow them to converse. Bibi Dong settled onto the sofa opposite Gushenge, and as she sat, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of pain crossing her beautiful eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Gushenge noticed the shift in her expression, a smile curving his lips as he thought, "It seems she hasn't fully recovered yet." Seeing the hint of a smile on his face, Bibi Dong's frustration flared, unable to believe he could still smile. "I should never have agreed to your unreasonable demands. You may be comfortable, but I am the one suffering." After taking a sip of her tea, she set the cup down and began to vent her frustrations at Gushenge. Elder Haoyang's authority is truly formidable. With just a few words, he has isolated my little Na. I doubt she can remain at Tianshui Academy any longer. I will send her back to the Spirit Hall tomorrow. This place is beneath us. We shall not return. Upon hearing this, Gushenge's smile froze. It was clear that she had come to settle the score, and she was aware of his targeting of Haoyang. Observing the displeased expression on the mature pontiff's face, Gushenge felt a sense of helplessness. Although he understood that her anger was feigned, it was necessary to soothe her. He rose to sit beside Bibi Dong, wrapping his arms around her and allowing her to lean against his chest. Gently, he played with her wine-red, silky hair, inhaling her delightful fragrance, which intoxicated him. "Dongya, do not be upset. I merely aim to motivate our students. I did not intend to single out or isolate little Na. She and the other students learn equally from me. I harbor no secrets from her. I only wish for the others to have a goal to strive towards." However, as soon as he finished explaining, Bibi Dong's emotions ignited, abruptly rising from his embrace, her voice filled with discontent. "Your words are easy to say. You have 12 students in total, and 11 of them see Little Na as a rival. Yet you claim you are not targeting her. Yes, I arranged for Little Na to be by your side to supervise you, fearing that without me, those reckless suitors would disturb you. I wanted Little Na to shield you. But instead, you're trying to drive her away. Do you realize the pain your actions have caused her? In the face of her admonitions, Gu Shenge remained calm, understanding that Bibi Dong regarded Hulayina as a daughter, and it was only natural for her to defend her. Out of respect for his wife, Gu Shenge decided to offer Hulayina some compensation. He produced a lead box from his hand and handed it to Bibi Dong, speaking softly to soothe her. Donger, I know you treat Little Na as your own daughter. How could I allow her to suffer in vain? Here is something to make amends. Since you're here, why not present it to her yourself? As Bibi Dong looked at the lead box he had offered, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be another soul bone? Her heart raced, for soul bones were rare treasures, and anyone fortunate enough to obtain one would immediately assimilate it. Considering this, Gu Shenge already possessed 2 unassimilated soul bones. I refused to call him my husband. The thought of being compelled to address him as such brought a blush of embarrassment to her cheeks. Slowly, she accepted the lead box and opened it, only to be met with an overwhelming wave of icy energy that rushed forth, chilling the air like the frigid winds of the far north. Frost coated the floor, walls, and furniture, even freezing the 2 cups of hot tea into solid blocks of ice. Accompanying the icy surge was a tremendous wave of soul power that startled Bibi Dong, prompting her to hastily close the box and gaze at Gu Shenge, her fair face reflecting shock. This soul bone, the head soul bone of a 9-tailed ice fox, with a quality exceeding 94,000 years. Gu Shenge nonchalantly explained, leaving Bibi Dong utterly astounded. A head soul bone of over 94,000 years, second only to the most precious 10,000-year soul bone, was being so casually offered as compensation for her disciple. Bibi Dong quickly shook her head, pushing the soul bone back towards Gu Shenge. No, this is far too precious. Little Na cannot accept this. Though she was perturbed by the targeting of Hulayina, she had not anticipated such a valuable offering from him. How could I let your disciple be wronged? While this 9,000-year soul bone is indeed precious, it is not suited for me. It would be better bestowed upon someone who can truly utilize it and serve as a form of compensation for Little Na. Gu Shenge implored Bibi Dong to accept the soul bone, for he possessed the Snow Emperor's crown, a treasure of 600,000 years. The 9,000-year head soul bone of the 9-tailed ice fox held no allure for him. Better to use it to enhance the goodwill of both Bibi Dong and Hulayina than let it languish unused in his inventory. Upon hearing him refer to her as wife, a rosy blush spread across Bibi Dong's exquisite face, rendering her utterly enchanting. She recognized that Gu Shenge's decision to present such a top-tier soul bone to Hulayina was entirely out of consideration for her, filling her heart with sweetness. Gazing at the man before her with tender eyes, she opened her long, graceful arms and embraced Gu Shenge, nestling against him, her voice soft and affectionate. You are truly wonderful to me. You are my wife. Who else should I cherish if not you? With a gentle hand, Gu Shenge caressed the silky hair of the mature woman nestled in his embrace. He leaned down to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, his tone brimming with affection. The warmth of his breath enveloped her ear, moist and tender, causing Bibi Dong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She melted into him like a soft puddle, feeling an undeniable attachment to Gu Shenge. His love was intoxicating and irresistible. My dear husband, since you enjoy teaching, why not come to the Spirit Hall Academy? I shall hand over the position of dean to you, and we can be together every day. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong gazed at her husband, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope. However, Gu Shenge simply shook his head, refusing her proposal. This response displeased the proud pope, a flicker of crimson flashing in her eyes. Rising from his embrace, she pushed him away and threatened him. Oof. What could possibly be so enticing about the Tianshui Academy that you would waste your time here? I don't care if you refuse my request. You shall never lay a finger on me again. Watching Bibi Dong's sudden shift to petulance, Gu Shenge could only sigh helplessly. It was astonishing how quickly a woman's mood could change. One moment she was sweetly calling him her husband, and the next she was turning her back on him. Nevertheless, as she was his beloved wife, he could only indulge her whims. Don't be upset, my dear Dong. Since you yearn for me to return to the Spirit Hall, how about we make a wager? Upon hearing Guxinga refer to her as Donger, Bibidong's heart softened. What wager? Let us bet whether my students can defeat Xiao Na within 2 years. Very well. If your students fail to defeat Xiao Na within that time frame, you must obediently return to the spirit hall to be by my side. Bibidong readily agreed, and Guxinga followed up with a question. All right, but what if Xiao Na loses? Xiao Na cannot possibly lose. Bibidong's confidence in Hulayina was unshakable. After all, she had devoted years to nurturing her. My dear, nothing is absolute. What if Xiao Na were to lose? Observing his wife's unwavering confidence, Guxinga cautioned her against overestimating the situation, but before he could finish, she interrupted him. Perhaps due to his repeated refusals to return to the spirit hall, Bibidong's emotions spiraled out of control. She clenched her fists and pounded her delicate fists against his chest, growling in frustration. Guxinga, what do you mean by this? You simply do not wish to return to the spirit hall, do you? Which enchantress has captivated you so thoroughly that you would forsake me? You heartless man, I have indulged your unreasonable demands, and now that you have what you want, you forget me. I must have been blind to have misjudged you. Her exquisite face began to show signs of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, flowing like rain on a pear blossom. She looked utterly heartbroken, resembling a forsaken wife. Each word a stinging rebuke towards Guxinga for abandoning her in favor of a new infatuation. Seeing Bibidong in tears threw Guxinga into a frenzy. He could hardly focus on the wager any longer. He scrambled to find the right words to comfort her. Please, my love, do not cry. How could I ever abandon you? You're my dearest. I promise, regardless of the outcome, once the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament concludes, I shall resign and return to the Spear Hall, and I will be by your side every day. Listening to his panicked and urgent tone, coupled with the tenderness in his gaze, Bibidong gradually ceased her sobbing, the corners of her mouth curling upwards into a sly smile. Easy to manipulate, she mused to herself. She had long since discerned Guxinga's Achilles heel. As soon as she shed tears, he would be at her mercy. How could she not take advantage of this? Yet, seeing her husband so concerned for her well-being brought immense satisfaction to Bibidong. Indeed, her husband loved her the most. No other temptress could compare. You promised that once the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament ends, you would return to the Spirit Hall. Yes, my sweet Donger, do not cry anymore. Your tears pierce my heart. Once the tournament concludes, I will return to the Spirit Hall and will never leave your side. Guxinga nodded, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Bibidong's eyes. Her originally refined makeup had smudged, resembling a charming little cat, eliciting both amusement and tenderness from him. What of your regal poise as the Pope? He enveloped the stunning Pope in his embrace, assuring her not to dwell on unfounded fears. He would never abandon her, even in death. Though Guxinga fancied himself a heartthrob, to this day, Bibidong was the only woman with whom he had truly shared intimacy. Even Lung Qishuang had merely been a fleeting encounter. He adored and cherished Bibidong above all else, and the sight of her tears was unbearable. Nestled in her beloved's arms, Bibidong relished the warmth of his embrace, her enchanting face radiating satisfaction. I believe in you, my husband. You are the best. In Guxinga's presence, Bibidong transformed into an enamored girl, capable of tears, tantrums, and jealousy, casting aside her Pope's dignity. She had no desire to relive past experiences. As he tenderly caressed her perfect form, Guxinga felt a stirring within him, though she had yet to fully recover. Her physique as a Title Douluo should pose little issue. Guxinga leaned down to whisper sweetly in Bibidong's ear, causing a wave of shyness to wash over her. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately shook her head in refusal. My dear husband, let us wait a few more days. Seeing her decline, Guxinga did not press her, merely displaying a look of disappointment. Bibidong, witnessing his discontent, felt a pang of sympathy, just as he could not bear to see her cry. She could not endure the sight of him disappointed. It was her own vulnerability, a weakness exclusive to him. Bibidong leaned in to whisper softly in Guxinga's ear, and his disappointment instantly faded, replaced by joy. He immediately embraced the breathtaking Pope, kissing her tenderly on the rosy petals of her lips. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, he finally pulled away and praised her. My dear wife, you are the best. I love you the most. Every time Guxinga uttered those words, Bibidong felt immense satisfaction, allowing him to carry her upstairs. There is no doubt that Bibidong is the primary female lead. Chapter 67. The demon soul master intercepts Bibi Dong. In the student dormitory, Huaina sat cross-legged on her bed, immersed in meditation when she was suddenly roused by Bibidong's voice. Shaona, open the door. Huaina's eyes flew open, her enchanting gaze widening in surprise. The teacher is here. She hurriedly jumped up and opened the door. Standing outside was Bibi Dong, holding a black lead box. A mixture of astonishment and joy washed over Huaina, and she quickly invited her teacher inside, inquiring respectfully. Teacher, what brings you here so late? You have been wronged, and as your teacher, I must seek justice for you. Bibi Dong handed the black lead box to Huaina. As soon as she opened her mouth to speak, a rich aroma of stone heather wafted toward her, piquing her curiosity. Upon seeing the black lead box, the charming girl's eyes widened in shock. Could be a soul bone. Teacher, what is this? This is compensation from Elder Haoyang, a head soul bone from a nine-tailed ice fox, over 94,000 years old. Bibi Dong spoke softly. This soul bone was second only to the 10,000-year soul bones, and even the spirit hall could scarcely produce such a treasure. Had it not been for her standing, her student would never have received such a valuable item, something even a Title Douluo would lack. What? A soul bone over 90,000 years old? Upon hearing that the box contained a head soul bone of such rarity, Huaina was utterly astounded. Elder Haoyang had actually been so generous as to offer her such a priceless treasure. However, upon reflection, it is evident that the involvement of a teacher played a significant role. Had it not been for the teacher's direct intervention, Elder Haoyang might not have been inclined to present this item. Thank you, teacher. Huaina accepted the lead box with great joy, while Bibi Dong enveloped the entire room with her soul power to prevent any unforeseen incidents, subsequently assisting her disciple in assimilating the head spirit bone of the over 90,000-year-old nine-tailed ice fox. This extraordinarily high-grade spirit bone, if not fused now, could potentially be lost or seized in the future, which would be devastating. The absorption of spirit rings is constrained by one's cultivation age, whereas spirit bones do not share this limitation. With Bibi Dong's assistance, Huaina successfully absorbed and fused the head spirit bone, and with the immense soul power contained within it, she ascended 3 levels, reaching the rank of level 50. The fox-like girl gradually opened her eyes, revealing a pure white spirit bone resembling the face of a white fox on her fair forehead, emanating an intense chill that affected the room's temperature, causing frost to form on the floors and walls, which only returned to normal once Huaina retracted the head spirit bone. Feeling the surge of soul power that elevated her by 3 levels, Huaina's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. With just one more spirit ring, she would attain the status of a soul king. After witnessing her complete diffusion of the spirit bone, Bibi Dong spoke again. Shaona, I hope you can agree to a request from me. Please, teacher, go ahead. Huaina nodded, ready to comply with any request the teacher might make. 2 years hence, during the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, should the Wuhun Hall Academy encounter the Tianshui Academy in the finals, I hope you will concede victory to Tianshui Academy. Bibi Dong's words were shocking, leaving Huaina momentarily stunned. Her teacher was asking her to deliberately lose to Tianshui Academy? Teacher, if the Wuhun Hall Academy loses in the competition, it could tarnish our reputation, wouldn't it? To some extent, yes, but it is of little consequence. The Wuhun Hall has already secured 2 championships in the previous 3 competitions, and the Xinghua Empire has claimed 1. So it is only fair that the Tiando Empire wins this time. Bibi Dong was not without consideration, for the true purpose of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was not merely to discern who is the strongest, but rather to discover and recruit outstanding soul masters. I understand, teacher. Huaina nodded, conceding to Tianshui Academy was contingent upon them reaching the finals. And besides, she had also gained something, suspecting that the head spirit bone was a means to win her over. Although the glory of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was significant and the rewards plentiful, such glory was but a hollow title, and no reward could compare to a spirit bone of over 90,000 years. Unless the Wuhun Hall were to offer a 100,000-year spirit bone as a prize, which was utterly implausible. In this instance, she had come out ahead. Very well, then. I must return to the Wuhun Hall now, and do not speak of your possession of the spirit bone to anyone. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, reiterating her warning to Huaina about keeping her spirit bone a secret, despite being the Pope's disciple and backed by the Wuhun Hall. There was no guarantee that others would not covet the spirit bone. The fox-like girl nodded, watching her teacher depart, her hand brushing her forehead as a joyful smile graced her enchanting face. After leaving Tianshui Academy, Bibi Dong prepared to return to the Wuhun Hall. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she abruptly halted, sensing an inexplicable aura. Her perfect, graceful figure tensed, and her mental energy erupted, spreading outwards to envelop a 10-mile radius. Her exquisite face displaying a vigilant expression as 9 spirit rings rose beneath her long, golden-proportioned legs, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 spirit rings surrounded her form, their multicolored radiance accentuating her flawless visage, while the overwhelming aura of the Title Douluo surged through the heavens and the earth. And behind her loomed the death spider emperor spirit, colossal and fearsome, roaring with ferocity. Who dares to show themselves? The proud Pope commanded, her beautiful eyes glinting with scarlet light as she gazed into a shadowy corner. From the formerly empty darkness, a figure gradually emerged, cloaked in a black robe devoid of any patterns, rendering their true form indistinguishable. Yet, as they took a step forward, 9 spirit rings began to materialize, 3 black, 3 red, and 3 orange gold. Notably, the 3 orange spirit rings bore 8 golden patterns. A profoundly dark and enigmatic figure materialized behind them, wielding a scepter that exuded an eerie aura of devouring all, a formidable pressure of soul power far surpassing Bibi Dong enveloping her without reservation. What? Bibi Dong's exquisite face registered shock as she struggled to withstand the terrifying pressure. The presence before her felt even more powerful than Title Douluo. Who are you? She coldly questioned the approaching figure in black, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation, though she did not act recklessly. The figure regarded Bibi Dong, staring at her face for an extended moment, the purple eyes beneath the hood flickering with an inexplicable expression before slowly speaking in a voice devoid of warmth. Indistinguishable by gender. The Lord of the Demon Soul. The Lord of the Demon Soul. The mere mention of this name intensified Bibi Dong's astonishment. Since the emergence of the Demon Soul sect, the Lord of the Demon Soul had never made an appearance on the mainland, and this was her first encounter with them. Are you intending to confront the Wuhun Hall? Bibi Dong coldly interrogated the Lord of the Demon Soul, her vigilance heightened. Should the Lord take action? Even if she could not match their strength, escape would still be within her grasp. The Lord of the Demon Soul reigned in their overwhelming pressure and spoke with indifference. I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Impossible. The Wuhun Hall would never engage in dealings with the Demon Soul sect. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong rejected the offer, yet the Lord's next words caused her countenance to shift dramatically. Do you not wish to know the truth of that night, 23 years ago? The Lord of the Demon Soul's voice was soft, yet it struck Bibi Dong's ears like thunder, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Her exquisite face contorted in rage. She roared for the Lord of the Demon Soul to silence themselves, her death spider emperor spirit roaring in response. Silence. Do not speak. Unfazed by Bibi Dong's fury, the Lord of the Demon Soul maintained an icy demeanor. That night, Tianshui did not insult you. At these words, Bibi Dong retorted angrily. Impossible. If that beast did not insult me, how then did that abominable child come to be? I remember it all too clearly. That monster. If Tianshui had not insulted her, how could Tianrenshui exist? The memories of that night were vivid, haunting her like a nightmare. Sometimes, memories are not necessarily true. The Lord of the Demon Soul seemed to possess extensive knowledge, continuing to speak, yet at that moment, Bibi Dong could not absorb their words. Her eyes glimmered with crimson light as she gradually lost her sanity, the Death Spider Emperor spirit behind her growing increasingly agitated, as if it were about to pounce on the Lord of the Demon Soul. Observing Bibi Dong's descent into madness, the Lord's purple eyes flickered with a trace of pity. Recognizing that she could not accept this revelation at present, the Lord of the Demon Soul sighed softly and began to fade from her view, needing to allow Bibi Dong time to process. On the 10th of October, the weather was clear, the sun bright, and the warmth inviting. Within the elite class, the young women had begun to arrive one after another. Following the self-introduction from the previous day, they had gradually grown familiar with one another, each gaining a degree of understanding. Haoyang sat at the back of the classroom, observing her classmates who were gathered in clusters, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Yet no one approached her, leaving her in an apparent state of isolation. However, she remained indifferent. The charming girl thought to herself, I have received compensation in the form of soul bones for over 90,000 years. Do you possess such a thing? You do not. Rather than feeling aggrieved, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, how formidable do you think Teacher Gu is? How does he compare to my grandfather Jian? Ning Rongrong leaned on her desk, discussing with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing whether Gu Shenge was more powerful than her grandfather Jian. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, admitting she was unsure and could not judge. However, considering that Haoyang had slain 5 Title Douluos with a single move, she leaned towards favoring Gu Shenge. Of course, it's Teacher Gu. He once defeated numerous evil beast kings with just one strike, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she recalled the magnificent figure that stood protectively before her and her mother, akin to a solar deity. Yet, I still believe Grandfather Jian is stronger. His soul power has reached level 96, making him the world's foremost attack soul master. Teacher Gu is merely a newly ascended Title Douluo. He cannot possibly match my grandfather's prowess. Despite her words, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although her grandfather was indeed powerful, he had no record of annihilating 5 Title Douluos with a single move, and moreover, he lacked the charm that Teacher Gu possessed. I propose a contest between Teacher Gu and Jian Douluo. The victor shall be deemed the more powerful. Suddenly, Yi Lingling interjected with her suggestion, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a splendid idea. Mere discussions held little merit. A direct confrontation would reveal who was truly stronger. Ning Rongrong then turned to Xiao Wu, a hint of curiosity in her expression, and inquired, by the way, Xiao Wu, what exactly is this evil beast king you speak of? I have never heard of it. The evil beast king is precisely that, a being of immense malevolence, distinct from soul beasts. They serve as the minions of the Rakshasa god, a mutual enemy of both soul masters and soul beasts. Xiao Wu earnestly explained, detailing the nature of evil beasts, with the evil beast king being the most formidable among them, each equivalent to a 100,000-year soul beast. After listening, Ning Rongrong and the others found the concept somewhat strange. They had never heard of such evil beasts on the continent, and felt as if they were listening to a tale. Noticing their skepticism, Xiao Wu refrained from elaborating further, acknowledging that evil beasts had indeed been eradicated from the continent 2,000 years prior. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Bing'er settled into their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Gu Shenge. Moments later, he appeared unexpectedly at the podium, captivating the attention of the girls. Surveying the assembled students, he spoke gently, initiating the day's lesson. Before we begin, allow me to pose a question. Can anyone answer about the restrictions concerning the absorption years of the 9 soul rings? Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances. The question was not particularly difficult, although Xiao Wu was the only one who remained unaware. Shui Bing'er was the first to raise her hand, and Gu Shenge gestured for her to stand and respond. Teacher, according to the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the maximum absorption limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, the second is 764 years, the third is 1,760 years, the fourth is 5,000 years, and the fifth is 12,000 years. The so-called The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls is a theoretical textbook authored by Yu Xiaojing and published by the Martial Soul Hall, credited to the master himself. Even Gu Shenge had studied this work during his time at the Blue Titan Academy. However, he found the theories therein of little practical use to himself, though they were somewhat beneficial to ordinary soul masters. After Shui Bing'er concluded her explanation, Gu Shenge nodded and allowed her to take her seat, commencing his teaching. Indeed, Bing'er, your recounting of the absorption years for the 9 soul rings aligns perfectly with the textbook. It is clear that you have diligently studied the theory. However, theory remains mere theory. While it may hold some truth, its application in practice can be quite different. To illustrate the disparity between theory and practice, 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, ascended from Gu Shenge's feet. The girls' gazes converged upon the soul rings, captivated by the resplendence of purple, the profundity of black, and the allure of red. The interplay of colors illuminated his flawless physique and the overwhelming aura of his soul power, as heavy and imposing as a mountain, briefly washed over them, though it did not significantly affect them. Have you all seen the first soul ring? Gu Shenge pointed to his first soul ring, eliciting astonished expressions from students. It was indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. According to the textbook, a 1,000-year soul ring could only be acquired upon reaching the rank of soul sage. Yet their teacher had obtained it while still a soul master. Such a notion defied all logic. Teacher, how is it that your first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring? Unable to contain her curiosity, Ning Rongrong was the first to raise her hand. Shui Binger, Hu Lai Na, and the others leaned in attentively, as they had never seen anyone acquire a 1,000-year soul ring while still a soul master, let alone heard of such a phenomenon. The restrictions on soul ring absorption years are merely vague limitations. Do you know who authored the 10 core competencies of martial souls that you're studying? Upon hearing this, the girls shook their heads, only aware that it was written by someone known as the master, but they had no knowledge of his true identity. Shui Wearer promptly raised her hand to answer, sharing her insights. Teacher, the 10 core competencies of martial souls was authored by someone called the master. I recall there being some introductions about him, claiming he is theory invincible, and presumably, he is also a Title Douluo like you. Theory invincible, upon hearing this, evoked a sense of great prowess. Yi Lingling, Hu Lai Na, and the others nodded in agreement with Shui Yueter's analysis. Yet Gu Shenge shook his head, observing the group of girls misled by the moniker, and began to unveil the true nature of this so-called master. Yue, let me impart a lesson. Do not be deceived by titles. The so-called theory invincible master possesses a mere 20th level soul power. Regarding the magic soul sect, it is not merely a random creation. It is intricately woven with foreshadowing that will gradually unfold. Characters from the Sun and Moon continent will also appear, though they are not from the Peerless Tang sect, and they will have connections to the Martial Soul Hall. In Chapter 69, the plagiarist Yu Xiaojiang, the so-called master, who is deemed theory invincible, possesses only a soul power of 29, so do not be misled by titles. Gu Shenge gestured for Shui Yuer to take her seat, revealing the true identity of this master, which caused an uproar among the girls, their faces filled with disbelief. Teacher, you must be joking. That master is only at level 29. Yu Heru expressed her disbelief, as such a formidable title, theory invincible, belonging to someone so weak was hard to fathom. Shui Binger and the others were equally astonished. A theoretical textbook authored by a 29-level Soul Master had somehow gained widespread circulation among numerous Soul Master academies on the continent. What hidden depths lay behind this? Seeing their astonished expressions, Gu Shenge smiled, recalling his own complicated history with Yu Xiaojiang, not due to Bibi Dong, but because of Lu Erlong. Ning Rongrong once more raised her hand, eager to inquire, Teacher, if that master only possesses 29-level soul power, how did his 10 core competencies of martial souls pass the Martial Soul Hall's review and gain circulation in Soul Master academies across the continent? Could it be that his identity is not ordinary? Regarding the identity of this master, she was quite curious. During her time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had heard tales of the master, and her father held him in high regard. The young ladies turned to Gu Shenge in unison, eager to learn about the master's background. As a teacher, he naturally satisfied his students' curiosity. The master's original name was Yu Xiaojiang, the second son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader. Unfortunately, he was born into a prestigious family, yet possessed only a meager innate soul power of half a rank. And his martial soul was neither a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon nor anything of grandeur, but rather a rather unremarkable spirit resembling a pig or dog, which rendered him a source of shame for the clan. Many within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family even questioned whether Yu Xiaojiang was truly the leader's son. As Gu Shenge recounted the tale, the young ladies listened intently, preferring the intrigue of gossip over monotonous theoretical knowledge. Teacher, is it true that Yu Xiaojiang is not the biological son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader? Ning Rongrong eagerly raised her hand, animatedly inquiring about the legitimacy of Yu Xiaojiang's lineage. She held a deep disdain for the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, recalling her visits there with her father, where their haughty demeanor and lofty airs had irked her greatly. If Yu Xiaojiang were indeed not Yu Yuanjin's offspring, it would undoubtedly provoke a stir, and she relished the thought of how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would hold their heads high in the presence of outsiders thereafter. While others might fear the clan and remain silent, Ning Rongrong believed that Guxinga would not shy away from the truth. However, Guxinga shook his head. As for whether Yu Xiaojiang is indeed Yu Yuanjin's son, I am not entirely certain. That is a question for Yu Yuanjin's wife. Upon hearing that even the teacher was unsure, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After all, Yu Yuanjin's wife had passed away 2 or 3 decades ago. How could one inquire now? Teacher, what became of Yu Xiaojiang afterward? Shui Wu raised her hand to ask, curious about how he ascended to the status of a master. Later, Yu Xiaojiang, due to his inferior martial soul aptitude and the fact that he did not awaken as a blue lightning tyrant dragon, faced disdain and humiliation from both his peers and elders within the clan. To resolve his martial soul issues, he began to seek various theoretical knowledge regarding martial souls. Unfortunately, relying solely on theory could not remedy his situation. Even now, Yu Xiaojiang was nearing 50 years of age, yet his cultivation remained at a mere 29 levels. As Guxinga finished speaking, Shui Yu eagerly raised her hand, eager to share her understanding. I understand now, teacher. You wish to convey that we should not solely rely on the theories found in books. Practical experience is of utmost importance. Several young ladies nodded in agreement with Shui Yu, echoing her sentiments. Observing the enthusiastic dolphin girl, Guxinga smiled gently and gestured for her to sit down. What Yu mentioned is merely one aspect. Whether theory or practice, we must grasp both. Theory is derived from the practical experiences of our predecessors, while our practice will become the theory for future generations. However, I hope you do not adopt erroneous theories nor become overly reliant on the theories of those who came before. It is essential to engage in your own practice. Do you understand? Understood. Upon learning that the author of the 10 core competencies of martial souls was merely a 29-level Great Soul Master, they began to regard the work with contempt. In a world that reveres strength, the words of those with higher cultivation hold greater weight and truth. And the opposite is equally valid. What you have learned from the 10 core competencies of martial souls is not accurately authored by Yu Xiaojiang. He is merely a conveyor of knowledge, compiling various theories he has gleaned from the martial soul hall. After all, how could a 29-level Great Soul Master possibly know the absorption limits for the 9 soul rings? This was not Guxinga's intention to disparage Yu Xiaojiang. He merely stated the facts. During his time in the martial soul hall, aside from his interactions with Bibi Dong, he was immersed in the library, absorbing various theoretical knowledge to avoid being at a loss during lessons. Much of the content in Yu Xiaojiang's The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls could be found scattered throughout the library. However, it would require time and effort to compile it. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Yu Xiaojiang's theories were already 2 decades old, and the library's knowledge had undergone at least 5 updates since then. Nonetheless, the various Soul Master factions and the Martial Soul Hall had restricted most theoretical knowledge. Unless one possessed the backing of a powerful faction, other Soul Master academies were lagging several versions behind in theoretical knowledge. Shui Bingye, Zhu King, and the others contemplated Guxinga's words, finding them to be quite reasonable. Yu Xiaojiang was merely a 29-level Great Soul Master with only 2 rings himself. How could he possibly know the absorption limits for the remaining 7 rings? Aside from being a conveyor of knowledge, they could think of no other explanation. As for the theories regarding mutated martial souls and the compatibility of martial souls with soul rings, they presumed he had also derived those from other texts, amalgamating them into what became known as the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Upon realizing this, the young ladies felt indignant. Yi Lingling raised her hand, a hint of anger in her voice. Teacher, if this is the case, does it not imply that the so-called master is merely a plagiarizer, appropriating the theories established by others and shamelessly presenting them as his own to gain fame and embellish himself? Indeed, that is exceedingly shameless. It is the hard work of others that he claims as his own. How disgusting. Absolutely, what a disgrace. As Guxinga observed the young ladies expressing their disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, he urged them to remain calm and composed. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang's actions, he too felt a sense of disapproval. After all, the theories learned from the Martial Soul Hall were ultimately undermined by his disciples' destruction of the hall in the original narrative. This was a classic case of someone filling their own belly only to turn and upend the pot. Yu Xiaojiang, what are you saying? I merely borrowed ideas. Just borrowing. In the midst of their fervent indignation at Yu Xiaojiang's shamelessness, Guxinga instructed them to quiet down. Remember, dismiss such titles as master or expert as nothing more than a joke. Do not take them too seriously. Allow me to share another humorous anecdote about a master. He once proclaimed a self-encouraging phrase: "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." While this statement may initially sound somewhat valid, upon deeper reflection, it is fundamentally flawed. Upon hearing this joke, Shui Binger and the others began to ponder. At first glance, it indeed seemed to hold some merit, yet upon further examination, it revealed itself to be quite unreasonable, though they struggled to pinpoint precisely where. No useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Is he speaking of himself? Shui Wearer curiously asked, to which Gushingen nodded in affirmation. Yu Xiaojiang intended this phrase as proof of his own worth, yet he overlooked a crucial point: innate soul power. When the topic of innate soul power was raised, the young ladies finally grasped the flaw in his argument. Yu Xiaojiang spoke solely of martial souls, neglecting the aspect of innate soul power. Noticing the dawning realization on their faces, Gu Shenge recognized that they had all come to the same conclusion. It seems you have all figured it out. Indeed, innate soul power determines a soul master's potential for future growth. Even if a soul master possesses the most exceptional martial soul, should their innate soul power be exceedingly low or even non-existent, barring extraordinary fortune, they will not progress far along the path of a soul master. Conversely, if one possesses full innate soul power, even a mere pig could potentially attain the rank of Title Douluo. However, it is regrettable that Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul, neither resembling a pig nor a dog, along with his innate soul power of merely half a level, destined him to never ascend to the status of a formidable soul master. Thus, while the assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, holds true, it is not entirely accurate. To encapsulate this notion in a single phrase, it ultimately depends on the individual. This statement applies to someone with full innate soul power whose martial soul is akin to that of a pig. Yet, when applied to an individual whose martial soul is a pig and possesses exceedingly low or even non-existent innate soul power, it becomes irrelevant. After articulating all this, Gushenge felt a pang of thirst. He casually reached for a cup on the podium, removed the tea lid, and took a sip. He paused slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at the teacup. He distinctly remembered not having brought a teacup with him. Who had prepared this? The flavor was rather delightful, a blend of sweetness with a hint of bitterness, pleasantly soothing to the throat. Observing the few white flowers steeped within the cup, he recognized them as honeysuckle. Gushenge then turned his gaze to the students below, his eyes landing on Yi Lingling, who slightly lifted her head, appearing eager for praise, which elicited a smile from him. Teacher, does this imply that as long as one possesses sufficiently high innate soul power, regardless of the nature of their martial soul, their future achievements will be remarkable? Ning Rongrong raised her hand to inquire. Gushenge set down the teacup and nodded. The accomplishments of a soul master are not dictated by their martial soul, but rather by their innate soul power. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Even those with low innate soul power may forge a successful path if fortune smiles upon them, and they encounter rare treasures that enhance their potential. Upon hearing about the treasures that could elevate one's potential, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, where can we find these treasures? Xiaoruoshui eagerly raised her hand. Within the Tianshui Academy's girl group, aside from Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the other 5 possessed only moderate potential. Were it not for their status as the Academy's promising candidates, they would not have qualified for the elite class. Thus, they too yearned to enhance their abilities and not lag behind their elite peers. Gushenge shook his head, indicating his ignorance on the matter, which cast a shadow of disappointment across the girls' faces. All right, let's set aside the extracurricular discussions for now and return to the main topic regarding the constraints of soul ring absorption. With the pleasantries concluded, it was time to delve into the lesson. The absorption of soul rings by soul masters is not solely restricted by their age. The principal factor lies with the soul master themselves. Gushenge turned to the blackboard and inscribed 3 terms: physical quality, soul strength, and martial soul quality. Upon seeing these words on the board, the girls displayed expressions of confusion. They were familiar only with the requisite years for soul ring absorption corresponding to specific realms, but had never heard of such intricate considerations. The ability of a soul master to absorb soul rings hinges on these three aspects. Provided that one's physical quality is sufficiently robust, one's soul is powerful, and the martial soul is of superior quality. Even a 10th level soul master could potentially absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. However, the teacher himself serves as a living example, having absorbed his first soul ring at the age of 10, which was over 1,300 years old, exceeding the maximum age of the first soul ring by threefold. Moreover, all subsequent soul rings were absorbed at higher levels. Absorbing different soul rings not only grants diverse soul skills, but also induces varied transformations in the martial soul. Shenge pointed to his 9 soul rings, using himself as a case study to elaborate further. The girls listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with astonishment, occasionally gasping in awe. Before long, the theoretical lesson concluded. As the bell rang, Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger turned back to regard the blackboard filled with the theory of soul ring absorption and their neatly taken notes, feeling a sense of enlightenment. It turned out that there were so many intricacies involved in the absorption of soul rings. Shui Binger and the others expressed their thoughts, lamenting that had teacher Gu been there to guide them during their initial awakening of martial souls, they would undoubtedly be much stronger now. All right, that concludes this morning's class. In the afternoon, we will not gather in the classroom, but will meet outside my dormitory. Yi Lingling, please come to my office. Upon hearing the bell signal the end of class, Shenge announced the afternoon meeting location, which would be in the open space outside the small Western-style building. Understood, teacher. Yi Lingling's face lit up with joy at the mention, and she quickly rose to follow Shenge out of the classroom, teacup in hand. Xiao Wu, noticing that Shenge had only called Yi Lingling and not her, pouted her lips in mild displeasure. In the hall of offerings within the martial soul city, Tian Douluo gazed at the letter in his hand, which had been condensed from soul power and traversed the ocean through an array. His brow furrowed, and a deep sense of trepidation surfaced in his eyes. Why was the D family suddenly sending individuals to the Douluo continent, and what were their intentions? Although the Qian and D families are both descendants of the angel god, resistance against the D family has been a tradition since the time of Tian Douluo's grandfather, who opposed their presence from the Sun-Moon continent to the Douluo continent. This resistance stemmed from the sheer strength of the D family. A millennium ago, they boasted no less than 10 demigod-level powerhouses, and now, 1,000 years later, their martial souls would only be more formidable. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the angel god and the agreements established with that individual, which necessitated the permission of the Qian family to enter the Douluo continent, the D family would have long since dispatched their strongest to conquer it. After much contemplation, Tian Douluo chose to refuse their request. Regardless of the D family's intentions, this was not the opportune moment, at least not until the Spirit Hall had unified the Douluo continent. Chapter 71. Yin'er delivers lunch Lingling. Has your mother broken through to level 80? In his independent office, Shenge regarded the charming and beautiful young woman, Yi Lingling, with a gentle gaze, inquiring about the recent developments concerning Yi Yusi, having bestowed upon her 2 small creation pills and a piece of a 1,000,000-year soul bone, which, upon consumption and fusion, would suffice for her mother to reach level 80, he was curious about whether she had made progress in the days since he last saw her. Yi Lingling placed the teacup on Shenge's desk and shared her mother's recent achievements. My mother broke through to level 80 the day before yesterday, and is currently contacting friends to prepare for acquiring her 8th soul ring in the Stardow Forest. Tell your mother to hold off for now. There is no rush for the 8th soul ring. Shenge instructed Yi Lingling to convey to Yi Yusi that she need not hasten the process of obtaining her 8th soul ring, as he would personally assist her in the hunt. Yi Lingling nodded obediently, assuring him that she would relay this message to her mother that evening. With Shenge, a Title Douluo, assisting her, it was far more reliable than relying on those soul emperors or soul saints. This tea is quite delightful. Thank you. He gestured towards the honeysuckle tea prepared by the young woman, expressing his appreciation. Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. This was prepared for you by my mother. She mentioned that you would surely feel thirsty and your throat dry during lectures, so she asked me to bring you a cup. Since you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you daily. Though she could have addressed Shenge in a more intimate manner, this was school, after all, and using the title of teacher was more appropriate, reflecting greater respect. How thoughtful of you. I appreciate it. Wusheng nodded, accepting Ye Lingling's keenness. The young woman quickly shook her head, insisting it was no trouble, as long as he liked it. Now, be sure to rest well and conserve your energy. Remember to gather punctually in the afternoon. Goodbye, teacher. Yi Lingling nodded obediently, assuring him she would not be late. She playfully stuck out her tongue at him, exuding cuteness that starkly contrasted with her usually aloof demeanor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Before turning to leave the office, watching the young woman depart, Gushenge smiled gently before lowering his head to prepare for the next lesson. He composed the Haoyang treasure record, which included the 9-rank body forging technique, cold ice true chi, and tying refining spirit technique, categorizing it into 3 sections: the body chapter, the inner power chapter, and the spirit refining chapter. With the speed at which Gushenge had made Bai Dong plead for mercy, he completed this in a mere half hour. However, upon reviewing the assembled Haoyang treasure record, he felt an odd dissonance, despite the name suggesting brightness. The 2 chapters within were incongruous and even opposite in nature, leaving Gushenge with a sense of mismatch. After pondering for a while, he decided to revise the title to Tying Treasure Record. Yes, this name fits much better. Satisfied, Gushenge stored the Tying Treasure Record in the system space for use in the afternoon's lesson. Excuse me, how do I get to Teacher Gu's office? On the academy's playground, Huiyuner, clad in a simple blue robe, yet unable to conceal her delicate beauty, was holding a stack of food boxes and stopped a student to inquire about Gushenge's office. Coincidentally, the student she halted was Shui Yuer. Having been stopped by Gushenge for directions last time, she found herself in the same situation again with Huiyuner, showcasing the dolphin girl's strong guiding nature. May I ask what business you have with Teacher Gu? Shui Yuer asked, gazing at the gentle beauty before her, holding the food boxes with a hint of curiosity. Huiyuner introduced herself as Gushenge's maid and indicated the food boxes in her hands, explaining that she was delivering lunch to him. The teacher's maid? Then please follow me. After scrutinizing Huiyuner and seeing her earnest expression, Shui Yuer nodded and led her to Gushenge's office. The elite class students were all aware of its location. A few minutes later, while Gushenge was planning the teaching schedule, he heard a knock on the door and called out without looking up, "Come in." At his words, Shui Yuer and Huiyuner entered the office. The dolphin girl softly announced, "Teacher, your maid has brought you lunch." Hearing that Huiyuner had come to bring him lunch, Gushenge lifted his gaze and looked at the delicate maid behind Shui Yuer, his golden eyes revealing a trace of surprise. "Thank you, Yuer. You may go rest now. Don't be late this afternoon." He expressed his gratitude to Shui Yuer for guiding Huiyuner and instructed her to take a break. "All right, teacher." Shui Yuer nodded and exited. Huiyuner approached the desk holding the food boxes, her voice soft and gentle. "Sir, I noticed you hadn't tea returned for lunch, so I thought I'd pack some for you. I wasn't sure of your taste, so the dishes are rather mild." "You're thoughtful." Watching the delicate maid arrange the array of food boxes before him: stir-fried shrimp, Crucian carp tofu soup, sauteed vegetables, steamed perch, and a box of rice, Gushenge appreciated the culinary effort. As the Tianshui Academy was close to the Tianlan River, the ingredients were primarily fresh river produce. However, Huiyuner's cooking was not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, and with such a beautiful maid by his side, it was a feast for the senses. "Have you eaten?" Gushenge did not immediately pick up his chopsticks, but instead inquired if Huiyuner had dined. She shook her head, observing the full box of food. Gushenge took out a refined food box and utensils prepared by the academy from his drawer, inviting Huiyuner to join him for the meal. "Let us eat together. It is a basic rule that a master does not share a meal with a servant. Even when I was with Duke White Tiger, I never shared a meal with him." Huiyuner hesitated, feeling a bit flustered by Gushenge's unexpected gesture. However, without waiting for her to refuse, Gushenge transferred a portion of rice to the academy's food box and handed the food box to Huiyuner while taking the academy's food box for himself. "Let us eat. The servant does not dine with a master. It is a rule," Huiyuner softly protested, but Gushenge shook his head, assuring her that she need not concern herself with such formalities. In his presence, his words were the law. Faced with her assertive master, the delicate maid, although still conscious of the rigid customs, complied with his command and shared the meal. "This shrimp is quite good, though a bit bland. In the future, use more chili, preferably pickled chili. I prefer a sour and spicy flavor." After tasting the stir-fried shrimp, which was delicious and slightly sweet, Gushenge expressed his preference for spicier dishes. while Haoyang nodded in agreement. Understood, noticing she was only picking at her food and hardly eating the vegetables. Shenge scooped a few spoonfuls of shrimp from the tofu soup and added them to Haoyang's food box, also putting a few pieces of succulent fish belly in for her, urging her to eat more. You should eat more. You seem too thin, almost lacking any flesh. I prefer those with a bit more substance. Haoyang gazed at the dishes in her food box, momentarily taken aback. And upon hearing Shenge's preference for a fuller figure, her cheeks flushed with a hint of color, as she understood his implication. After lunch, Haoyang tidied up the now empty food boxes and accompanied Shenge back to the small villa. Just before entering, Shenge noticed the changes around the villa. The surrounding flowers and plants had been trimmed, with excessive branches and leaves removed, the soil loosened and moistened, likely from watering, and the flowers bloomed towards the sun, appearing quite vibrant. The climbing plants, such as the ivy that had clung to the building's surface, had been cleared away, and the dust on the walls had been washed clean, giving the entire villa a fresh and renewed visual appeal. Well done. Shenge turned to Haoyang, who followed closely behind, speaking gently. The delicate maid shook her head, indicating that it was her duty. Upon entering, he noticed even more changes inside. Previously, Shenge lived alone without much concern for the decor, but Haoyang had rearranged the furniture to different extents, allowing more light into the villa and preparing various potted plants in different corners of the living room to ensure air circulation and dispel any stale odors. She had even taken note of Shenge's practice by the window under the moonlight and adjusted the curtains, ensuring that when the moon rose, more moonlight would flood in. Shenge was pleased with the changes in the villa, although he had wasted a summoning card without summoning a powerful subordinate. Having such an all-capable maid was not a bad outcome. He noticed that Haoyang was still wearing the blue robe from when he summoned her, and his brow furrowed slightly. This made Haoyang feel a jolt of anxiety, fearing her arrangements had displeased him, prompting her to ask quietly, "Sir, is there something you're dissatisfied with?" "No, I am very pleased. It is just that you are still in the clothes from when I summoned you, which is my oversight." Shenge shook his head, acknowledging that he had neglected to prepare a change of clothes for Haoyang. He then took out a golden soul card from the system space and handed it to the delicate maid, instructing her, "This card contains 100,000 golden soul coins. Please go to Lanjiang City later to purchase a few sets of clothing and see if there is anything else needed here. You may buy some to bring back." Taking the golden soul card, Haoyang sighed with relief, grateful it was not due to her arrangements that he was displeased. "Understood, sir." An hour later, in the sweltering afternoon sun, the air was quite hot. Fortunately, the open space in front of the small villa was shaded by numerous trees, and the gathered girls sat in the cool shade to escape the scorching rays. Shui Binger and her companions are all water attribute soul masters. Regardless of how scorching the weather may be, they can maintain a refreshing chill by circulating their soul power. However, Ning Rongrong is not so fortunate. Despite the resilience of soul masters to heat, the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, Ning Rongrong, cannot bear it. Even in the shade, where sunlight is obscured, she feels as though her fair skin is on the verge of being tanned. She fans herself with her hand, her mood increasingly irritable, constantly grumbling about the situation, wondering why they couldn't simply attend class in the comfort of the classroom instead of enduring this blazing sun. She longs for ice cream and chilled fruit juice. In stark contrast to Ning Rongrong, the one truly suffering from the heat is Zhu Zhuqing, the little feline. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuates her alluring figure, the heat-absorbing black fabric intensifies her discomfort, leaving her slick with fragrant perspiration, her hair slightly damp, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's unusual state, Shui Binger realizes her intolerance to heat. Immediately, the girl rises, her feet revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. She releases her ice attribute soul power, conjuring several half-meter tall blocks of ice placed strategically among the girls. As soon as the ice blocks appear, they emit a chilling aura that significantly lowers the surrounding temperature, bringing immediate relief to Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and the others, as if they were transported into an air-conditioned room. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the invigorating coldness penetrate her, finds her discomfort dissipating, her cat tail perked up in delight, and her face no longer as flushed. She glances at Shui Binger, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Ning Rongrong, however, wishes she could embrace the ice block directly, but soon begins to complain to Shui Binger. Why didn't you create this sooner? We've been suffering in the heat for so long. Upon hearing her complaint, Shui Binger's expression shifts slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, as if Ning Rongrong is unjustly blaming her. Shui Wearer, unable to tolerate it any longer, turns to Ning Rongrong and glares. Do you even know how to speak? What kind of nonsense is that? How can you say my sister made you suffer in the heat for so long? Are you even being reasonable? Reasonable? Ning Rongrong, spoiled and willful since childhood, has no concept of reason. To her, the fault always lies with others. Faced with Shui Yuer's admonishment, she shows no awareness of her own fault and retorts. What? Did I say something wrong? If she had created the ice blocks earlier, would we have had to endure the heat for so long? As she speaks, Ning Rongrong touches her delicate face, which has become dry and lost its usual smoothness due to the heat, further aggravating her mood. The words of the Seven Treasures Princess draw frowns from the other girls around them. It is indeed excessive. Shui Binger, noticing everyone's discomfort, had intentionally created ice blocks to alleviate the heat. Yet Ning Rongrong not only fails to express gratitude, but also complains about the timing, which is truly irksome. The girls, especially Shui Wu and Shui Yuer, who are close to Shui Binger, begin to feel a growing disdain for Ning Rongrong. Does she truly believe that just because she is the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, everyone must indulge her? How naive. In the elite class, every individual is equal. There is even a disciple of the Pope present, who, in terms of status, surpasses her by a small margin. Don't overstep your bounds. Do you think you are so formidable just because you're the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Without it, were you? Shui Yuer does not coddle Ning Rongrong and speaks bluntly, causing Ning Rongrong's expression to darken and her anger to flare. You, a mere soul master, dare to speak to me in such a tone? Who do you think you are? I am the most gifted individual of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in hundreds of years. A mere dolphin martial spirit is hardly worthy of comparison with my Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. What a joke. While my dolphin martial spirit may not rival your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, my sister possesses the Ice Phoenix martial spirit with innate soul power at level 9, and she will not stop at Soul Saint. Confronted with Ning Rongrong's boastful claims regarding martial spirits, Shui Yuer knows she cannot compete but takes pride in her sister, emphasizing that Shui Binger will not stop at Soul Saint. It is akin to a sharp dagger piercing Ning Rongrong's heart. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School Soul Masters are restricted by their martial spirits, forever unable to break through to the 8th ring, even the strongest among them. The sect leader is bound by this limitation. Hearing Shui Yuer use this point to provoke her, an unnamed fire ignites within Ning Rongrong, her developing form quivering with indignation. She glares fiercely at the dolphin girl, vehemently asserting her determination to surpass the Soul Saint realm. I am the only one in the past hundreds of years at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School qualified to evolve the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. My sister can break through to Title Douluo. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has 2 Title Douluo presiding, being one of the top 3 sects. Even the Emperor of Heaven Do must treat the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with respect. My sister can break through to Title Douluo, no matter what Ning Rongrong says. Shui Yuer always counters with my sister can break through to Title Douluo, repeatedly striking at the sore spot regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School Soul Master's inability to advance beyond the 8th ring. This enrages Ning Rongrong, causing her to curse and threaten Shui Yuer with violence. Yet, Shui Yuer feigns fear, weakly replying, I'm so scared, but my sister can break through to Title Douluo. The surrounding girls burst into laughter at this retort. Even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing manages a rare smile, though she worries for Shui Yuer. Such provocations regarding the flaws of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School Soul Masters might lead to resentment from them. However, Zhu Zhuqing soon reflects on her own precarious situation, realizing she has her own battles to fight against the formidable Zhu family, let alone the even stronger Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which she, as a mere soul master, cannot contend with. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong's anger escalates further, her fair face flushed with rage, her neck turning red, breathless and livid, as if she might spit blood from the anger she feels toward Shui Yuer. Noticing her distress, Shui Binger urges Shui Yuer to cease provoking her, reminding her that they are still classmates and should not make enemies of one another. Xiao Wu quickly steps forward to console the infuriated Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, calm down. Yue didn't mean it. Just breathe. Getting angry will only lead to wrinkles. No, I'm deliberately trying to anger her. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is impressive. Having a Title Douluo is remarkable, yet they can only cultivate to the level of Soul Saint. Unexpectedly, Shui Yue speaks up again, bluntly declaring her intention to provoke Ning Rongrong. The dolphin girl, raised without the love of parents, has been cared for by Shui Binger since childhood, and she will not allow anyone to bully her sister, not even her biological parents. Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling are taken aback by Shui Yue's boldness, realizing she is intent on completely offending Ning Rongrong. Shui Binger's expression shifts with concern, her eyes revealing anxiety as she rushes to stand protectively in front of Shui Yue, just as she did in their childhood, with the sister protecting the younger sibling. All right, Shui Yue, you must take responsibility for your words. I, Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, have taken note of this. Just wait. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Shui Yue, dismissing Xiao Wu's comforting words, her teeth clenched as she growled, declaring that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had recorded what Shui Yue said. This caused Shui Binger to feel a pang of anxiety. She understood that Shui Yue was defending her, yet she never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is among the top 3 sects, a premier soul master force on the continent, far surpassing the Heavenly Water Academy. At that moment, Shenge approached with Haoyang, having observed the discord among the young women. He was also keenly watching their reactions. Upon seeing their teacher arrive, the girls hastily rose from the ground. Shenge stood before them, noting Ning Rongrong's flushed face as she fixed her intense gaze on Shui Binger and Shui Yue, resembling a disgruntled little squirrel, which left him quite exasperated. He gently patted the head of the little princess of the Seven Treasures, hoping she would calm down. All right, don't be upset. For the sake of her teacher, let this go and do not hold a grudge against Yue. After all, you are classmates, and some friction among classmates is entirely normal. No, she is far too domineering. Despite Shenge's intervention, Ning Rongrong was unwilling to let Shui Yue off the hook, insisting that her words were indeed too harsh. What do you mean I bullied you? You were unreasonable first. Shui Yue was equally defiant, asserting that she had not bullied anyone and merely stated the truth. Watching the two girls clash, Shenge felt a headache coming on, despite having anticipated such a scenario. Unlike Flinder from the original story, who would belittle Ning Rongrong as part of his teaching method, Shenge preferred a more benevolent approach. Seeing neither was willing to concede, Shenge turned to Ning Rongrong and spoke gently. Rongrong, why not apologize to Binger and Yue? In return, I will share with you the method for evolving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. What do you say? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda can evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's anger was swiftly replaced by astonishment. She quickly turned to inquire if it was genuine. If she could indeed evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda with her talent, she would become the first Title Douluo in the history of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Who would dare claim she could not break through to the rank of Soul Douluo? Shenge nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but first, you must apologize to Shui Yue and Shui Binger. After all, Binger was merely trying to cool things down, and blaming her is quite hurtful to a classmate. Hesitant, but somewhat unwilling, Ning Rongrong glanced at Shui Binger and Shui Yue. After a moment's pause, she decided to concede for the sake of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. I apologize, and thank you for the ice. Upon hearing her apology and gratitude, Shui Binger felt a sense of relief and nodded in response. Shenge then looked at Shui Yue, urging her to apologize to Ning Rongrong as well. Yue, you should also apologize to Rongrong. As classmates, we ought to support one another. It is quite impolite to point out each other's shortcomings. Both sides are at fault and should apologize. I'm sorry. Shui Yue stepped out from behind Shui Binger to apologize to Ning Rongrong. The little princess of the 7 treasures huffed, but reluctantly accepted it. Good, this is more like it. Observing the girls exchanging apologies, Shenge nodded in satisfaction before shifting the topic. But where's the class monitor? I want you to run 100 laps around Qinglan Lake without using your soul power. Eh, why must I run? Hulaina, who had been watching from the sidelines, was incredulous. Why was she being punished? Sitting in the back and witnessing the scene unfold. Hulaina never imagined she would be the one penalized in the end. Her fox-like features displayed shock, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. This is not right. It was clearly Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer who argued. Why am I the one being punished? I didn't say a word. I was merely an observer, quietly enjoying the spectacle. Is it a crime to watch? If there is any fault, then everyone should be punished, not just me. This is unfair. Hulaina's heart screamed in protest. This was blatant targeting. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling exchanged glances, puzzled by Gu Shenge's decision, looking at Hulaina in confusion. The class monitor had not spoken throughout the incident. Why was the teacher now punishing her? Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer were equally baffled. It was they who had caused the commotion, so why was the class monitor being punished? Noticing Hulaina's bewildered expression, Gu Shenge understood her confusion. His usually gentle demeanor had turned serious, which made the girls feel something was amiss, heightening their surprise. Could it be that the class monitor had committed a fault even more grave than that of Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer? Otherwise, why would the teacher's expression darken? Hulaina, what is your position in the elite class? Gu Shenge's voice took on a sharp edge, causing Hulaina to feel a wave of anxiety wash over her, sensing an impending storm. Steeling herself, she replied, I am the class monitor of the elite class. Upon hearing her assert her role, Gu Shenge's gaze sharpened, and his tone became reprimanding as he scolded Hulaina. So, you recognize you're the class monitor. As the leader of the class, your role is to assist the teacher. When a teacher is absent, you must manage the class and mediate relationships among classmates. When Rongrong and Yuer had a dispute, you not only failed to intervene, but sat back and watched. Is this the conduct expected of a class monitor? Do you lack even a modicum of responsibility? The girls were taken aback by their teacher's anger, realizing that Gu Shenge was genuinely upset, prompting them to lower their heads. Hulaina gradually came to understand that she had shirked her responsibilities as class monitor. When her classmates were embroiled in conflict, she chose to remain a passive spectator rather than stepping in to mediate. However, instead of feeling remorseful in response to Gu Shenge's rebuke, she felt a hint of resentment. It was not her choice to be the class monitor. It was imposed upon her, and now her classmates viewed her as a benchmark, all wanting to surpass her. And now, she was expected to mediate their disputes? How could she possibly do that? Gu Shenge surveyed the girls, his brow furrowed, continuing to chastise Hulaina. Furthermore, I said to gather in front of my residence in the afternoon. Do you even understand what gather means? Yet here you all are, lounging about casually, lacking any semblance of discipline. As class monitor, you should be capable of organizing your classmates. If you cannot even manage this simple task, how can I envision you leading the spirit hall as a pope in the future? Earlier that morning, Gu Shenge had already stated that they were to assemble before his residence. As the class monitor, Hulaina should have organized the students instead of allowing them to scatter, each engaged in their own activities without any sense of order. Gu Shenge found it hard to imagine what the spirit hall would be like under Hulaina's leadership if she could not even take responsibility as a class monitor. Hulaina, you are the class monitor. Aside from me, you hold the highest authority in this class. You have numerous responsibilities to fulfill, not merely the title of class monitor while ignoring everything else. What purpose does your position serve if you do not take action? Are you just a decorative cup? If you occupy the position of class monitor, you must fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. Recognizing that you are a first-time offender, I shall only require you to run 100 laps around Qinglong Lake without utilizing your soul power. Upon uttering these words, Gu Shenge turned his gaze towards the other young women present. The girls, sensing their teacher's scrutiny, lowered their heads even further, aware that they were about to face admonishment. Gu Shenge surveyed the elite class girls, whom he had only known for 2 days, and sternly cautioned them. Remember, you are a collective. Should there be any future incidents of discord among classmates, and if anyone chooses to spectate or even incite the situation, regardless of who it is, I shall expel them from the elite class without hesitation. Not even the Pope can intervene. Do you understand clearly? Yes, we understand. Xiao Wu was the first to nod, followed closely by the other girls, all eager to avoid expulsion from the elite class. Only then did Gu Shenge temper his anger, allowing a look of satisfaction to grace his features. Well done, this is how it should be. After a moment of silence, Hulaina chose not to voice any objections to Gushinga's punishment, accepting it instead. Though she harbored resentment, she recognized the truth in Gushinga's words. As a class leader, it was her responsibility to mediate conflicts among classmates, rather than to stand idly by and watch, which would be an act of negligence. Hulaina was willing to accept the punishment. She turned to run towards the Qinglong Lake campus, realizing that without the use of soul power, even with her near-soul king physique, it would take her a considerable amount of time to complete 100 laps. This afternoon's lesson would inevitably be forfeited. Teacher, I request to run alongside the class leader. Suddenly, Shui Binger stepped forward, making her plea to Gushinga, wishing to run with Hulaina. Ultimately, the conflict that arose today was instigated by her. Had she not created ice blocks to cool down her classmates, none of this would have transpired. Hulaina looked at Shui Binger in surprise, perplexed by this sudden offer to accompany her. I too have made mistakes. I should not have argued with Ning Rongrong, thus hurting the feelings of our classmates, and I deserve punishment as well. Shui Yuer also stepped forward, and upon seeing her sister's request to run with Hulaina, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of guilt for having instigated the situation in the first place. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, though she was willful and headstrong, she possessed her own sense of pride. She was capable of acknowledging her faults, never deigning to lie, and was never timid in the face of challenges. I too am at fault in this matter and should face punishment. Observing the three girls who willingly stepped forward to accept punishment, Gushinga remained silent, simply watching them, awaiting a specific response. Teacher, add me to the list. You mentioned that we are a collective. Since Rongrong and Yuer had a conflict that was not addressed, it is not solely the class leader's fault. We too share responsibility. As classmates, we should have intervened to mediate rather than merely spectate. The usually silent Xiao Yekao also stepped forward, her voice cool and clear, expressing what Gushinga had been waiting to hear. Zhu Zhuqing's words awakened the other girls, who began to voice their agreement, urging Gushinga to punish them as well, rather than solely the class leader. As a class leader, it was Hulaina's duty to mediate conflicts among classmates, but they, as classmates and members of this collective, should have been the first to step in and help resolve the issues, rather than merely watching from the sidelines. Compared to the class leader, they were more deserving of punishment. We are willing to share the punishment with the class leader. Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, Shui Wu, and Yu Heru all chimed in, one after another. The elite class girls gazed at Gushinga, their delicate faces filled with determination, their eyes reflecting hope. Since the teacher had stated they were a collective, how could they allow the class leader to bear the punishment alone? Moreover, they too bore responsibility. When conflict arose among classmates, they should have stepped in to mediate rather than merely being spectators. Thus, they were willing to share the punishment with their class leader. Hulaina's beautiful eyes exhibited a complex array of emotions as she looked at her classmates, who were now voicing their willingness to share in her punishment. She had expected them to revel in her misfortune, considering her their rival and target, yet they were now advocating for her, requesting Elder Haoyang to punish them as well, to share in the consequence. This left Hulaina feeling a tumult of emotions. She realized her previous narrow-mindedness. Gushinga regarded the girls who sought to share Hulaina's punishment, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his golden eyes. Yes, this is how it should be. As a collective, they ought to share both honor and disgrace, caring for every companion within their group, facing challenges together and sharing joys alike. This is fundamental. As class leader, Hulaina's physical capabilities far exceeded yours. Even without using soul power, she might struggle to complete 100 laps. Given your statuses as great soul masters and soul respecters, it is likely you would not even manage half of that. Do you truly wish to share in this punishment? Qinglong Lake is quite vast, at least the size of 5 or 6 football fields. Each lap is no less than a kilometer. Even if Hulaina were to use her soul power, she would be utterly exhausted by the end. Upon hearing these words, the girls felt a flicker of doubt rise within them. 100 laps seemed daunting. As great soul masters and soul respecters, even with the use of soul power, they might not be able to complete the distance, let alone without it. Xiao Wu's pink eyes twinkled as she recalled Gushinga's earlier emphasis on their collective nature. An idea sparked in her mind. She quickly raised her hand, drawing the attention of her classmates and Gushinga. Teacher, you said we were a collective, right? Since you have punished the class leader to run 100 laps, why not allow us to share the burden? That would be acceptable, wouldn't it? The girls' eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was a viable plan, though they were unsure if the teacher would agree. Gu Shenge cast a glance at Xiao Wu, noting her cleverness. After a brief silence, he slowly nodded. Very well. Yay! Xiao Wu raised her pink fist in triumph, while Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing let out relieved sighs. If they were to run the 100 laps together, even without the use of soul power, it would not be insurmountable. They also surmised that the teacher's intent was not to punish them, but rather to unify them through this experience, helping them understand that they were a collective rather than solitary wolves. When trouble arises, they must confront it together, sharing both burdens and joys, prioritizing the collective above all else. Even if they later found themselves at odds with Haoyang, they remained classmates in the elite class, and Haoyang would still be their class leader. Gu Shenge spoke calmly. You have 5 minutes to discuss. We will begin in 5 minutes. The girls quickly gathered together, beginning to strategize. With 12 of them, dividing the 100 laps meant each would only need to run a maximum of 9 laps. Haoyang, observing her classmates' willingness to alleviate her punishment, felt deeply touched. In a low voice, she apologized. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Class leader, you need not apologize. It is we who have implicated you. I will run 20 laps. Shui Yuer quickly shook her head, asserting that they were the ones at fault for causing the turmoil that led to the class leader's punishment. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Glancing at Shui Yuer, a competitive spirit ignited within her, prompting her to declare, Indeed, I am not one to let others take the blame for me. I too shall run 20 laps. That is not acceptable. Rongrong, you are an auxiliary soul master. Your physique is comparatively weaker than ours, and without the use of soul power, you should only run 10 laps. Without hesitation, Haoyang firmly rejected Ning Rongrong's proposal to run 20 laps. Among the elite class, Ning Rongrong was the weakest, and as an auxiliary soul master, her physical capabilities were inferior to those of ordinary soul masters. 20 laps would be beyond her capacity. No, I insist on running 20 laps. Ning Rongrong's stubborn temperament resurfaced. She was determined not to be outdone by Shui Yuer and insisted on completing 20 laps. Faced with the now capricious and headstrong princess of 7 treasures, Haoyang adopted a serious demeanor and asserted her authority as the class monitor, speaking firmly so as to leave no room for dissent. I am the monitor. I hold the highest authority beneath the teachers. You must all heed my words. I shall run 40 laps. Shui Yuer will run 10. Ning Rongrong will also run 10, and the rest will run 5 laps each. Understood, monitor. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat reluctant to comply with Haoyang's authoritative stance, she had no choice but to acquiesce. The other girls raised no objections, agreeing with Haoyang's allocation. Teacher, we have arranged the lap distribution. The fox-like girl turned and approached Gu Shenge, informing her of their assigned laps. Gu Shenge had no questions but set a time limit. You have 1 hour to complete the laps, and everyone must gather here afterward. Remember, that means all of you. Yes. The group of girls nodded in unison and, under Gu Shenge's watchful gaze, their skirts fluttered as they gracefully ran towards the Qinglan Lake campus. Haoyang observed this scene quietly, understanding her role as a servant was sufficient. Yun'er, please prepare some items for me. Gu Shenge instructed Haoyang, who slightly bowed and turned to gather the necessary items. The Qinglan Lake campus, situated in the eastern part of Tianshui Academy, is an area cultivated by the waters of the Tianlan River, resembling a vast training ground the size of several football fields. Qinglan Lake sparkled like a sapphire embedded in the earth, its rippling waters shrouded in mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the sun's refraction. Students at Tianshui Academy held their afternoon training sessions around Qinglan Lake, while some with aquatic martial spirits would swim within its depths to enhance their abilities. Look, it's Shui, Binger, and the others. A girl practicing by the lakeside noticed the elite class students running in formation, exclaiming in surprise. Many students ceased their training, their gazes fixated on Shui, Binger, and Haoyang, envy evident in their expressions. The elite class. It is a group mentored by a Title Douluo. Not only students from Tianshui Academy, but even those from other schools aspire to join. Unfortunately, with their current abilities and talents, they lacked the qualifications to enter the elite class. Meanwhile, some senior students watched Yu Heru, Chiu Ruoshui, and the others with regret and jealousy. If only they had worked a bit harder back then to pass the Academy's assessments. They too could have participated in the elite soul master competition across the continent and joined the elite class. Chapter 76. A reprimand from the beautiful director at Qinglong Lake campus. A gentle mist lingered over the surface as students sat orderly in their designated positions, meditating and training. The air was humid and slightly cool, with sunlight reflecting off the sapphire waters, casting a dreamlike glow. Many students' gazes were drawn to the elite class girls. Their expressions a mix of envy, jealousy, and regret, each emotion manifesting in their eyes. However, they were puzzled. Logically, an elite class should possess their own independent training facilities. So why were they at Qinglong Lake like everyone else? Moreover, where was their instructor? Haoyang led the elite class girls to the eastern side of Qinglong Lake as their starting point, with each round consisting of a back-and-forth lap. Remember, no using soul power. Before the girls began, Shenge's warning echoed in their ears, and they all nodded in acknowledgement, with Haoyang as the lead. The group of youthful and radiant girls began to run, their fair and smooth legs moving gracefully, their figures swaying under the sun's embrace, enveloped in mist. Their luminous skin dazzling to behold, captivating the attention of other students. As the elite students ran around the lake, those in other classes were filled with confusion. Why were they not in class, but instead running around the lake? Was it a training exercise, or had they made a mistake and were being punished by the teacher? The former was quite normal for physical training. However, if it were the latter, some students began to speculate. If they were indeed being punished, perhaps the teacher would consider expelling them from the elite class, thus opening a chance for others. Many students who had been practicing found it difficult to concentrate on their training due to the elite class's activities, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the spectacle. Leading the group, Haoyang ran at the forefront, her silky golden hair flowing in the breeze, her enchanting features illuminated by sunlight. Even in motion, her innate charm imbued each movement with allure. Her curvaceous form swayed gracefully, her long legs, elegantly wrapped in silver knee-high socks, showcased her beauty with every stride. Akin to a captivating fox displaying its finest attributes, drawing even the other female students of Tianshui into her magnetic pull. The allure of Haoyang captivated her peers. Even the lovely lilies seemed to succumb to her unintentional charm. Zhu Zhuqing ran behind Haoyang, her icy allure and well-proportioned, alluring figure accentuated by her black and purple attire. Her rounded hips danced with each step, the tail of her cat-like belt fluttering behind her, evoking a desire to grasp it in hand. The girls ran joyfully under the sun, the gentle breeze lifting their skirts, a vibrant aura of youth enveloping the air, infused with their unique fragrance. What is happening? The news of the elite class running around Qinglong Lake reached Lan Qingyin's ears, her brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. Qinglong Lake was designated as a simulated training area for Tianshui Academy, not a physical training zone. If they wished to run for fitness, they could easily do so on the track. Running around Qinglong Lake was disruptive to the training of other students. Lan Qingyin set down the documents in her hand, rising from her chair to inquire about Shenge's arrangements. While training for the elite class was vital, it should not come at the expense of other students' practice. As she opened the office door, she encountered Shenge, who was about to knock. This unexpected meeting surprised her. What a coincidence, Teacher Gu. Just as I was looking for you, she remarked. Shenge, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what do you need? Is something wrong, Director Lan? Nothing urgent. I merely wanted to ask if the elite class has physical training today. Why are they running around Qinglong Lake? It significantly disrupts the students' training nearby. After speaking, Lan Qingyin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was questioning a Title Douluo and implying reproach. If Shenge chose to take offense, it could lead to undesirable consequences for her. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and through Lan Qingyin's gaze, Shenge discerned her underlying apprehension. A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, a subtle, almost imperceptible expression of amusement. Previously, she had firmly warned him that as long as she was present, she would not allow him to act recklessly. Yet now, she spoke to herself with a sense of trepidation, a remarkable change indeed. If it were leisure time, he would not mind teasing this serious and beautiful matron, but he had other matters to attend to. He detected a hint of reproach in Lan Qingyin's words. The elite class students running at Qinglong Lake had indeed disturbed the cultivation of other students. It was a lapse in his consideration, after all. He was not omniscient, and could not foresee every consequence. I apologize, Director Lon. It was my oversight. He informed the matron director of the punishment for the elite class, clarifying it was not his intention to disrupt other students' cultivation and expressing hope for her understanding, assuring her it would not happen again. Upon hearing the apology, the unease in Lan Qingyan's heart eased, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I see. I hope Teacher Gu will be more mindful next time. After all, Qinglan Lake is a simulated cultivation area, not a physical training zone. If students are to be punished, it would be more appropriate to arrange it in the physical training area. Please do not overthink it. I am not blaming you, merely concerned for the students' cultivation. In concluding her remarks, the matron director emphasized she was not reproaching Gu Shenge, but rather considering the well-being of the students. Gu Shenge smiled and nodded. Director Lon, there is no need for excessive explanation. I understand your concern for the students. I admit my oversight in this matter and will certainly be more attentive in the future. By the way, I would like to request a favor from you, Director Lon, if I may. You seek my assistance? Lan Qingyan was taken aback. What would you possibly help Gu Shenge with? It is not a troublesome matter. I would like to ask you to procure a batch of items customized in Lanjing City. Recently, Lung Qishuang had gone to Tiando City, leaving the physical items entirely in Lan Qingyan's hands. The items Gu Shenge intended to order were for the training of the elite class students and would later be promoted at Tianshui Academy. So it was best for Lan Qingyan to oversee this. For the elite class training? I understand. I will prepare them as soon as possible. The matron director nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Gu Shenge retrieved the previously designed blueprints from the system space and handed them to her. I appreciate your help. Director Lan. Lan Qingyan took the blueprints, perusing them with a slightly altered expression of concern as she looked up at Gu Shenge. This? Are you certain you want to create these items? Can the elite class students withstand this? Finally finished moving, just waiting for the ceiling and repainting the walls. Updates will resume in a couple of days. Chapter 77. Lan Qingyan, in need of education. Teacher Gu, are you sure these are meant for student training? At the entrance of the teaching director's office, the voluptuous and striking director gazed at the blueprints in her hands, her originally stern and cold visage now displaying shock. As she asked Gu Shenge in disbelief, the blueprints depicted an entire set of iron armor, with weights specified. Gu Shenge required Lan Qingyan to visit the blacksmith shop in Lanjing City to procure and create 12 sets weighing 20, 50, and 100 pounds. Gu Shenge affirmed, indeed, these are intended for the training of elite class students. These iron armors are to be used for physical training. Receiving this confirmation again, Lan Qingyan glanced at the blueprints, which contained descriptions and purposes, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and difficulty in accepting that such items would be used for training the elite class students, which exceeded her teaching philosophy. The matron director hesitated, looking at Gu Shenge, aware that while creating these items was not particularly difficult, their usage by students posed a risk. If not handled carefully, their bodies might not withstand the burden. Teacher Gu, though the students are spirit masters, such training methods seem excessive. They're young girls, not the brutish boys of the Iron Arm Academy. Director Lan, I understand your concerns, but there is no need for excessive worry. I know what I am doing. Gu Shenge responded confidently, deliberately allowing a hint of discontent to seep into his tone, as if to intimidate the matron director. Do not forget, the elite class is under my complete jurisdiction. All you need to do is prepare these items. Sensing the discontent emanating from the striking young man, Lan Qingyan felt a surge of fear, her exquisite features stiffening, her voluptuous form trembling slightly beneath the blue dress. She realized that despite her position as the teaching director, she was merely a soul sage facing a Title Douluo. It would be as easy as crushing an ant for him to eliminate her. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, biting her lip, suppressing her inner trepidation, and lowered her tone, even adding a touch of pleading to request Gu Shenge to consider a different training method. Your Highness, though the elite class is your responsibility, they are still a group of young girls. The items in this blueprint are clearly suited for the training of students at the Iron Arm Academy. I fear they may not be able to bear such a burden. I hope you will consider a gentler approach for their training. Lan Qingyan, I have already shown you sufficient tolerance and mercy. Yet why do you not recognize your own limits? Time and again, you make demands of me and criticize. Do you wish to be suppressed? Observing Lan Qingyan's persistence, Gu Shenge appeared to grow irritated, his previously gentle tone deepening, laden with anger and dissatisfaction. His handsome features cooled, his eyes glimmering with a hint of frost, as if they were the eternal ice of the northernmost lands, chilling to the bone. Like a gentle lion provoked, even without deliberately exerting pressure. His golden eyes emanated an immense spiritual oppression that captivated the soul, instilling fear in Lan Qingyan. The maitre director dared not meet his gaze, feeling her very essence tremble in his presence, retreating several steps until her back hit the wall, halting her retreat. At that moment, Lan Qingyan resembled a rabbit cornered by a lion, her mature and beautiful face revealing fear, her ample form quivering, small and helpless, with no escape from the lion's wrath. Yet within her heart, there was no regret. Even knowing it would anger Gu Shenge, she would still choose to voice her concerns about the unreasonable training methods. As the teaching director, she had to be responsible for each student. She might feel fear, but she would never retreat. If you have grievances against me, feel free to express them. I am willing to bear the consequences. Just please modify the training methods for the elite class. They are merely a group of delicate young girls who cannot withstand such training. Observing the frightened yet resolute matron director, Gu Shenge was reminded of a certain type of individual. The advisor who, with a stubborn demeanor, would insist on headbutting walls or pillars even when faced with danger. Such individuals are inflexible, knowing they might face destruction yet persist in their counsel. Lan Qingyan's concerns were valid. His training methods posed a significant burden to the delicate female students of Tianshui Academy, and a slight misstep could lead to issues. Since Director Lan is so apprehensive about my training methods, how about we make a wager? Faced with the persistent matron director, Gu Shenge realized that individuals like her could only be swayed through force, and even then, it would be difficult to alter her convictions. It might be more prudent to seek a softer approach. Upon hearing the suggestion of a wager, Lan Qingyan was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook her head. Your Highness, I would never wager the students, nor should you jest about their well-being. Truly unyielding, Gu Shenge gazed at the incredibly stubborn and alluringly mature female director, feeling a sense of helplessness as his head began to ache. Were it not for the fact that Lan Qingyan was a close sister of Leng Qishuang, as well as the mother of Shui Bing'er and the adoptive mother of Shui Yuer, he would have long since taken action to educate her, ensuring her obedience. After being rebuffed time and again, an unnameable fury began to rise within Gu Shenge. He grasped the director's face, bringing it closer to his own, and observed the fear etched upon her stunning features as he spoke coldly. Lan Qingyan, do you not fear the consequences of your defiance? You truly seek to court danger. This obstinate woman ignited a desire within him to discipline her severely until she begged for mercy, admitting her fault. Facing Gu Shenge's threats, Lan Qingyan indeed felt fear. Yet, despite her trepidation, she remained resolute. She would never agree to anything detrimental to her students, even if it cost her life. You think your disapproval will thwart me? The elite class is my domain, and I shall do as I please. I am merely informing you that this batch of training iron armor will still be utilized. What began as a trivial matter escalated beyond Gu Shenge's expectations due to Lan Qingyan's rigid adherence to her principles. Although her intentions were commendable, focused on the students' welfare, she failed to understand Gu Shenge and his teaching methods. Nevertheless, despite her stubbornness, she did not yield in the face of death threats. Clearly, the former dean of Tianshui Academy had made a wise decision in placing her in this position. At least from Gu Shenge's perspective, she was indeed a competent director, undaunted by authority, yet somewhat obstinate. If only she could learn the flexibility that Leng Qishuang possessed. Ultimately, it was a matter of education. Gu Shenge thought to himself that he would have to take the time to properly instruct her, confronting him once, twice, and thrice. He had been lenient out of respect for Leng Qishuang and Shui Bing'er. However, after numerous instances, did she truly believe he was devoid of anger? Gu Shenge, Director Lan. My patience has worn thin. Chapter 78. Punishing Lan Qingyan. Outside the office of the director, Gu Shenge pressed the alluringly mature female director against the wall, lowering his head to gaze into Lan Qingyan's eyes. His handsome face bore an icy demeanor, and his golden eyes glimmered with barely contained wrath. Even his breathing grew heavier. Sensing the young man's fury, Lan Qingyan trembled, her mature and beautiful face reflecting undeniable fear, while her voluptuous body quivered under his scrutiny. Her enchanting gaze evaded his. As she dared not meet his eyes, Though Gu Xingge did not intentionally exude the overwhelming pressure of a peerless Douluo, the innate might he possessed was palpable, rendering her incapable of withstanding it. It felt as if a colossal weight pressed down upon her chest, making each breath a struggle. Had it not been for the wall at her back, Lan Qingyan would have collapsed to the ground. Gu Xingge leaned closer, his voice laced with barely suppressed rage as he intoned, "Director Lan, your actions have truly provoked my ire." Initially, he had feigned anger to intimidate her, but her lack of insight and obstinate defiance had truly vexed him. Even with his good temper, he had reached a breaking point. She must face the consequences today. As he drew nearer, their proximity intensified, and Lan Qingyan's vision of Gu Xingge magnified, with only a finger's breadth separating them. The sheer intensity of his virile energy enveloped her, causing her fair complexion to flush crimson. She could hardly withstand it, feeling her entire body weaken, her silky legs instinctively drawing together. She wished to retreat, yet the wall obstructed her path, leaving her vulnerable to Gu Xingge's relentless advance. Despite her inner turmoil and fleeting regret, Lan Qingyan, as the Academy's director, recognized her responsibility to the students. That moment of doubt transformed into unwavering resolve. Even faced with his anger, she would continue to oppose such training methods. The elite class may possess exceptional talents, yet they were still delicate young ladies, not brutish warriors like those from the Iron Armor Academy. Gu Xingge seized her delicate chin, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze. Through her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, he perceived the fear within her, mingled with a flicker of determination. In turn, she beheld the blazing fury within his golden depths. As if it threatened to engulf her entirely, Lan Qingyan realized the closeness of their bodies was becoming overly intimate. She could even feel the weight of his breath. Her lips, adorned with a light blue hue, parted slightly as she tremulously cautioned him, "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with decorum. It would be unseemly for others to witness." In response, Gu Xingge scoffed, "Umph, Lan Qingyan, you are but a soul sage, defying me repeatedly. Were it not for Leng Qishuang's sake, I would have subdued you long ago. Your lack of appreciation for my authority necessitates a more profound punishment." At the mention of punishment, a violent tremor coursed through Lan Qingyan, her eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. She yearned to plead for mercy, but in the next moment, the alluring director's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank as her initial fear morphed into disbelief. Feeling the warmth of his lips upon hers, she unexpectedly abandoned her resistance. Failing to push him away, her thoughts clouded with confusion. Was this his punishment? However, in an instant, she realized her error. This was merely the prelude. After sampling Lan Qingyan's sweetness, Gu Xingge lifted his gaze to her incredulous expression, gently caressing her smooth, fair cheek. Realizing what had just transpired, Lan Qingyan's face flushed deeper. But her attention was soon captured by what Gu Xingge held in his hand, terror re-emerging in her eyes. That was the true punishment. A long, dark purple whip appeared in Gu Xingge's grasp, its surface adorned with a segmented, bamboo-like pattern, crackling with purple lightning, exuding an aura of destruction, resonating with powerful soul fluctuations. This whip was known as the Thunder Prison Whip, derived from a thunderous vine over 17,000 years old, and it constituted Gu Xingge's second external soul bone, acquired alongside his fourth soul ring. With a deft flick of his wrist, he swung the Thunder Prison Whip through the air, producing a crackling sound as the purple lightning danced, filling the air with a charred scent that made Lan Qingyan's voluptuous legs tremble uncontrollably. "Director Lan, are you prepared to accept your punishment? Do not fear, I shall be gentle." Observing the quaking figure of the mature director, he wore a gentle smile as he forcibly ushered the terror-stricken Lan Qingyan into his office, closing the door behind them. Gu Xingge intended to administer a severe punishment to ensure she understood that even with his good nature, provoking him could lead to terrifying repercussions, leaving a lasting impression on Lan Qingyan. At the Qinglan Lake campus, the elite class of young ladies, excluding Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Bing'er, had all completed their laps. Running 10 laps without utilizing soul power posed a considerable burden for Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer, leaving them glistening with sweat and their cheeks flushed as they rested in the pavilion. The other girls observed Hu Laina, who was still running around Qinglan Lake, with a hint of concern in their eyes. with just over 30 minutes remaining and the class leader maintaining her current pace. It seemed feasible for her to complete the remaining 22 laps. However, as fatigue set in, her speed would likely diminish, making it increasingly improbable for her to finish within the allotted time. This uncertainty weighed heavily on their minds, as failing to meet the deadline would surely result in punishment from their teacher. Having regained some stamina, Ning Rongrong watched Haoyang continue her run, recalling Gu Shenge's repeated admonitions against using soul power during the race. Now that she had finished her own laps, could she perhaps utilize her soul power? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to give it a try. Approaching Yi Lingling, she shared her thoughts with the girl. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Yi Lingling exclaimed. Her delicate features revealing her surprise. Their conversation drew the attention of the other girls, and Ning Rongrong did not withhold her intentions, explaining her plan to everyone. This left Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing in silence. However, Xiaowu supported Ning Rongrong's idea, saying, I believe this could work. Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Technically, Ning Rongrong's approach did not contravene the teacher's established rules, which strictly prohibited only those who were running from using soul power. With the consensus reached among her classmates, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling exited the pavilion, summoning their martial souls to assist Haoyang. The seven-treasure glazed tile, resembling a gemstone, shimmered in the sunlight, its radiant hues reflecting Ning Rongrong's graceful figure as it manifested in her palm. 2 yellow soul rings hovered beneath her feet, exuding an air of divine elegance. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, instantly alleviating fatigue and restoring vitality. In Yi Lingling's hands rested a pink and white begonia flower, its petals cascading gracefully. The vibrant colors and delicate beauty of the flower were enhanced by the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings that enveloped her, swirling around her form. With the incantation of the 7-treasure glazed tile and the 9 hearts begonia, Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul ring and Yi Lingling's 3rd soul ring glowed in unison as they simultaneously lent their support to Haoyang. A 30% boost in speed and the healing power of the 9 hearts begonia enveloped Haoyang, transforming her once heavy body into a much lighter form, even replenishing her lost stamina. Surprised by this sudden change, Haoyang halted and looked at Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling in astonishment. Seeing their class leader turn towards them, Ning Rongrong waved her hand and called out, Keep running, class leader. We are here to assist you. Haoyang felt the augmentation from the 7-treasure glazed tile and the 9 hearts begonia, a mix of frustration and gratitude washing over her. She was frustrated because they were defying the teacher's rule against using soul power. Yet, she was touched that they chose to help her despite knowing they would face consequences. Such camaraderie was rare in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yi Lingling then shouted encouragement. Don't worry, class leader. The teacher said, no soul power is allowed. No soul power. This reminder brought a smile to Haoyang's face as she realized they were cleverly navigating the rules. The teacher had instructed them not to use soul power while running. Now that Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling had completed their laps, they could use their abilities to assist her without directly violating any rules. In the end, regardless of whether they had broken any rules, it was the teacher who would decide. Feeling the dual enhancements within her, Haoyang decided to push forward, unperturbed by the potential for another punishment. With the combined aid of Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, Haoyang completed the remaining 22 laps in just over 20 minutes. This display of the formidable support capabilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile and 9 hearts begonia left the other elite class students in awe. After completing the 40 laps, Haoyang was merely slightly breathless, feeling no significant fatigue. The girls shared a silent understanding, refraining from mentioning the assistants, knowing their teacher would be observing them. They would await his judgment upon returning to the gathering point. However, they were mistaken. Gu Shenge was currently preoccupied, wielding the Thunder Punishment Whip against the Director of Instruction. In the Dean's office, Gu Shenge emerged with satisfaction, casting a final admonition over his shoulder. Director Lon, be sure to behave from now on. Do not provoke my ire again. Inside the office, the disheveled Lon Qingyan lay on the floor, writhing in pain as remnants of the Thunder Punishment Whip coursed through her, inflicting excruciating discomfort. Her beautiful face was contorted in agony, reflecting a mix of fear and reluctant submission. After hearing Gu Shenge's warning, the director managed a nod. thoroughly subdued by the discipline she had received, now too intimidated to contradict him. Thus, both the dean and the director of the Tianshui Academy had become entirely subservient to Shenge. Meanwhile, in the open space in front of the small building, the elite class girls had assembled neatly in 3 rows, awaiting their teacher's arrival. A brilliant golden light flashed as Shenge appeared before them. Upon his arrival, Shui Binger, standing in the front row, caught a familiar scent reminiscent of her mother from him, leaving her surprised. Perceptive to her reaction, Shenge addressed her gently. Director Lan just visited me and mentioned your running around Qinglan Lake disrupted other students' training, which was an oversight on my part. From now on, I will arrange the elite class's physical training in the academy's designated area. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger realized the reason for the familial scent. It was because her mother had just spoken with the teacher. Shenge then turned his sharp gaze towards Hulayina, asking, "Now, class leader, explain why there are traces of enhanced soul skills within you." His keen perception had not missed the remnants of the support left by the 7 treasure, glazed tile, and 9 hearts begonia. He then glanced at Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, silently demanding an explanation with his eyes. Just as Hulayina prepared to speak up to mitigate the situation, Ning Rongrong preempted her. "Teacher, it was I who suggested assisting the class leader. You stated that soul skills could not be used while running. Since we completed our laps first, we utilized our skills afterward. The class leader did not use her soul power. We merely aided her. Therefore, we did not violate your rules, did we?" Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's boldness caused Hulayina, Shui Binger, and the others to tense up, their faces betraying their concern. Whether they have violated the rules is not for them to decide, but for the teacher to determine. Should Ning Rongrong's words offend the teacher, their consequences would likely extend beyond mere punishment, as it would challenge the teacher's authority. In contrast, Shenge, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, recognized the girl's attempts to exploit loopholes in the rules. However, he was merely pondering whether they would succeed. To exploit such loopholes requires not only creativity, but also the courage to take risks. Rather than feeling anger towards Ning Rongrong's actions, Shenge found himself quite satisfied. This clever girl understands how to navigate the intricacies of rules. Remember, no rule is perfectly absolute. You must learn to discern and leverage the vulnerabilities within them. He complimented Ning Rongrong, which relieved the girls, indicating that the teacher did not blame them for their resourcefulness, but rather encouraged it. Yet, Shenge quickly shifted his tone, infusing it with a note of caution, advising the girls that not every loophole is permissible. Just as I can't amend the rules I have set, as your teacher, I can modify them at any time. If I were to deny Rongrong's claim, you would face punishment anew. Thus, while exploiting loopholes is acceptable, one must weigh the pros and cons and act with deliberation. Shenge did not oppose the elite class girls utilizing loopholes. On the contrary, it was a commendable trait as it demonstrated their adaptability. However, not every loophole can be exploited. Ultimately, this is a form of opportunism. If faced with rigid individuals who are pedantic, like Lan Qingyan, it could backfire. In future encounters with any established rules, should you discover a loophole, do not rush to exploit it. Instead, strategize before acting. Shenge reiterated this advice, and Hulayina, Shui Binger, and the others nodded, committing his words to memory. At that moment, the sound of wheels rolling closer caught the girls' curiosity. They turned to see a large group of staff pushing 12 hefty wooden barrels, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters. The maid who had been accompanying their teacher was directing the staff to place the barrels on an open space. Once all the barrels were set, Haoyang gently thanked the staff. "Thank you all for your assistance." The staff smiled and waved off her gratitude before departing. Haoyang returned to Shenge's side, reporting, "Sir, the barrels you requested are ready." The girls gazed at the barrels with curiosity. Shun Liuyu inquired, "Teacher, what purpose do these barrels serve?" "You will find out soon enough. Class monitor, please lead your classmates to select a barrel each," Shenge instructed, indicating the barrels for Hulayina to take the elite class students to choose their own and mark them accordingly. "Understood." The fox-like girl nodded and led Shui Binger and Xiao Wu to the cluster of barrels to begin their selection. Each barrel was crafted from the unique aquatic wood of Lanjiang City, exquisitely made with clear grains and exuding the wood's distinctive fragrance. After several minutes of careful selection, the girls chose their favorite barrels and marked them with their martial soul insignia. Seeing that the students had completed their selections, Shenge withdrew his gaze and instructed them to return to class. 12 copies of the Title Douluo appeared in his hands, and he asked Haoyang to distribute them to the elite class students. The girls looked at the Title Douluo in their hands, puzzled about its significance. Noticing their confusion, Shenge conjured another Title Douluo and began to explain, "The manual you hold is titled Title Douluo, which is divided into 3 sections: the Body Refinement Chapter, the Internal Cultivation Chapter, and the Spirit Refinement Chapter. These techniques were fortuitously acquired by me and compiled together. The Body Refinement Chapter is known as 9-grade Body Refinement Technique, which is categorized into 3 realms and 9 grades. The first 3 grades focus on refining the skin and flesh, the middle 3 on the muscles and bones, and the last 3 on the blood and marrow. Upon achieving the 9th grade, one's vitality becomes as robust as an ox, with physical strength reaching 10,000 pounds, impervious to blades and fire, and resistant to toxins. Upon hearing the introduction of the 9-grade Body Refinement Technique, the elite class students expressed astonishment, realizing the immense power it promised. If what the teacher stated was true, achieving the 9th grade would grant them the strength to contend with a soul sage, even without using soul power. They eagerly flipped open the Title Douluo to examine the Body Refinement Chapter, which illustrated a series of connected movements, simple yet profound, differing vastly from the body refinement methods they had previously heard of. While there are indeed body refinement techniques in Douluo continent, they are typically held by prestigious families, passed down solely to their direct descendants and not shared with outsiders. Examples include the Ba Long Body Refinement Technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Giant Elephant Mountain Technique of the Elephant Armor sect, and the Burdened Armor Technique of the Sacred Dragon sect. The Internal Cultivation Chapter is named Cold, Ice, True Qi. By practicing this internal technique, the soul power within you will transform into the extremely cold and icy cold, ice, true Qi. The Spirit Refinement Chapter is known as Tian Spirit Refinement Technique, which primarily focuses on the soul and can enhance spiritual strength through long-term practice. As for the Internal Cultivation and Body Refinement Chapters, Shenge did not elaborate further. He clapped his hands to redirect the students' attention back to him. From now on, we will study martial soul theory and internal cultivation in the mornings, while afternoons will focus on body refinement and physical training, and evenings will be dedicated to practicing the Tian Spirit Refinement Technique. Thus, the elite class as curriculum was officially established. The girls responded in unison, "Yes, teacher." Now, let us focus on the Body Refinement Chapter of the Title Douluo and follow me in performing the first movement. Prior to the class, Shenge had already mastered the 9-grade Body Refinement Technique to its pinnacle, given his background in demonic body refinement, rendering it effortless for him. The 9-grade Body Refinement Technique consists of 54 movements divided into 3 phases: refining the skin and flesh, refining the muscles and bones, and refining the blood and marrow, with 18 movements in each phase. Although these movements appeared simple, executing them proved challenging even for the soul masters like Haoyang and Zhu. Moreover, the girls often heard Shenge's instructive voice echoing in their ears. "Ning rong rong, is there a brick pressing down on your neck? Stop slouching and raise your head. Shui Binger, do not lift your left arm too high. You could injure your muscles and bones. Xiao Wu, did I instruct you to kick? Bring that back. Zhu Qing, do not bend your waist so much, and keep your hips down. Adjust that cat-like habit of yours. Shui Where, what are you laughing at? You are the worst at this. Start over." Under Shenge's relentless guidance and corrections, it took more than half an hour for the elite class students to barely complete the first phase's 18 movements. Haoyang, Ning Rong Rong, and the others collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, their faces flushed, utterly exhausted as if they had just emerged from a protracted battle. Observing the girls, who were utterly spent after merely performing a substandard round of the initial phase, Shenge felt a sense of disappointment. Initially, it was believed that they possessed the foundation of soul masters and that the first stage of learning would progress swiftly. However, the reality was far from satisfactory, and one could even describe their performance as utterly abysmal, revealing them to be complete novices in physical training. Moreover, merely completing a single round was insufficient. Shenge desired for them to truly learn, to memorize, and ultimately to internalize these movements as second nature. Observing Shui Binger, who faltered even after just one attempt. And Zhu Zhuqing alongside the others, he spoke decisively. You shall repeat these 18 movements 10 more times. Commit them firmly to memory, transforming them into your muscle memory. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the young women fell. They could barely endure the pain from their first attempt. The prospect of repeating it 10 more times was daunting, and they feared it would break them. The elite class students hastily pleaded with Shenge for mercy. Teacher, please, have mercy on us. We struggled to complete just one round. 10 more would surely ruin us. Can we not reduce the number? 10 is far too many. We simply cannot endure it. Upon hearing the demand to repeat the first stage of the 9-tiered body refinement technique 10 additional times, Ning Rongrong, Shui Yue, and the others immediately voiced their pleas for clemency. In contrast, Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu refrained from complaints, enduring their physical discomfort and diligently executing the training movements. This scene, starkly contrasting with Ning Rongrong and her companions, prompted Shenge to point at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, his expression one of frustration mixed with disappointment. Look at your class leader and the others. Do they complain like you? No. If you cannot even endure this little hardship, how do you expect to become strong? Dream on. Complete these 10 rounds of body refinement movements. Any of you who fails to do so will be expelled from the elite class. I, Shenge, have no need for students who cannot withstand even the slightest difficulty. Chastised, Ning Rongrong, Shui Yue, and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of their teacher's ire. The punishment of immediate expulsion from the elite class seemed excessively harsh. Gritting their teeth, Shui Yue Yuhairo, Qiu Ruo Shui, Shun Luyu, and Gu Qingbo suppressed their pain and began the body refinement movements. Yi Lingling had never witnessed Shenge in such a furious state. She too refrained from further complaints and joined her peers in the effort. Only Ning Rongrong displayed reluctance. Having never faced such adversity, she found even a single round overwhelming. She would rather withdraw from the elite class than endure the prospect of 10 more repetitions. As she forced herself to rise, her mind racing with thoughts of surrender, she noticed Shui, whom she had previously opposed, diligently undertaking the body refinement movements. This sight left her momentarily stunned, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. After all, she had been the loudest in her pleas for mercy moments prior. However, witnessing Shui Yue's determination stirred something within Ning Rongrong. As the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, renowned for her exceptional talent over centuries, could she truly be outdone by a mere dolphin? The thought of potentially facing ridicule from Shui Yue in the future for her inability to endure the training ignited a sense of frustration within her. If Shui Yue could persevere, then why could she not? I, Ning Rongrong, am certainly not inferior to anyone. I shall not bring shame upon the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After this self-motivating reflection, fueled by an unwavering resolve, the little princess gritted her teeth and joined the effort. Observing Ning Rongrong, who was enduring her pain while performing the body refinement movements, Shenge felt a flicker of surprise. He had noticed her earlier hesitation to withdraw from the elite class. Had she chosen to leave, he would not have stopped her and would have returned the 7-treasure token given to him by Ning Fengji. However, to his astonishment, after casting a glance at Shui Yue, she chose to persist. He had indeed anticipated that she might falter under the pressure of elite training. But it seemed that Shui Yue's taunts had ignited a competitive spirit within her, prompting her to strive not to fall short. As he observed the girls diligently practicing the 9-tiered body refinement technique, each movement etched a trace of pain upon their youthful faces. Yet, despite the discomfort, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, even if their cries of agony escaped their lips. Shenge felt a sense of gratification, knowing that accomplishing 10 rounds was nearly impossible for them. His true intention was merely to deplete their stamina. When a person's energy is utterly exhausted, the effects of the body refinement elixir can be maximized. With a thought, he summoned 12 large wooden barrels into the realm of the Ming, filling each with a substantial amount of water. He then entrusted 12 vials of body refinement elixir, recently concocted, to Haoyang, instructing her to await within the Ming realm. Once the elite class students were transported there, they would be stripped of their clothing and immersed in the barrels to receive the nourishing and strengthening effects of the elixir. As time passed, the The first to succumb was Ning Rongrong. Being a support-type soul master, her physique was inherently weaker than that of her peers, compounded by her lack of regular training and minimal exposure to hardship. She could barely endure a second round before collapsing to the ground, her gaze fixed upon Shui, who continued to persevere, filled with a sense of indignation. She could not believe she was outmatched by that dolphin. As expected, Shenge approached Ning Rongrong. "Relax. Do not resist," he instructed, as the laws of the Ming realm enveloped the exhausted girl and transported her away. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lingling also succumbed and was sent away by Shenge. It created a chain reaction. One after another, the young women faltered, utterly worn out. Qiu Ruo Shui, Shun Lu Yu, Shui Yuer, and Yu Hai Ro could not withstand the second round. Shui Wu and Shui Binger managed to endure until the third. Xiao Wu and Hu Laina collapsed by the fifth round. Ultimately, Shenge was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing, who persisted until the eighth round before finally succumbing. Yet, even then, she attempted to rise again, her eyes reflecting a depth of determination and resilience, despite feeling lightheaded and utterly drained on the verge of collapse. She refused to yield. This sight deeply moved Shenge. The little wildcat, striving to break free from the constraints of her family's expectations, seeking freedom and strength, had endured more hardship than the entirety of the elite class combined. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's relentless desire to rise once more, Shenge approached her, a pang of compassion crossing his face. He knelt beside her, embracing the sweat-drenched, thoroughly exhausted wildcat, and softly spoke, "Enough, you have already exerted yourself greatly. Close your eyes and rest well." Upon hearing her teacher's words, the tension in Zhu Zhuqing's body gradually dissolved, and the fatigue she had been suppressing crashed over her like a tidal wave. Unable to hold on any longer, her head slumped, and she succumbed into Shenge's embrace. He couldn't help but reflect, what a diligent child. Soon after, the laws of the Ming realm swirled around Zhu Zhuqing, enveloping her and transporting her into that realm. In the central region of the Bright Realm, Haoyang stood guard beside 12 large wooden barrels, while Hu Laina and Shui Binger were immersed in the body-tempering elixir. Their once fatigued bodies gradually regained vitality, as the cells within them voraciously absorbed the elixir's potency. Every inch of their flesh and skin was fortified by the nurturing essence of the elixir, making them feel as though they were enveloped in a warm and gentle spring. Utterly comfortable, even prompting the desire to vocalize their delight. Suddenly, a golden light flickered, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared before Haoyang. Following suit, she undressed the small wildcat and carefully placed her into the barrel, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing's head exposed, while the rest of her body was submerged in the elixir. In the barrel, the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing remained in a state of reverie, her memories lingering on the notion of perseverance. She repeatedly urged herself to endure, adamantly refusing to yield. She was determined not to withdraw from the elite class. She aspired to grow stronger than anyone else. She would not become a victim of her family's constraints. The elite class represented her only opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing vowed never to submit to anyone nor to become a vassal. She would seize control of her own life and destiny. If her innate talent fell short, she would compensate with diligence. She was willing to endure any hardship, even at the cost of her life, as long as she had made an effort, as long as she had fought for her choices. Beside the barrel, Haoyang observed the resolute expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, even in her unconscious state. Her dark brows were furrowed, and the cat-eared girl's determination was evident. Listening to her unconscious murmurs, Haoyang felt a surge of surprise and curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing's name had been a constant in her life. The ancestral figure of the Zhu family, who had ascended to divinity, was also the companion of the esteemed ancestor of the Dai family. To her astonishment, she found herself in the presence of the legendary figure, although Zhu Zhuqing seemed somewhat different from the image passed down through the Zhu family. As time flowed on, Hu Laina and Shui Binger absorbed the body-tempering elixir in the water, gradually regaining their strength. However, due to their lack of clothing, they remained seated in the barrel. Under the elixir's nurturing effects, the aches and weariness in their bodies vanished, replaced by a sense of ease, and they felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through them. Furthermore, their soul power had also seen a slight increase. A flash of golden light appeared as Shenge materialized beside Haoyang. His gaze swept over the girls soaking in the water, and he spoke gently, inquiring about their feelings. Unable to contain her excitement, Shui eagerly shared her sensations. Teacher, I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me. I could easily defeat a century-old soul beast with a single punch. The other girls nodded in agreement, astonished that just over half an hour of soaking had bestowed upon them a feeling of rejuvenation. Ning Rongrong gazed curiously at the water that enveloped her exquisite collarbone, wondering what had been added to it. She could still feel a warm current flowing through her body, traversing every inch of her flesh. Dimly, she perceived streaks of azure light beneath her fair skin. Clenching her delicate fists, she felt her strength increase. As a sole master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was particularly sensitive to enhancements in her attributes. Ning Rongrong estimated her strength had increased by at least 5 points. The fact that a single immersion had bolstered her power by nearly half a level left her astonished. Yet, she quickly realized that this transformation could not merely be attributed to the elixir. It was likely linked to their practice of the 9th rank body tempering technique. The techniques of large families often incorporated various herbs, and her current training in the 9th rank body tempering technique was probably no exception. She had not anticipated such significant results from her initial practice. In Ning Rongrong's understanding, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's Tyrant Body Refinement could not compare to the 9th rank body tempering technique, and in fact, paled in comparison. Having experienced the might of the 9th rank body tempering technique, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of relief that she had not given up, lest she had missed this supreme method of body refinement. Her father had once remarked that although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was esteemed as one of the top 3 sects and boasted the most revered auxiliary martial soul, they were lacking in the realm of body refinement compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haotian sect. Now that she had acquired this top-tier body refinement technique, it would undoubtedly elevate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to new heights. However, she pondered how to persuade her teacher to impart this body refinement method to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lost in thought, Ning Rongrong contemplated her next steps. Shenge observed the girls, each displaying a mix of expressions, yet all appeared satisfied with their transformations. A surge of immense spiritual energy emanated from his brow, enveloping them, penetrating their skin, and thoroughly examining their bodies. The other elite class students felt little from his examination, save for Xiao Wu, whose cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her eyes revealing shyness. Her rabbit ears perked up, and she submerged herself deeper in the water, too bashful to look up. Upon completing the health assessments of the elite class students, Shenge retracted his spiritual energy, though it was merely their initial practice of the 9th rank body tempering technique. With the assistance of the body tempering elixir, each individual had experienced varying degrees of enhancement, though specific results would require testing. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she remained in a state of unconsciousness and would need more time to absorb the elixir. However, since the small wildcat had persevered the longest, her gains upon awakening would undoubtedly be the most significant. As Shenge gazed at the cat-eared girl immersed in the elixir, he took in her youthful yet strikingly cold features, her brows revealing an indomitable spirit and extraordinary resolve, which deeply resonated with him. He recalled his own relentless pursuit of strength, utilizing his solar martial soul to absorb sunlight and convert it into soul power. He would often place himself under the scorching sun, enduring its rays day after day. Even when his skin darkened and peeled, he never faltered. Despite possessing innate full soul power, without diligent practice, even being endowed with innate level 20 soul power would yield no benefit. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing slowly awoke, her beautiful eyes fluttering open to find herself in the barrel, her smooth skin submerged in the clear water, completely unclothed, which sparked a flicker of confusion in her gaze. "Where am I? Awake, are you?" A familiar voice resonated beside her. Turning her head, Zhu Zhuqing saw Shenge standing next to her barrel, his eyes warm and clear, filled with approval as he quietly observed her. The cat-eared girl scanned her surroundings, realizing that aside from herself and Shenge, there was no one else present, prompting her to inquire, "Teacher, where is this?" "This is the Bright Realm," Shenge explained. "What I control is a small dimension. You are on the verge of reaching your physical limits due to practicing the 9th rank body tempering technique. So I brought you here to allow my maidservants to prepare the body-tempering elixir for you to absorb. How do you feel?" Upon hearing Gu Shenge's words, Zhu Juqing carefully assessed her bodily changes, and a joyful expression spread across her striking face. Not only had all her fatigue and pain vanished, but she also sensed a significant enhancement in her strength, and even her internal soul power had broken through from level 27 to level 28. This represented a tremendous gain for Zhu Juqing. The little wildcat hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Gu Shenge, saying, "Thank you, teacher. I feel wonderful." Originally, according to Zhu Juqing's calculations, she believed that breaking through to the 28th level would require at least 3 months of training. To her surprise, she achieved it in a single session of body refinement, filling her with immense joy. Every increment in her strength brought her one step closer to breaking free from the constraints of her family and attaining freedom. In the original narrative, Zhu Juqing was the only character without blemish. Chapter 83. Accepting a disciple. The master-disciple function was activated. "It seems you have gained quite a lot," Gu Shenge remarked, enveloping the little wildcat with his spiritual energy and conducting a thorough examination of Zhu Juqing's body, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the extent of her physical enhancement, the mere fact that her soul power had advanced from the 27th to the 28th level indicated that she had made the most significant progress among the elite class students. Noticing her teacher's unwavering gaze, the little wildcat became self-conscious, her fair face flushing with a hint of crimson. Yet she hesitated to remind him of her current state of undress. What if she misunderstood his intentions? Perhaps he was merely observing her physical progress, without any ulterior motives. After a brief moment, Gu Shenge withdrew his gaze from Zhu Juqing and, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, deduced her thoughts. He did not elaborate, but gently inquired, "Shaoqing, would you like to become my disciple?" The sudden question left the little wildcat in a state of shock, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. The esteemed Haoyang Douluo actually wished to take her as a disciple, although they currently refer to Gu Shenge as their teacher. It was solely due to his position as the instructor of the elite class. The term becoming a disciple implied that he intended to accept her as his personal student and heir. "Teacher, am I worthy?" Zhu Juqing hesitated, engulfed in self-doubt after her initial astonishment. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Her talent was merely above average within the elite class, only slightly surpassing that of Shui, Yuera, and others. There were several exceptionally gifted classmates ahead of her. Why had he chosen her instead of them? Observing the self-doubting cat-eared girl, Gu Shenge smiled gently, thinking how lacking in confidence she was. He nodded and softly countered her doubts. "Shaoqing, do you have any idea how many rounds of body refinement you completed?" Upon hearing this, the little wildcat shook her head, unable to recall. In truth, she had struggled after the 4th round, ultimately pushing herself through sheer willpower to avoid being expelled from the elite class. She had lost count of how many rounds she had completed. "You persevered longer than any of them, achieving 8 rounds. Do you realize that Haoyang, a high-level soul master, only managed 5 rounds, while you, a great soul master, accomplished 8? By this measure alone, you have far surpassed them." Zhu Juqing was momentarily taken aback to learn that she had indeed completed 8 rounds, surpassing Haoyang. Gu Shenge continued to highlight her strengths, elucidating why he wished to accept her as his disciple. "Shaoqing, although your talent and martial soul may not be the pinnacle, you possess extraordinary perseverance. To become a formidable warrior, both talent and tenacity are essential. While there are numerous ways to enhance one's talent, perseverance can only be cultivated from within. This quality is what I value in you. So, do you wish to become my disciple?" Despite her talent being inferior to that of Haoyang and Shui Binger, Zhu Juqing's tenacity was unparalleled. A slight deficit in cultivation talent was inconsequential. Gu Shenge could always venture into the sunset forest to converse with the poison Douluo, perhaps even acquire a few celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye to bolster Zhu Juqing's growth. The notion that she was recognized for her perseverance gradually dawned upon Zhu Juqing. The honor of becoming a disciple of a Title Douluo filled her with pride, leaving no room for foolishly declining the offer. The cat-eared girl promptly nodded in agreement. "I am willing to become your disciple. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple," Gu Shenge replied with a satisfied nod, and at that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. "Beep, the host has accepted their first disciple." The master-disciple function has been activated. Please check for updates. The sudden notification left Gu Shenge momentarily stunned. He was aware of the system's master-disciple function and had assumed it would activate randomly, never anticipating it would do so in this manner. He refrained from immediately accessing the master-disciple function and instead turned his gaze back to Zhu Zhuqing, his expression softening further. Please rise from the tub. They're waiting for us outside. After saying this, he turned away, granting Zhu Zhuqing the privacy to dress. A few minutes later, Gu Shenge emerged from the Ming realm, accompanied by the now-dressed little wildcat. As dusk fell over Douluo continent, the sky gradually darkened, stars twinkling in the dimming heavens, surrounding a crescent moon. In the living room of the small Western-style building, Hua, Laina, Shui, Binger, and Xiao Wu sat in a circle, each holding a cup of floral tea. Surrounded by an array of snacks, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, their camaraderie markedly more relaxed than in the afternoon. Haoyang stood by their side, refilling any empty cups, which left the young ladies pleasantly astonished. Although Haoyang was merely a maid to the teacher, the saying a minister's gate has 3 grades of officials held true, and they dared not treat her as a mere servant. Instead, they held her in high esteem, especially since the body refinement liquid they had soaked and was prepared by her. Offending her could lead to dire consequences, even if she did not voice her grievances directly. A minor oversight in their training could cost them dearly. Yi Lingling savored the floral tea, her fair face radiating surprise. It was even more delightful than the tea brewed by her mother, with an exquisite fragrance that enveloped her senses, intoxicating her. She quickly set her cup down and inquired of Haoyang, "Sister Hua, this tea you prepared is so fragrant and delicious. Can you teach me how to make it?" "Of course," Haoyang replied, welcoming Yi Lingling's interest. However, mastering the art of brewing floral tea required ample time, and, most importantly, a discerning eye to select the finest flowers. "I wish to learn too," Shui Wearer chimed in, raising her hand, eager to join. Yet Shui Binger shook her head, urging her to focus on her studies and training, rather than waste time on frivolous pursuits. Seeing her sister's disapproval, Shui Wearer reluctantly lowered her hand, sticking out her tongue in acknowledgement. A burst of golden light appeared as Gu Shenge and Zhu Zhuqing materialized in the living room. Upon seeing their teacher's return, Hua Laina and the others set down their cups and rose to greet him. Noticing the late hour and the fatigue of the elite class students, Gu Shenge advised them to take proper rest. "You have all worked hard today. Please return to rest. If you have time this evening, remember to practice the body refinement exercises diligently. Don't wait until class to start practicing, understood? As for the tying refining spirit technique, we can cover that tomorrow." He instructed them to review the Tying Douluo, but cautioned against practicing it just yet. Regarding the secret teachings, Gu Shenge felt no concern. Aside from his own version of the Tying Douluo, which was tailored for teachers, the students possessed only the student version. In essence, the Tying Douluo in their hands lacked reference answers. Without his direct guidance and instruction, attempting to practice, it could lead to complications. "Gu Shenge, hee, you didn't see this coming, did you? I tore up the answer key." Chapter 84. The extraordinary master-disciple function and Zhu Zhuqing's choice within the quaint little villa. The elite class was left with only Zhu Zhuqing, as Laina, Shui Binger, and the others had departed. Upon noticing that Gu Shenge had remained alone with Zhu Zhuqing, Haoyang understood that there were private matters to discuss between the teacher and student, and so she refrained from intruding, opting instead to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Gu Shenge gently spoke, "Xiao Qing, please take a seat for a moment. I have some matters to attend to." The little wildcat nodded obediently, watching as her teacher ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, Gu Shenge opened the system interface and began to explore the master-disciple function. Unlike the other 3 functions, the master-disciple feature not only benefited him, but also had effects on his disciple. As a teacher, Gu Shenge had the ability to bestow one of his innate talents upon his disciple, or select one of Zhu Zhuqing's talents to enhance himself. Additionally, he could issue various tasks to his disciple through the master-disciple function, which required both parties to collaborate in order to achieve completion. Upon successful completion of these tasks, the system would reward them with varying degrees of benefits. In moments of peril where his disciple faced insurmountable danger, she could summon Gu Shenge's true form or a clone for assistance. Furthermore, with each improvement in her cultivation, Gu Shenge would receive a portion of that cultivation as feedback. He also had the capability to channel his own cultivation into his disciple, assisting her in elevating her own level. Moreover, after completing the initiation tasks, Zhu Zhuqing could also take on her own disciples, and as her descendants progressed in their cultivation, Gu Shenge would similarly gain benefits. This lineage, flowing through generations, would ensure that Gu Shenge received a continuous supply of cultivation power. The master-disciple function was indeed remarkable. Gu Shenge also noted that there were 3 additional functions following the master-disciple feature: sect, family, and nation. This revelation plunged him into contemplation as he analyzed these 3 major functions. The sect function appeared to be an advanced version of the master-disciple feature. According to the system's pattern, it would likely activate once he had gathered a sufficient number of disciples. As for family and nation, he could speculate about their conditions for activation. The family function would probably require him to marry and have children, thus establishing a family. The nation function might require him to either establish a nation or become a sovereign ruler to unlock it. However, Gu Shenge felt no pressing need to activate all these system functions. A sufficient number would suffice, as having too many could lead to complications. Closing the system interface, he remained silent for a while before returning downstairs. In the living room, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been waiting patiently, quickly rose from the sofa upon seeing him descend. A hint of respect graced her cold yet youthful visage as she slightly bowed and greeted him. "Teacher, have you finished your business?" "Yes, please have a seat." Gu Shenge nodded, indicating that there was no need for such formality. He took a seat across from her. Haoyang, noticing his sit-down, thoughtfully poured him a cup of floral tea before stepping back. After taking a gentle sip of the tea, Gu Shenge placed the cup down lightly, gazing at the delicate yet fierce little wildcat. His eyes softened as he began to speak. "Shaoqing, I am aware of certain matters regarding the Zhu and Dai families of the Douluo Empire, and I understand your reason for joining the elite class, to grow stronger and break free from your family's constraints." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise at his knowledge. How could her teacher know such things? Yet, recalling her teacher's position as an elder of the Spear Hall, it was not so astonishing after all. She nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired with curiosity, "Teacher, since you know all this, are you suggesting, although I have taken you as my disciple, I will not intervene in suppressing the Zhu family on your behalf. I will guide you and aid you in becoming stronger. You must face and conquer both the Zhu family and the Douluo Empire on your own," Gu Shenge replied calmly. It was essential for Zhu Zhuqing to break the rules of her family herself. This would provide her with a goal. The perceptive wildcat understood her teacher's intentions and nodded in agreement. "I see. It's good that you understand. Clear your mind and do not resist." At his instruction, Zhu Zhuqing calmed her thoughts, and Gu Shenge raised his hand, his fingertip glowing with golden light as he gently tapped her snow-white forehead. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, you have become the disciple of Gu Shenge. The master-disciple system is now activated. Please check your notifications." The master-disciple system? Zhu Zhuqing appeared bewildered. What was this system? After a brief moment, Gu Shenge withdrew his finger, having merely gone through the motions. And another notification resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host, on accepting your first disciple. Reward: 1 yellow level lottery draw." Noticing the confusion on his disciple's face, Gu Shenge kindly explained, "There's no need for surprise. I have merely infused the essence of my treasure into your being. With it, should you encounter an unbeatable danger, I will be alerted immediately. It possesses many wondrous uses, which you will gradually come to understand." Though Zhu Zhuqing did not fully grasp the concept of treasure, she trusted her teacher and refrained from further inquiries. Gu Shenge then opened the master-disciple interface. Examining Zhu Zhuqing's profile, true name, Zhu Zhuqing Martial Soul, Nethercat Innate Soul Power, Level 7 rank, Level 28 Great Soul Master Soul Rings, yellow, yellow. After reviewing, he inquired, "Shaoqing, your cultivation talent is not the highest, but I can assist you in enhancing it. However, you must choose one of 2 options. Either elevate your innate level 7 soul power to full innate soul power, or allow your martial soul to undergo a mutation. The latter is unpredictable. It may transform your Nethercat into a top-tier martial soul, or perhaps render it ineffective. Choose wisely." Enhancing innate soul power, facilitating a mutation of the martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing paused, astonished by such possibilities, yet faced with the dilemma of choosing only one. The little wildcat fell into silence, contemplating her choice. Gu Xingge remained patient, waiting for her decision. After a long pause, Zhu Zhuqing reached a conclusion. Teacher, I choose the mutation of my martial soul. The allure of full innate soul power was undeniable, guaranteeing her a path to becoming a Title Douluo, provided she did not falter along the way. However, she was more inclined to take a chance on the mutation. Her nethercat martial soul, while a high-grade beast martial soul, still fell short of top-tier status. Should it mutate and strengthen, her odds in future duels against Zhu Zhuqing would significantly improve. Moreover, with her teacher's formidable strength, Zhu Zhuqing believed there would be future opportunities to enhance her innate soul power, but the chance of a martial soul mutation was uncertain. Gu Xingge had anticipated she would opt for the full innate soul power, as it would accelerate her cultivation. Thus, he decided to honor her choice. Communicating with the system, Gu Xingge bestowed the moonlight martial soul upon Zhu Zhuqing. He was eager to see the powerful mutation that would arise from the fusion of the moonlight martial soul with the nethercat martial soul. Chapter 85. Moonlight Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, with the essence of the moonlight martial soul merging into her being, aided by the system. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes to deeply sense the mysterious energy enveloping her martial soul, a profound, gentle, and chilling essence that intertwined with her nethercat martial soul. At a glance, she appeared unchanged. However, Zhu Zhuqing's soul seemed to be enveloped in the cool and gentle moonlight, soothing all her restlessness and fatigue, bringing her a profound sense of tranquility and peace, as if she had undergone a purification, a comfort so profound that it elicited involuntary soft sighs, lingering in the living room. In contrast, Gu Xingge, despite bestowing his Taiyin martial soul upon Zhu Zhuqing, remained unaffected. His own Taiyin martial soul persisted. The essence of the Taiyin martial soul granted to Zhu Zhuqing was provided by the system, not extracted from his own being, merely modeled after him. Observing the little wildcat's blissful reaction to the integration of the Taiyin martial soul essence, he couldn't help but question whether he had made a mistake. His vast mental power released, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing, penetrating her body to scrutinize her integration process, revealing no signs of rejection. It seemed that the little wildcat's martial soul mutation would be beneficial. However, it appeared that a little more time was needed for complete integration. Gu Xingge raised his hand, releasing soul power to envelop Zhu Zhuqing, gently laying her down on the sofa. He then sat across from her, opening the system interface to utilize the recently acquired yellow level lottery. Ding! Yellow level lottery usage completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Alchemy Technique. Basic Alchemy Technique? Hearing the system's notification, Gu Xingge murmured to himself. The name alone was quite revealing. He immediately chose to accept it, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the basic alchemy technique flooded into his mind, encompassing everything from alchemical methods to the mastery of heat, identification and selection of herbs, and more, immensely complex. Even Gu Xingge's formidable mental prowess momentarily faltered. After a while, he regained his focus, and a look of delight shone in his brilliant golden eyes. Although termed basic alchemy technique, its content was anything but basic in Gu Xingge's view. The basic alchemy technique included 10 types of elixirs: body refinement pill, ice skin pill, copper bone pill, vitality pill, soul dissolution powder, spirit explosion pill, spirit nourishing pill, hunter desires pill, bone erosion pill, and phoenix blood pill. These 10 elixirs bore various effects, some beneficial, some harmful, and some restorative. The most powerful among them was the phoenix blood pill, crafted primarily from phoenix blood, supplemented with various precious herbs. Upon consumption, it would not take immediate effect, but would instead settle within the body, only to manifest when one suffered grave injuries, rapidly restoring the wounds to their original state. This was akin to the effect of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill in Do, Pa, albeit less domineering and formidable. Given that Gu Xingge resided in the Douluo world, the materials used for the 10 elixirs were synchronously substituted with those from the Douluo realm, allowing for further synchronization when venturing into other worlds in the future. Convenience was the primary focus. Once he organized the knowledge of the basic alchemy technique in his mind, Gu Xingge turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that her integration was nearing completion. A few minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing awakened from her integration. Upon seeing her rise, Gu Xingge smiled and inquired, "How do you feel?" In response, Zhu Zhuqing attentively sensed her martial soul, noting significant changes after merging with the essence of the Taiyin martial soul. The originally black-purple fur of the nether spirit cat transformed into a deep, shadowy black, adorned with silver lunar patterns along its back, sprouting wings resembling silver crescent moons. A moonstone was embedded in the cat's forehead, and its once ordinary eyes shifted to a pale silver, radiating the serene glow of moonlight, exuding an even more elegant and noble demeanor. With the evolution of her martial soul, it acquired a new name, Moonshadow Spirit Cat. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing sensed a substantial enhancement in her soul power, leaping 2 levels to reach level 30. The little wildcat's youthful and delicate face displayed unmistakable delight, her excitement causing her to tremble lightly, dazzling those around her. She had actually advanced 3 levels in a single day. With just one more Millennium Soul Ring, she would become a soul master. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's joyful expression, Gu Shenge recognized her remarkable gains. With a thought, he opened the Master and Disciple interface to review the little wildcat's current profile. Not only had her martial soul undergone a beneficial mutation, but her innate soul power had also increased from level 7 to level 9. This explained why Zhu Zhuqing had experienced a 2-level rise in her soul power. In retrospect, this was indeed more cost-effective than directly bestowing her with full innate soul power. "Thank you, teacher." Zhu Zhuqing knelt on one knee, looking up at Gu Shenge with a face full of gratitude. If it weren't for her teacher's assistance in facilitating her martial soul's mutation, she would have needed at least a year or 2 to break through to level 30. Gu Shenge smiled gently, urging her to rise and dismissing the need for excessive formality. "Little Qing, since your soul power has reached level 30 in a couple of days, I will take you to the Stardow Forest to obtain your soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, fully trusting her teacher. Meanwhile, Gu Shenge also had his plans. Besides Zhu Zhuqing needing to acquire her 3rd soul ring, Yinner, Hulaina, and Yi Yusi also required soul rings. It would be efficient to hunt together in the Stardow Forest. Yinner entered the living room, informing them that dinner was ready. Gu Shenge nodded slightly, and upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing prepare to leave, he invited her to join them for dinner. Naturally, the little wildcat could not refuse the teacher's invitation. After dinner, Zhu Zhuqing assisted Yinner in clearing the table, while Gu Shenge went next door, preparing to engage in post-dinner exercise with Lan Qingyan. In the small Western-style building, enchanting piano melodies flowed like a gentle stream in the living room, the music enveloping the entire house, soothing the heart and intoxicating the senses. In one corner of the living room, Lan Qingyan, elegantly adorned, sat on the piano bench, her curvaceous figure accentuated by a delicate indigo dress. Her blue hair styled in a single spiral bun, with a few loose strands framing her fair face. She wore light makeup and subtle blue eyeshadow, her slender fingers dancing over the piano keys, producing exquisite notes that surrounded her and calmed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands embraced Lan Qingyan from behind, forcing her to cease playing. As she turned her head, a handsome and robust face loomed closer, and a dominant kiss descended upon her gray-blue lips, entwining them together. Simultaneously, a pure and vigorous energy enveloped Lan Qingyan, claiming her entirely and leaving her unable to resist, rendering her as pliable as clay in the arms of the man behind her, surrendering to his whims. After a while, the one-stop piano resumed, albeit in a chaotic and disordered manner, lacking the previous elegance. Chapter 86, Bibi Dong's Madness. Lan Qingyan's Regret. In the Pope's Palace of the Spirit Hall, illuminated brightly in the night, the air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. On the bed, Bibi Dong, clad in a light purple silk nightgown, tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, her delicate brows furrowed, and her stunningly beautiful face was rife with confusion, as memories of the words spoken by the demon soul sect leader echoed in her mind. Had Tianshui not insulted her? Were her memories not necessarily true? Yet the more she pondered, the more impossible it seemed, and she scoffed at the very notion. If that beast had not insulted her, how could there be the existence of Tianrenshue? That child was born from her own womb after 10 months of pregnancy. Could it be that all those memories from those 10 months were fabricated? However, she felt a flicker of anticipation towards this notion. If it were true, if she had not been humiliated by that beast, King Sunji, and if her memories were mere fabrications, then it would signify her purity. The moment this thought emerged, it was as though a rope descended from the heavens, hovering above the dark mire, poised before the mother spider ensnared within. Should she climb this rope, she could escape the clutches of the filthy abyss and draw nearer to the radiant sun. Yet, fear gripped her heart, the fear that this rope might suddenly snap, sending her plummeting back into the dark mire, sinking deeper and deeper until escape became impossible. Bibi Dong was ensnared in profound hesitation, struggling to believe the words of the demon soul sect master. Had it not been for Qian Rengshu, she might have entertained the possibility. It was precisely due to the existence of that wretched offspring that the shadows of her dark past loomed over her incessantly. Wretched spawn, you must perish. The mere thought of Qian Rengshu contorted Bibidong's exquisite visage into a mask of rage, her beautiful eyes blazing with a crimson light. No matter what, she must annihilate Qian Rengshu. To her, Qian Rengshu represented not only a source of shame, but also a ticking time bomb. She dreaded that if Gu Shenge were to discover that Qian Rengshu was her daughter, her secret would be laid bare. The most effective way to safeguard a secret is to eliminate all those connected to it. As memories of her humiliation surged within her, the crimson light in Bibidong's eyes intensified. Grasping the bedpost, her delicate hands trembled with fury and resentment as she growled, consumed by madness and hatred. Tian Douluo, along with that wretched spawn, you all must die. Tianyi Fei, I shall eradicate you and your descendants. I will obliterate the lineage of angels and sever their divine status. Her already fearsome and twisted beauty became even more grotesque, her countenance detestable, as a dark, malevolent purple aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a dread demon emerging from the abyss. Terrifying beyond measure, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong herself, the resentment, bitterness, humiliation, and anger festering within her heart were nurturing a being equally filled with hatred towards the angelic lineage. The next morning, as the night faded, the sky donned a deep blue hue, with the dawn gradually painting the heavens in shades of crimson. The morning light broke through the clouds, cascading onto the earth, awakening all that had slumbered through the night as a new day began. At the Tianshui Academy, in the small villa number 3, slender rays of sunlight streamed through the glass of a second-floor room, falling upon the intertwined forms of a man and woman. As the warm, gentle light of dawn enveloped him, Gu Shenge's solar martial spirit stirred within, rousing him from slumber. After a moment, the young man slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion clouding his vision. As he became aware of the soft warmth in his embrace, clarity gradually returned to him. Upon awakening, Gu Shenge gazed at the still sleeping Lan Qingyan in his arms, reaching out to caress the smooth, fair skin of her face. A look of satisfaction crossing his features as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her snowy forehead before rising to dress and depart. Once Gu Shenge left, Lan Qingyan opened her beautiful eyes but chose not to rise. Instead, she lay quietly on the bed, her almond-shaped eyes filled with sorrow and regret. She had never anticipated that events would unfold to such a degree. Her heart was heavy with remorse. Had she not been so aggressive towards Gu Shenge during the meeting, perhaps none of this would have transpired. As for resisting Gu Shenge, that was utterly implausible. How could a mere soul sage oppose a Title Douluo? All Lan Qingyan could do was acquiesce and accept her fate. Meanwhile, in the elite classroom, the girls had gathered early. Ning Honglong, Shui Yue, Xi Ovu, and Yi Lingling surrounded Zhu Zhuqing like little birds, chattering inquisitively. What did the teacher keep you for last night, little Qing? Surely, it wasn't he for a little private tutoring. I think it's quite possible. What did the teacher secretly teach you, little Qing? Can you share with us? Zhu Qing, you persevered the longest during yesterday's physical training. The teacher must have rewarded you. Hey, little Qing, I sense an aura similar to the teacher's emanating from you. Confess. What benefits did you receive? Xiao Wu leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, smiling as she inquired. Others might not have noticed Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, but Xiao Wu, who had often trained under the lunar martial spirit, was exceedingly sensitive to the lunar aura emitted by the moon shadow spirit cat. Faced with her classmates' inquiries, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her characteristic icy demeanor, choosing not to respond. Until she received permission from the teacher, she would not disclose that she had become Gu Shenge's disciple. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Yi Lingling and Xiao Wu refrained from pressing further. However, the little wildcat's cold attitude irked Ning Rongrong. Oof. What are you acting all high and mighty for? It's just a few more repetitions of physical exercises. I could do that too. With that, the princess of the seven treasures returned to her seat, contemplating how to persuade Shenge to allow the seven treasures glazed sect to practice the ninth grade physical training technique and even the Title Douluo. Dingling. With the ringing of the class bell, the girls settled into their seats. At the podium, golden light shimmered as Shenge appeared before the blackboard, holding a teacup in one hand and a textbook tucked under his arm. Placing the teacup and textbook on the lectern, he surveyed the students and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. All right, class begins now. Please turn to the internal martial arts section of the Title Douluo, Ice True Chi, and remember to take notes. Do not be distracted during class, or you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing their teacher's instructions, the girls promptly opened their Title Douluo, attentively listening to Shenge's explanation of Ice True Chi while diligently jotting down notes. Shenge sketched a diagram of the meridians on the blackboard, meticulously explaining to the elite class students what meridians were, along with the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 primary channels. In truth, a complete network of meridians existed within the bodies of the Douluo human race. It was merely that they had not undertaken research in this domain. In the original work, Tang San had helped Tang Hao clear his meridians, enabling him to ascend to the 97th rank, demonstrating that even Title Douluos had blocked channels. If one could clear the meridians within their body, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected benefits for soul masters. Just a spoiler, Qian Fei is the name of the angelic deity, which I have created, and the demon soul sect is not merely a random creation. Its emergence will be gradually revealed. Moreover, my creations are not arbitrary. They are intricately woven with various reasons and foreshadowing, such as the substitute for Xiao Wu, the little spider, Ning Chu Chu, Zhu Jingjing, and the Emperor clan, all of which are laden with hints.